Transmigrated into the film Emperor's Death Chapter 1 to Chapter 116. F***ck, Xianxia looked at the situation in front of him and was a little confused. He heard his manager say to him, "Don't be too sad. Songli is now the boss's new lover. It's not embarrassing to be intercepted by him." Xianxia nodded and continued to sort out the information in his mind. The manager saw that although he was confused, he didn't seem to have any excessive reaction. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Then I'll go first. You can go back by yourself." Xianxia still nodded absent-mindedly. When he reached the intersection and almost ran the red light, Xianxia was scolded by the driver. Only then did he wake up from his dream and look at this strange world. So, he had transmigrated? No, to be precise, he had transmigrated into a book. He had transmigrated into a lousy romance novel. Xianxia walked to a bench by the road and sat down quietly to sort out the information he had just received. If the information he received was not wrong, then he should have inexplicably transmigrated into a cannon fodder male supporting character that he had read before but had not finished. The male supporting character had the same name as him, also called Xianxia. However, their personalities were completely different, and their encounters were also worlds apart. In the novel, the grandfather of the original owner and the grandfather of the aggressor were best friends. Therefore, after the original owner's sister was born, he had arranged a marriage with the original owner's family. However, the aggressor grew up to be a little crooked. Not only did he like men, but he also liked Little White Lotus, who treated him as a spare tire. Could the aggressor's parents tolerate this? Of course not. Therefore, they thought of the marriage with the original owner's sister, and naturally, the aggressor didn't agree. The aggressor's parents settled for the second best and set their sights on the original owner. However, the aggressor said on the spot that he, Jiang Machan, would not get married. He would be single for the rest of his life and would not fall in love. He would not marry anyone other than Little White Lotus. However, not long after he said those harsh words, Little White Lotus went abroad to find his sweetheart, leaving him to wander alone in X City. At this time, the lonely and cold attack finally saw the reality clearly. In order to settle down, he agreed to the marriage between the Jiang and Yan families. However, because of his sexual orientation, his marriage partner had to be changed from the original owner's sister to the original owner. Of course, all of this was based on, if the original owner was willing. However, as a supporting character in a novel, would the original owner be willing? Of course the host couldn't. If he was willing, how could he develop a relationship with the aggressor? An extramarital affair? Therefore, although the original owner had a pair of bright and beautiful eyes, it was as if she was blind. Not only was she unwilling, but she also directly scolded Attack. She scolded Attack as if he was worthless. She scolded Attack for deceiving her family and scolded Attack for being a scum. Then, he proposed a bunch of conditions to make Chu Feng agree to them. That's right, the original owner was also gay. Not only was he gay, but he couldn't extricate himself from loving the aggressor. Of course, at that time, the original owner didn't know that the aggressor was an aggressor. Xianxia tried to recall the ending of the original owner. After recalling it, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The original owner died in the end. And the cause of death was because he found out the aggressor's true colors. He wrestled with the aggressor and then was beaten to death by the aggressor. Xianxia felt that this was really F***ket up. What a F***king absurd ending. So why did the original owner live in this life? Forced blindness to promote the development of the story? Strengthen the conflict? Improve the readability of the novel? He leaned on the bench and felt that his heart was too tired. Xianxia calmed his helpless mood for a while, then stood up and prepared to go home. But just as he reached the side of the road, he remembered something. If he remembered correctly, in the message he had just received, the scumbag and the original owner had said in their argument, "Do you think I only have this one lover? Do you think I only started cheating on you this year? You idiot, I've been cheating on you since 3 years ago. When you were squatting in the corner and crying because Songli intercepted you, I was having fun with someone else at home. The two of us listened to you cry, scolded you idiot, and felt pity for you. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia stopped. So that's why the aggressor said he was working overtime today and wasn't at home. He wanted him to go back to his parents' house. The original owner was also stupid. He suddenly flew back, but he didn't go straight home to check. Instead, he called the aggressor to report that he was back. However, Xianxia thought about it again. He couldn't blame the original owner. After all, the original owner loved the aggressor wholeheartedly. The young couple had been separated for so long and finally came back. Naturally, he called to comfort himself. Xianxia shook his head. AI, that's why it's easy to confuse people with feelings. But it didn't matter. Since the original owner was no longer here and he was using this identity and body, he naturally couldn't let the aggressor be so carefree. He dared to beat someone after cheating on him? He even beat him to death. Xianxia moved his wrist. It's been a long time since he fought. Xianxia took a taxi and went straight to his house. Speaking of which, this house was bought by the original owner herself. It was just that the original owner was in the entertainment industry. Although the development of this industry was not so smooth, and she was still a C-list celebrity, the C-list celebrity had more time and space than the average 9-to-5 worker. So most of the time, this house was occupied by scumbags. Probably because he had lived here for a long time, the scumbag had forgotten who the owner of this house was. Every time they quarreled, he would chase the original owner out. The original owner, who was blind and disappointing, would obediently go out and beg the scumbag for forgiveness. Xianxia massaged his temples. He deeply felt that if he knew the original owner, he would probably beat him 3 times a day. First, he would cure his body's problems, then his eyes. Finally, he would tie him up and send him to the aggressor. He would tell him to cherish his life and not make the aggressor angry. When the car stopped at the entrance of the community, Xianxia paid the driver and walked into the community. He quietly opened the door and walked in with light footsteps. In the empty room, he heard moans of ah. Xianxia couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. They were having a good time. He looked at the layout of the house and carefully walked to the room where the sound came from. Probably because they knew that the original owner wouldn't come back, these 2 adulterers were shameless and didn't even close the door. Xianxia looked at the 2 who were passionately racing in the bedroom. These 2 were really too focused. One was immersed in driving, and the other was busy moaning, "Good brother," and experiencing the excitement of racing. Xianxia even took the time to look at the person in the front passenger seat. She was not as good-looking as the original owner, but she looked smaller and more delicate than the original owner. At this time, she was enjoying herself with her eyes closed and panting. He saw that the 2 were speeding all the way to the edge of the city. He subconsciously took out his phone and carefully recorded a video. Then, he quietly retreated. Xianxia remembered that the toilet bowl at home was broken a while ago, and it wasn't easy to get into the water. Before he left, he asked the scumbag to fix it. But the scumbag was spoiled by the original owner, so he definitely wouldn't care. Sure enough, when he opened the bathroom door, he saw a bucket of water next to the toilet bowl. Xianxia took out his phone and called the scumbag. "Hello." It took a long time for the call to be connected. Xianxia asked, "Dear, where are you? Are you still working overtime?" "Yes, the company has been busy recently." "Then I'll come and see you, okay?" He deliberately imitated the original owner's voice and spoke in a delicate and weak voice. The scumbag immediately refused. "No, baby. You must be tired after such a long flight. Go back to your parents' house first. I'll call you when I'm off work." "Okay then. Dear, remember to take care of yourself." "Baby, you too." Xianxia shook off the goosebumps on his body and put the phone back in his pocket. He took the bucket of water next to the toilet bowl and walked to the bedroom. Li Xinran did not expect Xianxia to come back at this time. He was always very obedient. If he told him to go east, he would go east. If he told him to go west, he would go west. Why did he come here instead of going back to his parents' house? He opened his mouth and wanted to explain. "Baby, listen to me." Xianxia looked at him. When he opened his mouth, the water that he had just poured into his mouth flowed out. It was very funny. He could not help but mock and despise him. "Enough. What's there to explain? Get lost. Before he came, he wanted to beat up Li Xinran. However, when he saw him, he felt that it was better to forget about it. He felt that his hands would be dirty if he beat up such a scumbag. After Yan Qingqi finished speaking, he stepped out of the door behind him. Get lost. Take your mistress and go back to where you came from. Li Xinran quickly pulled back and forcibly pulled the engine out. Yan Qingqi was caught off guard and saw someone else's baby. For a moment, he only felt a little embarrassed. He looked away in disgust and complained in his heart. This was not good. It looked worse than his. No, he quickly realized that it was not as good as his previous self. As for his current body, Yan Qingqi was a little worried. He decided to take a look at his own body after he taught the scumbag a lesson. After all, it was related to his life. Li Xinran crawled out of bed and reached out to hug Yan Qingqi. However, before he could get close, Yan Qingqi kicked him back to the bed. Baby, listen to me. He struggled to sit up. Behind him, his mistress was wrapped in the bedsheet and trembling. Yan Qingqi put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, Don't explain. You're naked. What's there to explain? Do you want me to shake the bedsheet in front of you and ask you, what is this? Did you accidentally spill milk on it? You're happy now, right? No, I was just blinded for a moment. I didn't do it on purpose. Oh, I know. Get lost. Baby, are you King Dan? Yan Qingqi was irritated. It's useless to talk to you nicely, right? Do you have to keep nagging me? If you don't leave now, I'll beat you until you can't leave even if you want to. How could Li Xinran not understand him? He only felt that Yan Qingqi suddenly found out that he had cheated on her, so she was angry and seemed to have changed into a different person. But in essence, Yan Qingqi still loved him, so she definitely could not bear to really hit him. The reason why he said that was just for show. As long as he used the trick of injuring himself to gain the sympathy of Yan Qingqi, the matter would be over. Therefore, Li Xinran said tenderly, Baby, go ahead. I did something wrong. As long as it can calm you down, you can even beat me to death. Yan Qingqi was speechless when she saw the fake gentleness on his face. What was this? Casanova, seeing that he did not move, Li Xinran was even more determined. He stood up and looked at him. Go ahead. I can hold it in. As long as you're not angry, I'm fine with anything. Yan Qingqi, this was really the first time he had seen someone so eager to be beaten. Go ahead, baby. Li Xinran closed his eyes, looking touched by his own actions. Yan Qingqi was really shocked by him. Then I'll do it? Do it. Hitting is a sign of affection and scolding is a sign of love. I know that you hit me because you love me, baby. Yan Qingqi sneered. Then you've misjudged your baby. He hit you purely because you're a scumbag. After saying that, Yan Qingqi kicked him and beat him up violently. Li Xinran was caught off guard. In his dizziness, he thought that this should not be. This was not the script he had imagined. Why did his baby really hit him? And he was so fierce, Yan Qingqi beat him up for a while. When he felt that it was about time, he got up and shook his hand. Damn it, I haven't hit anyone in a long time. My hand hurts when I do it so suddenly. He looked up and saw Li Xinran staring at him in disbelief. His face was bruised and swollen, and he seemed to be frightened. He stared at him blankly and in shock. Yan Qingqi could not help but burst out laughing. Li Xinran looked like a dog and could be considered handsome. However, at this moment, he looked funny. Yan Qingqi shook his hand. He thought to himself that he did not hit Li Xinran's face so hard that it was swollen. Could it be that he had hit him too hard? As he thought about it, he turned his head to look at Xiaosan, who was still trembling. He opened the wardrobe, took out 2 pieces of jerk clothes, and threw them over. He said coldly, put them on and take him away. Can you do it? Lil 3 nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. He had just witnessed Yan Qingqi beating Li Xinran's head violently. He only felt that Li Xinran, this bastard, was talking nonsense when he said that his wife was as soft as a rabbit. Was she a king rabbit? A man-eating rabbit? A super saiyan rabbit? A Godzilla rabbit that fought with Ultraman. He trembled as he put on his clothes and helped Li Xinran put on his clothes. At this time, Li Xinran finally came back to his senses. He was furious and pointed at Yan Qingqi and scolded, "How dare you hit me? Yan Qingqi, you bastard, how dare you hit me? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall." He struggled to get up and wanted to hit Yan Qingqi. However, as soon as he got close, he was kicked out by Yan Qingqi for the third time. Xiaosan could not bear to watch and turned his head. He thought to himself, "Idiot, this is the third time. You still haven't learned your lesson." Yan Qingqi slowly walked in front of Li Xinran and looked down at him. "Not only do I dare to hit you, I dare to continue hitting you. I dare to keep hitting you." He smiled and looked at Li Xinran's angry face. He said gently, "How can a person not get sick? But who can really be sick for a lifetime? There will always be a day when you get better. In the past, I was blind to fall in love with a piece of trash like you. Although you are a piece of trash and disgusting, who asked me to be blind? So I suffered a loss. I deserve it. I admit it. But from today onwards, we will go our separate ways. If you are willing to part on good terms, it will be for the best. You and I will have peace. If you are not willing, it doesn't matter. I will hit you every time I see you. I have a bad temper and don't know how to control my strength. If I beat you to a pulp one day, don't mind, I will hire a nurse for you." Yan Qingqi pursed her lips in annoyance. What do you think is going on with the Jiang family? Is it because they have a big family business now and our family is ordinary? Is that why they look down on our family? They said that Jiang Machen likes boys and not girls. They said that they couldn't bear to lie to me, so they changed the previous betrothal from me to you so that you can marry Jiang Machen. What is this? Can't you tell if he likes boys or girls a few years ago? Why did they have to wait until now to say it? They even said that they want you to go. Are they deliberately humiliating our family? Then you have really misunderstood him, Yan Qingqi thought to herself. He really didn't realize that Jiang Machen liked boys in his early years. The reason why he found out at this age was because he met Little White Lotus at this age and had his first awakening of love. Little White Lotus was naturally the submissive of this book. Little White Lotus was born with a soft body and would cry at the slightest provocation. The submissive was the senior who liked her when she was in school. Unfortunately, the senior was a straight man. When the senior pitifully chased after her with his little sweetheart in his hands, the sweetheart shattered with a bam. He cried as he picked it up to mend it, but Jiang Machen saw it. Jiang Machen was born into a wealthy family and was outstanding enough. When he was in school, he was the most popular student and the top student. After graduation, he entered the entertainment industry. Relying on his background and very talented performance, he won the Best Actor award at the age of 27 and became the Best Actor award. In the first half of his life, he had met countless men and women since he was young. There was also no lack of young and good-looking men who chased after him and hinted at him. However, Jiang Machen only treated himself as a blind man until he met the submissive. Jiang Machen felt as if he was possessed by a ghost. He didn't know what he liked about the submissive, but he rushed to give him warmth. If you don't have a suitable role, I'll help you. If you don't have any magazine resources, I'll guide you. If you don't have any advertising endorsements, I'll share some of my endorsements with you. But no matter what he did, this White Lotus always abided by her White Lotus persona. On one hand, she was Jiang Machen, and on the other hand, she cried and shouted, "Don't be like this, I can't be like this, I have someone I like," sob, sob, sob. Thus, there was the story of Little White Lotus traveling thousands of miles to chase after his love, and Jiang Machen learning from his painful experience and wanting to get married. According to the plot of the original novel, the original owner rejected Jiang Machen. Although Jiang Machen had no feelings for the original owner, he was frustrated by both Little White Lotus and the original owner. After getting drunk, he sought comfort and contacted Little White Lotus. Little Lotus knew that Jiang Machen had plans to get married, so he said that it was good for him to get married. After all, who didn't want to start a family? He also said that he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, and that he might not have a home of his own in this lifetime. Jiang Machen couldn't bear to see his sweetheart so sad, so he immediately said that he wouldn't. If Little White Lotus was willing, he could give him a home. Little White Lotus just smiled on the other end of the phone and didn't say anything. Sigh, Xianxia let out a long sigh. Those who knew this was the male lead, but those who didn't would think that he was the supporting male lead. Xianxia felt that he was really too pitiful. He was sleeping at home, but he traveled through time and space. He just wanted to be the little prince of his family. Why did he have to choose someone like him who didn't want to make progress and didn't have any ambition? Brother, what are you thinking about? Xianxia saw that he didn't speak and poked him. Xianxia turned to look at her. Where are Mom and Dad? Xianxia pointed to the master bedroom. They're inside discussing what to do. I'll go and take a look. Xianxia stood up and walked over. Through the door, he could vaguely hear the conversation between Xianxia's parents. Xianxia stood and listened for a while, then heard Xianxia's mother say with a sobbing tone, "It's all your fault. I already said that your classmate can't be trusted, but you just had to believe him. Now, it's 50 million. How are we going to pay him back? The Jiang family said that we can't marry little Shi. How are we going to get 50 million now? We can borrow from them. Even if we can't be in-laws, we can still be friends. After all, Dad and Old Master Jiang have such a good relationship. If Old Master Jiang was still alive, what you said would be believable, but Old Master Jiang passed away a long time ago. Even for such an important matter like marriage today, his parents didn't come. Only Little Chen came. Do you think their family wants to be friends with us? Then what should we do? We can't really let Xiaoqi get married. Xiaoqi doesn't like boys. If we let him marry Little Chen, wouldn't it be difficult for the child? Alas, Xianxia's father sighed, I'll think of another way. Let's see if there are other ways. Xianxia's mother seemed to be crying. Her sobs came out from the house intermittently. What should we do? Why did we have to encounter this? Xianxia only remembered now. Yes, he had forgotten. In the original book, the original owner's parents still owed him money. He sighed helplessly in his heart. What else could he do? Marriage was undoubtedly the simplest and fastest way. It was 50 million, not 5,000 yuan. How could he have it just like that? If he didn't have it, was he really going to wait for his enemies to come and fight with them? Of course, he had no problem with it, but what if the other party attacked Xianxia? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that it was better to get married. After getting married, he could borrow 50 million from Jiang Machen to solve his family's problems and also solve his marriage. The original owner was blind, but he wasn't. Jiang Machen was handsome and rich. Other than being temporarily blinded by a ghost, he didn't have any shortcomings. Moreover, if he married Jiang Machen, the plot of this little book would be completely ruined. Then, he could treat this place as another real world and live well. Thinking of this, Xianxia turned around and knocked on the door. He opened the door while Xianxia's parents were shocked. He looked at the couple who were still in shock. Looking at Xianxia's mother's slightly red eyes, he smiled brightly and said, I heard from Xiaoxi that her marriage partner can't marry her and wants to marry me? Xianxia's mother stood up and stumbled unnaturally, Xiaoxi, this girl only knows how to talk nonsense. Don't listen to her. Is that so? Xianxia leaned against the doorframe, I was just about to say yes. Dad, Mom, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid of scaring you. Actually, I've always liked boys. I'm not interested in girls. Xianxia's mother was shocked for a moment. Xianxia's father asked him in disbelief, what did you say? I said, since I happen to like boys, and so does Jiang Machen, why don't we do as he said and get married? Anyway, he should be a good catch. It's not a loss for me. Xianxia's father was shocked. Are you serious? Xianxia's mother asked carefully. Xianxia nodded, it just so happens that I'm of legal marriageable age. I can get married too. Xianxia's parents looked at him in a daze, not knowing what to say. Xianxia was still smiling. He said casually, you guys continue chatting. I'll go see what dishes there are in the kitchen. I recorded a variety show a few days ago and learned a few dishes. It's a good time to show you my skills. After saying that, he considerately closed the door. Yan Qingqi's parents looked at the closed door and looked at each other. Do you think Xiaoqi heard it and was afraid that we'd be embarrassed? Is that why he said that? Yan Qingqi had always been a person who didn't like to drag things out. Since he had decided to marry Jiang Machin, he didn't want to delay this matter any further. After dinner, Yan Qingqi went to find Mrs. Yan and asked her for Jiang Machin's contact information. Mrs. Yan still couldn't accept it, so she asked tentatively, Xiaoqi, why don't you think about it again? Yan Qingqi replied to her with a beautiful smile and said, no, I've thought about it. He asked for the phone number, took the phone, and went back to his room. When the call was made, Yan Qingqi finally felt a little nervous. He had not been in a relationship for more than 20 years. Now that he had transmigrated, he had skipped the relationship stage and was about to get married. Yan Qingqi felt that his mood was a little strange. He comforted himself, anyway, I have to find someone to settle down with. Jiang Machin is the best choice in every aspect, so it's not too bad. Let's just leave it at that. While he was thinking, the phone was connected. A cold and magnetic voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello. Yan Qingqi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and said calmly, it's me, Yan Qingqi. The person on the other side didn't seem to expect it to be him. After a moment of silence, he said, oh, it's you. What's the matter? About what you said at my house today, I agree. We'll talk about it in person tomorrow. Is that okay? Okay. Okay then, you decide the time and place. Once you've decided, send it to my phone. If you want, you can decide according to your preferences, the person on the other side said thoughtfully. No need. Yan Qingqi smiled. I don't care about these things. I don't have much work these days, so I can arrange it however you want. You can check your time and work schedule and choose a time and place that's convenient for you. Okay. The person on the other side said calmly, I'll send it to you later. Okay, Yan Qingqi responded. Then I won't disturb you. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Yan Qingqi hung up the phone and sat on the bed. She heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's an easy person to talk to. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Machin was looking at the photo on the computer. His eyes were cold, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. After a long time, he moved the mouse and closed the photo. He leaned against the back of the chair and slowly lowered his eyes, hiding the complicated emotions in his dark eyes. When he woke up and washed up the next day, Yan Qingqi looked at his face, which was a foregone conclusion but still made him feel dizzy. He clicked his tongue and sighed with emotion. He was indeed a star. He was really good-looking. He had picturesque eyebrows, red lips, white teeth, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that were slightly raised. He looked a little arrogant but also a little charming. Yan Qingqi felt that such a face was a little too feminine and delicate. It was not handsome enough. However, she also felt that such a face was already very advantageous. There was no need for a bicycle. He quickly finished washing up and made lunch for everyone under Yan Qingqi's disbelieving gaze. Only then did he go out to prepare for the appointment. Are you going to see Jiang Machin? Yan Qingqi asked him. Yes. You're going to marry him? Yan Qingqi's eyes were full of disbelief. Yes. Are you okay? The other party is a man. Yan Qingqi knocked her forehead. Now that same-sex marriage is legal, why are you still discriminating against people based on their sexual orientation? That's not what I meant, Yan Qingqi explained. I'm just afraid that you'll regret it in the future. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yan Qingqi looked worried. Yan Qingqi waved at her. All right, go and eat. Speaking of which, when did you learn how to cook? I went on a variety show 2 days ago, so I learned a few dishes. Brother, you went on a variety show? What's the name? I'll go and search. It hasn't been broadcasted yet. Yan Qingqi smiled and said, I'm leaving. He turned and walked out of the door. He and Jiang Machin agreed to meet at a place not far away. Jiang Machin purposely chose a private restaurant that was very close to their house, probably to take care of him. When Yan Qingqi pushed open the door of the private room and entered, he saw that Jiang Machin had already arrived. He was sitting upright and flipping through the menu. He seemed to have heard the sound of the door opening and raised his head to look in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia didn't like to be courteous, so he didn't pretend to back down. He opened the menu, chose a few dishes that he liked, and pressed the bell to call the waiter in. The waiter noted down the dishes that the two of them had chosen and left quietly. The room was silent for a while. Xianxia looked at the person in front of him and said thoughtfully, "You said last night that you agreed to my previous proposal to fulfill the marriage agreement between our families on behalf of your sister." "Yes." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Do you have any conditions?" "Yes." Xianxia leaned forward slightly and said in a low voice, "I hope that you can lend me 50 million yuan before the marriage. I will write you an IOU for the money. After a year, I will pay you back at the bank's interest with interest." Xianxia didn't expect this. He had thought of all kinds of conditions that Xianxia might ask for, but he didn't expect that he would ask for money. Moreover, he said it so directly at the beginning of the conversation. This was a little too Philistine. However, he didn't have a high opinion of Xianxia, so he just snorted in his heart and didn't refuse. It was only 50 million yuan. It wasn't worth fussing about. "Okay," he replied. Xianxia didn't have much of a reaction to this. He knew Xianxia well and knew that he was good at hiding his indifference with gentleness. In the book, when the original owner didn't agree to marry Xianxia was willing to let him do whatever he wanted. He would pay for all of his requests if they weren't excessive. However, he agreed to it. It was only 50 million yuan, so he shouldn't make things difficult for him. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "You're welcome. After all, we'll be a family soon," Xianxia said and even smiled at him. Xianxia looked at his smile and felt that the way he looked at him was far less gentle and polite. He smiled back politely. "Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. Do you have any requirements for the wedding date? If not, I'll decide the date." "Okay, but when will it be?" "In the near future." Xianxia looked at him and said, "A long delay may lead to trouble. We should avoid any unexpected changes." He really can't wait, Xianxia thought to himself. If he didn't know the reason for Xianxia's marriage, he would have thought that Xianxia had other motives. He nodded in agreement. Seeing that he agreed, Xianxia continued, "You know who I am, so even if we get married now, we can only get a certificate. We can't make it public, and we can't hold a wedding. But you don't have to worry. When the time is right, I will hold a wedding for you and announce your identity. Is that okay?" Although his words were interrogative, they carried the tone of someone who had been in a position for a long time. Xianxia leaned back. She felt that there was no need for him to pretend to be polite and ask her if he could do it since he had already decided everything. Anyway, it was just a formality and not important. Their marriage was just for the sake of getting married. The date, whether there was a wedding, and whether it was public or not was not important. What was important was how they got along after marriage. Even if they didn't love each other, they would still have responsibilities and ties because of this marriage certificate. That was what was important. However, since Xianxia was willing to ask, he didn't want to dampen his spirits, so he still nodded gently. "Okay," he said. "I'm a nobody, but you're different. You're very popular, and your every move is being watched. It's not wise to announce your marriage at this time. It's good that you understand." Xianxia tilted his head. "Of course I understand. After all, I'm very considerate." After he finished speaking, he winked slightly. Xianxia was caught off guard and received his wink. He felt a blow to his heart and was speechless. "Considerate?" Xianxia sneered in his heart. These 4 words, "I'm afraid you're only related to the word human." He silently skipped this sentence and asked about Xianxia's marriage. The two of them chatted casually, and at this time, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. The taste of this private kitchen was not bad, and the two of them were satisfied with the meal. During the meal, Xianxia suddenly said, "Oh right, since we're getting married, there's something I need to tell you." He stopped moving his chopsticks. Xianxia also stopped moving. He said gently, "I adopted a boy. He's 5 years old this year." After we get married, he'll live with us. Is that okay? Xianxia was slightly surprised when he heard this. When he was reading the book, he didn't notice that Jiang Machan had an adopted son. He thought about it and indeed didn't remember seeing any description of a child. Perhaps it was because the book was written from the perspective of Little Lotus, so before Little Lotus came into contact with Jiang Machan's child, that child didn't appear in the book. That was what he thought. Okay, he replied. Anyway, we won't have any children after we get married. It's great that we can adopt a child. Xianxia even felt that if conditions permitted, he could adopt 1 or 2 more children in the future. He had been in an orphanage before, so he knew better than anyone else how much the children in the orphanage wanted to leave the orphanage and have a home of their own. Can I see a photo of the child? He asked. Jiang Machan took out his phone, found a photo, and opened it. He handed the phone to him. Xianxia took the phone. The photo was of a very handsome boy. His skin was very fair, and his black hair hung softly in front of his forehead. He pursed his lips, and his clear cat eyes were wide open. He looked at the camera cautiously, and his right hand unconsciously grabbed the hem of his shirt. Xianxia looked at the photo and thought to himself, it seems that this child isn't very close to Jiang Machan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unnatural in front of the camera. Jiang Machan was a man of his word. On the 3rd day, he came to pick up Xianxia to meet Chi. After he parked the car, Xianxia opened the back door and put a big bag inside. Then he closed the door, opened the front passenger door, and got in. What's that? It's a gift for Chi, said Xianxia. So much? Kids don't mind too many gifts. Xianxia fastened his seat belt. Did you think you had a lot of toys when you were young? Jiang Machan snorted with a smile. He glanced at him and did not say anything. The night he met Xianxia, he told Chi that he was getting married. He also said that Xianxia would come to visit him. He even mentioned it again before he left this morning. Chi just nodded obediently and replied, okay. Jiang Machan thought of this and reminded him, Chi is slow to warm up. When you see him, just talk to him and play with him. If he doesn't want to play or talk, you don't have to be too anxious. After all, you will have plenty of time in the future. Okay. After Xianxia finished speaking, he heard his phone ring. He took it out of his pocket and saw that his agent had sent him a WeChat message saying that he had chosen 2 scripts for him and wanted him to read them. Xianxia replied with a okay and put his phone away. The car stopped at a high-end villa area that he had never heard of but could tell was not cheap. Xianxia followed Jiang Machan out of the car, took the gift for Chi, and went into the elevator. In order to make it less awkward for Xianxia and Chi to meet, Jiang Machan deliberately chose lunchtime, thinking that they could chat during lunch. If Chi obviously did not like Xianxia, he could also save the day. After opening the door and changing his shoes, Xianxia smelled a fragrance. Aunt Zhang saw Jiang Machan and smiled. Young master, you're back. She saw Xianxia behind Jiang Machan. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her expression and smiled. Young master Yan. Xianxia nodded at her. Hello. Where's Chi? Asked Jiang Machan. She's in her room. Aunt Zhang said, young master, you can go see Chi first. I still have fish here. I have fish. Fish. Okay. Jiang Machan turned his head and looked at Xianxia. Let's go. I'll take you to see Chi. When they went upstairs, Xianxia asked, who was that just now? It was Aunt Zhang. She took care of me since I was a child. When I moved out, Aunt Zhang came to help me cook and do the housework because I didn't know how to cook. After I adopted Chi, I was worried that Chi would be bored without me. I didn't know if something would happen to her, so I asked Aunt Zhang to live here and help me take care of Chi. Xianxia nodded and said, oh. The 2 of them quickly went up the stairs and arrived outside Chi's room. Jiang Machan knocked on the door first and then reached out to push it open. Xianxia saw that in the spacious room, the child she had seen in the photo before was sitting on a chair in front of the table. He turned his head and looked at them with a pair of clear eyes. Jiang Machan walked in and looked at the drawing on the table in front of him. He asked, are you drawing? Chi-Chi nodded. Yes. You drew well, Jiang Machan praised him gently. Chi-Chi smiled and said, thank you. His voice still had the inherent softness of a child. It sounded very pleasant, like glutinous rice paste. Xianxia thought it was a little cute and even wanted to rub his head. This is Uncle Yan. I told you about him before, Jiang Machan introduced him. Chi-Chi turned to look at him and said obediently, hello, Uncle Yan. Xianxia smiled and replied, hello, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi smiled again and did not say anything. Let's go downstairs and eat, Jiang Machan said as he pulled Chi-Chi. Let's go. Chi-Chi nodded and obediently followed him downstairs. Aunt Zhang knew that Xianxia was coming, so she prepared a sumptuous meal. She had never eaten with Jiang Machan, so after putting the food on the table, she went back to her room with her own food. Xianxia raised his head to look at him. He smiled and winked at him before looking down at his own chess piece. Chi-Chi lowered his head as well. Then, he saw Xianxia push a marble at the bottom. His jumping method for the last 2 rows was the same as Chi-Chi's. Chi-Chi watched and saw him change a position. Then, the marble on the 3rd row from the bottom had a place to jump. He watched as Xianxia jumped step by step until he reached the opposite side of the board. He looked at Xianxia in surprise and saw Xianxia smiling gently as he carried out the movements of his hands in an orderly manner. Soon, the colors of the chess pieces on both sides were reversed and they became triangles again. Xianxia put down the last marble and said briskly, I won. Chi-Chi looked at him without blinking. After a long time, he lowered his eyes. His long eyelashes were like small hooks. He looked at the chess pieces on the board that had returned to their original positions and slowly picked one up and put it down. Xianxia realized that he was copying his previous move. He had a good memory and quickly corrected his previous mistake. He jumped out of his square on the 3rd row from the bottom. He seemed to be proud of himself. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia slyly. Xianxia reached out to applaud him. Smart. Chi-Chi bit his lip gently and continued with his move. However, he did not feel proud for long. When he reached the middle of the board, he realized that he could not jump over it no matter how hard he tried. He gritted his teeth harder and bit his lower lip so hard that it turned white. Xianxia was about to ask him to let go when he retracted his teeth and puffed up his cheeks. He angrily but calmly put the marble back in its original position. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia without saying a word. Xianxia was almost amused by him. He lowered his head and demonstrated it to him again. Chi-Chi memorized it. After he finished, he began to learn it again. However, he was still young. Although he saw the standard solution, he could not help but miss some steps. Every time he forgot or made a wrong move, he would put the chess pieces back and look at Xianxia to ask him to do it again. Xianxia watched him do it again and again. He felt that the child in front of him was much better than he had imagined. He had thought that Chi-Chi was just smart. However, it seemed that he was not just smart. He was much calmer and more self-disciplined than the average child. At such a young age, he was able to be neither arrogant nor rash. He did not find it troublesome to return to his original position over and over again. Xianxia felt that this child was much calmer than he was when he was young. After about 5 rounds of chess, he finally succeeded. He looked at the reversed colors of the chess pieces on the board and looked at Xianxia proudly. Xianxia applauded him generously and praised him. You're really good. Chi-Chi seemed a little shy. He smiled and did not say anything. Xianxia propped his head up and looked at him. There was a smile in his eyes. He said gently, are you good at Chinese checkers? Is that why you're called Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi shook his head. Then why are you called Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, I'm just called Chi-Chi. He looked at Xianxia and said seriously, I'm Chi-Chi. That's why I'm called Chi-Chi. Xianxia had not heard such a childish answer in a long time. Coupled with Chi-Chi's soft childish voice, he felt that it was very cute. He pretended to say, I see. Chi-Chi nodded. Xianxia asked him, can I play Chinese checkers with you? Chi-Chi thought for a moment and nodded again. Yan Qingqi looked at the chessboard. I'm red and you're green. Whoever moves to the other's color first and positions himself correctly wins. Chi-Chi nodded again. You go first, Yan Qingqi said. Chi-Chi started playing the same way as before. Yan Qingqi saw that he was still playing the same way as before and almost laughed out loud. He suppressed his laughter and even cooperated with Chi-Chi to give him a way out. He watched as Chi-Chi kept playing and occupied his territory. Chi-Chi did not have many playmates. This was the first time someone had played with him for so long and he even won. He was very happy and could not hide his excitement. I won. Yes, you won. Chi-Chi is very good. Hearing that, Chi-Chi's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. In the quiet room, there were 3 people sitting around a small round table. Chi-Chi sat in the middle, drawing with a colored pencil. Jiang Machan looked at his movements, and there was only one thought in his mind. If time could go back 20 minutes ago, he would definitely refuse Yan Qingqi right after he said, "Do you want to draw with me?" He could tell Chi-Chi that he had something else to do, and he could promise Chi-Chi that he would draw with him next time. But definitely not now. He was sitting at the same table as Chi-Chi in front of Yan Qingqi, preparing to draw. Jiang Machan looked at the colored pencil in front of him and felt a pang of regret. He looked up at Yan Qingqi and glared at him fiercely. He deeply felt that it was a wrong decision to let Yan Qingqi in today's room. What a jerk. 20 minutes ago, when Jiang Machan had just entered the room, Chi-Chi had started to draw. He drew very seriously, and even colored the puppy after he finished drawing. When everything was done, he sat up straight and looked at Jiang Machan, and then at Yan Qingqi. He was young, so his drawing was inevitably immature. It was a standard child's drawing style. However, after Yan Qingqi saw his drawing, he added a puppy next to his puppy according to his drawing style. Chi-Chi looked at his drawing with curved eyes. When he finished, he naturally moved the drawing to Jiang Machan, waiting for him to draw one too. As a result, Jiang Machan's depressed and regretful mentality appeared. Jiang Machan looked at the drawing that suddenly appeared in front of him. He only hated himself for accidentally entering the room. He originally thought that Yan Qingqi would teach Chi-Chi how to draw, so he wanted to see how they got along and accompany Chi-Chi. But what was going on now? Why did he also need to draw? He thought for a while and looked at the culprit again. Didn't you want to teach him how to draw? Is that how you teach them? Yan Zikui supported himself with one hand and said calmly, painting is just for fun. Let's play for now. When Chi-Chi is happy, I'll teach him. You can teach him now. Jiang Machan emphasized the word now. Yan Qingqi raised his eyelids and looked at him for a moment. Then, he remembered that he had been glaring at him with hatred when he lowered his head. He immediately guessed what was going on. He retracted his arm and said slowly, okay, but I'm a guest after all, and you're Chi-Chi's father. Then, why don't we teach Chi-Chi together? Before he could refuse, Yan Qingqi pulled out a piece of paper from the table and handed it to him with a smile. You can draw whatever you want first. Chi-Chi and I will get to know your drawing style. Then, we will divide the teaching. Jiang Machan looked at the smile on his face and was stunned by his series of actions. He must be doing this on purpose. This was definitely intentional. What a jerk. He looked at the paper in Yan Qingqi's hand and didn't know whether to take it or not. He could only say coldly, you can draw first. Yan Qingqi didn't hesitate. He took a piece of colored lead and began to draw on the paper. Chi-Chi saw that he was drawing very quickly and leaned over to take a look. After a while, a smiling puppy with curved eyes appeared on the paper. Yan Qingqi asked him, is it cute? Chi-Chi nodded and reached out to touch the puppy on the paper. He said softly, it's cute. Jiang Machan looked at him coldly. He saw that Yan Qingqi's drawing style was somewhat similar to that of a manga, but he deliberately made it more cartoonish, probably to cater to Chi-Chi's preferences. As he was looking, he saw Yan Qingqi raise his head and meet his eyes. Their eyes met. Jiang Machan was sure that he saw mockery and pride in Yan Qingqi's eyes. Jiang Machan gritted his teeth silently. He heard Yan Qingqi laugh and say, I'm done. Young Master Jiang, it's your turn. Chi-Chi heard this and turned to look at Jiang Machan with obvious expectation in his eyes. Jiang Machan looked at the expectation in his eyes and didn't know what to do. Should he say to Chi-Chi, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, Daddy doesn't know how to draw"? Jiang Machan felt that he couldn't say it out loud. This was too scary. Even after more than 20 years, he still lacked the courage to face this truth. Yan Qingqi looked at Jiang Machan's awkward expression and guessed that his guess was probably right. He didn't expect that the male protagonist of a novel like Jiang Machan would have something he wasn't good at, and it turned out that drawing was his forte. He suddenly felt that the person in front of him seemed to have come alive. He was no longer the simple character he used to read in the novel. After verifying his guess, he didn't want to make things difficult for Jiang Machan, so he said, "Forget it. A rich man like young Master Jiang probably learned traditional drawing when he was young. His drawing style is different from mine and Chi-Chi's. Let me teach him." Jiang Machan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Teacher Yan." Yan Qingqi smiled. "You're welcome." Jiang Machan. Huh. Chi-Chi was listening to their conversation. When he heard Yan Qingqi say that he would teach him, he raised his head and looked at Yan Qingqi. He picked up another piece of paper and pointed at the dog Yan Qingqi had drawn by himself. He looked at him without saying a word. "Do you want me to teach you how to draw this?" Yan Qingqi asked. Chi-Chi nodded. He looked at him with sparkling eyes, but he still didn't say a word. Yan Qingqi saw the yearning in his eyes and felt his heart ache when he sensed his silence. There were many people in the world who were silent and didn't like to talk. However, Chi-Chi wasn't like that by nature. He was curious and interested in many things like a child. He was also willing to accept new things. Although he didn't speak most of the time, he looked at you with a pair of expressive eyes. Yan Qingqi connected with himself and thought that Chi-Chi's problem should be psychological. He was probably reminded by someone, or he was trying to protect himself, so he was quiet and obedient. He did not say or do much. This wasn't something that could be changed in a day or two. However, Yan Qingqi wasn't worried. If their marriage went well, he would have to live with this child for the rest of his life. He wouldn't be afraid anymore and would be able to talk and play like a normal child. Yan Qingqi picked up a pen and drew a line on the paper. He glanced at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was smart enough to understand what he meant. He picked up a pen and imitated him. Then, Yan Qingqi saw Chi-Chi turn to look at Jiang Machan naturally. Chi-Chi looked back and forth between the two of them. Then she put down her pen and said softly, "Aren't you going to draw?" Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan felt awkward for a moment. They immediately stopped fooling around and became serious. Yan Qingqi picked up her pen and drew on the paper. Chi-Chi followed suit and finished drawing. Then she turned to look at Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan looked up at the sky speechlessly. He felt that if it was his, there was no way he could avoid it. He picked up the pen and drew according to what Yan Qingqi had drawn. Chi-Chi saw that he had finished drawing and went to look at Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi quickly drew a stroke. Chi-Chi quickly followed. Then she went to look at Jiang Machan to see if he had finished drawing. Jiang Machan felt that the few minutes he had spent drawing were so long that he felt like he had returned to his elementary school class. He looked at the drawing book in his hand, but he couldn't draw the pattern on the book. Every time he finished drawing, it was like a child's simple drawing. This was one of the rare times that Jiang Machan didn't want to recall. He couldn't figure out why he was so bad at drawing when he had been good at everything since he was a child. He didn't want to give up so easily. He secretly practiced many times, but he couldn't get it right. It was as if he was born with no talent for drawing. No matter how hard he tried, he could only be a low-level handicap. Jiang Machan sighed silently in his heart and thought, sure enough, no one is perfect. However, he snorted in his heart, Yan Qingqi is really a talent. It's only the second time we've met, and he's already figured out my shortcomings. Very well, I'd like to see how long he can pretend to be smart. Hopefully, he won't be stupid enough to offend me. When that time comes, I'll definitely make Yan Qingqi sit in this room and paint for me for 3 days and 3 nights, in the middle of the night, so that he can't stop painting. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they drew. Jiang Machan took advantage of a phone call that came in halfway and hurriedly left with his drawing paper. After that, he never entered Chi-Chi's room again. It was not until Chi-Chi finished drawing that she slowly appeared, looking surprised that they had actually finished drawing. Xianxia didn't expose him. After the drawing lesson, he had a meal at Jiang Machen's house and was about to leave. Jiang Machen stood up to see him off. Xianxia handed the gift he brought to Chi-Chi. He took out a Rubik's Cube and asked Chi-Chi, "Do you know what this is?" Chi-Chi nodded. "A Rubik's Cube. Do you know how to play with it?" Chi-Chi nodded again. "Then you can play with it first. I'll see if you can play it the next time I come." Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he didn't say anything. He slowly closed his mouth and just nodded. Xianxia reached out and rubbed his head. Chi-Chi didn't resist. He looked at him quietly with curved eyes, like a gentle little moon. "Then I'll come to see you tomorrow?" Xianxia asked gently. Chi-Chi nodded obediently. His eyes were full of tenderness. Xianxia felt that he was like a doll in the window. He was good-looking and had a pair of expressive eyes. When his eyes curved, they were gentle and warm. People couldn't help but like him. However, he was very careful and protected himself with his childish armor. He looked at the outside world with caution and restraint. He waved goodbye to Chi-Chi and left with Jiang Machen. Jiang Machen sent Xianxia home like a gentleman. After the car stopped, he turned to look at Xianxia and asked, "Did you have fun?" "I am quite happy," Xianxia answered honestly. Jiang Machen snorted. Xianxia turned to look at him. "Why? Are you unhappy? What do you think?" Xianxia didn't expect him to be so calculative under his gentle appearance. He couldn't help but laugh. He bumped Jiang Machen's arm. "You've been calculative the whole day. Aren't you tired?" Jiang Machen turned to glare at him. "Shut up." Xianxia made an okay gesture. "Let's skip this topic and change the subject." Jiang Machen thought for a while and finally said seriously, "What do you think of Chi-Chi? He's very cute, well-behaved, and sensible. Do you like him?" Jiang Machen continued to ask. "Yes." Jiang Machen expected this answer. "But there's one thing," Xianxia looked at him and said seriously, "since we've decided to get married, many things before marriage should come to an end. Whether it's you or me, no matter who we liked before marriage, now that we're married, all these things have to come to an end. Our marriage is not only about the two of us, but also about the Jiang family, the Yan family, and Chi-Chi. So, under normal circumstances, no matter what happens, I won't care about it, and I won't divorce you. But," Xianxia said seriously, "if you fall in love with someone else or get involved with someone else, I don't care if you knew this person before marriage or after marriage. I won't stay in the same room with you anymore. At that time, I hope we can get a peaceful divorce. Why aren't you worried that you're in love with someone else or that you've rekindled your old flame?" Jiang Machen asked. When Xianxia heard that, he knew that Jiang Machen had investigated him and knew about the past between the original owner and Li Xinran. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you think you're good enough?" "Of course," Jiang Machen said confidently. "That's right." Xianxia leaned back in his seat and said calmly, "Since you're good enough and I'm with you all the time, why would I fall in love with someone else?" Jiang Machen was stunned by his rhetorical question. This sentence, why did it sound like he was flirting with him? Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't think so much. When it's time to fall in love, it's useless to say so much now. If it's not time to fall in love, it's useless to say these words. Remember what I said. Let bygones be bygones. Don't look back in the future, and don't do anything to hurt the other party. Even if there's no love between us, we have to create a peaceful and warm environment for Chi-Chi to grow up in. Understand?" Jiang Machen reached out and took his hand down. "Don't worry. Chi-Chi is my son. I care more about him than you do." "That's good." After Xianxia finished speaking, she didn't stay any longer. She said goodbye to him, got out of the car, and walked back to her neighborhood. Jiang Machen watched him walk away from his car step by step and frowned silently. Xianxia's back was very beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a kind of indifference and confidence. He looked at her quietly and unconsciously thought of what he had just said. It was hard for him to reconcile this Xianxia with the stupid and pretentious Xianxia that he had seen in the information. He was momentarily confused. What kind of personality did this person have? Did he really marry me just for that 50 million? He thought of what Xianxia had said just now, I'm facing you all the time. Why would I like someone else? Jiang Machan suddenly felt a little irritated. Could it be that he liked him? However, before this thought could germinate, it was pushed back into the soil by him. To him, it didn't matter whether Xianxia liked him or not. Since he didn't like Xianxia, there was no need for him to speculate about other people's feelings. He collected his thoughts. The moment Xianxia walked into the neighborhood, he turned the car around and drove back. He didn't need or want to spend any effort on Xianxia. He just wanted to live together and take what he needed. There was no need for him to pursue so much. Soon, Xianxia and Jiang Machan registered their marriage on a sunny day. The marriage certificate was very red. It was no different from the marriage certificates he had seen before he transmigrated. He looked at the marriage certificate in his hand and sighed deeply. Jiang Machan looked at him. What's wrong? Are you regretting it? No, I'm just lamenting that my short and happy single life is coming to an end just like that. Haven't you heard that marriage is the grave of love? There's no love between us, Jiang Machan interrupted him and reminded him. That's even scarier. Xianxia looked at him. An ordinary marriage is just a grave. What about us? We're a desolate grave with no end in sight. Jiang Machan was speechless. Do you want to have a drink with me and lament the happiness of being single that's leaving us? Xianxia asked him. The two of them had been together for some time now. They were much more familiar with each other than when they first met. As a result, Jiang Machan had already shed his gentle appearance and revealed his not-so-beautiful inner self. Sure enough, after Jiang Machan heard his invitation, he snorted and said, I don't have time. Xianxia felt that he missed the Jiang Machan they first met. In any case, he still pretended to be gentle. Now, he had exposed his indifferent nature without any scruples. He pretended to be shocked and looked at the person in the driver's seat in disbelief. Today is the day we registered our marriage. You're telling me that you don't have time? Didn't you say that you would fulfill your responsibilities as a husband and try your best to satisfy my needs? Xianxia shook his head and lamented, sure enough, good-looking men are all liars. Jiang Machan looked at him coldly. When you say that, you should look at your own face in the mirror first. I'm different, Xianxia said calmly. I never lie. Look, I said I agreed to marry you, so let's get married. He waved the marriage certificate in his hand. Jiang Machan was helpless. Where are we going? You're the one who wants to go out. Why are you asking me where we're going? Of course, you're taking me home. Jiang Machan rolled his eyes at him and drove home. When they arrived at the neighborhood, Xianxia unfastened his seat belt and was about to get out of the car. Jiang Machan also unfastened his seat belt. What's wrong? Did you leave something at home? Yes, I left my wine at home. Xianxia nodded, but suddenly realized something. Wait, did he agree to drink with me? He turned his head and asked tentatively, did you leave something behind? What? Me. Xianxia pointed at himself. The two of them played jigsaw puzzles with Chi for a while. Seeing that Chi was a little sleepy, they helped him wash up and coaxed him to sleep. Then they started drinking. They sat on the chairs in the master bedroom with a small coffee table in the middle. Xianxia felt that it was a little boring to just drink, so he suggested that they play something. Jiang Machan thought about it, found a deck of poker cards in the drawer, and started playing. Xianxia was playing poker with him, drinking wine and talking at the same time. Jiang Machan didn't talk much at first, but after drinking too much, he started to sigh. In the end, the two of them stopped playing poker. Instead, they leaned against the chairs and talked, complaining about their unhappiness. Jiang Machan didn't understand. Do you think I'm obsessed? Otherwise, why would I like someone so much? Xianxia knew that he was talking about Little White Lotus. After thinking about it, he could only reply, I guess so. Jiang Machen was silent for a while. Suddenly, he turned to him and asked, "Have you liked anyone before?" "No." Yan Qingqi denied it as usual. Jiang Machen snorted, "You're not being nice. You just broke up with your boyfriend." Yan Qingqi thought to himself, "That's not my boyfriend." However, this matter was related to his time travel, so he smiled perfunctorily and said, "We broke up. I don't like her anymore." Jiang Machen was really a little drunk. He didn't continue to pester him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I don't like her anymore." Yan Qingqi turned to look at him and saw that his face was hazy with confusion. He muttered, "I don't like it anymore." "Then remember what you said." "Of course I remember." He turned to look at Yan Qingqi and said, "I even remember that we got our marriage certificate today." After he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up and walked directly to Yan Qingqi. He picked him up and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to consummate our marriage." Yan Qingqi had wanted to struggle to get down, but when she heard this, she was stunned. "What did you say?" Jiang Machen turned around and walked a few steps. He threw him on the bed and began to unbutton his shirt. "What else can I say? We're already married. Naturally, we should fulfill our duties as husband and wife. Who wants to fulfill the duty of husband and wife with you?" Yan Qingqi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled around on the bed and got off. Jiang Machen saw that he was about to slip away, so he took a step forward and grabbed him. "What? You dare to get married but don't dare to drive? You are drunk, and you still want to drink and drive?" Yan Qingqi looked down. "Didn't they say that drunken sex was nonsense?" Jiang Machen met his gaze. Surprisingly, their minds were connected. "You can give it a try. See how drunk I am and whether I can drive under the influence. A drop of wine for a driver, 2 lines of tears for a family member." Yan Qingqi tried to persuade him. Jiang Machen's face was gentle. "Don't worry. Your family member won't shed 2 lines of tears. At most, you will shed 2 lines of tears." Yan Qingqi struggled and said, "Look, you even learned how to draw from me." Jiang Machen snorted. "That counts?" "Of course it counts. Although it's not official, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You can't treat your father like this. You can remind me of this when we drive to the edge of the city, Dad." Yan Qingqi was exasperated. "Why don't you listen to me?" Jiang Machen pulled him back and pressed him firmly under his body. "You don't listen to me either." After he finished speaking, he began to unbutton Yan Qingqi's shirt. Yan Qingqi pressed down on his hand. "One last question. Can you accept us each doing it once?" Jiang Machen moved closer to him. His lips were almost touching his lips. He said, "Baby, I can accept us doing it a few more times in a night." Yan Qingqi understood. He let go of his hands and spread them to both sides. He looked like he was ready to die. "Come on, let's get this over with." Jiang Machen felt that he was really drunk. He actually thought that Yan Qingqi was cute like this. He patted Yan Qingqi's face. "That's a little difficult." As it turned out, Jiang Machen's words were still very useful. After they came down from Mount Akina and returned to the city center, Yan Qingqi lay on the bed. He felt that his body was weak. He deeply felt that Jiang Machen was indeed the main character in the novel. He had the aura of a main character who was good at sex. When Yan Qingqi woke up the next morning, he felt a sense of helplessness from being bound. He lowered his head and saw that Jiang Machen was still holding him in his arms. The reason why it was still was because Jiang Machen had suddenly turned over and hugged him in the middle of the night last night. Yan Qingqi had always been a light sleeper. When he was hugged like this, he almost broke free from the other party and dislocated the other party's arm. It was only a second before he made a move that his brain reacted in time. That was why he didn't let Yan Qingqi fall asleep. On the wedding night, the husband's blood stains the wedding bed. Is this a moral decay or a twisted human nature? He reached out to take Jiang Machen's hand away, but Jiang Machen reflexively grabbed his hand. "What?" Jiang Machen asked in a daze. "I should get up." Jiang Machen forced his eyes open and took a look at his phone. "It's only 7 o'clock. Why are you up so early?" "I'm going for a morning run." Xianxia patted his hand with his other hand and motioned for him to let go. Jiang Machan let go of his hand. Where are you going? Xianxia rolled out of bed. I'm going to the gym at home. I want to use your treadmill. Jiang Machan thought that he was going for a morning run, but it turned out that he was in the house. Then why are you up so early? I'm used to it. After he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Machan looking him up and down. Why are you looking at me like that? I admire you. It seems like you're not affected at all. You didn't go to bed until 2 o'clock last night, but you still woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning and went for a morning run in high spirits. You're amazing. I really underestimated you. Xianxia turned around and smiled perfunctorily. Then he walked to the bathroom. He quickly washed up, changed into his sportswear, left the bedroom, and went to the gym on the second floor. After running for about 40 minutes, Xianxia felt the door open. He turned around and saw Chi standing at the door. She stuck her head out and looked inside. He looked at his watch, stopped the treadmill, and walked to the door. When Chi saw him coming over, he turned around and pressed himself against the wall to hide. When Xianxia saw this, she deliberately walked to the door and leaned her upper body out first. Wow. She clenched her hands into claws and said, I caught you. Chi was amused. She giggled and took 2 steps back. Xianxia walked out and patted his head. Are you hungry? Chi nodded. Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll cook for you later. Chi nodded again. Xianxia brought him to the living room and asked him to sit on the sofa to watch TV. Then he went back to the bedroom to get a set of clothes. He looked at Jiang Machan's sleeping profile. He did not want to wake him up, so he went to the guest room to take a shower. Aunt Zhang had something going on at home, so she had applied for leave at the last minute. They had to do a lot of things themselves. Xianxia looked at the fridge and asked Chi. Do you want some porridge? Chi nodded. Shall I heat up some buns for you? Okay, Chi replied softly. He nodded as he got off the sofa and walked over to Xianxia. Xianxia made some milk for him and handed him the bottle. Drink this first. You can eat later. Chi took the bottle and lowered his head to drink the milk. Xianxia took the ingredients and went into the kitchen. Seeing him go in, Chi followed him in with her short legs. Do you know what this is? Xianxia asked him as he washed the rice. Rice. Chi was still young. She was still at the age of childlike innocence. When she reached the stairs, she wanted to jump down out of habit. However, she realized that there was an adult beside her. Therefore, she immediately changed her mind and followed Xianxia down the stairs step by step. Xianxia noticed his change and asked him, Do you want to play? Chi looked up at him. Jump, Xianxia said as he jumped down the stairs like he had just done. It's your turn. Chi was a little confused and stared at him in a daze. Xianxia patiently coaxed him, Jump down like I did just now. Only then did Chi move forward a little. With a leap, she jumped to the next step. Xianxia jumped down another step and turned to look at Chi. Chi did not hesitate this time and quickly jumped down after him. They jumped down the entire flight of stairs. Xianxia asked him, Is it fun? Chi nodded. Then we can play in the future. Chi's eyes lit up. It's just that, Xianxia emphasized, you can't play secretly when you're alone. You can only play when Dad or I are around. Chi nodded. Do you know why? Chi did not say anything. Xianxia smiled and said, If you don't know why, you're still nodding. Chi lowered his head in embarrassment. Xianxia took his hand and bent down to touch the edge of the stairs. Because if Dad and I are not around and you're playing alone, if you're not careful, you'll bump here. It'll hurt a lot and it might even leave a scar. Chi looked up at him. Xianxia nodded and said, I bumped into it when I was young. It hurt so much that I cried for a long time. Chi was a little surprised. Uncle will bump into it too? Yes, so Chi, you have to be obedient. Otherwise, it'll really hurt if you bump into it. Chi nodded and said, Chi understands. Good boy. Yan Qingqi kissed his forehead. Chi-Chi was a little surprised and reached out to touch his forehead. Then, he became a little shy. Yan Qingqi saw the sudden change in his expression and was a little surprised. Had Jiang Machan not kissed him before? He thought. Otherwise, he would not be so obviously shy. He did not ask Qi and decided to ask Jiang Machan some other day. Let's go and eat. At the corner of the stairs not far away, Jiang Machan stood quietly, silently watching everything that had just happened. At first, he did not expect Yan's to be so friendly with Qi. Although Qi was obedient and sensible, he was too quiet. Sometimes, he was so quiet that he did not know how to get close to him. However, Yan Qingqi did not seem to be troubled by this. He would accompany Qi and not talk. Sometimes, he would take the initiative to play other games with him and try to get him to talk. He was handsome and looked a little frivolous and arrogant. However, he was always very gentle and patient with Qi. He would play with him, consider his feelings, and reason with him seriously. He was actually more suitable to be with Qi than Yan Qingqi. There was a row of claw machines not far away. Yan Qingqi glanced over and realized that the two machines at the side were shorter than the others. The settings were also different from the ones at the side. They seemed to be specially designed for children. He asked Qi, "Do you want to catch a claw machine?" Qi leaned over to take a look. Then, he pointed at a white puppy. "Do you like this one?" Yan Qingqi asked him. Qi nodded slightly. Yan Qingqi handed him the coin in his hand. "Put this in here. Then, press this and you'll be able to catch the claw machine," he instructed Qi. Qi did as he said and put the coin in. Then, he started to catch the claw machine. However, he had never played it before. He swung his little paws a few times and barely touched the claw machine. Then, the time was up. Qi looked up at Yan Qingqi in confusion. Yan Qingqi helped him put in another coin. Again. Qi held the handle and tried again, but he still couldn't catch the claw machine. Yan Qingqi looked around and pointed at a little turtle that looked easier to catch. "Try to catch this one." Qi obediently put down his little paws and tried to catch it. However, he fell back down as soon as he caught it. Qi was a little unwilling. He turned to look at Yan Qingqi. Again. "Okay." Yan Qingqi smiled and put in another coin for him. Qi held the handle and stared at the little turtle without blinking. He grabbed it and carefully moved it toward the exit. However, when he was about to reach the exit, he let go of his paws and the turtle fell back down. Again, Qi continued. He let go of the handle and clapped his hands. Then, he took a small breath and held his breath as he started a new round. Yan Qingqi watched as he pursed his lips. His eyes were almost glued to the claw machine. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Finally, the claw was right above the exit. Qi pressed the release button, and the tortoise fell straight down. Qi happily squatted down and took out the little turtle. The turtle wasn't big, only the size of his palm. Qi held the little turtle and looked at it carefully. Then, he turned around and handed the turtle out. Yan Qingqi looked at him stretching out his hand to hand the turtle to her and asked, "For me?" Qi nodded. Her cat eyes curved into crescents, and her eyes were filled with joy. Yan Qingqi took it and pinched it. "It's very cute. Qi is amazing." Qi smiled shyly and lowered her head. "Since you gave me a doll, I'll give you one too," Yan Qingqi said. He looked at the row of claw machines and asked Qi, "Which doll do you like? Do you still want that puppy?" Qi looked up and looked seriously. Then, he pointed at a bigger white lamb. "Okay," Yan Qingqi said and inserted a coin. He shook the claw in the claw machine and felt it. Then, he directly grabbed at the lamb. Qi immediately went over and clung to the claw machine nervously. Then, he saw the lamb fall down. He looked up at Yan Qingqi sadly. Yan Qingqi smiled. "It's okay. I'll catch it next time." Qi nodded and said firmly, "Okay." Yan Qingqi had caught it once, so he had a good understanding of the claw machine. He began to use the claw machine skills he had learned over the years. Soon, he caught the lamb. He handed the lamb to Chi-Chi. You gave me a little turtle, and I'll give you a lamb. This is for you. Chi-Chi was still immersed in the surprise of him suddenly catching the lamb. She didn't react and stared at him blankly. Xianxia saw that he did not speak for a long time, and his eyes slowly lowered. He knew that he was still reluctant, so he reached out and touched his head. Has your father ever taken you to eat hamburgers and fried chicken? He asked. Chi-Chi knew how to answer this question, so he immediately shook his head and said cooperatively, no. Then let's eat this. You kids should like it. Xianxia pulled him into a fast food restaurant and ordered a hamburger, fried chicken, fries, and sundaes. He also ordered a drink for Chi-Chi. Try it. See if you like it. He opened the hamburger and handed it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi took a bite and tasted the salad dressing. He felt that it was sweet and sour, so he ate a few more bites. Xianxia looked at his expression and knew that he liked it. He ate while talking to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi ate less and was full before him. Xianxia touched his belly. Round. Chi-Chi reached out to touch his belly and said in confusion, yours is not round. Xianxia laughed. Of course I'm not round. Children are cute when they are round, but adults are heart-wrenching when they are round. Chi-Chi did not understand. Xianxia tapped his nose. Let's go. We should go home. When they passed by a bookstore, Xianxia took Chi-Chi to buy some books. I can teach you how to read in the future. Can you read now? Chi-Chi nodded. Chi-Chi is very good. You have to keep working hard. Okay. Chi-Chi looked at him with smiling eyes. After being out for a day and returning home, the two of them were inevitably a little tired. Xianxia bathed Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi originally planned to watch cartoons, but after watching for 10 minutes, she fell asleep. Xianxia picked him up and put him on the bed. She covered him with a blanket and piled the dolls she had caught today on the other side of the bed before leaving. He took a quick shower and went back to his room to turn on his computer. Coincidentally, his agent, Li Jiang, sent him a WeChat message, saying that he had sent him a new script and wanted him to take a look. Xianxia replied with a thank you. She felt that the agent of the original owner of the body was quite dedicated to the original owner of the body. After she rejected the two scripts, the agent quickly picked another one for her. He opened his mailbox and looked at it. It was a very simple role with few scenes. It existed purely to drive the plot forward. There were no flashpoints or memorable points, just like his role in the previous two scripts. No wonder he didn't need to audition, Xianxia thought. Indeed, there was no need to specially select an actor for a role that was dispensable and could be replaced by anyone else. He had a headache, but more than that, he felt helpless. 3 such dispensable roles in a row proved that he could only accept such a script. And this kind of role could only be used for a salary and had no other use. Xianxia sighed. He felt that this was it. In a new world, he didn't want to repeat the same path. Following the identity of the original owner of the body and becoming an actor was the most convenient and suitable choice for now. After all, he was just a newcomer. One step at a time, one step at a time. As he was thinking, he heard the sound of the door opening. Xianxia looked up and saw Jiang Machan walk in. You're still awake? Jiang Machan took off his coat and sat down beside him. He looked at Xianxia's computer. This is? My agent sent me the script. Xianxia didn't hide it from him. Take a look. Help me see if I should accept it. You trust me that much? Jiang Machan teased. Xianxia was very natural. You are more professional than me in this area. Shouldn't I ask for your opinion? Jiang Machan was very pleased with his subtle compliment. He looked at the script and thought that Xianxia was now considered one of his people. It was appropriate for him to help him when appropriate. He didn't want his partner to be unknown in the past and be on the verge of retiring from the entertainment industry in the future. Moreover, Jiang Machan glanced at Xianxia. If he continued to be unknown, it would be a waste of his reputation. There's no value in accepting this role. He finished reading the script quickly and gave his own judgment. Are all the scripts you're in contact with now like this? Xianxia nodded. This is the third one. The first two aren't even as good as this one. Jiang Machan sized him up for a while and asked curiously, which company did you sign with? Auntie Zhang finished her work at home and came back quickly. Seeing that Aunt Zhang was back, Jiang Machan thought that it was time to introduce Xianxia to his friends. Their marriage was very rushed. There was no wedding or public announcement. The two families just had a meal together. He and Xianxia went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. That was all. Jiang Machan looked at Xianxia sitting on the ground and working on a puzzle with Chi. His slender and beautiful fingers were clean and fair. At this moment, he finally found his conscience. Even if they hadn't had a wedding, even if Xianxia wasn't a woman and didn't need a luxurious dress, a delicate bouquet, or a dazzling diamond ring, he didn't even think of buying a pair of rings for the two of them. However, Xianxia didn't say anything. Except for the 50 million yuan at the beginning, he didn't ask for anything else. It seemed that he didn't have any objections to this simple and formless marriage. Jiang Machan couldn't help but look at the man in front of him again. Was he really only doing this for the 50 million yuan? Was there no other purpose? According to his previous understanding, Xianxia shouldn't be such a good-tempered person. Was all this just a facade? Jiang Machan couldn't figure it out. Aunt Zhang finished cooking at this time. Time to eat. Xianxia pulled Chi up and took him to the bathroom to wash his hands. What is this? He asked. Water faucet, Chi answered. What about this? Hand sanitizer. What about this? Soap. Bingo. Chi is so smart. Jiang Machan listened to the conversation in the bathroom. For a moment, he felt strange. When Xianxia took Chi out of the bathroom and sat down at the table, Jiang Machan walked past Xianxia and whispered, Chi doesn't like to talk, but he's not stupid. He already knows what you said. Xianxia gave him a look of disdain. Mr. Jiang, you don't take care of children often, right? Jiang Machan raised his eyebrows. Xianxia stood up and leaned closer to him in a low voice. It's because he doesn't like to talk that you have to induce him to talk and encourage him after he's done. Let him know that he's right to speak and that he's liked by others, understand? Jiang Machan was a little confused. Of course he didn't understand. He had never taken care of other children before Chi. Even Chi was taken care of by Aunt Zhang and his parents most of the time because of work. If Xianxia hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have realized it. Xianxia could tell from his expression that he didn't understand. That's enough. He patted Jiang Machan on the shoulder. Sit down and eat. Jiang Machan sat on the other side of Chi. As he ate, he thought about what Xianxia had just said. Then he stretched out his chopsticks and pointed at the dish in front of him. Chi, what dish is this? Egg. What about this? Fish. What about this? Eggplant. What about this? Xianxia looked at the father and son beside him who suddenly began to ask and answer questions about the names of the vegetables. He felt that Jiang Machan was quite good at applying what he had learned. After asking around, Jiang Machan praised, Chi knows all of them. That's amazing. Chi smiled shyly and lowered his head to eat silently. Jiang Machan touched his head and looked at Xianxia on the other side. Xianxia reached out and clapped for him silently. Amazing. He mouthed. Jiang Machan felt a little proud, but he didn't show it on his face. He just silently put some food on Chi-Chi's plate. After dinner, Xianxia proposed that he would take Chi-Chi back to his home. Jiang Machan heard this and said, I'll go with you. I'll take you. To meet my friends in the evening. Xianxia was a little surprised. From the time they decided to get married to the time they got the certificate, Jiang Machan had never mentioned that he could meet his friends. He had only taken him to meet his parents and sister, and they had only met briefly. Jiang Machan's parents were very polite to him. After all, Jiang Machan's parents liked him very much. The two families reminisced about the past together. They said that if their grandfather was still alive, he would be very happy to see such a scene. As they talked, they also looked forward to the future. They felt that the Yan family's current low point was temporary. As long as the time was right, the Yan family would definitely make a comeback and create glory again. Since this was the first time he was bringing Chi-Chi to the Yan family, Yan Qingqi asked Chi-Chi to look at the photo on the phone to identify them. During their wedding banquet, Jiang Machan was worried that it would be too boring, so he did not let Chi-Chi go. Therefore, this was actually the first time Chi-Chi was meeting Yan Qingqi's parents. Chi-Chi immediately looked at the photo and recognized them. When they got out of the car and saw Yan Qingqi's parents, Chi-Chi called out softly, "Grandpa, Grandma." Yan Qingqi heard his voice and immediately came over to ask, "Where's me?" Chi-Chi whispered, "Auntie." Yan Qingqi saw that he was small and soft, like a little glutinous rice ball. She could not help but want to pinch him. She reached out her hand, but then she remembered that Yan Qingqi said in the WeChat group that this child was a little afraid of strangers. Therefore, she changed her posture and gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome." Yan Qingqi was almost amused by her stiff change of attitude. Fortunately, Chi-Chi could not tell and smiled shyly. Since the two of them came after dinner, Yan Qingqi's parents only prepared some snacks. Yan Qingqi's mother hugged Chi-Chi and chatted with Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan about their married life while talking to Chi-Chi. Yan Qingqi answered very cooperatively and teased Chi-Chi with candy. Jiang Machan sat beside him and cooperated with him. Yan Qingqi sat on the other side and looked at the family of three with her chin in her hands. She suddenly felt that this scene was not bad. At least it was very pleasing to the eye. However, she was still a little worried about her brother. Could a marriage without love really be happy? Jiang Machan was backed by the Jiang family, and he was a famous person. He could afford to lose, and it did not matter to him. However, what about her brother? If they broke up and divorced in the future, what would he do then? She was a little worried, but her worries were useless other than making everyone unhappy. Therefore, Yan Qingqi didn't say anything. She only hoped that the scene in front of her was real, that her brother and Jiang Machan got along well. As they got along, they would slowly feel each other's strengths and get to know each other and love each other. Of course, the premise was that her brother could restrain his temper like he had recently and maintain his current calmness and understanding. After dinner, Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan left with Chi-Chi. They first sent Chi-Chi home and then went to meet Jiang Machan and his friends. 5 was a bar where Jiang Machan and his friends often gathered. It had the best wine, the most beautiful singing, the most lively music, and the most exciting dancing. At the same time, it also had the quietest private room and the most complete game facilities. Everything you wanted, including security and privacy, could be satisfied to the greatest extent. Jiang Machan swiped his card and walked in with Yan Qingqi. However, the two of them had just walked a few steps when they saw a person running towards them. Yan Qingqi instinctively dodged and made way for the person. Who would have thought that after running past him, she would stop abruptly and even turn around to look at him? Then, she hugged his arm and leaned against him. Yan Qingqi looked at the person in his arms who completed this series of actions with a blank face. He was simply confused. He tried to pull and found that the person hugged him tightly. Yan Qingqi was about to ask him, "Brother, are you drunk?" Then he heard the koala in his arms shout, "It's him. He's the person I like." Now Yan Qingqi didn't have to ask. He was definitely drunk, and unreasonably drunk. "I seem to," Yan Qingqi said helplessly. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the koala in his arms. "I know you don't like me. I like you, that's enough." "No, it's okay. I can wait. I won't ask you to take responsibility. I just like you." Yan Qingqi stopped talking. He turned to look at Jiang Machan. "I'm innocent." Jiang Machan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Then he looked at the person who was hugging Yan Qingqi and refused to let go. Finally, he looked at the person who had just appeared in front of him. Yan Qingqi followed his gaze and roughly glanced at the 3 people who had just appeared with the koala beside him. Their positions were obvious at a glance. The man in the lead looked to be in his late 20s. He had a serious expression on his face, and his handsome eyes were sharp. His gaze was fixed on Yan Qingqi's side. He even frowned slightly because of his displeasure. It was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Xianxia turned to look at the koala beside him. I've already said that I truly love you. Can you not always think of pushing me to the side? Koala instantly opened his mouth and shot out his bullets. Xianxia was speechless. He looked at the man in front of him, who was on the verge of exploding. Then he looked at Xianxia. Give me 3 minutes. After he finished speaking, he turned around and dragged the koala to the side. Xianxia was surprised. He looked at the person beside him, who was equally surprised. Mr. Wei, can you explain what happened? Wei Sun turned to look at him. Before that, shouldn't you explain what this is? Xianxia dragged the koala to a corner and let go. I don't think I know you. Speaking of the conflict between the original owner and Wei Lan, it was actually very simple. It was nothing more than the original owner having a bad mentality and asking for a beating. The entertainment industry was a place where people worshipped the strong and stepped on the weak. The original owner, a nobody, was filming a variety show with a popular young star like Wei Lan. Whether it was the host or the staff behind the scenes, they would naturally prioritize Wei Lan. As a result, the makeup artist hurriedly did the original owner's makeup for half an hour after Wei Lan did the original owner's makeup. This was not a big deal, but the original owner felt that it was unfair and secretly complained about Wei Lan to his manager. He knew that Wei Lan had a lot of power behind him, so he did not dare to go overboard. Thus, he began to complain that Wei Lan looked bright and handsome, but was actually not good-looking at all. It was all makeup and packaging. Otherwise, why would it take so long to do makeup on a variety show? Wei Lan was ugly. His skin was not good, his eyebrows were not good, his nose was not good, and his mouth was not good. His height was definitely fake. He must have worn height pads. His figure was not good either. He looked very bloated. The manager could not go against his conscience and was about to persuade him when he heard him say that when he became famous one day, he would make Wei Lan obediently stand by his side and wait for him to do his makeup. He would make Wei Lan his companion and call him brother every day. Wei Lan heard this when he came out of the bathroom. He thought to himself, you're really thinking too much. No matter how popular you are, as long as I don't want to, no one can make me a supporting character, let alone call you brother. He was never one to make himself suffer. Thus, he turned and appeared in front of Xianxia and asked him, do you know who my brother is? The original owner was so scared that he almost knelt on the spot. Wei Lan saw that he was terrified and did not argue with him. He said, be careful with your words next time. Then, he left. Xianxia thought about it and felt that Wei Lan was quite polite to the original owner. That was why he only gave him a verbal warning. He did not even make things difficult for him when they were filming the variety show together. Why would he suddenly think of him today? What happened back then was my fault. I spoke without thinking. I was not in a good mood. I apologize. Oh, you're so obedient this time. Wei Lan was surprised. Why? Have you changed? Xianxia smiled awkwardly. So can you tell me what happened? Do you want to know? Wei Lan smiled. Xianxia. That won't do. Wei Lan straightened up and looked at him. I still want you to be my boyfriend. Xianxia really didn't know what was wrong with the person in front of him. Was it because the night sky was too beautiful and the lights were too dazzling? Otherwise, why would Wei Lan say something so crazy? To tell you the truth, I'm already married. What did you say? Wei Lan was surprised. How did you get married? So early? Xianxia nodded. You don't understand. In a family like ours, our parents' request is that we must not fall in love while we are still in school. We must get married as soon as we graduate from university. So I followed the family policy and got married. Wei Lan did not really understand, but that did not stop him from understanding the basic situation. Really? Really? If you lie to me, you will never be popular in this lifetime. If I lie to you, I will never be popular in this lifetime. Xianxia readily agreed. Wei Lan was a little discouraged. If I had known, I would not have chosen you. I should have chosen Xianxia directly. Xianxia was speechless. Don't look at me like that. I just wanted to diss my brother. That's why I chose you. You're obviously not his type. If I had chosen Xianxia, my brother would probably have to think twice. He would think that our careers are suitable and our backgrounds are similar. He might even ask the Jiang family if they are willing to marry him. So, you just want to make your brother angry? Yes. Then why do you have to drag me into this? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. What if your brother doesn't like me and makes a move on me? He won't kill you. At most, he will suppress you. You are already a nobody. What are you afraid of? Xianxia felt a little speechless. Wei Lan thought for a moment. Also, my brother might go crazy and take out 10 million yuan to make you leave me. When that happens, you can just say to him, is your brother only worth this much money? And get him to add a zero. Then, he will transfer the money to me. Xianxia said. I don't think your brother will give me 10 million yuan to make me leave you. He will only ask me if I want to use my left hand or my right hand. If I don't leave, he will break both my hands. Wei Lan heard this and laughed. You are much more interesting than before. Xianxia was helpless. Okay, I won't get involved in the matters between you two brothers. I will go back first. Remember to explain to your brother that this is a misunderstanding. Don't. Wei Lan pulled him back. I just said in front of him that you are my true love. If I deny it now, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Wait a few days. I will say that I am sick of you and that is why I dumped you. There is a beginning and an end? After resolving the issue with Wei Lan, Xianxia followed Xianxia all the way to the second floor. It was quieter than the first floor. It also looked more stylish. Xianxia stopped in front of a door. He pushed the door open and walked in. Xianxia followed him in. She realized that the room was quite spacious. The room was designed like a suite. The main hall was designed like a KTV. There was a flight of stairs next to the main hall. On the stairs was an indoor game area. There were games such as billiards and board games. When they saw the two of them enter, the people who were singing stopped. The room was quiet for a moment. Xianxia heard the person holding the microphone say, Xianxia. Aren't you going to introduce us? Xianxia and Xianxia sat down on the sofa. My marriage partner, Xianxia. Then, he looked at the four people on the sofa and introduced them one by one, Liao Sibo, Yu Shihe, Rensu, Sun Sun. Xianxia nodded. She had a general understanding of the four people. After all, they were Xianxia's friends. She had read about them in the original novel. Liao Sibo, Yu Shihe, and Rensu were Xianxia's childhood friends. They had known Xianxia since they were students. Although Xianxia had entered the entertainment industry, they had a good relationship. Among them, Liao Sibo could be said to have written the most about the original book. The reason was very simple. It was because he also had some vague feelings for Little Lotus, but because of his many years of friendship with Xianxia, he had never faced his own heart. However, this did not prevent him from cheering for Little Lotus and crying out for Little Lotus. As for Sun Sun, he was different from the other three. He was Xianxia's friend in the entertainment industry. The two of them had become close friends after working together on a film. Later, Xianxia brought him to meet his childhood friends. Sun Sun was talkative and humorous. He quickly integrated into Xianxia's circle of friends and got together with them. Before they arrived, Yu Shihe was playing dice and drinking with Rensu. When he heard Xianxia introduce Xianxia, he said naturally, Xianxia, you're not a good friend. You said that you'd be single together. Not only did you secretly get married, you even brought sister-in-law out so late to introduce her to us. You have to drink as punishment. Yes, drink as punishment, Rensu jeered. Jiang took the opportunity to drink a glass. I wanted you guys to meet her. You're all so busy. If you want to meet your fiancé, no matter how busy you are, you can still find the time. Oh, so you weren't the one who just got off the plane last night, President Ren. Shut up. You talk too much. Rensu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was the youngest among them and the wildest. Originally, he thought that he could have fun for a few more years with his older brothers and sisters supporting him. However, his grandfather had thrown a half-dead company to him and said that he wanted to see results within a year. Rensu was so scared that he instantly became dispirited. Every day, he worried about his grandfather's exam at the end of the year. The music was still playing. Jiang Machin asked Yan Qingqi if she wanted to sing. Yu Shihe passed the microphone on the table to her. Yan Qingqi shook her head and passed the microphone to Jiang Machin. You sing. Are you embarrassed? Jiang Machin asked in a low voice. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. In the end, she didn't want to expose the fact that she was tone deaf. Therefore, she smiled. I haven't heard you sing yet. As soon as he said this, he heard a sneer. Liao Sibo's breath brushed against the microphone, magnifying the contempt in his laughter. Yan Qingqi looked up and saw Liao Sibo leaning against the sofa with a microphone in his hand. He chuckled. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. My words were too old-fashioned. Jiang Machin's face immediately turned cold. Yan Qingqi looked at him and replied with an ode to show that he understood. Liao Sibo was probably dissatisfied with his casual reply. He deliberately asked, Do you think I said something wrong? Liao Sibo, shut up, Jiang Machin said coldly. Oh, I haven't even said anything yet and you're already defending her. Jiang Machin was speechless. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Jiang Machin, you got married without even telling me. Do you still think of us as friends? Do you still think of me as your brother? So? Jiang Machin asked him. Do I have to call all of you one by one before I get married and ask if I can get married at my age? Should I get married? Who said you can't get married? It's just that you got married to a random person. Is this fair to you, to Yuan Mingxiu, and even to him? Yuan Mingxiu was the main character of the original novel, and Little Lotus was also the White Lotus. Jiang Machin's face instantly darkened. He said, Liao Sibo, shut up. Liao Sibo sneered and turned to look at Yan Qingqi. You too. You've only known each other for a few days and you just casually married a stranger. What do you see in him? Is it his face or his money? Are you that cheap? Jiang Machin stood up and reached out to grab Liao Sibo's collar. Yu Shihe and Rensu hurriedly held him back. They tried to persuade him as they scolded, Liao Sibo, are you F*** crazy? Hurry up and apologize to sister-in-law and Mo Chin. Liao Sibo smiled contemptuously. Okay, I'll apologize. I'll punish myself with a glass. After he finished speaking, he took a glass of wine from the table and downed it in one gulp. The confident Yan Qingqi faced off against the confident Liao Sibo. Liao Sibo crossed his arms and stood opposite him. You go first. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. Sure. Then he kicked off the ball. Rensu nudged Jiang Machin. Sai, your partner is quite interesting. Liao Sibo was furious when he kissed you on purpose just now. He looked at Jiang Machin. Speaking of which, why did he react so strongly? F***ck, does Liao Sibo have a crush on you? Jiang Machin looked at him speechlessly. You've never passed a language test since you were young, right? Nonsense, I failed in English. More or less. Anyway, it's related to reading comprehension. That's because I can't remember the words. That's why I can't understand them. So it's an honor to not remember words? Rensu was about to refute when Liao Sibo laughed. Oh, I thought you were very good just now, but you're just SOSO. Rensu turned his head and saw that the person beside the table had changed. It was Liao Sibo's turn. Sai, don't worry. When Liao Sibo is done playing, I'll take him away immediately. This guy is too much today. He's asking for a beating. Then let's beat him up before letting him go. Rensu thought for a moment. Okay, as long as you don't hit his face. Otherwise, his mother will cry when she sees it. Jiang Machin sneered. That won't do. I'll only hit his face today. Rensu patted him on the shoulder. I hope your partner won't be angry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Machin turned to look at Yan Qingqi and saw that he was staring at Liao Sibo's movements. Was Yan Qingqi angry? He thought about it carefully, but he couldn't tell. He didn't seem to be any different from before. He still looked calm and gentle. There was no resentment or anger. It was just that sudden touch, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, with a burning heat like a spark splashing on the skin. Jiang Machan couldn't understand his emotions, just as he couldn't understand what Yan Qingqi was thinking at this moment. Yan Qingqi's thoughts were actually very simple. He felt that his hand felt pretty good. It was about time for him to win. Liao Sibo hit several balls in a row before he left the court complacently. He said with some contempt, "Don't cry when you lose later." Yan Qingqi smiled. He turned around and said, "I'll return those words back to you." "Humph, you're still boasting." Yan Qingqi ignored him, took the cue, and walked to the side of the table. He lowered his body, got into position, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then hit the cue ball. In Yan Qingqi's memory, it was a long time ago that he started playing billiards. At that time, he didn't call it billiards. He followed his father and called it billiards. At that time, he played this kind of American billiards. Later, in order to pursue the trend, he played snooker with his friends. Because of his family, Yan Qingqi had to play many games well. Of course, he had to play well because he was his father's son. His father was far from an ordinary person, and he was fortunate enough to be adopted by such a person. Naturally, he set many goals for himself. He hoped that he would be good enough. Even if his father had been washed clean and became the most ordinary uncle who raised birds and walked dogs, he would still be able to become the best of the younger generation. He would be able to protect his younger brother and protect the family's new business. Thinking of this, Yan Qingqi couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he still had a younger brother. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't be able to accept his inexplicable transmigration. Thinking of this, he missed scoring the last ball in the past. Then he turned to look at the people who were already stunned. He tilted his head slightly and said naturally, "I won." There was a smile on his lips, and he spoke in a casual tone, as if this was a natural thing. However, the other people present were obviously not as calm as him. Liao Sibo walked over. He looked at him and then at the table with a look of disbelief. Yan Qingqi asked him, "Do you want to play another round?" "Come on," Liao Sibo shouted. "You go first?" Everyone was a little surprised, but they quickly recovered. He had been humiliated by Yan Qingqi in front of everyone. He was so embarrassed and angry that he couldn't take it anymore. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan was frowning. Jiang Machan looked at Liao Sibo's back and the anger in his heart continued to rise. He wanted to chase after Liao Sibo and settle the matter with him, but he was worried that Yan Qingqi didn't know anyone else. If he left now, Yan Qingqi might feel awkward while he was away. "Mo Chen," Sun Sun called out to him. He raised his eyes and looked at the door as if he was asking for Jiang Machan's opinion. "Let him go," Jiang Machan said coldly. "If he doesn't learn how to be respectful and speak properly, he doesn't need to come back anymore." He had always had a mild temper and was indifferent to most things. Now that Yan Qingqi had spoken so coldly, Xianxia and Rensu couldn't help but exchange glances. It seemed that although this marriage was rushed, it was not only legally binding, but also emotionally binding. At the very least, Jiang Machan was willing to protect her. Okay, Rensu said, trying to smooth things over. "The annoying guy has already left. Let's not get angry over him. Sister-in-law, this is the first time you've seen us. Come, let's have a drink together. Treat it as an apology on his behalf." "Sister-in-law, don't be angry." "That's right. There's no reason for you to ruin your mood for someone else," Xianxia said as he gave Sun Sun a look. Sun Sun quickly went to get a glass of wine. Yan Qingqi had never been a pushover. She smiled, accepted the wine, and had a drink with them. The matter was finally resolved. When everyone was almost done, Jiang Machan and Yan Qingqi decided to leave. Both of them had drunk and couldn't drive. Jiang Machan was also a public figure, so he simply called his assistant over. In the quiet car, Yan Qingqi sat by the window. She opened the window slightly and looked out at the wind. Jiang Machan looked at him quietly. After arriving at the destination, the assistant said a few words to Jiang Machin and then left. Xianxia was a little sleepy. She pushed the door open and was about to get out of the car when she suddenly heard Jiang Machin say, "I'm sorry." Xianxia turned to look at him and saw Jiang Machin's serious expression. "Liao Sibo is my friend, but he embarrassed you in public today." "I'm sorry." Xianxia didn't expect Jiang Machin to apologize to him so seriously. He thought that the matter was over after he slapped Liao Sibo in the face and made him apologize. He didn't expect Jiang Machin to still care about it. Does this have anything to do with Jiang Machin? Of course there was. That was his friend, but he had directly spoken ill of him. He did not restrain his friend well, so of course he was at fault. However, he could only be at fault. Liao Sibo's mouth was on him. Even if he had promised Jiang Machin that he would never have a conflict with him, who could guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly change his mind and publicly insult him? In the end, Liao Sibo couldn't calm down because he wasn't Yuan Mingxiu. It had nothing to do with Jiang Machin or himself. If it had been anyone else who wasn't Yuan Mingxiu who appeared beside Jiang Machin today, they would have had the same result. Therefore, there was no need to be calculative. Xianxia didn't like to be calculative about these things. To him, if someone had wronged him, he only needed to teach them a lesson. He had the ability to solve problems, so there was no need to continue wasting time and energy on things that had already been solved. He smiled. "So, you kept staring at me just now because of this?" "Of course not," Jiang Machin habitually retorted. He looked at Xianxia and didn't know why he suddenly asked this question. Then he remembered that he had indeed stared at him for a long time just now. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed, but because of what he was concerned about now, he could only continue to say seriously, "Liao Sibo and I are both responsible for what happened today. There won't be a next time. I promise you." "Okay." Xianxia's tone was straightforward. Jiang Machin was a little confused. "You're not angry?" "Of course I'm angry. It's just that I've already taught him a lesson, and he has also apologized to me. That's the end of the matter. You have a good attitude. What else can I do?" Xianxia looked at him. "Do you want me to keep being angry and questioning you about your friend? Do you want me to do that? I hope that you're really not angry, and not just patronizing me because you're worried about me." Xianxia didn't know why, but he heard a trace of gentleness in his words. He thought for a moment and asked, "So, you really don't want me to be angry? You want me to be happy, right?" "Yes." "How about this? Promise me one thing, and I'll completely forget about this matter. The next time I see your friends, I'll treat it as if it was the first time I saw them." "What is it?" "Tomorrow, accompany me and Chi-Chi to the amusement park," Xianxia said cheerfully. The next morning, at the dining table, Chi-Chi was very happy to hear that they were going to the amusement park. His cat eyes widened as he squeezed the spoon between his fingers. He raised his voice and asked, "Really? Shall we go together? Will Dad and Uncle Yan be going too?" "Yes, let's go together." Xianxia touched his head. Chi-Chi laughed happily, and her eyes curved into crescents. However, Jiang Machin looked at Chi-Chi and said, "Chi-Chi, you can't call him Uncle Yan anymore." Chi-Chi didn't understand. He blinked and asked, "Why?" "Because Uncle Yan and I are married, so he is also your father," Jiang Machin said gently. Chi-Chi turned to look at Xianxia, and Xianxia smiled. Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, "So I have two fathers?" "Yes. But if you both call him Dad, it will be easy to tell them apart," Jiang Machin said again. "You can add surnames," Xianxia suggested. "Call you Dad Jiang, and call me Dad Yan." "How can a child call his parents that?" Jiang Machin disagreed. He thought for a moment and said, "You can call me Dad and Xianxia Dad from now on. This way, you can separate them." "Dad, aren't you a little too formal and serious? Why don't we let one call the other Dad? A strict father and a loving mother. Although we are both men, in the process of raising children in the future, one side must be strict and the other side must be gentle. Compared to me, you are obviously more suitable for the gentle side. So be it if you are strict. This kind of role allocation is always reasonable." Xianxia didn't refute his insistence. He looked down at Chi and saw that Chi was looking at them curiously. Then you can call me Dad and him Dad from now on. Chi nodded and replied obediently, okay, Dad. Xianxia ruffled his hair. Good boy. After dinner, Xianxia took out the book she bought yesterday and began to teach Chi how to read. Chi was very smart. He could read many words after being taught once or twice. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, Chi, let's play a game. Chi immediately put down his pencil and asked him happily, what game is it? Xianxia happened to pass by and quietly opened the door. Xianxia and Chi said, let's play a game where you ask and I answer. Each of us has 2 cards in our hands. One is like, the other is dislike. Then I will say something, and we will show the cards together. Let's see if we have the same thing. Chi-Chi's happy mood immediately dropped. He had always been reluctant to express his preferences. He was afraid that others would dislike him because he was different from others. He lowered his head and pinched his fingers without saying a word. Don't you want to play? Chi-Chi raised his head and looked at him. Let's play checkers, okay? Xianxia looked at him carefully as he said this. He could not help but feel a little sad. A few days ago, he had talked to his agent about terminating his contract. Although Li Jiang felt that it was a pity, he agreed for the sake of his future. When Li Jiang came back from abroad in a few days, he would officially terminate his contract with Xingyu and sign with Nanqing. At that time, he might be like Jiang Machin. He would not have much time to stay at home, so he would not be able to accompany and guide Chi. In September, not only would he take on a new job, but Chi would also go to school. It was okay that he did not speak and preferred to be quiet. However, Xianxia was worried that he would be bullied by other children if he did not express his emotions. This was not something he wanted to see. He thought for a moment before he picked up the eraser from the table and held it in his hands. Then he extended both his hands in front of Chi. Guess which hand has the eraser? Chi raised his head and looked at his hands. Then he reached out and touched his right hand. Xianxia opened his hands. There was nothing there. You guessed wrong. Then he opened his left hand. It's here. Chi reached out to take the eraser and looked at it carefully. Then he raised his head and looked at him with confusion in his eyes. He did not seem to understand why he was suddenly playing with him. Xianxia did not answer him directly. Instead, he asked him, do you know why you guessed wrong? Chi shook his head. Because you are not me, so you don't know what I am thinking. If you rely on guessing, you will always get it wrong. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw Chi looking at him. His lips were pursed tightly, and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. His eyes were wide open, and his black and white cat eyes were filled with sadness. It seemed that tears would fall at the slightest touch. Xianxia looked at him, and his heart was full of heartache. He shook his head and said gently, how can that be? There's no absolute right or wrong in words, so how can I not like Chi? Chi didn't say anything. He just looked at him sadly. Xianxia asked him, do you like yourself? Do you think other people, like me or your father, like you? Chi didn't know. He didn't know if Jiang Machin and Xianxia liked him or how much they liked him. His mother had told him that she loved him the most, but she still left him. The adults' love seemed to be very difficult to understand. There were always people who came to the courtyard saying that they liked them the most, but they would still leave. They would suddenly go back on their word when they said that they would bring them home. Therefore, Chi did not know whether the adults' love was real or not. She also did not know whether the other people really liked her. He looked at Xianxia in confusion. He was speechless and looked like he was about to cry. Chi, do you remember what your name is? Xianxia. Yes. Do you know what the Xi in your name means? Chi shook his head. It means of. Xianxia is Jiang Machin's Chi. He touched his hair. So, you will always be your father's child. You are his Chi, his child. Do you understand? Chi didn't quite understand. How far is forever? It's very far. Your whole life, your father's whole life. How far is a lifetime? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, you are only 5 years old now. You will grow up in the future. When you are 15 years old, you will be his Chi and his child. When you are 50 years old, you will also be his Chi. Even 500 years old? Xianxia was amused by his childish words. Yes, if Chi can live to be 500 years old. Can Chi live to be 500 years old? Chi asked him. Yes, Xianxia lied through her teeth. Chi can live for many years. Can I live to 1,000 years old like Grandpa Wisdom? Yes, Xianxia nodded with a smile. No matter how old you are, you will always be his Chi. Hearing this, Chi slowly revealed a shy, gentle, and happy smile. So, Chi, whether it's me or your father, we all like you very much. Do you know that? Chi looked at him for a long time before she slowly nodded. But it's not enough for us to like you. You have to like yourself too. How can I like myself? Chi asked him. Aren't I already me? How can I still like myself? It's very simple. Treat yourself well, believe in yourself, and be brave. You have to tell yourself every day that your father like you very much, your grandparents like you very much, and your aunt likes you very much, so Chi has to like yourself very much too. If you encounter something you like, you can tell others. If you are shy, you can whisper it to your father. If you encounter something you don't like, you can also tell others. Isn't it simple? Chi thought for a moment, leaned on his shoulder, and asked softly, what if my father doesn't like what I like? It doesn't matter. Chi is a child, and your father is a big friend. Of course, children and big friends like different things. For example, Chi likes red bean buns, but your father likes meat buns. Will your father be angry because Chi doesn't like meat buns? Chi shook her head. Will he be angry because Chi likes red bean buns? Chi shook her head again. So, you see, it's fine, right? Chi thought for a moment and was surprised. It's true. He sat on Xianxia's lap, tilted his head, and thought for a moment. Father doesn't watch cartoons, but Chi watches cartoons. Father isn't angry either. Jiang Machin was on the phone with the director of the new drama. When he saw that Jiang Machin was back, he ended the call and asked, is Chi asleep? Yes. He asked me to wake him up early in case he woke up late tomorrow. Jiang Machin smiled. If he likes it, we can take him there often. Xianxia took out his pajamas from the closet and turned to look at Jiang Machin. You? You have time? Go there often? He chuckled. How can a busy person like you have so much time? Speaking of which, why do you have time to stay at home these few days? Aren't you filming? I just finished filming a while ago, so I used this time to make up for some advertisement endorsements and magazine shoots. The new drama will only start filming next month. What about you? Have you terminated your contract with Xingyu? I'll wait for Li Jiang to come back and go through the procedures. I'll pay the penalty fee and be done with it. How much do you need? Nanjing will pay for your penalty fee. Xianxia thought about it. Since he would be working for Nanjing in the future, it would not be too bad if Nanjing paid for it. He reached out his hand and gestured a number. Jiang Machin smiled. That's all? He sized up Xianxia for a while and said in a pained voice, you're worthless. Xianxia laughed. As the saying goes, fish look for fish and shrimp look for shrimp. I'm worthless, but I found you. You can really lie with your eyes wide open. Xianxia smiled. Same here. Jiang Machin was a little helpless. Don't worry. You'll be very valuable soon. When that time comes, Xingyu will probably be upset. Thank you for your kind words, Xianxia said as he walked into the bathroom. When Xianxia came out of the bathroom, he saw Jiang Machin reading by the bedside lamp. Why aren't you asleep? He lifted the blanket and got into bed. What are you looking at? Jiang Machin showed him the cover. It was Alexander Dumas, the Count of Monte Cristo. Seeing this name reminds me of the fear of being dominated by reading notes in high school. It's quite interesting. It looks very cool too. Then you can continue watching. I'm going to sleep, Xianxia said. She wanted to lie down and sleep, but was stopped by Jiang Machen. Jiang Machen put the book in his hand on the bedside table and turned to look at him. Let's talk. Xianxia leaned against the headboard. What do you want to talk about? Jiang Machen also leaned back. Under the dim yellow light, Jiang Machen thought for a while, then slowly said, our family names have a character generation, so my sister's name is Xing Chen, and my name is Mo Chen. Our generation has the character Chen, but we put it at the end of our names. Chi-Chi's generation just happens to have the character Ji, so I named him Jiang Ji. This name, in fact, doesn't have as beautiful a meaning as you said. It's actually just a simple Ji. If it's Rua's turn, Chi-Chi might be called Jiang Ruachi. However, Jiang Machen looked at him. I like the explanation you gave to Chi-Chi. You gave a new explanation to this name, and I like this explanation very much. Xianxia was a little surprised. Although he felt Jiang Machen at the door at that time and knew that he should have heard them, he didn't expect that he would talk to him in the middle of the night because of this. I'm just saying it casually. I want Chi-Chi to believe that we like him, so that he can trust us and show us some of the emotions that he is hiding in his heart. Jiang Machen nodded. I know, but no matter what, thank you very much for this. You're welcome. After all, Chi-Chi is also my child. Of course. That's what I wanted to say. Now that I'm done, let's go to sleep. Xianxia heard this and couldn't help laughing. He thought that Jiang Machen was going to talk about something serious with him in the middle of the night. He didn't expect that he was just thanking him. Xianxia felt that Jiang Machen was a little too serious, but he suddenly remembered that Jiang Machen seemed to be just as serious when he apologized to him last night. Thinking of this, Xianxia didn't know why, but he felt that Jiang Machen was a little cute when he apologized and thanked him so seriously. Alright, since you're thanking me so earnestly, I'll tell you a little secret. What is it? Have you ever kissed Chi-Chi? The next day, Xianxia woke up Chi-Chi early and prepared to go to the amusement park. As a public figure, Jiang Machen disguised himself with makeup and glasses before leaving. When he came out of his room, Xianxia was stunned. He walked up and looked at the man in front of him carefully. Handsome, who are you? Who did you say I am? Xianxia didn't answer him. He reached out and poked Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, look at who he is. It's my father, Chi-Chi said seriously. You can recognize him? Xianxia was a little surprised. You have sharp eyes. Jiang Machen said helplessly, I took him out in this outfit before. He has seen me 2 or 3 times. How can he not remember me? Xianxia turned to look at him. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that the person in front of him was different from the Jiang Machen he knew before. He had changed into a different style of clothes, which made him look younger and livelier. He had done some makeup on his face, which weakened his handsomeness into a delicate one. With a pair of black-rimmed glasses that looked very proper, it added a scholarly air to him. It was indeed difficult to associate this Jiang Machen with the Jiang Machen on TV. Did you look like this when you were in school? Xianxia asked curiously. What are you thinking about? Jiang Machen looked at him. This is just a disguise. I looked much more handsome when I was in school. Really? Then I'll look at your school photos when we come back. You wish. After Jiang Machen rejected him, he pulled Chi-Chi to his feet. Let's go. Xianxia Amusement Park was the largest amusement park in City X. No matter what time of year, there was never a shortage of tourists, especially during winter and summer vacations. Jiang Machen looked at the sea of people in front of him. I told you to let Sunshine close the park for 1 day, but you refused. Look at what happened now. There are so many people here. What do you know? The fun of an amusement park is the more people there are. Besides, didn't Sunshine give you a VIP pass? We don't have to line up. Don't you think it's more fun to see people lining up while we walk to the VIP pass? So this is why you built your happiness on other people's pain? Well, we didn't hurt anyone. As long as they are willing to spend money, anyone can be a VIP. We got the VIP pass with our own abilities. Let's go. Xianxia waved his hand. Let's choose a ride. However, no matter how good Xianxia thought it was before he came, there was a huge difference between a ride with children and a ride without children. Xianxia sat on the merry-go-round, feeling the ups and downs of his Pegasus. He looked up at the roller coaster not far away with melancholy. He had never thought that one day he would be so close to the roller coaster and yet so far away from it. He had never thought that at his age, he would still have to ride the merry-go-round with Chi-Chi. While Xianxia was feeling melancholy, he saw Jiang Machen standing not far away with his hands in his pockets. Jiang Machen saw him and Chi-Chi turn around and take out his mobile phone to take photos of them. Xianxia turned his head gloomily and saw Chi-Chi sitting on the back of the Pegasus happily looking at him. Is it fun? He asked. Chi-Chi nodded. Xianxia smiled and reached out to rub his head. I'm glad you like it. After they finished riding the merry-go-round, Jiang Machen showed the photos he took to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi asked him, "Where's Dad? Didn't you take any photos of Dad?" Jiang Machen swiped through a few photos before he found a photo of Xianxia that he had taken by accident. In the photo, Xianxia's head was lowered and only half of his face could be seen. His eyes were calm and gentle. Chi-Chi looked up and asked him, "Isn't there a photo of Dad?" Xianxia came up with an idea when he heard this. "Chi-Chi, take your father to the merry-go-round again. Dad will take a photo of you." Chi-Chi's eyes lit up when she heard that they could ride the merry-go-round again. She immediately looked at Jiang Machen. "Jiang Machen, why don't you let your father take you there? Chi-Chi wants a photo of you." "I can't find a photo of you even if I go." "Hurry up and go." "Shut up. Just accept your fate." Jiang Machen was speechless. However, when he looked down, he saw Chi-Chi looking at him expectantly. Jiang Machen had no choice but to glare at Xianxia. "You're so dramatic." "Not as dramatic as you." "I heard from Sibo that you're married?" Yuan Mingshu asked. "Yes." "Why so sudden? You didn't even tell me." "I didn't even give you any money for your wedding." "The wedding hasn't been held yet, so no one gave me any money." "I'll give it to you at the wedding." "Oh," Yuan Mingshu replied. The two of them fell silent for a moment. "Speaking of which, who's your marriage partner?" "You don't know her." "She was betrothed to me when I was young." "Betrothed to you when you were a child?" "You're betrothed to her when you were a child?" Jiang Machen fell silent for a moment and asked, "Is there anything else?" Yuan Mingshu was stunned for a moment and stuttered, I'm just curious." "There's nothing to be curious about. You don't know her, but when you come back, you'll know her when you meet her." "What kind of person is she?" "She's quite a nice person." "Is that so?" "Congratulations." "Thank you." Yuan Mingshu fell silent again. He didn't know what to say. He held the phone and said slowly, "Actually, it's good that I'm married. After all, who doesn't have a family? It's just that." He lowered his eyes and said, "I feel like I might not be able to hold on any longer. I might not have a family of my own in this lifetime." Jiang Machen found his words a little funny and boring. He thought to himself, what's the point of saying all this to me? Yuan Mingshu, I still have something to do here. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Yuan Mingshu was left alone. He held the phone in disbelief. Jiang Machen actually hung up on him. Jiang Machen, who had always been gentle and protective of him, actually hung up on him. Yuan Mingshu couldn't believe it. He looked at the phone and suddenly panicked. Jiang Machen hung up the phone. He lowered his head, blinked, and sighed softly. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly felt a cold hand on the side of his face. He turned around reflexively, but before he could get angry, he saw Xianxia standing behind the bench. She handed him a Coke and said, "Here, my treat." Jiang Machen could only helplessly take it and say, "You are 5 years old. You are as old as Chi-Chi. Why are you still playing this game? Even Chi-Chi doesn't play this game." Hearing his name, Chi-Chi looked up and asked, "What do you want to play?" Xianxia poured a small glass of juice on his face. Chi-Chi shuddered and stepped back, but felt that the cool sensation was very comfortable, so he giggled. Look, even Chi-Chi doesn't find it cold, but you do. Uncle Jiang, are you 50 years old? Do you need some longan and wolfberry tea in a thermos? Jiang Machin was very curious about his ability to retort accurately every time. Were you in the debate team before? I think you are quite eloquent. Why don't you change your career to a talk show? You will definitely be more popular than you are now. That depends on you, boss. After I sign the contract with Nanqing in 2 days, the company won't be the one to decide the route. When the time comes, if you decide to let me do a talk show, I can only listen to you. You still know that I am your boss. I see that you are not afraid of me at all. What do you want me to be afraid of you? That I see you every day as if I see the dean? That is not impossible. But it is illegal for the dean to drive with a student. Jiang Machin almost spat out the coke in his mouth. The child is still here. Watch your words. How can you say that you want to drive on the road? Yan Qingqi laughed. Chi-Chi doesn't know what I mean. Just don't think too much. The next morning, Guan Mei appeared in front of Yan Qingqi and took him to the audition venue. There were 3 people auditioning this time, all of whom were recommended by Director Wang's acquaintances. Yan Qingqi was ranked 3rd, which wasn't a good position. If one of the 2 people in front of him performed well, then Yan Qingqi would basically be eliminated. Yan Qingqi looked up at his competitor. It would have been better if he hadn't seen her, but when he saw her, he was shocked. Why was Wei Lan here too? Guan Mei followed his gaze and looked over. Why, do you know each other? Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. Sort of. Sort of? Yan Qingqi was thinking about how to answer her when Wei Lan turned around and saw him. Oh, you're here for the audition too? Wei Lan said as he walked over to him. Yan Qingqi could only helplessly reply, yes. Jiang Machin recommended you? Yes. Hey, Wei Lan put his arm around his neck and leaned closer to him. He whispered, are you really married to Jiang Machin? Yan Qingqi clearly remembered that he had only said that he was married, but he didn't say who it was. So, he asked, how do you know it's Jiang Machin? Jiang Machin told my brother himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't believe that Jiang Machin would be with you. Is he blind? Or is it purely based on looks? Yan Qingqi was helpless. Is it really okay for you to belittle the person involved like this in front of him? Am I not telling the truth? Wei Lan looked at him. Otherwise, how do you think you're compatible with Jiang Machin? Family background? Talent? Or personality? You're only compatible with his face. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment and said seriously, I think my talent and personality are both good. Talent in all 10 fields and a personality that speaks ill of others behind their backs? As the old saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You might not believe me, but I'm just suppressing it on purpose. Wei Lan had a look of disbelief on his face. Oh, then here's your chance to showcase yourself. You don't have to suppress yourself for this audition, do you? Yan Qingqi didn't say anything. Wei Lan shook his head and clicked his tongue. Originally, I thought that I might not be able to try. Now that I look at you, I think that I might not be far from the mark. That's not necessarily true. Sure, let's make a bet. If you pass the audition, I'll delete my previous prejudice against you and admit that you have outstanding talent and a good personality. But if you don't and I succeed, then, Wei Lan looked at him, you'll accompany me to have dinner with my brother. Yan Qingqi. I only said something bad about you behind your back once. You don't have to be so ruthless. My brother is a serious businessman now. What are you afraid of? Now? Yan Qingqi emphasized. Wei Lan smiled. Don't worry. With Jiang Machin backing you up, he won't do anything to you. Yan Qingqi simply didn't understand how he had gotten involved in the Wei brothers' mess. He was about to speak when Wei Lan took out his phone and tilted his head to take a photo of them together. What are you doing? It's rare for us to meet, so I wanted to take a photo as a memento. It can't be that simple. As soon as he said this, someone called Wei Lan and told him that it was his turn. Wei Lan immediately put his phone back in his pocket. Bye-bye. Wait for me to pick you up for dinner. Xianxia face-bombed. Get lost, get lost. After Wei Lan left, Guanmei looked at him listlessly and finally reminded him, you know that Jiang Machan is the boss behind Nanqing, right? Yes. As there were no other actors present today, the assistant director was responsible for acting with the actors who came for the audition. Xianxia stood in front of him and listened to him ask when he last saw his father, whether he was acting strangely at that time, and whether he had any enemies. He answered calmly, and there was even some sadness in his expression. The policeman comforted him and was about to ask the others when Xianxia asked him, "Can I go with you?" This was not a line in the script. When the assistant director heard it, he was stunned for a moment, but quickly replied, "You should go back first. We will look for you when we have clues." Okay then. After Xianxia finished speaking, he thanked the assistant for his hard work and turned to leave. He walked forward and sighed softly, as if he was spitting out the bitterness of the conversation just now. Then, he put away the sadness from before and calmly entered the house. He walked to the left corner of the venue and made a gesture of pulling out the door. This was him opening the door of the house. Then, he closed the door and reached in. It seemed like he was holding a cylindrical object. He twisted the non-existent bottle cap in his hand, took a sip of the drink, tightened the bottle cap again, and lowered his head to blink. Then, he walked to the other side and made a gesture of pushing out. He looked out the window, and there was a hint of indifferent sadness in the silence. The sadness was not obvious, and only drifted in his eyes, but it was hidden by the indifference on his face. He looked out the window quietly. After a long time, he reached out to close the window again, but when he lowered his head, the corners of his lips lifted very slightly, almost undetectable. After Xianxia finished acting, the room was quiet for a while. Lu Mei was the first to speak. She asked, "Why did you add that sentence?" "The line I said to you didn't have that sentence." "I know." Xianxia said calmly, "But I also know that Meng Luo's character is set to be the final murderer, and before the male lead exposed him, no one found out. This is a plot twist, the highlight of the movie. So before this, Meng Luo's actions should be reasonable and not suspicious. However, for a son, his father is dead, and he was murdered. Won't he be curious when he knows that the police are going to investigate other people? Won't he want to watch with them? Don't you know how to ask for relevant information? If you just left coldly after the police said you could leave, it would be a little unreasonable." Lu Meng thought about it and actually smiled. She said, "What you said makes sense." Director Wang looked at his resume and looked at him again. "You've graduated from a professional class." Xianxia nodded. "Yes." The original owner was indeed a graduate, but her acting skills weren't that good. His performance was quite solid. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised by this evaluation. He did not have a background in acting, but he had a strong ability to empathize with others. In addition, he was more open-minded. Therefore, he was overjoyed to receive a solid evaluation. "Thank you for your praise, Director. I will continue to work hard." "Okay, you can go back first." "Yes." Xianxia bowed to the three of them and left quietly. Director Wang did not keep them waiting for long. That night, Xianxia received a call from Guanmei. "You passed the audition." Guanmei was concise and comprehensive. "The script has been sent to your email. There is a start time on it. Pay attention to it. By the way, read the script a few times and memorize your lines. Director Wang is a great director. If you act well, it will be very helpful for your future." "Got it. Thank you." "You're welcome. You fought for this yourself. You should thank yourself and young Master Jiang. Thank you for going with me." Guanmei felt a little strange. This was different from the information she had collected before. Why was he so gentle and considerate? She gave a few more words of advice and hung up the phone to arrange other matters. Xianxia hung up the phone and saw that Wei Lan had sent him a WeChat message. "Director Wang actually chose you. Tell me the truth, did Jiang Machan give him a heads up in advance?" Xianxia was a little surprised that he had defeated Wei Lan. However, his fingers tapped on the phone's keyboard. "You think too much." Wei Lan felt that it was unbelievable. I actually lost to you. My God, what's wrong with this world? Is it the end of the world? Xianxia sensed the despair in his tone and replied. Do you still remember our bet? If I succeed, you will delete your previous prejudice against me and admit that I have outstanding talent and a good personality. Wei Lan, Xianxia, you are so honest. You will definitely do what you say. Smile, Wei Lan, Xianxia, I believe in you. Smile, Wei Lan, this person is dead. If there is something, burn some paper. It was the first day of September, the first day of school. Chi finally picked up his small school bag and prepared to start his elementary school life. As expected, Jiang Machan did not make it back in time. Xianxia was the only one who sent him to the school gate. Xianxia helped him tidy up his clothes and reminded him, do you remember what Daddy told you? Yes. Chi nodded obediently. Xianxia repeated, you can't let anyone take off your clothes or kiss you. If anyone bullies you, you have to tell Daddy or the teachers. If anyone tries to take off your clothes, you have to tell Daddy, no matter if it's a teacher or a child. You can't let anyone kiss you either. Chi answered with a hmm. Xianxia stroked his hair and looked at the school gate that was close by. The teachers knew that the children who attended this school were either rich or respectable. They probably wouldn't dare to do anything illegal. He was slightly relieved. Let's go. Daddy will send you to the classroom. Xianxia watched as Chi sat down and waved at him. Xianxia waved back. He was a little reluctant, but still turned and left. On the first day of school, Chi was very obedient. He didn't cry or make a fuss. When Xianxia came to pick him up in the afternoon, he leaned into his arms and hugged him. Xianxia stroked his head and asked him, are you happy on your first day of school? Chi thought for a moment. I'm happy, but I'm not happy at the same time. Why are you not happy? Chi looked up at him. I won't be able to see Daddy when I go to school. Xianxia looked at him and sighed. Then what should we do? You still have to go to school. Chi said, on TV, children all go to school. Chi is a child too. He has to go to school too. There was nothing wrong with what he said. It was a very standard syllogism. However, Xianxia felt like laughing when she saw him say such a standard syllogism in such a helpless tone. He carried Chi onto his lap and kissed his cheek. Chi is right. Chi liked to be kissed, so he became happy again after being kissed by Xianxia. He said with a smile, although I can't see my dad, I will miss him. I'll miss Chi too. Xianxia touched his head. Chi smiled and snuggled into his arms. Xianxia hugged him, and soon, the two of them were playing together. After sending Chi to school, the filming of Lost started not long after. Lost is a crime-themed literary film. The story begins with the death of a middle-aged man. Mengwen was the financial director of a private company. He was gentle and warm, but he committed suicide one night. Starting from him, suicide cases started to appear in S-City one after another. Through autopsy, the police concluded that the deceased did not commit suicide, but were murdered. However, during the investigation, they did not find anyone suspicious. It was not until the male lead, the captain of the criminal police, Yu, accidentally found a report from 10 years ago that the cause of death of these victims was slowly drawn out. 10 years ago, Mengwen was the principal of a private school. Mengwen and the teachers of the school used the excuse of helping parents correct the problem children. They abused the children to make them fearful and obedient. However, when these children became obedient, they also lost their humanity. They became dull, and even cowered in fear. Some children even committed suicide by jumping off a building because they could not stand the abuse. After 2 children committed suicide, Mengwen was forced to close the private school. He found another job and became an employee of a private company. The other teachers also found other jobs. They did not contact each other for 10 years, but they met regularly. Especially when some of them died one after another, they were even more frightened and panicked. However, no one dared to ask the police for help. Although the 2 children who committed suicide were not killed by them, they were forced to commit suicide by them. They were worried that the incident would be implicated, so they could only carefully avoid the murderer. However, in the end, they could not escape death. After investigation, the police locked the suspicion on the chemistry teacher, Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's parents divorced 10 years ago. His sister followed his mother, and he followed his father. However, when his sister was in the second year of junior high school, she was sent to a private school by his mother because she fell in love with her deskmate. His sister could not stand the physical abuse and committed suicide by jumping off a building. His mother blamed herself and asked the school for an explanation, so she also committed suicide. He and his father were the only ones left. They were sad about the death of his sister and mother. At that time, he was only 18 years old and a student who had just entered college. He did not have the ability to take revenge. He remembered the faces of these people and returned to this city 10 years later. After the police visited, investigated, and collected evidence, they confirmed the crime of the chemistry teacher, Zhou Feng. However, when they were writing the closing report, He suddenly realized that there was one person's death that Zhou Feng could not do. He carefully recalled all the details. As he reorganized his thoughts, he flipped through his records. Finally, he realized that he had neglected a person from the beginning to the end. Meng Wen's son, Meng Luo. Meng Luo was Meng Wen's son. He was 20 years old and was in his third year of university. He was quiet and polite. He was raised by Meng Wen. He did not appear much. He only quietly cooperated during every police investigation. He seemed to be sad about his father's death, but due to his introverted personality, he could not express his emotions too much. He was very cooperative during every questioning. Whether it was about Meng Wen's daily routine, interpersonal relationships, or the private school that Meng Wen set up 10 years ago, he was very cooperative. However, it was also because of this that every step the police took was more or less influenced by him, becoming a part of his plan. He went to see him and talked to him alone. Meng Luo sat on the sofa at home. He was as quiet as usual, but he was different from usual. He was so youthful and confident, like a narcissus by the lake admiring its own beauty. He said, "Yes, I did it. I killed them." He looked at Hiyu with contempt and pride. He removed his usual disguise and wantonly burst out the brilliance of his young life. At the end of the story, Hiyu arrested Meng Luo. But what was a wrong path? When Hiyu handled the case, he took the wrong path. Meng Luo and Zhou Feng did not rely on legal means to take revenge. Meng Wen and his group mistreated the students. Parents sending their children to Meng Wen's school was also a wrong path. Everyone who appeared in the movie had their own wrong path. In this script, there was no doubt that Hiyu, as the male lead, had the most screen time and the most righteous character. He was serious, upright, responsible, and had outstanding intelligence and physical strength. He was the best character in the movie. Xianxia sat in his chair, holding his script in his left hand and scrolling through Weibo on his phone with his right hand. The first trending topic was the opening of Lost. Xianxia clicked on it and found that other than the articles and marketing accounts, most of the posts were about Jiang Machen's fans, Little House. Today's Big Brother is even better looking than yesterday's Big Brother. Big Brother's beauty is also working hard today. Promote Lost to the world, promote the best Jiang Machen to the world. I won't allow anyone to not know that Lost is opening today. Wow, does such a good-looking person really exist? Big Brother, thank you for your hard work. 1551, Xianxia read the posts one by one and couldn't help but laugh. Are all fans like this? He turned to look at his assistant, Xiaohe. They're a little cute. Xiaohe's full name was Yifei. He had a round face and looked very friendly. He looked at the page on Xianxia's phone and thought about the girls who chased after their idols. He replied, most of the fans who chase after idols are like this. Their hearts are filled with their idols, and they seem to have unlimited passion every day. They are always on the front line to cheer for their idols. Xianxia heard this and asked him curiously, Jiang Machen's fans are called Little House ? Yes, at first, it was called Chen Xing. Later, some fans said that Chen means house. Baidu said that it means deep house, so the fans called themselves Little House. Later, the fan club asked Big Brother Chen during an interaction and asked him to choose a fan name. After Big Brother Chen heard it, he chose Little House and then it was settled. Xianxia nodded. He clicked on the official Weibo of Lost and saw that under the opening Weibo post, Jiang Machen's fans were commenting and reposting. Xianxia searched for a while before he found the comments of the second male lead, Ji Sixing, and the female lead, Zhao Chong. Didn't they say that they're also popular? He was a little confused. Why do they have so few fans? It's not that they have few fans, it's that Big Brother Chen has too many fans, Xiaohe replied. There's a difference between popular and popular celebrities. They are indeed the most popular young actors in the past 2 years, but compared to Big Brother Chen, they're still not as popular as he is. Big Brother Chen is one of the most popular celebrities in the industry. That's right. There's a wall between the male lead and others. Xianxia immediately. As he scrolled down, he suddenly saw a screenshot of a photo of him from the opening ceremony. He asked, "Who is this Big Brother? I've never seen him before." He looks. Below, there were people who were equally curious. After Xianxia signed with Nanqing, Guanmei looked at his previous information. He had graduated from university and signed with Xingyu. Then, he started his own path to stardom. However, Xingyu was a small entertainment company. It couldn't provide the right resources for each of its artists. Among the 6 artists signed by Xingyu, Songli, who was the boss favorite, had an agent to himself. The remaining 5, including Xianxia, shared an agent, Li Jiang. Li Jiang didn't have any connections, and Xingyu didn't invest in filming. The artists under their banner were all newcomers with no fame. Therefore, the resources they could get were not good. Most of them were advertisements and magazine shoots that only looked at the face or figure, and had nothing to do with fame. The rest were functional roles in movies and TV dramas. For example, a soldier who was hacked to death and had 2 lines, or a eunuch who poisoned people. Among them, Songli had the boss's support. With the company's support, he had legitimate film and TV resources. The best resource was probably the variety show where Xianxia and Wei Lan met. However, in the same variety show, Wei Lan was the main character. Xianxia was just one of the extras in the opening scene to draw out the main character, Wei Lan. Although Xianxia had been in the industry for a year, he was no different from a newcomer. Guanmei didn't know whether to laugh or cry after watching his career. She wiped away all traces of Xianxia on the internet without much effort. She repackaged him as a newcomer and started afresh. Xianxia naturally had no objection to this. He wasn't clear about the rules of the entertainment industry, so he simply sat there quietly like a doll and watched Guanmei design a new persona for him. Xianxia originally thought that Guanmei would keep following him. However, after the opening ceremony in the morning, Guanmei chatted with Jiang Machen for a while. When she came back, she told him that she had to go to another artist's place. Jiang Machen would take care of him, so he should be fine. She also told him to look for Jiang Machen if he needed anything. Xianxia looked at Jiang Machen in confusion. Jiang Machen nodded slightly. She left just like that? There's no point in keeping her. If you need to serve tea, buy food and run errands, Xiaohe will take care of it for you. If necessary, I can lend you my 2 assistants. After listening to him, Xianxia looked around and realized that Jiang Machen didn't bring his own agent. Where's your agent? I asked him to bring the others. Jiang Machen said naturally, during the filming of Lost, we're not allowed to take part in any variety shows. This means that until the end of filming, we'll basically stay on the set. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to let the agents use this time to find resources or nurture newcomers. It's enough to have an assistant. You really have the awareness of being a boss. What else can I do? Jiang Machen smiled. I'll retire sooner or later, but Nanqing will always exist. So, while I'm still valuable, I want to help Nanqing as many people as possible and get more resources. This way, even if I retire, Nanqing will have new people. The water in Penghu is like the waves hitting the waves. This is the only way to last. Xianxia was deeply impressed by his spirit of not only benefiting himself but also the company. he couldn't help but applaud him. Amazing, amazing. If you weren't in the entertainment industry, you'd probably be the legendary boss. Jiang Machan grinned. I'm still the same. Then, Xianxia Chen, the current best actor and hidden boss, was called over by the director to discuss the filming. Yan Qingqi looked at the fans who were still praising Jiang Machan on Weibo. Then, he looked at Jiang Machan, who was discussing the script with the director. He even took the opportunity to sneak a glance at Jiang Machan's fans who had come to support him and hadn't left yet. For the first time, he truly felt that he had entered the legendary entertainment industry. He didn't know what he would achieve in the end. Yan Qingqi looked at the person in front of him and only hoped that he could earn more money. After all, with money, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. The sky was clear and the wind was warm. It was the second day of filming for Lost. Yan Qingqi sat on a chair and watched Jiang Machan in plain clothes as he rehearsed with the second male lead, Zhou Feng. Ji Sixing, the actor who played Zhou Feng, had just entered the entertainment circle last year. He was 28 years old, exactly the same age as Zhou Feng. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and calmly answered He-Yu's questions. Cut, the director shouted. Ji Sixing, you're not in the right mood. You're too tense. Act more natural. You and Jiang Machan are evenly matched in the movie. You're obviously suppressed by him now. Okay. Ji Sixing nodded and apologized to Jiang Machan. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. Your acting is too good. I'm a little nervous. It's okay. Relax. You're in a good mood at the beginning. Okay, Ji Sixing said, adjusted his mentality, and began rehearsing with Jiang Machan again. Yan Qingqi looked at the two of them fighting head-on. He was eager to have a go as well and wanted to put on a show with Jiang Machan. However, he had few scenes and a low status. He also hid his relationship with Jiang Machan. He only knew that he was a newcomer, so he could only sit on the bench and wait for his turn. There was another actress waiting with him. Her name was Sun Wan. She played a language teacher who liked Zhou Feng and provided alibis for him many times. She looked at Yan Qingqi and asked him, "Are you playing Meng Luo?" Yan Qingqi didn't expect someone to suddenly talk to him. He turned around and saw that she had moved her small bench to his side and smiled at him. Yan Qingqi nodded. What about you? I'm playing Lu Jiani. Oh, Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Yan Qingqi pointed at Ji Sixing, who was not far away. Sun Wan pursed her lips. How can she be considered a girlfriend? She's just a tool to be used. What she said was true. After all, the reason why Zhou Feng agreed to date Lu Jiani was so that Lu Jiani could help him get off the hook. It had nothing to do with love. However, I'm already very satisfied to be able to get this role. It's just that when I see Ji Sixing and Jiang Machan having such a hard time acting together, I feel like I'm not that good either. It's okay. You can practice more. I will. I've also memorized a lot of what Director Wang said. I'm just afraid that I'll make the same mistake. Sun Wan quickly responded. You're quite serious. I have no choice but to be serious. Sun Wan was a little worried. In this industry, the first is background, the second is connections, and the third is popularity. Only with these three will you have good resources. I have nothing. If I don't get serious, I won't be able to make a name for myself in this lifetime. At this point, she leaned closer to Yan Qingqi and said, speaking of which, I've taken a look at this film crew. It seems like there's nothing between the two of you. Yan Qingqi looked at her, puzzled. Sun Wan explained to him, those who play the dead are Meng Wen, Su Jiao, Master Li, and other middle-aged actors. They're all veteran actors invited by the director to make cameo appearances. As for the remaining young actors, needless to say, Jiang Machan is the new best actor. The entire film depends on him. I heard that there's also a benefactor behind Zhou Feng. The female lead, Zhao Chang, is currently very popular and is a popular starlet. There's only the two of us. I've searched Baidu, but there's no such person. There's nothing I can do. The new best actor Jiang Machan's legal partner, Yan Qingqi, was speechless. Sun Wan saw him smile and thought that he was as helpless as she was. She immediately encouraged him, it's okay. I've seen the role of Meng Luo. It's very attractive. You're also good-looking. Once this film is released, you'll definitely be famous. You too. I hope so. But Lu Jiani isn't that popular. I'll be satisfied if I can get some face recognition. Oh, right. I came to ask you if you can act with me. I've tried asking G6ing when he's not busy, but he wasn't very willing. Well, he's popular now and his time is very valuable. So I've looked through the entire film crew. We're the only ones who don't have anyone to act with. You don't have anyone to act with, right? I can help you. Is that okay? Sure. Yan Qingqi wasn't against this. After all, he had plenty of time. He could kill two birds with one stone. Then let's give it a try after we finish watching Jiang Machen's scene. Okay. The two of them watched Jiang Machen and G6ing's scene again. Sunwan couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Machen is so handsome. Yan Qingqi looked at her. You like him? What are you talking about? Which girl doesn't like Jiang Machen? He's handsome, gentle, and good at acting. Also, Sunwan looked at him with a mysterious expression. I heard that Jiang Machen comes from a very good family. His family owns a mine. He can go back and inherit the family business at any time. Yan Qingqi thought about it. This was quite accurate. Sunwan thought to herself, I took a photo with him on the day of the opening ceremony and even got his autograph. I'm super happy. As long as you're happy. Yan Qingqi said gently. After all, he was the protagonist of the original novel. It was normal for a supporting character like Sunwan, who he didn't even notice when he was reading the novel, to like him. Sunwan was a little embarrassed by his words. She also felt that she was a little infatuated, so she stopped talking and focused on watching Jiang Machen act. Yan Qingqi was a little surprised. Sunwan was also surprised. Jiang Machen saw that they did not answer and only looked at him in surprise. He lowered his head and looked at Sunwan. Did he bully you? Sunwan was stunned and then shook her head violently. No, we were rehearsing our lines. Rehearsing your lines? Yes, Yan Qingqi said loudly. Sunwan nodded. I can't tell the difference between the front and back of my voice. He was teaching me the correct pronunciation. When Jiang Machen heard this, he finally understood what had happened. You can go back first, he said calmly. Sunwan nodded. Before she left, she did not forget to speak up for Yan Qingqi. He really didn't bully me. He was just helping me. I understand. Sunwan left quietly, but she could not help but worry about Yan Qingqi. Seeing that she had left, Jiang Machen finally looked up at Yan Qingqi and saw that Yan Qingqi was looking at him with a smile. What's with that expression? When Yan Qingqi heard this, he immediately laughed. He walked closer to Jiang Machen. I should be the one asking you. What's with that expression? What were you thinking about? Jiang Machen was speechless. You two know each other? No, we don't. Then you're quite familiar with each other. It's only been a few days, and you're quite close. Are you jealous? Jiang Machen snorted. I'm just reminding you to pay attention to your image. The two of us rehearsing our lines in broad daylight. There's nothing wrong with our image, right? If we were photographed, it wouldn't be so simple. Do you think I'm like you? My every move is monitored. Do you know why she wanted to rehearse her lines with me? It's because she felt that other than me, all of you are popular in the production team, so she could only choose me. So, this is the reason why you two chose such a quiet place to be alone? Yan Qingqi was almost amused by him. He said that he was not jealous, but his words were so sour. He really did not mean what he said. Alright, she's already gone. Let's not argue about this anymore. Next time, before we rehearse our lines, I'll definitely send you my location. There will be a next time? I've already promised her, so I can't go back on my word. Besides, there are only so many people in this crew. If I can find you, who else can she find? Her role in the movie is Zhou Feng's girlfriend. Of course, she's looking for Ji Sixing. She went to look for him, but Ji Sixing ignored her, so she came to look for me. Ji Sixing is unreasonable? Jiang Machan asked. That shouldn't be the case. I think he has a good temper. That's what Sunwan said. Oh, Sunwan is the girl who just left. Jiang Machan didn't say anything. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. I don't think she lied to me, because she's a little. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. Innocent. Pure? You can also think of it as being overly familiar and not scheming. Jiang Machan chuckled. Ji Sixing leaned against the corner of the staircase and waited for Yan Qingqi to return empty-handed. Then, he would go out with his Buddhist aura and play the role of a caring brother. He quietly poked his head out and watched as Yan Qingqi raised his hand and knocked on the door. Very good, Jiang Machan would come out very soon and say a few words to him before asking him to leave. Sure enough, after a while, Jiang Machan opened the door. Ji Sixing's eyes lit up as he watched. Jiang Machan was about to finish his sentence. Then, he closed the door. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Yan Qingqi walk straight into the room, then, the door closed. Ji Sixing was stunned. He stood in the corner in a daze and could not believe it. He actually went in. Jiang Machan told him that he had something to do and rejected him. However, he allowed an unknown newcomer to enter the room. Ji Sixing felt humiliated. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Why? Why could Yan Qingqi do it, but not him? What did he not do well enough? He flattered him and tried to get into his good books. He called him brother every day. He had even worked with him for 2 days. How could he be worse than a newcomer who did not have much interaction with him? Ji Sixing felt that Jiang Machan must be afraid of him. He was afraid that he would tie him down to get to the top. After all, Yan Qingqi had nothing, while he was quite popular. As long as his popularity increased and he won an award, he could be on the same level as him. Therefore, Jiang Machan was willing to pay attention to Yan Qingqi, who had nothing. As for him, no matter how much he did, Jiang Machan would not favor him. At that moment, Ji Sixing finally felt something other than envy and jealousy towards Jiang Machan, hatred. But it was useless even if he hated him. Jiang Machan was famous in the entertainment circle for being a rich young master. Although no one knew what his background was, everyone knew that he had a strong background. Even Wei Lan, who was famous for her bumper cars in the entertainment industry, greeted Jiang Machan in a friendly manner when she saw him. It was not easy for Ji Sixing to become famous. He would not take things too hard and provoke Jiang Machan. However, he smiled slightly. Some people could not blame him for being heartless. Yan Qingqi sat on the sofa and looked at the unopened box of desserts on the table. What's this? Ji Sixing brought some from his hometown. He said that everyone should have one, so I didn't refuse. Why, you don't have one? Yes, he said looked at Jiang Machan, I don't think Sunwan has some either. And Yan Qing said, Yan Qingqi. Sixing, Yan's. Sixing. Yan Qingqi didn't take it. Someone gave it to you. Just eat it. When did you become so pretentious? Jiang Machan said as he placed the dessert in Yan Qingqi's hand. I know some actors are like this. In the entertainment industry, it's normal to go against celebrities. But I thought he wasn't that kind of person because he was quite humble. Who are you? You're the new best actor and the biggest star in the entire crew. Who wouldn't be humble in front of you? It's normal for people like us to look down on us. Yeah, but I see that you, a 38th-tier actress who is looked down upon by others, aren't humble at all in front of me. Yan Qingqi smiled and tilted his head to look at him. That's different. We're a couple after all. If I were just a small-time actor, I would be as humble as Ji-Sixing towards you. Jiang Machan tried to imagine such a scene but could not imagine it. Forget it, he said. I'm used to you being like this. Didn't we have to rehearse? Which scene? Yan Qingqi put down the dessert and flipped open the script to show him. The scene where Yu and Meng Luo meet for the first time. Okay. The two of them stood up and found a relatively spacious spot. Jiang Machan spoke first. Hello, are you Meng Luo? Xianxia looked at him with obvious vigilance. His voice was very soft. You are? I'm you. I'm in charge of the murder of Mengwen, your father, on the night of September 14th, Jiang Machan said as he took out his ID and showed it to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Your colleagues have already asked about it. I know. I just wanted to ask you again. Come in. Xianxia gestured for him to open the door. The two of them sat down on the sofa. Jiang Machan looked around the room. Have you been at home recently? I'm taking care of my father's funeral. Jiang Machan looked at him. His tone was gentle, but his words were not so kind. But you don't look very sad. Xianxia looked up. His eyes were very clear, and there was a slight twinkle in his eyes. He asked, so what should I do to be considered sad? Should I shout and ask why you haven't found the murderer yet, or should I cry myself hoarse? His expression was very calm, but his tone was very serious. In his clear eyes, there was a youthful confusion and stubbornness. Jiang Machan was stunned and continued, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry. Xianxia lowered his head silently. It's okay. His tone was as gentle as ever. Xianxia hugged Jiang Machan for a while before she stood up and got ready to leave. What are you doing? I'm going back. You're still leaving? Of course. Xianxia chuckled and said, am I really going to discuss the glow-in-the-dark script with you? Jiang Machan said. Since we're already here, let's sleep here tonight. That won't do. When we go out tomorrow morning, I'll be famous on set. Can't you wait for me to leave before you leave? No matter what, the two of us are a legitimate couple who have obtained a marriage certificate. You're making it sound like we're having an affair. Jiang Machan was speechless. Xianxia thought for a while and sat down next to him. But it's fine. Just treat it as a fun experience. Jiang Machan massaged his throbbing temples and pointed at the door. He said impatiently, get out of here. I'm not a washing machine. Why should I get out of here? Xianxia said as she took out her phone. Since we're both here, we can video call Chi. He dialed the video call number. After a while, the other party picked up, revealing Chi-Chi's face. Dad, said Chi. Xianxia moved the phone to the side and said, look who this is. Chi leaned forward and said in surprise, Dad, you're here too. What is Chi doing? Jiang Machan asked. She's watching cartoons with Auntie. She's going to bed after that, he said as he turned the phone around to show Aunt Zhang. When Jiang Machan saw her, he smiled at her and reminded her, the two of us won't be able to go back for a while. Auntie Zhang, you can see how Chi wants to stay. If he's bored, you can take him to stay with my parents for a while. Okay. Chi overheard him and asked, Father, when are you and Dad coming back? After a while, Chi, you have to listen to me at home. Chi nodded. Chi is very obedient. Jiang Machan asked him, is school fun? Chi thought for a while and pouted. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. When is it fun and when is it not fun? It's fun when I'm painting, attending classes, and playing games. It's not fun when I'm sleeping in the afternoon. Why? Chi doesn't sleep at noon, Chi emphasized. She only sleeps at night. Xianxia smiled. Why aren't you sleeping at noon? I can draw. I can also play chess and do puzzles. Chi counted with her fingers for him. Okay, I'll call your teacher in a few days and tell her that if you don't want to sleep at noon, she won't let you sleep. Really? Hearing this, Chi-Chi's tone rose. Thank you, Daddy. You're welcome. Xianxingqi's partner in this scene was Ji Sixing. Zhou Feng came to find Meng Luo to inquire about the progress of the police's investigation of the case and was set up by Meng Luo. Zhou Feng lied that he was Meng Wen's former colleague. He said that he was sad when he heard that Meng Wen was killed and wanted to pay tribute to him. He also wanted to persuade Meng Luo to restrain his grief. Meng Luo knew that the person in front of him had almost killed Meng Wen, but he was careless and left in a hurry, allowing Meng Luo to finish the job. He knew that Zhou Feng might become his knife and shield, allowing him to retreat safely after eliminating the person he wanted to eliminate. Therefore, he cautiously responded to Zhou Feng's question. He not only showed his innocence and restraint, but also set a trap in his words to lead Zhou Feng into the trap. This was a scene that seemed calm and peaceful, but was actually filled with turbulent undercurrents. That is, if the two of them could act it well. Xianxia had already memorized his lines. He answered Ji Xixing's words carefully. His tone was very light and his expression was simple. Ji Xixing looked much more shrewd and confident than him. The two of them were filming when Director Wang suddenly shouted, "Cut, Xianxia, you're standing in the wrong position. You should be a little more to the right." Xianxia immediately adjusted and started filming again. However, Director Wang shouted cut again. "Xianxia, what are you doing? Don't you know that you're out of camera range?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. He really didn't know. He looked at Director Wang and then at Ji Xixing, only to realize that their positions were different from the ones they had during the audition before the official shooting. Xianxia looked at Ji Xixing. "Brother Ji, Xiaoqingqi, this is your first film, right? Filming is like this. You're a newcomer, so it's inevitable that you'll make mistakes. It's okay, you'll be fine after a few more takes," Ji Xixing said with a smile. Xianxia looked at his smile that didn't reach his eyes and didn't say anything else. There was no doubt that the next few takes were cut several times. Ji Xixing seemed to inadvertently lead him to the wrong positions. Xianxia simply didn't cooperate with his actions and stood in the same place. Director Wang scolded him, "Are you a pillar? Your feet are nailed to the ground, you can't move." Jiang Machan looked at him with a rare expression. It seemed that he didn't know whether to move or not. He could only stand in a small place and be watched by others while the director scolded him. This wasn't the Xianxia he was familiar with. Xianxia was always calm and confident. This kind of helpless look was too embarrassing for him. Jiang Machan unconsciously frowned and looked coldly at Ji Xixing, who was standing in front of Xianxia. He didn't remember when Xianxia had offended Ji Xixing. The two of them didn't know each other before. During the 3 days of filming, Xianxia just sat quietly by the side and watched. He only acted with Sunwan yesterday because of her request. However, Ji Xixing didn't know Sunwan, so there was no reason for him to vent his anger on Sunwan. Then why? Jiang Machan couldn't figure it out, but this didn't stop him. He quickly found a reason. There was no reason. It was normal for people in the entertainment industry to talk back to famous people and worship the strong while stepping on the weak. He thought that Ji Xixing only talked back to famous people and worshipped the strong. He didn't expect that he had the habit of stepping on the weak. Suppressing newcomers wasn't a strange thing in the entertainment industry. Jiang Machan had a strong background and hadn't encountered it before, but he had more or less seen it from others. It was just that today, he saw it again from Xianxia. Jiang Machan's face was cold. He felt that this kind of behavior was really disgusting. Director Wang saw that Xianxia's condition was obviously declining, so he waved his hand and asked him to leave. He planned to film other people's scenes first. Xianxia inexplicably felt relieved. He apologized to Director Wang and walked awkwardly to the resting area. Jiang Machan looked at him with his head lowered. The joy he felt before going on stage had long disappeared. Clearly, he was full of confidence before, and he was in high spirits last night. Now, he looked like a defeated rooster, even his comb drooping. He walked up and walked to Xianxia's side before he sat down. Xianxia felt someone coming over. He looked up and saw Jiang Machan looking at him with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Come with me." Jiang Machan finished speaking and turned to walk out. Xianxia had no choice but to follow him. Jiang Machan walked very quickly, and Xianxia followed him. After a while, the two of them returned to the hotel room. "Why are you back?" Jiang Machan inserted the room card and turned to look at him. Xianxia didn't have much of an expression. When he saw that Jiang Machan was looking at him, he leaned back against the wall. "Are you angry? Do you feel that I embarrassed you?" "I'm quite angry." "Aren't you usually very smart? Why are you so stupid now?" "How am I stupid?" "Ji Xixing is obviously setting a trap for you. Can't you see it? So what if I can see it? Yan Qingqi retorted. Can I say, Director Wang, look, he's setting me up in front of everyone? Or can I beat G6ing up on the spot and tell him not to play these little tricks? I can't. I just entered this industry, and I'm still a newcomer. What's a newcomer? Isn't it just someone who can be stepped on casually because they're more famous and experienced than you? I can only try my best to save myself. But this is my first time acting, how would I know these things? Yesterday, I praised you for paying attention in class. Today, you've forgotten the positioning that the teacher taught you? Jiang Machan simply didn't understand. He's trying to lead you to the wrong positioning. Why don't you just lead him back? Yan Qingqi didn't say anything. What should he say? That he went to a proper liberal arts school, not an acting school? He wasn't the original owner. How could he have attended those classes? Let him back? He didn't even know what was going on with the positioning, all right? Jiang Machan saw that he didn't say anything and thought that he was angry. After all, Yan Qingqi had just been bullied by G6ing and was constantly criticized by Director Wang. Now that he finally got off the set and was taken away by him, he probably thought that Jiang Machan would comfort him. In the end, he was still scolded. If it were him, he would probably be angry too. He cleared his throat and said gently, I'm not scolding you. Liao Sibo choked on his words, but he didn't want to argue with him, so he said, let's talk somewhere else. Jiang Machan saw his serious expression and thought that it was time to make things clear after giving him the cold shoulder for so long. He stood up and led him to the parking lot nearby. Jiang Machan opened his van and got in. Tell me, why are you here? Liao Sibo got in as well and closed the door. He asked, Jiang Machan, are you really going to cut ties with me? You didn't answer my calls or reply to my WeChat messages. Are you really going to abandon our childhood friendship for a man? Jiang Machan sneered. You still remember that we grew up together? I thought you and Yuan Mingxiu were the ones who grew up together. What do you mean by that? Liao Sibo was a little flustered. What do I mean? Jiang Machan asked him back. Before meeting Yan Qingqi, didn't I tell you that he was my spouse and that we should be polite when we meet? But in the end, you made things difficult for him on the spot. Liao Sibo, you're 28 this year, not 8 years old. Don't you know the consequences of your words? He's a strong-willed person. If it were someone weaker, they probably would have left immediately after hearing what you said. But didn't I apologize to him? You apologized because he won against you. You had no choice. If he didn't win against you, or if he didn't play pool with you, would you still apologize to him? Liao Sibo didn't say anything. Jiang Machan snorted coldly. So, your apology is only because you lost. It's not because you realized that your words hurt others, and it's also not because you realized that as my friend, you shouldn't and can't say that about my partner. You only apologized because you lost and had no choice. Liao Sibo gritted his teeth and looked up at him. Yes, you're right. But why should I apologize to him? I don't like him. I just don't like him. Can't I? I didn't like anyone in the past, and you didn't fall out with me because of that. Why is it different when it comes to him? How is that the same? He got a marriage certificate with me, but did the others get one with me? That's where the problem lies. He's the same as everyone else. He's not part of our circle. He's a stranger to us. It's only because you got a marriage certificate with him. But that's all. You don't even like him. Liao Sibo, are you stupid? Jiang Machan really couldn't figure out what was going on in his head. It was rare for him to swear. Do you think a marriage certificate is something you can just pull off casually? Since the two of us have registered our marriage, we are husband and wife. Don't you know what husband and wife means? If someone scolded your mother in front of your father, would your father let him leave with his limbs intact? Don't say that your dad and mom are childhood sweethearts. We don't have any feelings for each other. We're all the same. We both got our marriage certificates from the Civil Affairs Bureau. We're bound together for good or ill. Liao Sibo was stunned and didn't say anything. You said so much that day because you think he's not Yuan Mingxiu. You think I shouldn't marry him. You think I used to like Yuan Mingxiu, so I should marry Yuan Mingxiu. Am I right? Isn't that the case? Of course not. Jiang Machen said coldly, no feelings are necessary. I liked him, hinted at him, and even made it clear to him. But he didn't accept it. He likes Zhou Yixing. He even gave up the role I introduced to him for Zhou Yixing and went abroad. Then why should I stay here and wait for him to come back? He looked at Liao Sibo. Why should I get married? Because I don't want to put my thoughts on someone I shouldn't. Once I get married, I have a family, and I have responsibilities and obligations. I can take my eyes off him and put them on someone else. So why did you scold Yan Qingqi? What's the use of scolding him? From the beginning to the end, I acted on my own. He only appeared at the right time. Even if it wasn't him, there would be someone else. If you really want to scold someone, you should be scolding me, right? Moreover, Jiang Machen continued, what right do you have to scold me? My parents agreed to my marriage. Why didn't you agree? Just because I married Yan Qingqi, I gave up on Yuan Mingxiu? Liao Sibo, I'm your friend since you were young, right? Even if you think that Yuan Mingxiu is also a friend, when it comes to closeness, I should be the one you'll side with. Liao Sibo opened his mouth and tried to defend himself. You and Mingxiu are both my friends. I know you like him, and he deserves your love. I hope you two can be together. That way, he'll be happier. So whether I'm happy or not, it doesn't matter, right? Of course not. But the things you say and the things you do, that's how it is. I just don't understand. Since you like him, why did you suddenly marry someone else? And someone we don't even know. I think it's a little rash. I'm afraid you'll regret it in the future. At that time, it won't be good for you and Mingxiu. I won't regret it. Jiang Machen said affirmatively. Since I decided to marry him, I've considered all the consequences. I won't regret it. What if? Then we'll wait until that day. Before it happens, all the what-ifs are in vain. It'll be too late then. You don't have to worry. I'll take responsibility for my own decision. It'll be best if we can be together forever. If something really happens, we'll talk about it when the time comes. There's no reason to think about it now. But at that time, you might not be able to be with Mingxiu. So what? Even now, I can't be with him. Liao Sibo was stunned. Are you serious? From the moment Yan Qingqi and I registered our marriage, I can't be with Yuan Mingxiu. The education I received since I was young doesn't allow me to cheat. My family also doesn't allow me to be morally shamed. If there's a problem in our marriage one day, the problem won't be caused by me. Do you understand? Yan Qingqi didn't expect that in just half an hour, Jiang Machen would treat Liao Sibo to a meal together with him. He followed Jiang Machen out of the film set. Along the way, there was only one question in his mind, why should I treat him to a meal? According to the previous plot, shouldn't he be the one treating me to a meal? However, even when he got out of the car and entered the restaurant, he still couldn't figure out the question. He could only comfort himself that since Jiang Machen said to treat him to a meal, then he would treat him to a meal. Yan Qingqi sat beside Jiang Machen and watched as the waiter left after he ordered the dishes. He picked up his phone out of boredom and was about to ask Jiang Machen what was going on. However, before he could finish typing, he heard the sound of a chair scraping against the floor. Yan Qingqi instinctively looked up and saw Liao Sibo standing up with a cup of tea in his hand. What's going on? As he was thinking, he heard Liao Sibo say, what happened last time was my fault. I shouldn't have behaved so badly. Today, I'll use tea as a substitute for wine to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. Yan Qingqi was a little confused. What's going on? After half an hour of conversation, did Jiang Machen finally use his protagonist aura to influence Liao Sibo with love and justice? Did he make Liao Sibo kneel down and admit defeat? Did he finally realize his mistake? Yan Qingqi picked up the teacup in front of him, stood up, and clinked glasses with him. I already said last time that I'll forgive you since you're Jiang Machen's friend. Thank you. Liao Sibo finished the tea in one gulp and showed him the clean bottom of the cup. Seeing this, Yan Qingqi also finished the tea in his cup and said to him, you're welcome. After he finished speaking, he sat down. Liao Sibo followed suit and sat back down. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. Fortunately, the waiter started serving the dishes one after another. Jiang Machen also started a new topic, so the atmosphere didn't turn cold. Yan Qingqi sat quietly next to them and listened to their conversation. If she was interested, she would say a few words. If she was not, she would focus on eating. It could be said that they spent the meal in harmony. After the meal, Liao Sibo said goodbye to the two of them and drove away. Yan Qingqi waited until they left before she asked Jiang Machen, "Can you explain to me what's going on now?" Liao Sibo came looking for me because he had something to discuss with me. We chatted for a while, and he felt sorry for what he did last time. He wanted to apologize to you, so I took the opportunity to invite him for a meal. That's all. Then why did you tell me that it was you and I who invited him to dinner? Yes. Jiang Machen looked at him and said, "We're family. If I'm treating, then you and I are treating together." Yan Qingqi smiled and felt that his fallacious reasoning was somewhat reasonable. When the two of them returned to the set, Jiang Machen received a WeChat message from Yuan Mingxiu as soon as he changed into his costume. "I'm going back to China tomorrow. Can you come and pick me up?" Jiang Machen replied, "I'm filming. I can't leave." Liao Sibo said he'll pick you up. Yuan Mingxiu stared blankly at his phone for a long time before he replied, "Okay. Good luck." Jiang Machen did not reply and put his phone back into his pocket. Yan Qingqi watched helplessly as Jiang Machen changed into his costume and began to act with Zhao Cheng again. The most common outdoor locations for this film were the school where Zhou Feng worked and Meng Luo's neighborhood. Meng Luo lived in an old neighborhood with only 7 floors. There was no elevator. And the stairs were a little narrow. Most of the residents in this neighborhood were elderly people. They had lived here when they were young, and they still lived here when they were old. Only their children had moved out to live in high-rise apartments that looked taller and more fashionable. The neighborhood had nice greenery. Many of the residents had flowers and plants growing on their windowsills. It looked very lively. The film crew had been filming in Meng Luo's neighborhood for the past 2 days. However, this had nothing to do with Yan Qingqi. Even though he was Meng Luo, he only had one scene in the neighborhood. This scene had been shot with Jiang Machen a few days ago. Yan Qingqi sighed deeply. He felt that the scriptwriter had gone to great lengths to hide Meng Luo's plot twist in the early stages. If he had not known the ending, he probably would not have thought that such an insignificant person was one of the murderers behind the scenes. He watched as Jiang Machen stood in front of the residential building and talked to Zhao Cheng. The sunlight shone on his face, gentle and handsome. His expression was very serious, but his tone was very gentle. He made people feel that he was reliable and at the same time, they felt close to him. Zhao Cheng stood in front of him and listened gently and quietly. He nodded from time to confirm his analysis. "You're right. Everything seemed to be going well." However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Yan Qingqi was the first person to react. He looked at the falling flower pot and shouted, "Jiang Machen!" Before anyone realized what had happened, he rushed over and pushed Jiang Machen to the ground. Bang! A small flower pot was smashed into pieces not far from them. The pieces of the flower pot burst out, and only the broken flowers wrapped in soil fell on the cement ground. They were so red that it was dazzling. Yan Qingqi noticed that he was looking at the computer. He walked over to take a look and saw that the computer was full of women venting their frustrations. He looked at the magazine on the table. The cover was Jiang Machen, but his face had been scratched out and his words were full of insulting words. Yan Qingqi took a deep breath and exhaled. He didn't understand why the woman in front of him hated Jiang Machen so much. He looked at the poster on the wall. It was a picture of a man about the same age as Jiang Machen. He was smiling confidently and beside him was a flamboyant signature, Lin Ku. He thought that fans who chased after celebrities were like what he saw on Weibo. They would cheer for their idols enthusiastically every day, count their good points, and want to become better people. He didn't expect that there would be such fans. However, it didn't matter anymore. Yan Qingqi thought that he had found the person and called the police. All that was left was to wait for the police to come. He exhaled slowly and said to Jiang Machan, I'll go look for your assistant. Jiang Machan nodded. Yan Qingqi went out and opened the door. He saw that everyone was standing outside, from the director to the production crew. Because there were so many people, some of them were even standing on the stairs. Wang Shanghai and Lu Ai saw Yan Qingqi coming out and immediately went up to him. What's going on? Yan Qingqi stepped aside and said, You two can go in. Then he looked at the others and said, Let's go. It's nothing. After saying that, he closed the door again. He pointed in the direction of the bedroom to Wang Shanghai and Lu Ai. He didn't go in himself but sat down on the sofa. After the initial anger and shock, Yan Qingqi finally calmed down, but he still had some lingering fear. He reached out his hand, wanting to take out some food to relieve his fear, but he couldn't find anything even after searching all over his pockets. What are you looking for? Yan Qingqi looked up and saw Jiang Machan walking towards him. Did you bring anything to eat? He asked. Jiang Machan rummaged through his bag, took out a few candies that he had given him before, and handed them to him. Yan Qingqi tore off the candy wrapper, put it in her mouth, and chewed on it. Jiang Machan sat down beside him. Thank you for today, he said. You're welcome. Even if G6ing is there, I can't watch him get hurt. Your reaction speed is very fast and sharp. So? Yan Qingqi turned to look at him. Jiang Machan smiled. You can ask Guan Mei to sign you up for a competitive variety show. Yan Qingqi also smiled and said nothing. But why are you so sure that it's her? Have you ever thought that you might have found the wrong person? Or maybe she just accidentally knocked it off. If she accidentally knocked it off, she would be shocked. For example, she would poke her head out to take a look or be stunned on the spot instead of hiding behind the door. If I had found the wrong person, I would have knocked on the door for so long and then barged into her house. A normal person would be scared and their first reaction would be to protect themselves instead of walking right into a trap and chasing us away. The reason why she came out of her bedroom after I entered and didn't even take any tools to protect herself was because she knew that we weren't criminals. She came to find us because of what she did just now. That's why she came out immediately after we entered and chased us out. I didn't expect that other than your reaction speed and speed, you're also quite meticulous. Yan Qingqi didn't say anything. She just tore off another candy wrapper and continued to eat. Jiang Machan thought for a moment and said slowly, This is the first time you've encountered something like this, right? Yan Qingqi turned to look at him. Jiang Machan smiled. It's not my first time. This time, Yan Qingqi was a little surprised. These people who oppose fans are called haters. The existence of haters means that they don't like you, feel disgusted by you, fabricate rumors about you, and even curse you. Most haters are actually active online. It's okay if they curse you. After all, everyone has their own lives. Students have to go to school, adults have to work, and they don't have that much time to be true to you. However, there are also some dark ones who would bring their malice into reality and do some extreme actions. There was once when I was almost hit by something. At that time, I was still a little confused, angry, and infuriated. I felt that it was unreasonable. Later, I understood and got used to it. But how did these haters come about? Why do they hate you so much? It's just like how fans might like you because of your face, your acting skills, your figure, your talent, or something you say or do. It's the same for haters. Some haters come for no reason and just don't like you. Some haters hate you because their idols are from the same batch as you and are rivals. Therefore, there is a competitive relationship between the two of you. Take this woman as an example. Lin Ke and I are about the same age, but Lin Ke has never been popular. The film that was nominated for the Golden Laurel Awards was the best opportunity that he had come across in the past few years. Therefore, she would hope that Lin Ke would win an award to give herself a layer of gold. After all, if you want to get resources, you have to be better than others in something, such as high popularity, excellent ratings, strong box office performance, or superb acting skills. Lin Ke doesn't have the first three, only his acting skills are not bad. Therefore, his fans hope that he will win an award, but he didn't. Therefore, his resources this year have not been very good. Therefore, I, who won the award, will have formed a competitive relationship with him. His fans will also think that if I didn't win, this award would have been Lin Ke's. He will then use this as a new starting point to reach greater heights. So, only the two of you are nominated for the Golden Laurel Awards? Jiang Machan didn't stop filming until 10 o'clock p.m. Xianxia also waited until 10 o'clock p.m. Director Wang saw that he was so dedicated to his work, so he deliberately postponed his scenes for the next day and told him to go home and rest well tonight. Jiang Machan appreciated Director Wang's kindness and left with his assistant. Before leaving, he took Xianxia with him. Everyone subconsciously looked at Xianxia, who was leaving with Jiang Machan. They secretly thought that this person was really going to ascend to heaven. What good luck! Jiang Machan asked Xianxia's assistant to go back to the hotel first. Wang Shanghai drove him and Xianxia to another hotel. As his assistant, Lu Ai also followed along. What are you doing? I'll tell you when we get there. Xianxia saw that Jiang Machan didn't say anything, so he didn't ask any more questions. He went online to check Weibo. When he did, he was so shocked that he almost dropped his phone. The #1 trending topic was. He opened it in a daze. It took him some effort to understand the situation. When he and Jiang Machan were in the anti-fans room, a fan secretly came to visit the set and posted the video of Jiang Machan almost being hit by a flower pot on Weibo. He also tagged the production team and Nanjing Entertainment, asking for a reasonable explanation. As soon as the video was posted, Jiang Machan's fans went crazy. They went to the official Weibo account of Lost to attack the production team and ask them what was going on. Couldn't the production team be more careful? Would the production team take responsibility if something happened? Didn't they know that people could die in this situation? Another wave of fans went to Nanjing Entertainment's official Weibo account and asked them what the company was thinking. Did they care about the safety of their artists at all? Where was the manager? Why didn't I see the manager in the video? Was the assistant dead? Why was his reaction so slow? Usually, she would passionately cheer for her brother, saying that her brother had worked hard and that her brother was really a beautiful and gentle little fairy. In an instant, she turned into a crazy protective demon. From the company's production team's irresponsibility, to the company's daily expenses, to Jiang Machan, to the company's constant use of Jiang Machan to nurture the newcomers. In the end, she began to crazily spam the hashtag Nanjing respect Jiang Machan hashtag Nanjing respect Jiang Machan hashtag. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. If the fans knew that Jiang Machan was the boss behind Nanjing, she wondered what their expressions would be like. He thought for a while and felt that the fans would probably start spamming hashtag Jiang Machan cherish his feathers hashtag Jiang Machan don't demean yourself hashtag, and so on. He silently glanced at the person beside him, who happened to be caught red-handed by Jiang Machan. Xianxia simply looked at him openly. Your fans hope that Nanjing will value you and respect you. Jiang Machan smiled helplessly. That's normal. He said, fans can only see what's on the surface. There are many things that they can't see, so they don't know. Therefore, they can only fight for the rights of their idols from their own perspective. Although the method is a little simple and crude, the intention is good. Especially this time, they're probably really scared. Xianxia continued to watch. After the initial outburst, some fans began to ask questions about the person who saved their brother in the video. This question quickly spread. Then, someone went to the official Weibo of Lost and found Xianxia. Although Guan Mei and her assistant, He Fei, knew Xianxia's Weibo account and password, she had always been managing it herself. The content was very simple, and it was all about the scenery and daily events. The latest post was edited that night in Jiang Machan's room. The moon is a little round today. The accompanying picture was a picture of the moon. Soon, this Weibo post was taken over by Jiang Machan's fans. The fans imitated his words and wrote, "Little brother is a little handsome today. Thank you, little brother, for your cool actions today. Thank you, little brother, for pouncing on Jiang Machan at the critical moment. Here's a heart for little brother. Wow, little brother is too handsome. If little brother wasn't on set today, our brother would have been injured. Trash company, no human resources. Is hashtag Nanching human today? No. Hashtag. Xianxia remembered that when he posted on Weibo 2 days ago, the number of comments was still in the tens. Now, it was already in the thousands. As for the video of him pouncing on Xianxia, the number of reposts and comments had easily exceeded 10,000. Although the blogger deleted the video via private message, it did not prevent Xianxia from being mentioned in a large number of comments and reposts. Then, the climax of the matter came. Xianxia personally posted on Weibo to thank him. Xianxia replied shyly. The two of them linked to each other, and this post became a trending topic and quickly climbed to the top. Xianxia looked at the display on his phone. Xianxia, accidents are inevitable. Fortunately, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the crew. Thank you for today's handsome little hero Xianxia. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. The accompanying picture was taken when the two of them were talking on set. The picture was very well taken and both of them were very clear. He looked at Xianxia and smiled gently. Then, he saw Xianxia's first trending comment. No, it's just a conditioned reflex. Thank you, Brother Chen, for taking care of me on set. I've learned a lot. I'll continue to work hard in the future. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. I don't remember posting on Weibo. Guanmei arranged it. My manager also arranged for my assistant to post on Weibo. Xianxia was a little confused. When Xianxia saw this, he patiently explained to him, this video was an accident. I didn't expect it to be leaked. Since someone posted it, they wanted to maximize the benefits, so they took advantage of the situation and used it to create momentum for you. Moreover, with this incident and this video, it's reasonable for me to help you in the future. Do you understand? Xianxia nodded. So it's trending? Of course it was bought. But as more and more people searched for it, it really became a trending topic. Xianxia looked up and leaned back. You guys are really tired. How can a living person not be tired? Xianxia looked at him. You're tired already? Xianxia sighed. Xianxia also leaned back against the cushion and bumped his shoulder. Don't worry, you don't have to worry. You just have to act well. You don't have to worry about the rest. Then I really have to thank you. You're welcome. Xianxia was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something. What did you say? Xianxia watched him leave in satisfaction and couldn't help but smile. He felt that Xianxia was very mysterious. Sometimes he was mature and rational, but sometimes he was innocent and cute. He was like a big cat with drooping eyelids. He looked indifferent, but he had his own territory and pride. Xianxia quickly took a shower and returned to bed. Xianxia also took a shower. Then they turned off the lights and got into bed. Xianxia was used to sleeping on his side with his back facing him. Xianxia looked at the back of his head and suddenly put his hand on his waist. It was rare for him to be so attentive. Does your waist hurt? Xianxia was a little unaccustomed to his sudden attentiveness. What's wrong? I'm concerned about you. You're unaccountably attentive. You must be hiding evil intentions. I'm sorry, I just finished. What if you're lustful again? Xianxia laughed. Then I'll be letting you down if I don't do something now. Don't. Xianxia held him down. You can massage it. Xianxia massaged him silently. As he massaged, he criticized and educated him. Can't you think of me in a better light? Next time, I'll definitely think of you in a better light, like a Prince Charming. That's more like it. After Xianxia finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Xianxia didn't say anything else. The night was quiet, and the air was a little quiet. After a long time, Xianxia asked, Today, at that time, were you afraid? Were you afraid that I would get hurt? Xianxia didn't answer. Xianxia called him. Xianxia turned to look at him. In the darkness, the two of them couldn't see each other clearly, but they could vaguely see each other's silhouettes. Xianxia heard Xianxia ask him, Are you asking me this because you want me to say that I was afraid? Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia didn't say anything either. The room was quiet again. After a long time, Xianxia turned his head away and said, "Go to sleep." Jiang Machan replied with a and continued to massage his waist. Xianxia did not ask him to stop, nor did he say anything. He slowly closed his eyes. Jiang Machan looked at the back of his head and gently rubbed it while asking himself, is he hoping that Xianxia will say that he's scared? If so, why is that? Jiang Machan did not delve into it, nor did he dare to. He could only ask himself why he asked Xianxia this question, and what answer did he hope to get. The answer almost came out of his mouth, but he suppressed it. He looked at Xianxia, who quietly and noiselessly approached him from behind. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Xianxia opened her eyes in a daze. When she was about to get up, she heard Jiang Machan say, "You don't have any scenes today. Why are you up so early? There's no place for you to run in the morning." Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt that what he said made sense, so she closed her eyes and went back to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Xianxia turned around and saw Jiang Machan playing with his phone. "You're awake?" he asked. Xianxia replied with a "I'll order breakfast then," Jiang Machan said and called the service number at the front desk. Xianxia lifted the quilt and got out of bed to wash up. After a while, the service staff served breakfast. Jiang Machan arrived on time. He sat down opposite him and said, "There was a bit of traffic on the road." Yuan Mingxu nodded and asked him, "What would you like to drink?" "Green tea." Yuan Mingxu sent a WeChat message to tell his friend to make a cup of green tea and send it in. Then, he put his phone on the table. "Long time no see." "Yes, it's been a long time." "It hasn't been that long." Yuan Mingxu smiled. He looked very handsome when he smiled, and there was a hint of innocence and restraint in his smile. "It's only been a little over 2 months." Jiang Machan was a little surprised. So it had only been a little over 2 months. He thought that a long time had passed. He looked at the person in front of him and was vaguely enlightened. "I originally wanted to visit you at work so that you wouldn't have to ask for leave. But considering that your marriage partner was also there, I was afraid that it would be awkward, so I didn't go." Jiang Machan hummed an acknowledgement. Yuan Mingxu continued, "Is he also in the industry? I've never heard of him before." "He just graduated not long ago, so he hasn't acted much." "Oh, then he must be very happy with you leading him now." His first film was director Wang's third male lead. "I heard that the role was very outstanding. Ji Sixing has been in the industry for so long, but he's only been cast as the second male lead. He's really lucky." Jiang Machan didn't like to hear this. It sounded as if Xianxia had been cast in this role only because of his fame and luck. "So," he said, "he's really lucky to get this role. But I only recommended him for the audition. I didn't do anything else." There were 2 other people who auditioned with him, and Wei Lan was one of them. He was able to get this role because he has some ability. Yuan Mingxu didn't expect Jiang Machan to defend himself with such a trivial sentence. For a moment, he didn't say anything and just stared at him blankly. Fortunately, at this moment, the green tea Jiang Machan ordered arrived. The owner placed the green tea in front of him and then left quietly. Jiang Machan took a sip. "Not bad." Yuan Mingxu smiled. "Their drinks are pretty good. If you like, you can come here often." Jiang Machan also smiled but didn't comment. "You seem to have a good relationship with him. After all, we live under the same roof. None of us are difficult to get along with. Naturally, our relationship is good." "Really? That's good." Yuan Mingxu looked at the cup in his hand and said, "It's good that you two get along well. I was worried that you two didn't have the foundation of a relationship. He's young, so it would be troublesome to get along with him." "No," Jiang Machan said. Yuan Mingxu suddenly felt a little sad. He looked at the lemon slices in the cup and felt that he was also like a lemon. "It's just that I still don't understand. Why did you suddenly get married so soon? You didn't have such intentions before." Jiang Machan thought for a while and said casually, "It just so happened that we were betrothed to each other when we were children. Coincidentally, their family came back, and I also wanted to settle down. Coincidentally, we both like boys, so we got married. What a coincidence. Yes. After the two of them finished talking, they didn't say anything else. Yuan Mingxiu looked up at him. The corners of his eyes were slightly downcast, looking a little innocent and pitiful. He asked, "You're married? Are we still friends?" Jiang Machen didn't expect him to ask this. He didn't know how to answer. Friends? In the beginning, he helped Yuan Mingxiu to befriend him. It wasn't for the sake of being friends. It was just that Yuan Mingxiu had always been stubborn about their relationship as friends. That was why he had no choice but to be his friend. But now, was there still a need for them to be friends? Seeing that he didn't answer, Yuan Mingxiu was a little flustered. He said, "Even if you're married, your normal social relationships are still there. Even if he minds that he's strict with you, he can't stop you from hanging out with your friends. You don't want to cut off our friendship because of him, right?" "He doesn't care about me," Jiang Machen retorted. "He doesn't know about our relationship. He only knows about you, but he doesn't know about our relationship. Our relationship has nothing to do with him." "Then why have you changed so much since you got married?" "Yuan Mingxiu, do you really not understand?" Jiang Machen said softly, "From the beginning, I didn't want to be friends with you. It's just that you want us to maintain a friendship, so I became friends with you. But now, I'm married. Naturally, our relationship will change. I can't always pay attention to you and help you when you need it. Because this will cause unnecessary trouble for my marriage. From a legal point of view, I have responsibilities and obligations to the other half of my marriage. From a family point of view, I need to try my best to avoid unnecessary friction. Even from a relationship point of view, no one wants their other half to have a close friend. That's why I deliberately reduce my contact with you. If you encounter any great danger and need help, I will naturally help you. But if it's just some daily things, I shouldn't be too close to you. Similarly, you shouldn't always come to me. Do you understand?" Of course, Yuan Mingxiu understood. Everyone knew this. It was just that when it happened to him, he, like many ordinary people, couldn't accept it. Yan Qingqi closed his Weibo and replied to Wei Lan, "You're alive? Didn't you say that this person is dead?" Wei Lan replied almost instantly, "You're still in the mood to care about my emojis? Shouldn't you care about the top of your head first? My hair is thick." "I'm not suffering from hair loss for the time being," Yan Qingqi replied. "Wei Lan. Is that what I'm asking you? Didn't you see that Jiang Machen met Yuan Mingxiu in private? Is your head a cuckold? Wei Lan, look at how pitiful you are. I'll give you a cuckold." Yan Qingqi smiled. "Why are you so concerned about me? I'm just here to watch the show." Wei Lan replied with an emoji of watching a melon. Yan Qingqi, do you have nothing better to do? Wei Lan, don't try to change the topic. What's going on? Why did you let Jiang Machen meet Yuan Mingxiu in private? Don't you know that Jiang Machen used to like Yuan Mingxiu? What the f***ck? Don't tell me you really don't know? Didn't that scumbag Jiang Machen tell you? Yan Qingqi, Wei Lan, during the honeymoon period of marriage, the husband went out in public to meet his ex-boyfriend. Is that a loss of morals or a distortion of human nature? Yan Qingqi thought for a moment. It's not considered an ex-boyfriend, right? Wei Lan, it's not counted. They were never together. So you really don't know? Yan Qingqi knew, of course, but he was curious how much Wei Lan knew. Tell me what you know. Wei Lan was very generous and wasn't bashful at all, let me tell you. It's extremely melodramatic. It's a story where he loves him, and he doesn't love anyone. Jiang Machen likes Yuan Mingxiu, and Yuan Mingxiu likes Zhou Weixing. Zhou Weixing is a straight man, a playboy, and he doesn't love anyone. Yan Qingqi, oh. Wei Lan, that's why I've always been curious about how Jiang Machen married you. Yan Qingqi, the right time, the right place, and the right people. Wei Lan asked him, so did you know that Jiang Machen went to meet Yuan Mingxiu in private today? Yan Qingqi thought about it. Yesterday morning, Jiang Machen said that he was going to meet a friend today, but he didn't say that he was going to meet Yuan Mingxiu. He recalled what Jiang Machen had said, because I have to adjust the time, I feel that it's a little troublesome. Ha, he had said it in such a dignified manner. How was this for the time? It was clearly for the person. Xianxia chuckled. Liar. He replied to Wei Lan, he only said that he was going to see a friend. What the f***ck, are they just ordinary friends? I can't believe that Jiang Machan, who looks like a decent man, would actually do such a thing. Xianxia thought that he was right, so he clapped for him. Don't clap for me. You should teach him a lesson. Aren't you very good at talking? Xianxia was about to reply when he saw a familiar figure walking towards him from the corner of his eye. He didn't type any more words, but directly pressed the voice button. There's no need for that, he said. Our relationship is one where we get divorced if we cheat on each other. We don't have any other feelings for each other, and it's not like we can't live without each other. Jiang Machan stopped in his tracks. He looked at Xianxia, who was looking down at his phone. Although he didn't know who was on the other end of the phone, he knew that he was talking about the two of them. We don't have any other feelings for each other, and it's not like we can't live without each other. He sneered, didn't say anything, and turned to leave. Xianxia felt that he had left, so he lowered his head to look at Wei Lan's reply. Wei Lan asked him, "What's going on between the two of you?" Xianxia answered truthfully, "We were betrothed when we were young. When we reached the right age, we got married." He didn't mention anything about Xianxia, because he felt that there was no need to go into so much detail. Wei Lan was obviously a little surprised. You two actually follow such an ancient custom? Are you planning to have sex after marriage? Xianxia replied with a smiley face, if it's suitable, it's not impossible. Wu Yuan, Jiang Machan said seriously, from now on, other than Xianxia and me, remove all the other hot searches. You know that I'm married. I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Who do you want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings? Xianxia? Do you care about him that much? You don't have to worry about that. You just need to remember. Okay, I can't wait. After listening to him, Jiang Machan hung up the phone and called Yuan Mingxiu. What's wrong? Yuan Mingxiu asked. Did you buy the hot searches? Yes, my manager said that I'm not in the country for a while, so I need to hype it up to let everyone know that I'm back. So, you arranged it a long time ago but didn't tell me. Yuan Mingxiu was a little surprised. Wasn't it like this before? I thought I didn't have to tell you. Jiang Machan sneered. Yuan Mingxiu, we're not from the same company. You're not from Nanjing, so I have no obligation to cooperate with you. You didn't have to tell me before, not because you didn't want to, but because I was willing to cooperate with you. But now, I can't cooperate with you like this anymore. This is the last time we'll appear on the hot searches together. If there's a second time in the future, I'll deal with it according to official business. Yuan Mingxiu was a little confused and asked anxiously, why? Why? Jiang Machan thought his question was ridiculous. Others don't know that I'm married, but you don't know? I told you about our meeting when I went to see you before, but I didn't tell him. Now that you've brazenly tied me to the hot searches, are you afraid that he doesn't know? I didn't, Yuan Mingxiu quickly explained in a low voice. I didn't realize. You didn't realize? Jiang Machan was so angry that he laughed. You didn't realize? Or you didn't take my words seriously at all? Is it because I've been too gentle with you? That's why I said we need to avoid suspicion. You shouldn't always come looking for me. Do you also think I'm just saying it casually? When I was sitting in the shop, I told you that with my current status, I shouldn't and couldn't get too close to you. In the next second, you can post on Weibo and at me. The team will buy the trending searches and marketing accounts to push it all over the internet. Yuan Mingxiu, you want me to clearly tell you to keep a distance from me in the future and respect my marriage. Don't look for me for no reason, and don't tie me up. We are two independent people, and we have no responsibilities or obligations. So, we should take care of ourselves. I won't take the initiative to contact you, and you shouldn't take the initiative to contact me. Are you satisfied now? Yuan Mingxiu was stunned. Holding the phone, the grievances and discomfort in his heart were like boiling bubbles, rising layer by layer. What are you talking about? Marketing hype is a normal method in the entertainment industry. In fact, the two of us did it in the past. Why do you have to make me sound so terrible? That's you, not me. I've never pulled others into marketing hype. You're the one who wanted to use my popularity and take advantage of my popularity. That's why you pulled me into marketing hype. I didn't say it before, but it doesn't mean it's normal. I owe you. It's just that at that time, I wanted to help you. But you shouldn't be so insensible. You knew that I came to see you behind his back, but you still bought the trending searches. What do you want him to think? When you did this, didn't you consider what would happen if I saw it? How would he feel if he saw it? I said that I didn't think of it. I didn't realize it. Can't you explain it to him? Didn't you say that he's a good person? He should be able to understand. We're all in the same industry, so he should be able to understand, right? Xianxia didn't expect him to say something like that. He sneered and said angrily, "Don't you feel disgusted by what you're saying? What do you mean he should be able to understand? Are you implying that if he doesn't understand, he's insensible and isn't a good person? Yuan Mingxiu, how can you say something like that? Don't you feel disgusted by what you're saying? I let him down when I went to see you behind his back. You let us enter the trending searches without my permission. You let me down. What did he do wrong from the beginning to the end? Why do you have to insinuate that? When did you become such a person? When did you become such a person?" Yuan Mingxiu cried. "Listen to what you're saying. How can you say that about me? How can you say that about me because of someone you just met? We've known each other for so long, and now you're saying that about me because of him? Disgusting? Xianxia, aren't you afraid that I'll be sad if you say that? You don't care about me when you do things. Why should I care about you?" Xianxia sighed. "I've always thought that since we're friends in the end, as long as we don't interact too much, we can still be normal friends. After all, I've been taught not to be too absolute. I have to learn how to be a gentleman and leave some leeway in everything so that we can meet again in the future. Especially since we're in the same circle. But now, I feel that sometimes, when a gentleman acts, he has to be fair to people and things. So today, let's make things clear. I'm very satisfied with the current state of our marriage. I don't want your appearance to cause a misunderstanding between Xianxia and me. No matter how we've interacted before, from now on, don't take the initiative to look for me, whether in life or work, phone or WeChat. Do you understand?" "Xianxia, what do you mean by that? Do you want to cut ties with me? Do you have to? I only listened to my manager's suggestion and agreed to use your popularity to create a wave of hype. Now that I'm back, do you have to make such a big deal out of nothing? Let's take a step back and say, why did I suddenly come back? It's all because of you. I didn't ask you to come back. You suddenly came back on your own. It has nothing to do with me." "Huh." Yuan Mingxiu laughed self-deprecatingly. "What a good nothing to do with me. Yes, I was the one who rushed to come back. It has nothing to do with you. I'm the one who made a fool of myself. Is that enough?" After Yuan Mingxiu finished speaking, he angrily hung up the phone. Xianxia looked at his phone, thought for a while, and called him again. Yuan Mingxiu didn't pick up. Xianxia called him 5 times before he finally answered. "Why are you still calling me? Have I become such a disgusting person? What else do you want to say to me?" "I just want to remind you not to tell anyone about my marriage, including your manager." Yuan Mingxiu was stunned. He thought that Xianxia called him at this time to apologize to him, hope that he wouldn't be angry, or even coax him. However, Xianxia only said one sentence. He was stunned. On the other side, Xianxia had already hung up the phone. Yuan Mingxiu sat on the bed. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. His eyes were a little sore, and the grievance in his heart was overwhelming. With a plop sound, tears fell on the back of his hand. He finally started to cry slowly. Xianxia held the phone. He only felt annoyed, frustrated, and angry. He unlocked the screen and deleted Yuan Mingxiu's contact number and WeChat. Then, he turned around and walked back. However, when he walked back to the set, he couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia was looking down at the script. His side profile was calm and serious, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Is he angry? Jiang Machan thought to himself. Is he angry because he saw that I went to see Yuan Mingxiu? Jiang Machan felt guilty and a little sad for no reason. He sighed softly. He felt that he shouldn't have taken this step. He shouldn't have kept Xianxia in the dark. Of course, Xianxia wasn't angry. It wasn't worth it to be angry over such things for a while. Moreover, Sunwan came to look for him to act again. Xianxia was a little surprised. He got out of bed and opened the door to see Jiang Machan standing outside. He stepped aside and Jiang Machan walked in. You're really here? Xianxia said with disdain. When Jiang Machan heard this, he didn't feel good in his heart. Your disdain is really overflowing. Is it that obvious? I'll control it next time. Jiang Machan sighed. Xianxia, I'm here to talk to you about something serious. Xianxia leaned back against the wall. Go ahead. Regarding the matter of me going to see Yuan Mingxiu today, I didn't tell you clearly. I even told a lame lie to deceive you. I apologize, this is my fault. However, I didn't know that Yuan Mingxiu tagged me on Weibo and bought a marketing account to make it to the hot search list. I didn't go on Weibo today, so I didn't see it. By the time I found out and asked my manager to remove it from the hot search list and the marketing account to delete it, it was already a little late. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. If I had acquiesced or collaborated with him to create hype, I would have commented on him after he tagged me. I wouldn't have let him have a one-man show. Xianxia smiled. That's all? You know what happened between Yuan Mingxiu and me in the past, right? Xianxia nodded. Yes, I know. I don't care what others say to you, but there's one thing I want to tell you. There's nothing between us that's out of line, and we've never established a relationship. I've hinted at him before, but he didn't respond. We've always been friends. Xianxia replied with an to show that he understood. Yuan Mingxiu wasn't very popular in the past, so he tied me up and made it to the hot search list a few times. I agreed to it at that time, and that's why the other two teams are used to it. His team is used to tying me up, and my team turns a blind eye to it. That's why the hot search list was removed after I found out. However, it won't happen again. Other than you, I won't be in the hot search list with anyone else. Alright. Is there anything else you want to know? Jiang Machan asked him. Xianxia looked at him. Why didn't you tell the truth that day? Because I didn't know how to tell you about what happened between me and Yuan Mingxiu, and I didn't want to mention it at that time, so I thought that since I wouldn't do anything to betray you, I would just end it quietly. I didn't expect that he would announce it to the world. Xianxia smiled. If he didn't buy this trending topic, would you have never told me? Yes. Jiang Machan said frankly, because it's not necessary. I'm meeting him this time to make things clear. I'm telling him not to take the initiative to look for me in the future. This won't affect me or the two of us. I don't want to be unhappy with you because of this. Xianxia thought for a moment. I can understand. He said, but I don't like it when people lie to me. It's fun to lie once in a while, but it's cheating when it comes to this kind of thing. Jiang Machan, I'm not someone who likes to restrict others, and I don't like to be calculative. So even if you told me about you and Yuan Mingxiu that day and said that you wanted to meet him, I wouldn't stop you. This is the first time, and I hope it'll be the last time. Jiang Machan looked at him. He almost blurted out that there was another reason why he didn't tell Xianxia the truth. He didn't know if he hoped that Xianxia would stop him or not. Even until now, he still didn't know, so he didn't dare to ask him. Thank you. Jiang Machan said, but there won't be a next time. I've already made things clear to him. In the future, we won't have anything to do with each other, whether it's in life or work. So ruthless? Xianxia asked him. I don't want what happened today to happen a second time. Whether you believe it or not, I'm very satisfied with the current state of our marriage. I don't want to have too many unnecessary misunderstandings between us. Xianxia didn't expect him to say that. He chuckled. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome, Xianxia said with a smile. Jiang Machan coughed. I said thank you. I got it, I said. Xianxia was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something. He looked up at him and asked uncertainly, are you saying thank you? Jiang Machan said, Xianxia suddenly laughed. He looked at Jiang Machan, who looked uncomfortable, and felt that the accumulated unhappiness in the afternoon had all disappeared at this moment. Are you coaxing me? He asked. Jiang Machan didn't say anything. Xianxia was displeased. I'm asking you a question. What should you say now? Xianxia and Jiang Machan didn't chat for long before they were called away by the director to audition for the scene. Then, they started filming. In the quiet room, Xianxia had already entered the role of Meng Luo. He sat on the sofa and looked at the man in front of him. He asked, do you want some water? Jiang Machan, no, it should be Hiyu, stared at him seriously and said calmly, no need. Meng Luo only poured himself a glass of water. They sat down across the coffee table. Meng Luo's expression was relaxed and his voice was pleasant. Why are you looking for me? In contrast, Hiyu looked serious. Where were you on the night of September 30th? I was with my classmates. Singing? Yes. Hongguang Road? Yes. Why did you choose that time to sing at the KTV on Hongguang Road? Because it was the holidays, and everyone wanted to relax. We went there because the KTV was the cheapest. Hiyu raised the corner of his lips. His tone was gentle, but his words were firm. His gaze was sharp, and his expression was cold. He said, you're lying. Meng Luo looked at him in shock and innocence, as if he didn't understand why he said that. His gaze was very clear. In Hiyu's eyes, it was like a spring. Hiyu could only sigh in his heart when he saw Meng Luo's innocent and pure gaze. He's so young, but his thoughts are so deep. He said in a low voice, you chose that place because you wanted to get close to Su Jiao. Su Jiao was the third victim. He looked at Meng Luo and slowly laid out the evidence he had collected. Meng Luo's expression didn't change when he heard that. He just lowered his head and drank some water. He said calmly, this is just your guess. He was too calm and collected. However, this kind of calmness was abnormal. Before Su Jiao died, there were fragments of the murderer's skin under her fingernails. You can go back to the station with me and see if it's the same. Meng Luo glanced at him and drank another mouthful of water. His tone was still calm. What can the same prove? What do you think? Meng Luo. Meng Luo smiled. His gentle look was very attractive. He put down the glass in his hand and said in a clear voice, Hiyu, you're very smart. You're smarter than anyone else I've met. Jiang Machan clearly felt that Xianxia's temperament had changed. He looked at him. You're not going to pretend anymore? Meng Luo was still chuckling. It's meaningless to keep pretending, isn't it? He leaned back slightly and looked directly at Hiyu, his eyes full of contempt and pride. It was a different Meng Luo that Hiyu had never seen before. He said, you're right. I killed her. I killed them. You used Zhou Feng as your chess piece to help you kill people. At the same time, he became your cover. You hid yourself behind the truth and watched everything quietly. It's a pity that Zhou Feng still thinks that you're just an ignorant and unguarded student. Yes, that's why he's stupid. If I don't make use of him, I'll be letting down the heavens for sending him to me. Why? Hiyu asked him. Why did you kill your father? Isn't he your biological father? Meng Luo was silent for a moment and didn't say anything. His expression was very quiet. He lowered his head and his long eyelashes slowly lowered, covering him with a layer of loneliness and melancholy. He sat in a daze for a while and slowly stood up. His face was expressionless, but it made people feel that he was cold and arrogant. He looked at Hiyu, then reached out and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. Xianxia stared at him for a while and admitted frankly, a little. Jiang Machan thought that he wouldn't answer or ask him a question. He didn't expect that he would admit it directly. For a moment, he felt a little joy in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. His mood and words softened. He asked, do you want to go to my place tonight? He was referring to the hotel owned by the Jiang family that they had been to before. Yan Qingqi clicked his tongue. Jiang Machin, you're only thinking about sex when you're full and warm. You haven't even finished your meal, but you're already running on the highway. Jiang Machin thought for a moment and said softly, maybe it's because I'm already full from looking at you. Yan Qingqi raised his eyebrows. Jiang Machin picked up a piece of pork rib for him. His tone was gentle and his eyes were smiling. He praised him, which was rare. You're a feast for the eyes. Yan Qingqi couldn't help but laugh. He nodded in satisfaction and said without any modesty, you have good taste. Jiang Machin went along with him and said, that's true. Perhaps it was because of the thought of parting, Jiang Machin was especially gentle that night. He even kissed Yan Qingqi more than usual. Yan Qingqi felt that he was a little clingy tonight. He also thought that it was fortunate that the scene where Meng Luo showed he was back had already been filmed. If they had waited until tomorrow to film, the entire crew would have been shocked when he took off his shirt. He couldn't help but laugh at this thought. Then he felt Jiang Machin bump into him. He looked up at him and said, what are you thinking about? You're so distracted. Yan Qingqi hooked his arm around his neck and said, I'm thinking about you. Jiang Machin didn't believe him. I'm right here. Do you still need to think about me? Yan Qingqi lowered his head and raised it slightly. He kissed him on the lips and said softly, I'm thinking about the future. Jiang Machin was speechless for a moment. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. This time, the two of them drove slowly on the mountain road. When they stopped the car and returned to the foot of the mountain, they didn't feel sleepy at all. However, Jiang Machin still had to film the next morning, so he just hugged Yan Qingqi from behind and massaged his waist without doing anything else. He looked at Yan Qingqi and suddenly realized, why do you always sleep with your back to me? I'm used to it, Yan Qingqi replied. Turn around. Yan Qingqi thought for a moment, turned around, and put his hand on the other side of her waist. Jiang Machin smiled. He rubbed his face and said, you're quite self-aware. Yan Qingqi smiled and didn't say anything. Jiang Machin looked at him. Go to sleep, he said. I have to go back to the set tomorrow. You can sleep a little longer. Yan Qingqi nodded. It wasn't because he wanted to sleep a little longer, but because he was used to avoiding Jiang Machin on the set. When he thought of this, he thought about how he would leave the set in a week. At that time, he wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion even if he wanted to. Therefore, Yan Qingqi moved a little closer to Jiang Machin and hugged him. Stop rubbing, he said. Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow morning. This was the first time Jiang Machin had taken the initiative to hug Yan Qingqi before he fell asleep. In the past, it was always him who hugged Yan Qingqi before or after he fell asleep. Yan Qingqi, on the other hand, would just sleep quietly with his back facing him. He looked at the person who was hugging him and leaning against his chin. He looked at him with his eyes closed, quietly and gently snuggling in his arms. He didn't know what to feel for a moment, but he felt exceptionally peaceful and his heart softened. He reached out to turn off the light and hugged Yan Qingqi gently. Jiang Machin woke up at around 6 o'clock the next morning. Yan Qingqi was a light sleeper. When he moved, Yan Qingqi frowned and was about to wake up. Jiang Machin was a little helpless against his sensitivity even in his sleep. He could only say gently, it's still early. Have a good rest. Don't be in a hurry to get up. Yan Qingqi responded vaguely. He relaxed his eyebrows and went back to sleep. Jiang Machin looked at him and felt a little curious. When he first wanted to marry Yan Qingqi, he had read his information. According to the information, Yan Qingqi was a very ordinary boy. He was even a little stupid and pretentious. However, at that time, he had wanted to get married wholeheartedly. The Yan family was the most suitable candidate because of the child betrothal arranged by the elders when they were young. Therefore, he had gone to see the Yan family's parents and proposed to replace Yan Qingqi with Yan Qingxi. However, after spending some time together after their marriage, Jiang Machin could clearly feel that the person beside him had a very different personality from what the information had shown. It wasn't just his personality. In many aspects, he had extremely sharp reflexes, skillful lock-picking experience, outstanding stamina, and vigilance even in his sleep. All these things made it impossible for him to equate this Xianxia with the Xianxia he had seen in the information before. Jiang Machen felt that perhaps this was his true personality. The information he had investigated before was just a disguise. Or perhaps, he had some other reason for having such different faces. However, no matter what the reason was, to him, the current Xianxia made him feel very good. Therefore, this was enough. Everyone had their own curiosity. Jiang Machen certainly had it, but everyone also had their own secrets. He didn't want to explore Xianxia's secrets because of his own curiosity. Perhaps in the future, when they were more familiar with each other and more intimate, Xianxia himself would tell him the reason why he had such two different faces. Or perhaps in the future, when they were together for a long time, he would bring this matter up in conversation and joke about it, treating it as an ordinary trifle between the two of them and make fun of it. But now was not the time. Not when they were trying to get closer to each other but had yet to reach each other's hearts. By the time Xianxia returned to the set, it was already past 9 o'clock. Jiang Machen was rehearsing with Ji Sixing. Xianxia stood there and watched for a while. He realized that Ji Sixing's acting was obviously not as good as Jiang Machen's. When Zhou Feng was facing He Yu, they should have been evenly matched, but in the end, Zhou Feng was completely suppressed by He Yu. Director Wang shouted cut and walked over to Ji Sixing to explain the scene. He also emphasized a few of his mistakes. Ji Sixing nodded obediently. Director Wang then left and started filming again. Xianxia stood there and watched for a while. Suddenly, he felt that someone was coming towards him from behind. He reflexively turned his head to look at the person and made way for him. However, when he turned his head, he was stunned. Someone was hugging his legs. Xianxia looked at the little guy in front of him in disbelief. Chi, why are you here? Chi wanted to give him a surprise and play a game of Guess Who I Am with him. However, he turned his head and saw him. Chi's surprise was punctured like a balloon. In an instant, he deflated. He pouted and looked up at Xianxia. However, he hadn't seen Xianxia for a long time. His emotions were soon overshadowed by the joy of seeing Xianxia. He slowly smiled again. Xianxia picked him up. Why are you here? Chi said softly, Auntie brought me here. He said as he pointed to the side. Xianxia looked in the direction he pointed and saw a tall woman standing not far away. The woman was very good-looking. She had beautiful eyebrows and red lips. She was wearing a camel-colored trench coat and knee-high boots. Her hair was long and curly. She was talking to someone. As she talked, she glanced in his direction. Xianxia nodded at her. She smiled and continued to talk to the person. It was Jiang Machen's sister, Jiang Xingchen. So she was here to visit the set? Jiang Xingchen was indeed here to visit the set. She had just returned from abroad. After finishing her work, she saw Chi on her way home. Chi had become more lively when he got along with Jiang Machen and Xianxia. However, this was only limited to the two of them. He was still a little restrained at Jiang Machen's parents' house. Jiang Xingchen saw him building blocks quietly. Since it was the weekend, she asked him if he'd like to see Jiang. Of course, he wanted to see Jiang Machen's, so they came. After Jiang Xingchen's sisters, Yan's sisters is his sister. Jiang Xingchen nodded and looked at Jiang Machen. Xianxia called her sister in a low voice. Jiang Machen was filming with Ji Sixing. He suddenly looked up and saw his sister standing not far away. When she saw him looking over, she smiled at him. Jiang Machen was stunned. It was rare for him to make a mistake. Director Wang saw that he was in a daze. Following his gaze, he saw Jiang Xingchen and Chi. He was puzzled when the producer came to his side and whispered a few words in his ear. Director Wang was obviously surprised. When he looked at Xingchen again, he still found it hard to believe. Xingchen saw that Jiang Machen was still filming. She didn't want to disturb him, so she said to Xianxia, "Let's go to the hotel and rest. Don't stand here." Xianxia nodded in agreement and led her to the hotel with ease. He Fei hurriedly followed them. The rest of the crew exchanged glances with each other, secretly guessing who these two people were. Were they Xianxia's girlfriend and child? Xianxia secretly took a photo when no one was looking. He looked at the woman and child in the photo and sneered. He was about to send the photo to a big V marketing account in his management company. But before he could send it out, his manager saw it. "What are you doing?" "I'm just exposing some information." Xianxia looked at him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't expose it at this time. I'll wait until the movie is released and he's a little famous. Then, I'll expose him." Xianxia's manager frowned when he heard this. He vaguely felt that Xianxia looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. He could only say sternly, "Delete the photo." "Why?" Xianxia didn't understand. Xianxia's manager didn't say anything. He directly took his phone and deleted the photo. "Don't mess around. Shelley couldn't keep an eye on you when I wasn't around. You can do whatever you want, but don't get involved in anything related to Xianxia." "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Xianxia is an artist from Nanjing. He signed with Guanmei and is Jiangmachen's savior." "What does this mean?" "It means that the company thinks highly of him and Jiangmachen will also take him under his wing." "Do you think you're good enough to go against Nanjing?" Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia's manager tried to persuade him, "It wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. Don't waste all your hard work just because you're angry. Anyway, Xianxia's filming is almost done and you won't be able to see him in the future. Why do you have to be so calculative with him? There will always be new talents in every generation. Are you going to stop him from making a name for himself?" He looked at Xianxia and said leisurely, "This industry is like a big cake. Everyone wants it, but no one can eat it all at once. You just have to maintain your current popularity and hone your acting skills so that you'll always have a foothold in the industry. That's all you need to do. After filming with Jiangmachen this time, you should have realized that your acting skills still have a lot of room for improvement. Work hard." Xianxia only calmed down after hearing his manager's words. He helplessly replied, "Okay." Xianxia's manager saw that he had taken his advice, so he didn't waste any more time. He just wondered in his heart who that woman was. Xingchen, Xianxia, and Chi returned to the hotel. Xingchen used the excuse that he was tired and checked into a room to rest. He left Chi alone with Xianxia. Xianxia looked at her suave figure and was a little confused. He had no choice but to ask Chi, "Are you hungry?" Chi wasn't actually hungry. He had eaten on the plane. Although he wasn't full, he wasn't hungry either. However, now that he was suddenly asked, he felt like eating again. He said, "I'm hungry." The two of them collected their tickets and had their tickets checked. Wang Shanghai followed behind them, wearing a hat and glasses. He chose a good angle to take a few photos. After a while, he guessed that Xianxia and Jiangmachen had already sat down, so he bought some popcorn and cola before walking in with Jiangmachen. When they entered the theater, Xianxia realized that it was actually a couple's lounge. The seats here were not the usual chairs, but sofas. Moreover, each sofa was very spacious, ensuring that it could accommodate two people. He turned to look at Jiangmachen and smiled meaningfully. Jiangmachen hurriedly said, "I randomly chose this lounge. It's the emptiest. There's not a single person here. Who knew that this was a couple's lounge? Should I believe you?" "Of course. Do you think I would choose a couple's lounge just for you?" "I didn't say that." "That's clearly what you mean from the look in your eyes. Mr. Jiang, overthinking is an illness. You have to treat it," Xianxia said as he automatically chose a seat and sat down. Jiangmachen walked over and sat down beside him. "I'll return the same thing to you. Overthinking is an illness. You have to treat it." Xianxia glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "Oh? Then why are you sitting here? If I were you, I would change my seat first. You're sitting in the best lounge, okay? I just want to watch the movie, okay?" Jiangmachen retorted. Xianxia nodded when he heard this. He stood up and sat down on the seat beside him. "I'll leave the best lounge to you then." Sit down properly and don't come over. Jiang Machan was speechless. Yan Qingqi smiled and said, enjoy the movie. Jiang Machan was speechless. Where did this shrew come from? Since she was born with Jiang Machan, why was she born with Yan Qingqi? Why was he always at a loss for words? When Wang Shanghai came in, he saw his boss and the lady boss he had just guessed were sitting separately. The two of them each occupied a sofa. The difference was that the lady boss seemed to be in a good mood, while the boss had a cold face. What was going on? Did they quarrel again? In such a short time, Wang Shanghai felt that his life as an ordinary assistant was simply too tiring. Not only did he have to figure out His Majesty's intentions every day, but now he was also responsible for reconciling the relationship between husband and wife. It was a pity that he was still single and had to worry about other people's feelings even though he was still single. Wang Shanghai felt that it was really not easy for him. He could even be nominated for the Best Assistant of the Year. When Chi-Chi entered the theater, he was surprised to see Jiang Machan and Yan Qingqi sitting separately. When he was hesitating about where to sit, he heard Yan Qingqi calling him. So he pulled Wang Shanghai's hand and motioned for him to let go. Then he ran to Yan Qingqi. Before he could say anything, he heard Jiang Machan calling him, Chi-Chi, come here. Chi-Chi looked at Jiang Machan and then looked at Yan Qingqi. He was puzzled. He whispered to Yan Qingqi, Dad, aren't we sitting with Dad? Yan Qingqi hugged him and sat down. He wants to watch the movie. Let's not disturb him. Chi-Chi heard him say this and nodded. Then he asked, can't he watch the movie with us? Chi-Chi is very obedient. He won't disturb Dad. But he doesn't want to sit with me. Yan Qingqi pretended to feel sorry for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was surprised. He turned to look at Jiang Machan and was even more puzzled. Why? Yan Qingqi hugged Chi-Chi and smiled at Jiang Machan. She asked, yes. Why, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Machan felt that his life had been too smooth for the past 20 years. That was why he met Yan Qingqi, who was sent by God to punish him. What could he say? What else could he say? He could only stand up and walk over. He said helplessly, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to sit with you. Oh? Then it seems that you want to sit with me? Jiang Machan nodded helplessly. Yan Qingqi smiled and said, am I overthinking things? Madam, you must be joking. Then who was the one overthinking things just now? Jiang Machan gritted his teeth. Madam Jiang, you should know when to stop. Yan Qingqi was not afraid of him. Answer my question first. Jiang Machan was speechless. It's me. Jiang Machan looked at him calling Chi-Chi with a gentle expression. He couldn't help but think of the moment when Jiang Machan held his hand in the dark. They had been married for a while. They had kissed, driven, and had never lacked physical contact. However, they had never held hands properly. After all, the world of adults was different from that of students. There were many other things besides feelings. For example, on the day they registered their marriage, even if they weren't familiar with each other, even if they didn't have feelings for each other, they could still get on the car with their marriage certificate that night. At that time, he didn't want to talk about feelings, and he didn't think he would like Yan Qingqi. He felt that since they were already married and they would be together for the rest of their lives, they should naturally get along as husband and wife. It would be too formal and pretentious if he insisted on waiting until they got to know each other better and had feelings for each other. If he didn't like Yan Qingqi for the rest of his life, would the two of them have to live like widowers for the rest of their lives? There was no need for that. Since they were already married, they naturally had to get along as husband and wife. They just skipped the step of falling in love, but after marriage, they should be like everyone else. Therefore, Jiang Machan chose to consummate his marriage with Yan Qingqi on the day they registered their marriage. This was the simplest and most direct way to tie the two of them together. That night, he held Yan Qingqi and told himself in his heart that Yan Qingqi was the first person to have sex with him, and she would be the only one, because only she could and was allowed to have sex with him. But now, Jiang Machan recalled the feeling when he held her just now. She was soft, peaceful, and somewhat happy. That kind of happiness was actually not strong, but it was impossible to ignore. It was like dandelions being blown by the summer wind, swaying left and right under the blue sky and falling on the ground in all directions. That kind of happiness also fell into his heart. It was obviously very small, but it made him feel happy, satisfied, and cherished. This was an experience Xianxia had never had before. He carefully folded it and put it in his heart. He looked at Xianxia and inexplicably felt that the current Xianxia had the sweetness of popcorn. Chi was woken up by Xianxia in a daze. Only then did he realize that he had not finished watching the cartoon. He looked at the screen that was showing the end credits and felt a little sad and aggrieved. Seeing that he was about to cry, Xianxia quickly coaxed him, "Then let's watch it again, okay? That way, you can see the back." Chi did not expect this to happen. He looked at Xianxia in surprise and asked, "Really?" "Sure, Chi, you can watch as long as you want." After all, he had bought the tickets for the entire day. Xianxia looked at him in disbelief. "You booked the time for the next round as well? No one will enter this hall until 11 p.m. Xianxia was impressed. Impressive. Seeing that he could watch the movie again, Chi was not sad anymore. He smiled again. Then he realized, there's no more popcorn? Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other in silence. It was rare for them to feel a little embarrassed. "I'll go and buy some," Xianxia said. "You don't have to go." Xianxia called out, "Xiao Wang." Wang Shanghai immediately woke up from his sleep. Xianxia looked at him. "You slept very soundly." "Xiao Wang. I didn't want to disturb your family of 3. I'll go and buy some popcorn." Xiao Wang immediately got up and walked out. Xianxia leaned against the back of the chair. When he thought that he had to watch the movie again, he felt as if his heart had died. But what could he do? His little darling wanted to watch the cartoon, so he had to finish it even if he had to kneel down. Chi was much more energetic after his nap. He watched the movie while exchanging his thoughts with Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia saw that he was busy watching the cartoon and talking at the same time, so he fed him the popcorn one by one. Chi pushed his hand and said, "Daddy, you eat some too." Xianxia agreed and ate one himself. Then he thought of something and took a few more. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Do you want some?" Xianxia heard this and lowered his head to reach for the popcorn from the bucket. However, Xianxia extended his hand in front of him. Xianxia looked up. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'll feed you some too." Xianxia looked at him and did not speak for a while. Chi saw that he did not move and nudged him. "Daddy, you should eat some too. Hurry up and eat some." "Chi already let you eat," Xianxia said. Xianxia lowered his head and his lips brushed past his fingers. Xianxia retracted his hand and asked him, "Is it sweet?" Xianxia took a bite of the popcorn in his mouth and smiled. "Yeah." Hence, Xianxia smiled and said, "I guessed so too." When the family of 3 and Wang Shanghai finished watching the movie, it was already 6 o'clock and dinner was ready. Xianxia took out his phone and looked at it. Indeed, someone had recognized him when he was collecting the tickets and had taken a photo of him and Xianxia. This was the best. Otherwise, he would have asked Wang Shanghai to post a photo of them as a passerby and say that they had met by chance at the cinema. Now that there was a real passerby, Wang Shanghai was not needed. Xianxia glanced at his phone and saw the photo of them together. Although this photo was taken secretly by a passerby, the quality was not bad and the image was not blurred, so the 2 main characters in the photo could be clearly identified. Xianxia and Xianxia took Chi for dinner. Xingchen was busy, so he didn't join them and said that he would settle it at the hotel. Xianxia sent Lu Ai a WeChat message to ask if his sister had eaten yet. Lu Ai helped Xingchen look through the documents as she replied to her boss, "We just ordered the food and it's not here yet. Boss is really busy. He's still on the phone." Xianxia sighed and sent Xingchen a WeChat message, telling her that he would help her later. Xingchen was probably on the phone, so he didn't reply to Xianxia. After dinner, they returned to the hotel. Xianxia went to look for Xingchen while Xianxia took Chi back to his room. He had just sat down and turned on his phone when he saw that Hefei had sent him a few WeChat messages while they were eating. Brother Yan, are you back? Brother Yan, let me know when you're back. Brother Yan, are you with Brother Chen? He turned on the TV for Chi and replied to Hefei, I'm back. Before long, Yan Qingqi heard a knock on the door. Chi looked up at him. Yan Qingqi patted his head and said, it's okay. You can continue watching the cartoon. He walked out and opened the door to see Hefei standing outside. Yan Qingqi let Hefei in but didn't bring him inside. He was afraid that he would disturb Chi, so he asked him, what's wrong? Hefei felt wronged. Brother Yan, I know I'm not as good as Brother Wang, but I'm your assistant. Can you take me with you the next time you go out? Otherwise, if Guanmei finds out that I'm not with you every day, she will think that I'm lazy. Yan Qingqi smiled and said, it's not that serious. I'll tell Guanmei that it was Jiang Machen's idea for Xiao Wang to go with them. Lu Ai didn't go with them either. Don't think too much about it. When Xiao He heard that Lu Ai did not go, he was slightly relieved. He felt that he could still be saved. By the way, Brother Yan, who were the woman and child who came to look for you today? Does Director Jiang and Sister Guanmei know? They know. You don't know. After you left, someone in the crew started saying that they were your girlfriend and child. It was producer Zhang who couldn't stand it anymore and told them not to talk nonsense. He said that the two of them had nothing to do with you. He advised them to be careful with their words and not to provoke people they shouldn't provoke. Only then did the private gossip stop. Yan Qingqi nodded. Not many people knew about his marriage with Jiang Machen. Although producer Zhang knew Jiang Xingchen, he didn't know about his relationship with Jiang Xingchen, so it was normal for him to say that. By the way, Brother Yan. Xiao He looked at him and asked, did you go out to watch a movie with Brother Chen? Yes. Then did you know that the two of you were photographed? Yes. If no one was photographed, Jiang Machen would even let Wang Shanghai film it himself. Then did you know that you and Brother Chen have a couple fans? Huh? Yan Qingqi really didn't know about this. Hefei took out his phone and sent him a few links. Take your time to read and understand. Then tell Brother Chen and see his attitude. Yan Qingqi nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. I think I have too much free time, Hefei said sincerely. Yan Qingqi smiled. Don't worry. When this movie is finished, I'll go to film a variety show. You won't be free then. Hefei looked expectant. Really? Yes. Hefei was instantly happy. Yan Qingqi looked at him and felt that he really couldn't hide his thoughts. Is there anything else? No. Then you go back and rest first. Okay, Brother Yan, you should rest early too. Jiang Machen looked at Yan Qingqi. Did you forget something? For example, I don't know how to draw. Of course, Yan Qingqi didn't forget. Just draw a stroke. Just draw a stroke casually. It's very simple. Jiang Machen took the pen skeptically and drew a vertical line at the corner. He returned the pen to Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi passed the pen to Chi. Chi, draw a stroke too. Daddy will show you a magic trick. Chi took the pen. She bit her lower lip and thought for a while. Then, she drew a vertical line not far from Jiang Machen's vertical line. She returned the pen to him expectantly. Yan Qingqi said, watch carefully. Then he started to draw. He drew very quickly. He added a lot of things in some places and only brushed over some places. Using Jiang Machen's vertical line as a foundation, he quickly drew a tree branch with branches and flowers extending from it. There were also floating petals. The short vertical line next to the chess piece was drawn by him to look like a small tree with one or two branches growing out of it. Yan Qingqi drew very quickly. It didn't take long for him to finish. The whole painting turned into a cartoon spring scene. There were flowers, trees, kittens, puppies, and birds on the branches. Chi exclaimed in surprise. It's so beautiful. Yan Qingqi signed his name in the corner and passed the pen to Chi. Sign your name, little artist. Chi was a little shy when she heard him call her a little artist. She took the pen and seriously wrote the words Qiqi stroke by stroke. Then he passed the pen to Jiang Machin. Do I need an autograph too? He looked at Yan Qingqi. Sign it. After all, you drew it too. Okay, sign it. Qiqi passed the pen to him again. Jiang Machin had no choice but to take the pen and write his name under Qiqi's name. He was used to signing, so picking up the pen was a habit for him. However, little Qiqi felt wronged. She stared at his name for a long time before asking him in confusion, Father, did you draw another stroke? But you're not drawing anymore. You have to write your name. Yan Qingqi lowered her head and snickered. Jiang Machin had no choice but to sign his name under his habitual signature. Qiqi was satisfied now. He pointed at their names and read each word. Yan Qingqi, Jiang Machin. Yes. Qiqi looked at the painting happily and said cheerfully, then let's draw another one. Jiang Machin was so angry at his son's words that he almost couldn't breathe. Yan Qingqi assured him, just draw whatever you want. You can draw all the vertical lines. Jiang Machin heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, children were all debtors. The young father, Jiang Machin, sighed with emotion. Thus, a new round of drawing began. Jiang Machin followed Teacher Yan's instructions and drew all the vertical lines. Qiqi said, you can't do this. Jiang Machin's expression didn't change and his heart didn't beat faster. Listen to your father. Qiqi looked at Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi patted his head and said, I'll show you a magic trick later. Qiqi was relieved and continued to draw carefully. When Yan Qingqi finished, he connected Jiang Machin's vertical lines and drew a fence. Inside the fence was a small wooden house. In front of the house, there were a few chicks eating rice and a dog lying in the arms of a little girl. Qiqi exclaimed again, Wow, Dad, you're so awesome. Qiqi is awesome too. The three of us are awesome. Qiqi nodded. He put away the two paintings and planned to bring them back. Jiang Machin took 2 photos before he put them away and looked at them carefully. Strictly speaking, this painting had nothing to do with him or Qiqi. It was all Yan Qingqi's last stroke of genius. He was the mastermind of the whole painting. However, this didn't stop Jiang Machin, who had been bad at drawing since he was a child, from secretly feeling happy. After all, his name was on both paintings. Qiqi looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock and he was about to go to bed. Yan Qingqi took him to the bathroom. Jiang Machin took advantage of this time to send the second painting to his, Yu Shihe, Ren Su, and Liao Sibo's WeChat group. Jiang Machin, picture, the first 5 pages were normal, praising Jiang Machin and himself. But from the 6th page onwards, the style started to change. Director Jiang's photo is so sweet. It's rare to see such a sweet director Jiang. Yeah, I don't think director Jiang has ever been photographed going to the movies with anyone before. He and Sun have, but both of them were expressionless. They looked like they didn't want to talk to each other, unlike this one. He looks so sweet. Sister above, I beg you to stop talking. There's only a difference when there's a comparison. You're forcing me to be a couple. This couple has fans? More than that, there's even a superpost. Didn't you see the superpost rise by more than 10 places after such a big bite of candy today? Shocking. That's normal. This couple has had fans since the day they were named. It's just that there's a huge gap between the two of them. Yan Qingqi is a newcomer and has nothing. That's why their fans are only underground partners. Now that this photo is out, even the underground partners have popped up. Passerby, what's the cute thing about this couple? Didn't Sister Little House tear it up? They're cute because they're compatible with each other. I'll repay you with my body for saving my life. Life-saving grace? Did I skip class? Oh my god, the forum was flooded with comments that day. You're not just skipping class, you're skipping school. Here's a link, you can make up for it yourself. So what's the name of this couple? Let's call it City. I think that's what the super post is. Is there a group? Is this post now a couple post? Sister Little House hasn't appeared yet. You might not believe it, but Sister Little House is the one who started the post. Otherwise, how many fans would Yan Qingqi have? F*CK, are you trying to destroy the post? I've already deleted your post. If you speak the truth, you'll always be deleted. But, from what I see, OP, you haven't deleted it yet. Xianxia cursed inwardly. He looked down and saw someone saying, there's a group. Give me directions. Xianxia exited the post and looked at a few other posts. Most of them were talking about him and Jiangmachan. Some people even felt that there were too many posts, so they commented, is this Jiangmachan's tieba? It's flooding the screen whenever there's any movement. Can't you guys return to your Weibo square? In the end, she was rebuked by Sister Smallhouse. Don't you know how popular Jiangmachan is? If the entertainment gossip forum didn't talk about celebrities, what else could they talk about? Was it a battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Xianxia deeply felt that she might not be famous in real life yet. There was no such person on Baidu, but her name had already appeared on the forum. He opened Weibo and searched for it. He entered the city's super chat and found the group that the floor manager had mentioned. Xianxia hesitated for a while. She was still a little curious, so she switched to another account and joined the Weibo group. Another newcomer is here. Welcome the newcomer, welcome the newcomer, welcome the newcomer, thank you, Xianxia replied. Did the newcomer also become a fan because of today's photo? Xianxia could only agree. Yes, yes. This photo is really a great tool to attract fans. It's so sweet. It's mainly because Mr. Zhang's gaze is too affectionate. Xianxia was really about to finish filming. There were only 3 scenes left. However, these 3 scenes were too scattered, so after he finished filming the first scene, he didn't have any scenes to film for 2 consecutive days. Xianxia had nothing to do, so he went online to search for a few episodes of Let's Fight. Friends. He had a rough understanding of this variety show. Let's Fight. Friends was a variety show where teams competed against each other. There were 10 permanent guests on the variety show, and they were divided into 2 groups of 5, 3 boys and 2 girls. Among them, only the group leader was fixed. Sun Sun and another popular young actor, Qin Xianlang, acted as the team leader every episode. The team members were randomly selected by drawing lots. In the game, everyone wore a wooden token with their name on it. If the token was snatched away, they would fail and be eliminated. After the game ended, the team with the most people left would win. The winner would receive a medal, and the loser would have to draw a punishment mission. This variety show looked very simple, but it had become the most popular variety show in the country because of the funny interactions between the resident guests and the fierce competition for the wooden plaque. The 10 resident guests in it had also made their presence known. However, this season, Guan Jingshan, one of the permanent guests, only signed a contract with the show for the first 6 episodes due to personal reasons. This meant that the show would have to find someone else to replace him for the last 6 episodes. Xianxia had the opportunity to replace him because of this. Seriously speaking, this opportunity was not supposed to fall on a newcomer like him. After all, this was a popular variety show, and many management companies were eyeing this lucrative piece of meat. However, Guan Mei had a lot of connections in the industry and knew the director of the show, so she knew about this before anyone else. She directly recommended Xianxia. As a newcomer, Xianxia was not popular and did not have any works. Originally, the show did not consider him. However, in order to let Xianxia appear on this variety show, Guan Mei insisted on offering him a very low price. At the same time, she also offered that if the show was willing to sign Xianxia, Jiangmachan, as the top actor in Nanqing, would also participate in 2 episodes at a friendly price. This was a very generous offer. Let's Fight. Friends. In the first season, they invited Jiangmachan, but Jiangmachan declined. Ever since his debut, he had been following the path of acting tough. Other than appearing on some variety shows for publicity purposes, he had never appeared on variety shows. Now, as long as they signed the contract with Xianxia, Jiangmachan would be able to appear on the show for 2 episodes. Moreover, it would be at a discount. How could the production team not be tempted? In the end, it was the director who decided to sign it. After signing Xianxia, she would only appear in 6 episodes. Jiang Machan would be able to appear in 2 episodes, which meant that Xianxia would only appear in 4 episodes. If her performance was good, she would give her a few more scenes. If not, she would just give her a few fewer scenes. After all, the viewership, the number of online streams, and the popularity of the show were high. One Xianxia would not affect the show much. Hence, the director gave face to Guan Mei and signed the contract with Xianxia for the last 6 episodes. After Wu Yuan found out about this, he immediately called Jiang Machan and asked him, "Did you tell Guan Mei to sign the contract? Did you say that you would participate in 2 episodes at a discount?" Jiang Machan generously admitted, "I previously told her to sign Xianxia to a competitive variety show." She said that she had already contacted him, but the other party was still considering it. I asked her about the situation and felt that this variety show would be a great help to him if he could appear on it. So, I asked Guan Mei to do as she saw fit. If she really couldn't do it, she would use me as a bargaining chip. Anyway, since we already have an interest in this variety show, there's no reason for us to give it to someone else. You're really generous and selfless. Do you know how much the average price for a reality show like yours is? You're wasting it on him just like that. Just take it as publicity for Lost. Besides, my friendship price isn't cheap either. Wu Yuan was speechless. Forget it. You're the boss. As long as you're happy, it's fine. But you should take it easy. It's fine this time, but if you sell yourself as a bundle for Xianxia again, do you believe that your fans will send me a private message to scold me again? They'll ask the company to value you and not spend money on you. Jiang Machan was not satisfied. What do you mean by sell yourself as a bundle? What are you talking about? This time, it's because he just debuted and doesn't have any popularity or works. Just you wait. When this variety show ends, he'll have a place for himself in this industry. When that time comes, he won't need my help anymore. Oh? Then I'll wait and see. Alright, go back to work, Jiang Machan said and hung up. However, Xianxia obviously didn't know about this. Guan Mei and Jiang Machan didn't tell him about it, so he was still watching the first few episodes of the variety show and thinking about how he would look like if he were there. At night, Xianxia prepared to look for Jiang Machan and ask him for Sun Sun's contact information. He wanted to talk to Sun Sun about the variety show. However, just as he opened the door and was about to step out, he caught sight of Zhao Chong standing in front of Jiang Machan's door. She was wearing a trench coat that showed off her figure, revealing her fair and slender calves. She was wearing a pair of black high heels and had an indescribable charm. She knocked on the door. Jiang Machan opened the door and she walked in. Xianxia looked down at his cell phone. It was almost 11 o'clock. It was so late. What did Zhao Chong need to look for Jiang Machan for? He didn't see her holding a script either. He thought for a moment and retreated. He closed the door and planned to look for Jiang Machan after Zhao Chong left. Jiang Machan didn't expect to see Zhao Chong the moment he opened the door. He thought it would be Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had sent him a WeChat message saying that she would look for him in the evening. However, Zhao Chong said that she wanted to talk to him about something, so Jiang Machan opened the door and let her in. Zhao Chong followed him into the room and sat on the sofa. She lowered her head as though she didn't dare to look at him directly. Jiang Machan saw this and poured her a glass of water. What's the matter? Zhao Chong looked up at him. She was very good-looking. Her eyes were exquisite and she had on light makeup. She looked very charming. She sat on the sofa with her hands subconsciously clasped together. Her pearly white teeth bit her lower lip as though she was hesitating how to speak. Jiang Machan saw this and didn't rush her. He only sent a WeChat message to Xianxia, Zhao Chong is looking for me. Don't come over yet. Come over after she leaves. Xianxia replied, yeah. I just saw it, so I didn't look for you. You go ahead. After Jiang Machan read the reply, he unlocked his phone and put it back on the desktop. He waited for Zhao Chong to speak. Zhao Chong paused for a long time before she finally said the purpose of her visit. She said, Jiang Machan, it just so happens that you don't have a girlfriend now and I don't have a boyfriend either. So, can you hype up a couple with me? After she said this, she quickly added, of course, I know that this is equivalent to asking you to help me. You will be of great help to me. So, you can tell me your request. No matter what it is, I will agree to it. Similarly, I will also do what I should do as your girlfriend while you hype up a couple with me. After she finished speaking, she stood up and gently undid the belt of her windbreaker. Surprisingly, there was a light purple strapless nightgown underneath. Jiang Machan immediately turned his head and said coldly with some anger, put on your clothes properly. Jiang Machan, if you want to continue talking to me, put on your clothes properly first. Otherwise, I will call your manager over. Zhao Chang had forced herself to forget her shame and come to him. She said these words and did these actions. Now that she heard what he said, she felt extremely embarrassed. She wrapped her clothes properly again and fastened the belt. Then, she sat back on the sofa. Her nose felt a little sour, but she endured it and didn't let herself cry. Jiang Machan turned to look at her. You came to me today because of this? Zhao Chang nodded. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. She lowered her head and her long hair hung down. She looked very pitiful. After Zhao Chang left, Jiang Machan sent a WeChat message to Yan Qingqi and asked him to come over. Yan Qingqi arrived very quickly. Seeing that he didn't look too good, he deliberately teased him. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me? Jiang Machan sighed. Do you know why Zhao Chang came to me just now? Why? She wanted me to cooperate with her to create a couple. Yan Qingqi was a little surprised. I didn't expect her to drop such a bombshell when she usually looks so gentle and quiet. Did you reject her? Of course. I just feel a little helpless when I see this kind of thing. He sighed. She usually looks quite smart, but she's so muddle-headed when it comes to this kind of thing. She didn't even think about it. If I agreed to her on the surface, enjoyed the benefits she offered, and then turned my back on her, what would she do? In the end, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Yan Qingqi felt that Jiang Machan was really quite rare. Whether it was the anti-fans last time or Zhao Chang this time, he was obviously unhappy, but besides being angry, he also felt helpless and sad for the other party. This kind of Jiang Machan made him feel a little warm. So what benefits did she offer you? Yan Qingqi asked. Jiang Machan looked at him. Is this how you grasp the key points? You already felt helpless and sad for her. If I do it again, wouldn't it be the same? I might as well change it to something I'm interested in. Yan Qingqi moved closer to him. Tell me, what benefits did she promise you? Jiang Machan was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he could only say, nothing. Nothing at all. Yan Qingqi didn't believe him. He thought for a moment. Let me guess. Did she promise to give herself to you? Jiang Machan was speechless. Yan Qingqi saw his expression and knew that he had guessed correctly. He clicked his tongue twice. That's quite tempting. You're the one who's seductive, Jiang Machan retorted. I don't like girls. Even if she stood naked in front of me, I wouldn't be interested. Yan Qingqi smiled. That's right. Isn't that why I'm more attractive? Jiang Machan froze for a moment, then smiled helplessly. How can you answer everything? That's not what I meant. Yan Qingqi sat down beside him and asked, Are you feeling better? Jiang Machan didn't expect him to ask such a question. He instantly understood that Yan Qingqi had said that to tease him because she saw that he didn't look well. He smiled but didn't say anything. Seeing him smile, Yan Qingqi changed the topic and asked, Can you give me Sun Sun's WeChat? What? Jiang Machan looked at him suspiciously. Is there anything I can't solve that requires you to contact Sun Sun? Were you eating dumplings before Zhao Chang came? What do you mean? The dumplings were dipped in vinegar. Otherwise, why would there be such a strong vinegar smell? You have a rich imagination. As your boss, I need to know what you're up to. There are so many celebrities in Nanjing. Do you know them all? Or am I the only one you're paying attention to? That's true. Jiang Machan didn't deny it this time. After all, no one else asked me to help create hype for them. Yan Qingqi smiled. Didn't you ask Guan Mei to help me take on the role of Come Fight? Friends. I'll be filming for this variety show in a while, so I wanted to ask Sun Sun if there's anything I need to take note of. It's still early. You can ask him before filming. The sooner I ask, the sooner I'll know. At least I'll have a plan in advance. When Jiang Machan heard this, he took out his phone and sent Sun Sun's WeChat to him. I'll let Sun Sun know and ask him to contact you later. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Wait. Jiang Machan's hand froze. What did you just say? Did I hear wrongly? You said thank you, right? Yan Qingqi replied, did I? Jiang Machan felt around in his pocket and took out a handful of candies. He grabbed his hand and placed it in his palm. Tell me when you're done eating. I'll send them to you. Yan Qingqi looked at the candies in his hand that cost less than 10 digits and chuckled. Then you can start sending them today. Eat them sparingly. You can only eat one a day. Jiang Machan was helpless. President Jiang, do you think you're worthy of your status? As long as I'm worthy of your status. Yan Qingqi was speechless. He put the candies in his pocket and noticed that Jiang Machan was looking at him hesitantly. He asked, is there anything else? Nothing else. Be careful on the road. Yan Qingqi nodded and got out of the car. He looked at Jiang Machan who was sitting in the car, and there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He thought about it and leaned in to give him a hug before closing the car door. Goodbye, he said. He then let go of his hand and closed the car door, walking into the airport without looking back. Before Yan Qingqi boarded the plane, he posted on Weibo, I'm done. Thank you to everyone for your care and help. He then posted a few photos. There were photos of the entire crew, photos of him and Jiang Machan, and photos of him and Sun Wan. After Yan Qingqi sent the message, he got on the plane and turned off his phone. After he got off the plane and turned on his phone, he switched to his alternate account and was about to check Weibo when he saw that the Qingqing CP group he had joined before was crying. Candy is not sweet, why is it done already? It's done so quickly. Cry, 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 Win Chuan Tangwa was merciless. It's just done. We'll meet again someday. Qingqi even posted a photo of him and President Jiang together. Sister Candy, don't cry. Come and eat some candy. Candy is not sweet, I can't eat anymore. I don't know when we'll meet again after filming. I don't want to eat candy. I just want to cry. Not late in the sky, it's me. Yan Qingqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, stop crying. It's not that tragic. We'll meet again very soon. However, just as he was thinking, he saw a row of exclamation marks appear in the group. A chestnut, report. Director Jiang is giving out candy. Yan Qingqi was a little surprised. Qingfeng Sulai, go and take a look, CEO Jiang reposted Qingqi's Weibo. Qingqi clearly didn't CEO Jiang, but CEO Jiang still reposted him. I have reason to believe that Qingqi is real. The little penguin turned in circles. It's true. Boss Jiang actually forwarded it. Compared to a while ago, there were some people who openly at him. They were on the hot search list, but Premier Jiang ignored them. It's obvious who's close and distant. Ha 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 ha, is Penguin's sister talking about the Empress's family? I'm dying of laughter. There's no harm if there's no comparison. Yan Qingqi exited the group and clicked on the homepage of his alternate account. He saw that Jiang Machan had indeed reposted the Weibo post he had posted before boarding the plane. Jiang Machan, good luck, keep up the good work. Meng Luo did a great job. Yan Qingqi, I'm done. Thank you for your care and help. Picture, Yan Qingqi hurriedly switched to his main account and replied, thank you, Brother Chen. I'll continue to work hard, acting cute. After he sent it, he looked at Jiang Machan's comment about Meng Luo doing a great job. He slowly felt happy. On the other side, the Qingqi CP group became lively again. Qingqi commented. I'm alive. I declare that Qingqi will never be. Not only will it not be, Qingqi is candy. It's so sweet that it's sad. Cute CP. I celebrate Valentine's Day every day. I want to edit a video. Now. Unfortunately, Xianxia doesn't have any material. It's too bad. I'm waiting for Lost. I'm waiting for Lost one. Although I can't edit a video, I can write a novel. Sister, do you want to write? Pass me a pen. Can I post it in the group after I'm done? I'm begging you to write a novel. I'll eat anything. I'll eat anything. I'll eat anything. As long as it's not abusive. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of water. He could understand ancient and modern, but what the hell was with having children? Why was he, a man, associated with having children? Xianxia opened Baidu with a dumbfounded expression. He typed in ABO and quickly found the relevant explanation. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a theme setting. Xianxia was a little helpless. How could there be so many themes for a romance between a man and a woman? Couldn't they just write a proper urban romance? Xianxia looked at the CP fans in the group who were getting more and more excited because of the plot. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and silently exited the Weibo group. October 15th, let's fight, friends. Filming officially began. This time, it was at F City's F University. Xianxia got off the plane with Guanmei and Hefei. As soon as he got off the plane, he heard someone calling his name. He looked up and saw more than 10 young girls who looked like they were still in school. The weather in October was not considered cold in the south, so the fans who came to pick him up were all wearing shorts and skirts. They looked youthful, lively, and adorable. The girl in the lead had a high ponytail. When she saw them coming over, she reached out and handed him a bouquet of flowers. Xianxia took it and thanked her. The girl said to him sweetly, "You're welcome. Go for it, brother." Xianxia smiled and said, "Okay." As he said that, the sound of cameras clicking could be heard. The girls who came to pick him up were taking pictures of him with their SLRs. Xianxia had also secretly observed Weibo and forums for a while. He knew that girls who took pictures with SLRs were called sister cannons in the fan circle. They were responsible for taking pictures of their favorite stars and editing them. Then, they would post them on Weibo and give feedback to other fans in the fan circle. However, Xianxia was still not used to being photographed so fiercely without warning. However, he was someone who had seen big scenes before he transmigrated, so he just smiled slightly to hide his awkwardness. Then, he walked to the exit with Guanmei and the others. There were not many girls who came to pick him up at the airport. There were only 13 or 14 girls who followed him. Some of them were more cheerful and took the initiative to talk to him. "Brother, is this your first time in F City?" "Yes. F City has a lot of delicious food and fun places. Brother, you can walk around after you're done with work." "Okay." These girls seemed to be very familiar with the rules of chasing stars. They didn't ask much and just casually chatted with him about some unimportant things. When they arrived at the entrance, Hefei drove the nanny van for him. Xianxia turned around and said to them, "Thank you. Brother, you're welcome. Work hard." "Okay." After Xianxia said that, he got into the car and closed the door. He exhaled and sighed deeply. It's not easy being a celebrity. There are only a few of us. Is it not easy? Guanmei laughed at him. Xianxia asked her, "How did I get fans to pick me up at the airport?" "You hired him? How did they know my flight number?" "You underestimate the fans. If they want to know, they have 100 ways to find out." Xianxia was a little worried. Then do I have to be like this in the future? Why don't we use the VIP channel in the future? Guanmei glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. You wish. If you become famous in the future, there will naturally be brands who will want to work with you. Do you think you're making too much money? Xianxia looked at her and said with certainty, "Jiang Machan must admire you." "Oh?" Guanmei asked. After all, the two of you have the same economic philosophy and are well versed in the art of exploitation. Guanmei smiled and turned her head away. Soon, she suddenly thought of something and looked back at Xianxia. "Wait, how did you know about hiring people to pick you up at the airport?" Xianxia waved his phone. "I talked about it on the forums." Guanmei's head hurt. "I didn't tell you before, right? Then I'll tell you now. Don't talk about forums and Weibo. If you have a second account on Weibo, give me the account password now. So strict? So that you won't lose it. Then you can rest assured. Xianxia leaned back. I have a very good habit. I only lurk and don't say anything. No matter what I see, I just look and don't say anything. So I won't lose it. Guanmei didn't believe him. Really? Xianxia nodded. Really? Even when he joined the couple group in the city, he didn't say anything other than a thank you at the beginning when everyone said they were welcoming the newcomers. After all, there were so many people in the group. It was normal for people to talk and lurk, and no one would pay special attention to anyone. When Guanmei saw this, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then you have to control yourself and keep lurking. Xianxia gave her an okay sign. No problem. As usual, they reported to the hotel they were staying at first. As soon as Xianxia entered the hotel, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sun Sun. Sun Sun had asked for his time and deliberately picked a flight that was close to his. This was so that he could help him integrate better into the production team after he arrived. Go and rest first. When everyone arrives, we'll have a meal together, Sun Sun said. The next morning, the variety show officially started filming at F University. Sun Sun and Xianxia were still the captains. Sun Sun wore red sportswear, while Xianxia wore blue sportswear. The remaining 8 people were determined by rolling the sieve. The 2 boys and girls with the highest points were in Sun Sun's team, while the ones with the lowest points were in Chen Xuanlong's team. Xianxia naturally wanted to follow Sun Sun, so he was a little more careful when he shook the dice. He shook the dice until he got the number he wanted before he opened the dice cup. 2 5s and 1 6. Xianxia, it seems like you're on my side, Sun Sun said. Xianxia nodded and stood beside him. Soon, the teams were divided. Sun Sun, Xianxia, Wan Wenxuan, Jiang Hanhui, and Ding Zinan were in one team, and they were divided according to their colors. Qin Xianlang, Dai Hongzhua, Song Li, Li Meng, and Yang Xiaoxiao were in the other team, and they were divided according to their colors. The 2 guests who came to promote the movie, Fei Jiamu, were in the red team, while Li Yuanqing was in the blue team. After the teams were divided, the game officially began. This time, the game was to find the golden key to open the treasure chest. The team that found it could pick up the key, choose to pause time, and count the number of people present. Sun Sun studied the map of F University. According to the areas that the director had told them yesterday, they chose a few buildings and arranged for everyone to scatter and look for the key. Xianxia followed him and asked him, if we meet the blue team later, should we snatch their wooden cards? Of course. Otherwise, they'll snatch ours and we'll lose. Can I snatch them too? You'd better snatch as many as you can. Sun Sun looked at him. Xianxia asked uncertainly, can I snatch all of them? Sun Sun was amused by his question. Ha ha ha, if you have the ability, of course, it'd be best. Xianxia said helplessly, I'm serious. I'm also serious. Sun. Sun looked at him with a smile. From the beginning of the show until now, there hasn't been a situation where a single person has snatched away a team's card. If you can do it, you'll be famous immediately. Won't it be too flashy? Of course not. This is a competition in the first place. Don't tell me you're doing well and everyone's doing well. There will definitely be winners and losers. Some are weak and some are strong. Xianxia understood this point and made some plans in her mind. He parted ways with Sun Sun at the Ifu penthouse. Sun Sun went to the upper floors to look for the key while he searched the lower floors. As soon as they found the 3rd classroom, someone came in from the back door. Xianxia saw that he was wearing blue sportswear, and her eyes unconsciously looked at his wrist. Because the weather was relatively hot, everyone was wearing short sleeves, and it was easy to see the ropes hanging on their wrists. The rope was very thin and could be broken with a gentle tug. However, Xianxia felt that since she was a newcomer, it was not appropriate for her to take the initiative to attack, so she did not move. She just smiled and said, "What a coincidence." Then she continued to search for the key. Xianxia was referring to the fact that the 2 of them appeared in the same classroom at the same time. However, when these words fell into Song Li's ears, it did not have this meaning. Song Li looked at the person in front of him and felt that this sentence was extremely sarcastic. Yes, what a coincidence. It was not a coincidence that he would meet someone who used to work in the same company as him here. There were so many people in this industry who could replace Xianxia, but Yan Qingqi just had to come. Song Li felt that it was ridiculous. Since when did Yan Qingqi deserve to appear in the same scene as him? What was Yan Qingqi's status? She shared the same manager as the other 5 people in the company. She was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Now, she actually appeared in the same variety show as him. What right did she have? Moreover, they used to work in the same company, and he was considered Yan Qingqi's senior. Now that Yan Qingqi had suddenly appeared on Come and Fight, shouldn't she have taken the initiative to greet him when she saw him yesterday and asked him to take care of her? In the end, not only did she not take the initiative to look for him, she even pretended not to know him. How ridiculous. She pretended not to know him while currying favor with Sun Sun. What was the meaning of this? Was it because she felt that Sun Sun was the team leader and was more popular than her? Song Li looked at Yan Qingqi and felt that when he said "what a coincidence" just now, he was clearly mocking him. He was saying, look, every dog has its day. Even though I could only wash your feet when we were Xingyu, now I'm on equal footing with you. Song Li felt that it was ridiculous. On equal footing? What kind of joke was this? How could a servant like Yan Qingqi be on equal footing with him? He clenched his fists and walked toward Yan Qingqi step by step. Yan Qingqi didn't know that her "what a coincidence" would cause Song Li to have so many wild and fanciful thoughts. He simply felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward when they didn't talk, so he said it casually. After all, even if he was familiar with the name Song Li, he wasn't the original owner. He didn't stay at Xingyu for more than a few days, let alone see Song Li. All he knew about Song Li came from this variety show. He was a new resident this season. His popularity was average, and his sense of variety was average, but he had a good relationship with the popular young actor Wan Wenxuan. His sense of existence was given by the texture couple. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Song Li walking toward him. He knew that he was going to grab the wooden sign, so he planned to retreat outside the classroom. After all, there were too many tables and chairs in the classroom. It wouldn't be good if they bumped into each other while fighting here. He stopped what he was doing and retreated outside. Seeing this, Song Li hurriedly followed him. The two of them came to the aisle together. Song Li smiled and rushed toward him. Yan Qingqi reflexively dodged, grabbed Song Li's wrist, and prepared to take off the wooden sign on his wrist. Seeing this, Song Li pulled, and then slipped and fell backward. With a clang, he fell to the ground. He looked at Yan Qingqi, grimaced for a while, and said helplessly and generously, "Damn, why are you so cruel? It really hurts a little. You can't do this. Even if you want to stand out, you can't be so careless." Yan Qingqi's expression became cold. He looked at Song Li, who was sitting on the ground and slowly rubbing his butt as he stood up. He silently looked at this person. He carefully recalled this person and this name and finally remembered. It was his negligence. A few days after he transmigrated, he married Jiang Machin. After that, he terminated his contract with Xingyu and went to Nanjing. Therefore, he forgot that on the day he transmigrated, the person that Li Jiang said had intercepted the resources of the original owner was Song Li. He was the one who was favored by the boss and promoted by the whole company. He had an independent agent and deserved the title of the #1 man of Xingyu. "Song Li, what's the matter? Song Li, are you okay? Why did you fall?" Yan Qingqi was about to speak when he heard a voice coming from behind. He turned his head and saw Dai Hongxue running over. After Yan Qingqi left, Dai Hongxue quickly reacted. He tied the wooden sign again and went to another place. When Song Li called him, he just waved his hand and said that he would go to the other classrooms first. But the moment he turned his head, Dai Hongxue's face became cold. At first, when he saw Song Li fall, he thought that it was really Yan Qingqi who pushed him. He felt that this little invisible person who suddenly joined the show really didn't know the rules. For the sake of the camera, he dared to push his senior. He was too greedy. But a series of things happened later, especially when Xianxia took the wooden signs from Song Li's and his wrists without any effort. The balance in Dai Hongshua's heart began to tilt toward Xianxia. He was not stupid, and Xianxia was not stupid either. He had this kind of ability. Why would he fight with Song Li for a wooden sign? Did he think that his body movement was too good, and he was afraid that it would make them and the audience in front of the TV feel inferior? How could it be? Variety shows were all about the 8 immortals crossing the sea. If he had this kind of skill, why didn't he show it now? Was he planning to save it for the new year? Then, if it was not Xianxingqi's problem, it must be Song Li's problem. Dai Hongxue felt that Song Li was really ridiculous. Xianxingqi just came to the first episode, and he couldn't wait to intimidate him. Why did he have to do that? Great. He thought that he was a piece of dough that could be kneaded by anyone, but it turned out that he was an iron plate. He didn't intimidate Xianxingqi, but he was exposed by others. He didn't know whether Xianxingqi had a financial backer or not, but when Xianxingqi mentioned Boss Li, he saw Song Li's expression. Dai Hongxue instantly understood why Song Li was so impatient to target Xianxingqi and even wanted to put on a show for him. It turned out that his weakness was in the other party's hands. Dai Hongxue sneered coldly. He didn't want to get involved in the mess between Xianxingqi and Song Li. It was fine if Song Li dealt with Xianxingqi by himself, but he just had to drag Dai Hongxue down with him. Wasn't that a little too unkind? While he was thinking, he saw Xianxingqi running towards him from the other end of the corridor. She was stunned for a moment when she saw him and then slowed down. Dai Hongxue had a bad feeling and immediately ran up the stairs. Xianxingqi hurriedly chased after him. She slowed down and caught up with him after going up the stairs. He saw the wooden tablet in Dai Hongshue's hand and instantly attacked. He tore it down without even touching Dai Hongshue's body. "Thank you, brother Dai," Xianxingqi shouted and quickly ran to the other side. Dai Hongxue was eliminated. Dai Hongxue watched him run all the way and then turned to look at the camera in front of him, trying to create the last memory for himself in this episode. "I always thought that martial arts secret manuals had been lost in our era. I didn't expect that not only did they exist, but someone had also secretly practiced them. That figure and that speed, is he even human? It's like walking on water and leaving no trace behind. If I win, I'm afraid of his big brother, Xiao Feng." Xianxingqi snatched Dai Hongshue's wooden tablet and put it in his pocket. He also understood now that instead of continuing to be polite and giving people the impression that he was easy to bully, it was better to take the initiative and intimidate others. It would also prevent some people from having thoughts that they shouldn't have. Ever since he was adopted when he was young, he had been learning from his adoptive father. His adoptive father was a very powerful person in the underworld. He was so powerful that even though he had become an outstanding entrepreneur, there were still people from both the underworld and the underworld who were eyeing him covetously and were afraid of his existence. He had learned a lot from his adoptive father, whether it was martial arts, skills, or the principles of being a person. Therefore, he knew from a young age that in the face of absolute power, all petty thoughts would only be laughable. After he finished looking for classroom 2305, he was ready to go to classroom 2306 opposite. However, before he could enter the classroom, he felt someone attacking him from behind. Xianxingqi dodged to the side. It was Li Yuanqing. When Li Yuanqing saw Xianxingqi, he felt that he was a little lucky. After all, it was his first time participating in this variety show and he didn't know how to play. If he were to encounter the experienced permanent guests at this time, he would probably be eliminated. However, Xianxingqi was different. Although he was a permanent guest, he had just been temporarily replaced. He also looked polite and didn't seem like a very powerful person. Li Yuanqing felt that he had a chance of winning against him. He looked at Xianxingqi, smiled, and said, "Sorry." Then, he pounced on Xianxingqi again. Xianxingqi dodged in his direction and aimed at his wrist. He reached out and directly tore the wooden sign off his wrist. "Sorry." He smiled and returned the words to Li Yuanqing. Then, he put the wooden sign into his pocket and ran to the other side. Li Yuanqing was eliminated. Li Yuanqing looked at the camera and felt a little helpless. He still didn't know how to react. "So, it's over for me?" he sighed. Sigh, I thought that the other party was just a bronze like me. I didn't expect him to be a hidden ace. Could it be that the production team deliberately hid his trump card? He cleared his throat. Although I've been eliminated, I still want to use my last scene to promote our movie Stalker. You might not believe it, but in Stalker, I'm actually a ace too. Xianxia quickly finished searching the second floor. He wanted to go to the third floor to search, but when he reached the staircase, he bumped into Sun Sun. There's no key upstairs. Let's go to the next building, Sun Sun said as he asked him, did you hear that Dai Hongxue and Li Yuanqing were eliminated? Xianxia nodded. He took out the 2 wooden signs from his pocket and showed them to Sun Sun. He said with a calm expression, I did it. Sun Sun was stunned. He was a little surprised that Li Yuanqing said the words I did it as if the weather was good today. The next second, Sun Sun reached out his right hand and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. He laughed. You're amazing. I was worried that you would be at a disadvantage if you met the blue team. In the end, you eliminated 2 people without saying anything. Xianxia smiled and handed the wooden signs over. Captain, take it. No, take it. We'll do a tally at the end. When the time comes, whoever has the most wooden signs will be the MVP. There'll be a reward. What's the reward? It's hard to say. You'll have to draw from the prize box. It's okay, you'll know when the time comes. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Then I hope I can draw a better one. You will, Sun Sun replied. The 2 of them left the Yifu building and entered the Yuzhong building. The 3 areas that the production team focused on were the Yifu building, the Yuzhong building, and the cafeteria. Since the cafeteria was the smallest and had the least amount of places to hide, both teams focused on the 2 teaching buildings. Sun Sun and Xianxia had just entered when they heard the announcement that Ruan Wenxuan had been eliminated. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was definitely someone from the blue team in this building, but they didn't know who it was. Let's look for it together, Sun Sun said. Xianxia naturally agreed. As the 2 of them were searching, the announcement that Li Meng and Jiang Hanhui had been eliminated came one after another. Sun Sun did some calculations. Now, the blue team only had Qin Xianlang, Song Li, and Yang Xiaoxiao left. As he was searching, he heard Xianxia suddenly laugh. Xianxia didn't want to take Qin Xuanlang's wooden sign so quickly. Firstly, Qin Xianlang was the captain. The captain was the captain because he was more important than the rest of the team. Xianxia didn't know if it would be inappropriate for him to take Qin Xuanlang's wooden sign so rashly. Secondly, Qin Xianlang was the same as Sun Sun. He was the most popular person on the show. He was afraid that if he eliminated Qin Xianlang just like that, Qin Xianlang would be unhappy. His fans would be unhappy. The production team would also be unhappy. Hence, he took a step back and jumped onto the windowsill. Xianxia saw the shock on Qin Xuanlang's face. He smiled and said, see you next time. After saying that, he jumped down. Qin Xianlang was shocked. He quickly ran to the window and saw Xianxia land steadily. He even waved at him when he saw Qin Xianlang poke his head out. Qin Xianlang was stunned. Although this was the first floor and it wasn't high, it wasn't low either. Xianxia was the first person to jump down like that. Yang Xiaoxiao witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She couldn't believe it and asked, Captain, are we filming an idol drama? Qin Xianlang looked at her and said, then the 2 of us are definitely not the main characters. Yang Xiaoxiao nodded and pointed out the window. This is the real male lead. The 2 of us are probably the evil supporting female and supporting male lead. Qin Xianlang retorted, I'm the righteous supporting male lead. You're the evil supporting female lead. Yang Xiaoxiao was shocked. Plastic team, dissolving group online. Sun Sun waited outside for a while but didn't see Xianxia come out. Hence, he went back and saw that there were only Qin Xianlang and Yang Xiaoxiao in the classroom. Where's Xianxia? He jumped out of the window and left. Sun Sun was shocked. How far did you push him? Is this how you treat a newcomer? I pushed him? Qin Xianlang felt even more wrong than Doi. I just took a step forward and he jumped down directly. He even smiled and said goodbye to me. How is he a newcomer? Have you ever seen a newcomer jump out of the window after snatching someone else's wooden sign? He's so much more powerful than us. Sun Sun thought to himself. Luckily you don't know that Dai Hongxue and Li Yuanqing's wooden signs are with him. Qin Xianlang walked closer to him and Sun Sun took a step back. Xianlang quickly said, I didn't snatch yours. It seems like you two seem to know each other, so I wanted to ask you what's the matter with him? Shaolin disciple? He's so powerful. That's not it. Sun Sun was actually a little confused himself. His impression of Yan Qingqi was still the first time they met. Yan Qingqi had slapped Liao Sibo in the face without batting an eyelid and made him apologize to him. And he didn't expect him was as. Of him was to be, he was. Was like. He. Was like a. Was. He. Like he ttt was. Then why did you act like you were protecting him yesterday? Qin Xianlang was puzzled. Oh, about that, Sun Sun explained. I'm friends with Jiang Machin, and he's also on good terms with Jiang Machin. Since he's on the show, I naturally have to take care of him. Qin Xianlang finally understood. Is he also from Nanching? Yes. No wonder he's on this variety show. His luck is pretty good. Sun Sun smiled. It's not just luck. His strength isn't bad either. Yes. After Qin Xianlang finished speaking, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Alright, chatting time is over. So, it's game time now. After he finished speaking, he directly pounced towards Sun Sun. As Sun Sun ran outside, he did not forget to look down on him. Why did you come just like that? You're not kind at all. I've already said it's starting. Aren't you being nice? That's not right. Qin Xianlang chased after him. Then I can be even more unkind. As the two of them chased each other, they entered the classroom again. Sun Sun saw that the classroom was particularly rustic. There were clumps of dirty chalk on the blackboard, and there were still a few pieces of chalk left on the lectern and 2 chalk erasers that didn't look very clean. In an instant, he came up with an idea. He took the 2 chalk erasers and slapped them wildly at Qin Xianlang. Qin Xianlang was caught off guard and was hit in the face by the chalk dust. He quickly turned his head and covered his mouth and nose. Sun Sun took the opportunity to throw away the chalk erasers and ran out of the back door. Just as he ran up to the 2nd floor, he saw Yan Qingqi poking her head out of a classroom. Brother Sun, over here. Qin Xianlang hurriedly ran over with his freshly dyed gray hair. When Sun Sun came in, Yan Qingqi quickly closed the door before Qin Xianlang could catch up with her. She almost closed the door on the cameraman behind Sun Sun. Sun Sun panted for a while before he finally calmed down. Yan Qingqi asked him, why did you run like this? Don't mention it. Qin Xianlang kept chasing me. He almost caught up with me. Sigh, I'm old and useless. To say that Ruan Wenchuan didn't like Sun Sun wasn't right. That was because he only said half of it. He didn't like Sun Sun, but also Qin Xianlang. Sun Sun, Qin Xianlang, and Ruan Wenchuan were the top 3 most popular contestants in this variety show. Therefore, when choosing the team leaders, the production team naturally chose Sun Sun and Qin Xianlang, who were in the top 2 most popular contestants. However, the team leader was chosen because he was different from the rest of the team. The team leader would have more screen time and a better persona. More screen time and a better persona would help the team leader gain more popularity. Hence, when Let's Fight Friends became popular nationwide, Sun Sun and Qin Xianlang became the ones who benefited the most. The two of them were already popular to begin with. Now, they were like tigers that had grown wings. They became the hottest young actors online and obtained many endorsement opportunities. As a result, the gap between Ruan Wenchuan and the two of them widened. Originally, everyone was standing at the starting line of 85 points. However, because he was not the team leader, Sun Sun and Qin Xianlang jumped to the starting line of 90 points, while he was still at 85 points. As Ruan Wenchuan watched, he naturally felt indignant. He asked himself if he could perform as well as Sun Sun and Qin Xianlang as the team leader and complete the program settings. Then, he would be the one who attracted fans, not the two of them. This long-term indignation slowly accumulated in his heart. As a result, he increasingly disliked Sun Sun and Chen Xianlang and felt more and more wronged. Of course, he would not directly go against Sun Sun and Chen Xianlang. However, he could still deal with a nobody. So what if Yan Qingqi and Sun Sun were close? Would Sun Sun give up his magnanimous and gentle persona for Yan Qingqi and directly compete with him? At most, he would say a few words to him. But so what? He just had to ignore him. Ruan Wenchuan made up his mind and smiled. He looked at Songli and said, "There's still a recording tomorrow. If it affects the recording, the director will be angry. We'll talk about it after the recording tomorrow. I'll help you get back at him." Song Li's eyes lit up when he heard this. He came to look for Ruan Wenchuan tonight because he wanted Ruan Wenchuan to help him. After all, Yan Qingqi had something on him. He couldn't risk it, but he wasn't willing to give up just like that. So, after thinking about it, he turned to Ruan Wenchuan, who had a good relationship with him. However, he did not expect Ruan Wenchuan to help him so easily. "Thank you so much, Brother Ruan." Ruan Wenchuan smiled and did not say anything. He looked at Songli with a hidden disdain in his eyes. In fact, he had always looked down on Songli. Songli's popularity was average, his resources were average, and his management company was also average. The only reason he was able to join this variety show was because he paid for it. However, Songli was very smart and knew how to conduct himself. From the moment he joined the show, he realized that everyone was more or less around Sun Sun and Chen Xianlang. Songli did not participate in the recording of the first season of the show. He was a new member for the second season. If he wanted to integrate into the team and establish himself successfully, he needed someone to be on good terms with. However, there were too many people around Sun Sun and Chen Xianlang. Even if he went up to them, he might not be seen. So, Songli chose Ruan Wenchuan, who was second only to them in popularity. Since the first episode of the variety show, he had been currying favor with Ruan Wenchuan. After following Ruan Wenchuan for a long time, Ruan Wenchuan inevitably found him more pleasing to the eye. After all, who did not like to be flattered? Now that Songli said this in front of Ruan Wenchuan, it was nothing more than hoping that he would stand up for him. Ruan Wenchuan could see that and was willing to go with the flow to do this favor. He liked the feeling of Songli flattering him. That feeling made him feel that he was still different from the other members of the team. Even if he was not the captain, he still had his own most loyal fans. Ruan Wenchuan knew that when dealing with his own fans, he had to give them small favors from time to satisfy some of their desires. Let them taste the sweetness of it, then they would be more loyal to you. The next day's recording of the show was still to snatch the wooden plaque, but the location was changed to an office building located in the CBD of F City. Yan Qingqi did not want to continue to be in the limelight. He only wanted to protect himself. However, Sun Sun disagreed. He told Yan Qingqi, "The first 2 episodes are the 2 most important episodes for you. You won the MVP in the first episode, so the audience is interested in you. They want to see if you will be as good in the second episode. If you lose at this time, everyone will feel a sense of loss. Compared to normal people who win and lose, the audience actually prefers to watch the birth of a legend. You won in the first episode and showed your valiant ability. They will be curious if you will still be as good in the second episode. And if you keep it up, they will leave this hope for the third episode. Subconsciously, they hope that as long as you are there, the MVP will always be you. At the same time, they also hope that someone will stop your winning streak. In this way, you will naturally be remembered by the audience and become a historical record of this show. In the future, even if you leave, as long as your record is still there, you will be constantly mentioned and become the legend of this show. Do you understand?" Sun Sun said, "Since you have this ability, there is no reason for you to not want to be in the limelight and only choose to protect yourself. Jiang Machan and Guan Mei were very selective and spent a lot of effort to help you accept this variety show. Isn't it so that you can be in the limelight and amaze everyone through this variety show and directly rise to the top?" Yan Qingqi listened to him seriously and thought about it carefully. He felt that what he said made sense. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Sun Sun patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck." Therefore, in order to continue being in the limelight and become the focus of the audience, Xianxia continued his fast, accurate, and ruthless style of grabbing wooden medals. He listened to Sun Tsun's analysis of the audience's psychology. In order to keep the audience's expectations of him, he added another wooden medal to the 3 he got yesterday and successfully grabbed 4 wooden medals. Qin Xianlang acted out a scene on the spot. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He clutched his chest and looked at Xianxia. "Hero Yan, stop your magical power and let our team live, okay?" Xianxia could only smile helplessly. "I'll listen to our captain." Thus, Qin Xianlang looked at Sun Tsun with a sorrowful expression. Sun Tsun patted him on the shoulder. "Little captain, you still have room to grow. In that case, for the sake of my growth, can I trouble this big boss to give us some space to grow? You'll have to create that space yourself." When Qin Xianlang heard this, he snorted coldly. "Plastic friendship, cut off online." Sun Tsun smiled. "Sigh, little captain is still young." At the end of the game, Xianxia was still the MVP. When he put his hand into the lottery box to draw a prize, he said helplessly to the camera, "I hope I won't have to sing this time." However, what he was afraid of came true. The moment Xianxia saw the note, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Prize, 2 Dream Diamond Bear Diamonds. Qualification, choose 2 live guests to sing 3 auspicious treasures. Xianxia looked at Sun Tsun. "Captain?" Sun Tsun replied, "Okay, I'll help you. We still need 1 more person." Sun Tsun looked at his own team and was about to suggest letting Fei Jiamu come. After all, Fei Jiamu was a promotional guest and would only come once or twice. But just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he remembered that Chen Xuanlang's team had been defeated twice in a row because of Xianxia. Qin Xianlang was a generous person and would not be calculative about this. However, his fans would definitely feel that Xianxia had affected Qin Xianlang. If they were unhappy with Xianxia because of this, it would not be good. He had always been a meticulous person. When he thought of this, he decided to try his best to help Xianxia get on the good side of Qin Xuanlang's fans. Hence, he turned to look at Qin Xianlang. "Come on, little captain. I'll give you some space to grow." Qin Xianlang did not expect him to cue him. He was stunned for a moment before he rejected him. "I don't want to wallow in the mire with your red team. Friendship first, competition second. Come on, didn't you say you were good at singing?" Xianxia was a little suspicious about this sudden invitation. He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. He knew that Ruan Wenxuan and Song Li were on good terms. Since he had a direct confrontation with Song Li, it didn't make sense that Ruan Wenxuan, who was Song Li's good friend, wouldn't care about this matter and even invite him to have supper together. However, Xianxia thought, it's just a meal together. What's the big deal? Different situations call for different measures. How could he be afraid of Ruan Wenxuan? Hence, he smiled and said, "Let's go then." Ruan Wenxuan also smiled. Ding. The elevator door opened and the 4 of them walked in together. They ordered some stir-fried vegetables and skewers according to the menu. They also ordered 2 dozen beers and drank as they talked. The waiter here was very sensible. After serving the dishes, he left the room and closed the door for them. Xianxia sat beside Dai Hongxue. Opposite him was Ruan Wenxuan, who was eating and playing with his phone. The 4 of them ate a few mouthfuls and more than half of the dishes were gone. Ruan Wenxuan ate some skewers and raised his glass. He clinked glasses with everyone. Xianxia drank a glass. As soon as he put down his glass, Ruan Wenxuan poured him a glass and said, "Qingqi, you're amazing. You've been the MVP for 2 episodes and you're already the MVP. It's as if you were born for this show. Here's to you." Xianxia had no choice but to clink glasses with him and drink another glass. However, as soon as he finished drinking, Ruan Wenxuan said again, "Come, here's to your 2 prizes. Both of them are not bad." Xianxia looked up at him. After he finished pouring the wine, he calmly clinked glasses with him and drank it. "This toast is to you. Although you're young, you're smart. You know how to ride on Sun Tsun's coattails." At this point, it was already a little unpleasant to hear. Yan Qingqi put down her phone and clinked glasses with him with a smile. She drank the glass and waited for him to say the next reason. Sure enough, Ruan Wenchuan poured another cup for him and said, "This cup is for the person behind you who parachuted into the program." Yan Qingqi clinked his glass and continued drinking. Dai Hongzhua simply did not understand how he could be so unlucky. Previously, he was dragged into the muddy waters by Songli, and now he was dragged into the muddy waters of Ruan Wenchuan and Yan Qingqi. "I'm full. I'll leave first." Dai Hongzhua stood up and wanted to leave after saying a few words. In the end, he was stopped by Ruan Wenchuan. "Don't, Hongzhua. Sit down first." "Ruan Wenchuan, I'm not interested in what's going on between you two. If you want to drink with Yan Qingqi, you two can drink. I'll leave first." "Dai Hongzhua, I remember that the second female lead in my next show is Han Ning, right?" Dai Hongzhua swallowed the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. Han Ning was his girlfriend and had never been popular. He was the one who had taken the initiative to get the second female lead in Ruan Wenchuan's show. He did not expect that now it would become a means for Ruan Wenchuan to threaten him. He sat back down helplessly and did not say anything. He just sat there with his arms crossed. Yan Qingqi found it a little funny. "Why do you have to do this? Aren't you just trying to make me drink? What difference does it make whether he's here or not? You might as well let him go back to his room and sleep." Ruan Wenchuan laughed. "You're so smart. That won't be fun. It's easy if you want to play." Yan Qingqi bent down and took 10 bottles of wine. He opened the caps one by one and placed 5 bottles in front of him. Then he pushed 5 bottles to Ruan Wenchuan. "It's boring to drink from a glass. Come, I'll drink with you. Let's drink directly from the bottle." After he finished speaking, he drank a bottle of wine directly. Dai Hongzhua watched as he drank the entire bottle without even pausing. His eyes were wide open. Yan Qingqi smiled. "It's your turn." Ruan Wenchuan also picked up a bottle of wine and drank directly from it. Yan Qingqi drank the second bottle right after. Ruan Wenchuan followed him again. Both of them were still sober even after finishing 5 bottles. Yan Qingqi applauded him. "Not bad. No wonder you dare to make people drink." As he spoke, he opened another 5 bottles. He met Sun Sun in the hotel lobby. Sun Sun had just approached him when he smelled the smell of alcohol on him. "You drank? What a strong smell." "I did drink a little, but not much." Sun Sun leaned closer to him. "Dai Hongzhua told me that Ruan Wenchuan wanted to force you to drink, but you forced him to drink instead. Is that true?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Songli walking out with Ruan Wenchuan. He was speechless for a moment and scolded softly, "Dai Hongzhua also told me that Songli was planning to harm you." Yan Qingqi saw that he was a little angry and said, "It's all in the past. Besides, they didn't get any benefits from me, so don't be angry." "Why didn't you tell me about it?" Sun Sun looked at him and was a little puzzled. "Jiang Machan asked you to go on this variety show so that I would take care of you and not let you be bullied by others. Now, we are 2 people and 2 things, but you didn't tell me." "If you didn't tell me, how would I know?" "If Dai Hongzhua didn't tell me, were you going to keep it from me forever?" Yan Qingqi smiled. "Because there's no need for that. I can handle these things myself. If I told you, I would only be dragging you into the muddy waters. Brother Sun, with your current status, it's actually not as convenient for you to do many things as it is for me. Besides, if I told you, it would take too long. It would be faster if I called you back directly. I can handle it myself, so I won't trouble you. You've already taken care of me." Sun Sun looked at him and thought of the time when they were at 5. Liao Sibo had spoken rudely, but Yan Qingqi didn't say much and directly accepted his challenge. He defeated Liao Sibo gracefully and made him apologize to him. He seemed to have always been like this. No matter what happened, he would solve it himself. He never troubled others and never made others worry. Sun Sun couldn't help but think of Yuan Mingxiu again. Yan Qingqi and Yuan Mingxiu had 2 completely different personalities. Yan Qingqi was like wine and the scorching sun, dazzling and glaring. Yuan Mingxiu was like water and the breeze, gentle and approachable. Sometimes he didn't understand why Jiang Machan would marry someone who was completely different from Yuan Mingxiu, but sometimes he felt that it was normal. Yan Qingqi's personality was indeed very attractive. However, friendship and love were different. As a friend, having a very powerful and reliable friend would naturally make one happy. As lovers, this was not the case. Qingqi, Sun Sun couldn't help but ask him, when you and Emochan were together, too? If there's anything, you can solve it yourself and not bother him? Yan Qingqi was stunned by his question, but he quickly reacted. He patted Sun Sun and asked, if I don't trouble him, won't he come to help me? Sun Sun was a little confused. What did he mean? Yan Qingqi smiled. If he helped me, I would be very happy. I would even stand beside him and cheer him on. I just don't like to trouble others, but it doesn't mean I don't accept others' kindness. For example, if Brother Sun and I were together today and you helped me teach Wan Wenshuan a lesson, I wouldn't do it myself. I would just stand beside you and cheer you on. Sun Sun laughed. You're quite an interesting person. Yan Qingqi was still smiling. No matter if you're strong or weak, it's always a happy thing to be protected by others. However, no one can stand by your side and protect you all the time, so you have to have the ability to protect yourself. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. Jiang Machan can protect me, and I'm very happy about that. But at the same time, I also hope that I can protect him. That way, I'll be very happy. Sun Sun heard this and couldn't help but think more highly of Yan Qingqi. Out of respect for his friend, he had always respected Yan Qingqi and was very willing to take care of him. However, at this moment, he felt that Jiang Machan was actually very lucky. He didn't manage to pursue Yuan Mingxiu, but he accidentally met Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi, on the other hand, was like a bottomless bag of fortune. From time to time, he would give you a new surprise. It made you look forward to it, but you couldn't help but want to show off. He sighed and pretended to be envious. He's quite lucky. He randomly arranged a marriage when he was a child, and he was able to choose someone like you. Yan Qingqi had always accepted all kinds of compliments, so he nodded in agreement. Yes, so he should cherish it. Sun Sun laughed. You're quite similar to Emochan in this aspect. One is marked by the company one keeps. Yan Qingqi said goodbye to Sun Sun and went back to his room to take a shower. When he came out again, he saw that there were a few missed calls from Jiang Machan on his phone. There were also a few video calls on his WeChat that he had been forced to hang up because the connection time had expired. He drank. Although he wasn't drunk, he couldn't help but feel a little sleepy. Hence, Yan Qingqi took out his phone and sat on the bed. He leaned against the headboard and slowly made a video call to Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan picked up the call quickly. He was also sitting on the bed. When he saw him, he said, "What were you doing just now? Why didn't you pick up the phone? Did you throw up?" "No, I'm taking a shower." Yan Qingqi thought of what he said and asked, "Did Sun Sun tell you that I drank?" He did. Not only did he say that you drank, but he also said that he wasn't paying attention and that someone had set you up one after another. He didn't take good care of you, so he came to apologize to me. Yan Qingqi said helplessly, he can't control this kind of thing. It has nothing to do with him. I know. Jiang Machan could understand. So are you okay? What can happen to me? Yan Qingqi looked at him. Didn't you say that all the rules in the world follow my surname? How can they get away with it? Jiang Machan saw that he was as usual and knew that he should be fine. However, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. How much did you drink? Not much, 7 or 8 bottles. You're not drunk? Yan Qingqi smiled. Don't worry, I won't get drunk. Jiang Machan chuckled. What do you mean you won't get drunk? You won't get drunk even after 1,000 glasses? Something like that, he said. Anyway, it's useless to make me drink. Then what's the use of making you drink? Jiang Machan looked at his clear-headed appearance and couldn't help but think of his previous question. Why was the Yan Qingqi in front of him so different from the one before? His quick reflexes, extraordinary skills, alertness when he was sleeping, his hobby of recording, and now his alcohol tolerance. The Yan family was just an ordinary family. How could they raise him to be like this? However, if Xianxia didn't say anything, Jiang Machan wouldn't ask. He called because he was worried about him. Now that he knew he was fine, it was enough. He looked at Xianxia, who was smiling gently on the phone. Okay, it's getting late. Go to sleep. Have a good rest. Okay, you should sleep early too. I'll go to sleep after hanging up. Xianxia nodded. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered. Jiang Machan, let's end the matter with Ruan Wenxuan and Songli here. Don't worry too much about them, okay? Jiang Machan felt that Xianxia was sometimes very good at talking. When he said something to you, he would choose different ways to say it according to the situation. Sometimes he was direct, sometimes he was tactful. Sometimes he was firm, sometimes. He seemed to give you the choice. Just like now, Xianxia didn't say, I've already solved this matter, so don't interfere. Instead, he said, don't worry too much about them. Ask him, okay? He asked gently, as if you said yes, he wouldn't refute if you said no. However, the tone of his voice made you unable to disobey him. You could only agree with him. So Jiang Machan said, okay, since you've already solved it, I'll listen to you. Thank you. Xianxia smiled. Good night. Good night. Jiang Machan watched Xianxia lie down in bed and hung up the video call. He felt a little regretful. If Xianxia was by his side now, they could continue to play the game of thank you. However, Xianxia was not here. He rarely thanked him, but he was not by his side. Jiang Machan felt that he missed him a little. She missed his eloquence, his gentleness, the way he hugged her, and the way he was intimate with her. He was so fresh, like the silent drizzle in spring, like the abundant sunshine in summer, like the beautiful fiery red maple leaves in autumn, like the clean and pure white snow in winter. He was honest, frank, confident, and passionate. He had sharp claws and teeth, but also soft pads of flesh. He looks at you, his eyes are full of life, he stares at you, lively, he approaches you, and shows you his world, he leaves you, and looks back at you from a little distance. Jiang Machan felt that he really did miss him a little. The next morning, all the guests left one after another. Xianxia did not see Ruan Wenxuan and Songli when he left. He only saw Sun Sun and Ding Zinan. Ding Zinan waved at him. See you next episode. Xianxia replied, see you next episode. Are you going home directly? Sun Sun asked him. Xianxia nodded. Let's go. I'll go to the airport with you. I'm going to H City. Okay, Xianxia replied. After they got off the plane, Xianxia turned on the computer and saw the words let's fight. Friends. There were already clues posted on Weibo. Who is this? Is he Guan Jingshan's replacement? Why does he look so unfamiliar? What role has he acted in? Where did this nobody come from? How did he get in? The production crew must have taken his money. He's quite good-looking. This kind of little fresh meat is obviously a vase. He probably just sells his face on the show and doesn't know anything. He's worse than Guan Jingshan. He's worse than Guan Jingshan 1. I strongly request for Guan Jingshan to be replaced. Wait, isn't this Xianxia? He's the one who filmed Lost with Jiang Machan. He's got good resources. He filmed Lost with Jiang Machan? And he's on Let's Fight. Where did this star come from? The management company is so supportive of him. Maybe he saved the management company's boss. Ha 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 ha, you're funny. No, you're right. He didn't save the management company's boss. He saved the management company's money tree. How can the management company not be grateful to him? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I'll give you a link. See for yourself. I bet 50 cents that Xianxia will have good resources in the future. Damn, I was so shocked when I saw the link. When did this happen? No wonder Nanqing is so supportive of him. He really saved Nanqing's money tree. But the video does look quite thrilling. Xianxia's skills are not bad. Actor Jiang is a bit pitiful. Sister Little House didn't tear the production crew apart. Xianxia didn't stay at home for too long before Mian started filming. Mian was a campus idol drama adapted from a best-selling online novel of the same name. It was about the female lead, Tang Mian, who met the arrogant and despotic young master Yan Xiangming by chance. Then, she met Yan Xiangming in school and started a sweet relationship with him. In the story, Yan Xiangming came from a wealthy family. He was arrogant, bad-tempered, and had bad grades, but he was kind-hearted. One time, he returned late and saw someone bullying Tang Mian, so he saved her. Tang Mian wanted to repay him, but Yan Xiangming didn't need anything, so she had no choice but to give up. Until the counselor told Yan Xiangming that he had failed too many subjects in the first semester. If he couldn't pass the second semester's makeup exam, he would have to repeat another year. Yan Xiangming was worried that his parents would be angry if they found out, so he thought of Tang Mian and hoped that she could tutor him. Tang Mian was naturally willing. The two of them got along and fell in love. This novel was actually very simple, but the characters were vivid and interesting. The two of them were also very sweet in love, perfectly satisfying the girl's imagination of campus love. Yan Xiangxia played the second male lead in the novel and also the second male lead in this drama, Lin Yang. Lin Yang was a gentle and polite person. He grew up with Tang Mian and was her most trusted neighbor. However, he didn't fall in love with her like in other novels. He really only treated Tang Mian as his sister, just like how Tang Mian only treated Lin Yang as her brother. However, this didn't affect Yan Xiangming's jealousy when he saw Lin Yang. However, unlike the usual novels where the second male lead and male lead were at loggerheads over the female lead, Lin Yang liked Yan Xiangming, Tang Mian's pursuer. He wanted to promote the two of them, so he became Yan Xiangming's relationship mentor in the later stages. He became the promoter of their relationship and the resolver of misunderstandings. He was the best character in the drama other than the male and female leads. On the day of filming, the official Weibo of Mian posted a photo of the opening of the camera. Yan Xiangxia also posted on Weibo. He noticed that very soon, there were fans on his Weibo reposting his likes and cheering him on. Yan Xiangxia switched to another account and clicked on the Weibo homepage of a few people who commented on him. He found that they were indeed Xiangxia CP fans and Small House fans. He knew it. He didn't have any works now, so how could he have any fans? Sure enough, it was Jiang Machan who attracted him. Yan Xiangxia logged out of her Weibo and looked at the comments about Mian online. They were all positive. This was mainly due to the original author and Wei Lan. When Mian was serialized, someone had asked the author who would be the most suitable actor to play Yan Xiangming if this book was made into a TV series. At that time, the author replied, Wei Lan. Later on, when it came time to sell the novel, the author had also strongly recommended Wei Lan. Wei Lan was an A-list celebrity in the entertainment industry, and he was very popular. Hence, the production company contacted him immediately. His manager looked at the remuneration and script and told him, take it. Wei Lan said, oh, and agreed. Hence, the first news released by the production crew was that the male lead would be played by Wei Lan. The author directly posted on Weibo that his dream had come true, and he shared the lucky draw to support Wei Lan and the production crew. The book fans were very satisfied and went around promoting the production crew with a conscience. The school drama was saved. Hence, even though the production crew had only announced the female lead and the other roles on the day of filming, the book fans were still passionately supporting the production crew and promoting it everywhere. It was also thanks to Wei Lan that because they were satisfied with the male lead, even the book fans looked at the female lead and Lin Yang with a very satisfied expression. Look at our brother Lin. He's so handsome, has such a good temperament, and looks so gentle and warm. As for his lack of fame and popularity, it must be because the production crew wanted to film well, so they didn't choose actors who were only popular but had no acting skills. The one playing our brother Lin must be a professional actor who graduated from a professional acting class. When the book fans checked and found out that Yan Xiangxia really did graduate from a professional acting class, they instantly strengthened their belief. See? He really is from a professional acting class. Yan Xiangxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he could only comfort his book fans that it was fine as long as everyone was happy. Because before signing Mian, Yan Xiangxia had signed Let's Fight. Friends. Hence, Guan Mei had negotiated with the production crew. Yan Qingqi had to leave the production crew on the 15th and 25th of every month to film Let's Fight. The production crew agreed readily. After all, Let's Fight was indeed popular. If Yan Qingqi could rely on Let's Fight to become popular, then they would actually be the ones benefiting. The breeze was gentle and the sun was shining brightly. Yan Qingqi and Wei Lan's first scene officially started filming. In this scene, Yan Xiaoming came to borrow something from Tang Mianmian. In the end, Lin Yang told him that Tang Mianmian had something to do and asked him to give it to him. Yan Xiaoming was jealous, so he exchanged a few words with Lin Yang. Yan Qingqi was wearing a white shirt and jeans. He handed the bag to Wei Lan. Mianmian asked me to give this to you. Wei Lan, who was acting as Yan Xiaoming, took it and opened it. It was indeed the notes that Tang Mianmian had promised to give him. He looked at the boy in front of him and asked, "Who are you? What's your relationship with Tang Mianmian?" Lin Yang smiled gently. "I'm her neighbor." "Just a neighbor?" Lin Yang thought for a while. "You can be considered half an older brother." Yan Xiaoming sneered. Older brothers were the easiest to flirt with. Lin Yang saw that he was a little childish and looked at him angrily. "What's your relationship with Mianmian?" "Tang Mianmian and I." Halfway through his sentence, Yan Xiaoming suddenly realized that if he called Tang Mianmian by her full name, he wouldn't appear close to Tang Mianmian without Lin Yang. Hence, he changed his words. "Mianmian and I are friends." "Just friends." "I'm also her savior." "Oh." Lin Yang remembered. "It's you. Mianmian told me about you." "Thank you." Yan Xiaoming felt that Tang Mianmian was so close to this person and told him everything. He pursed his lips, glanced at Lin Yang, and left. Cut, the director shouted. "Not bad, get ready for the next scene." "You're not bad," Wei Lan complimented as they sat on chairs in the actor's lounge while waiting for the set to change. Yan Qingqi looked at him. "You too." "Of course." Wei Lan was very confident. "I lost to you last time purely because of my character. That quiet and reserved personality is making things difficult for me." Yan Qingqi smiled. Indeed, Meng Luo's personality wasn't suitable for Wei Lan. From the filming over the past few days, he could clearly see that Wei Lan was really suited for this kind of domineering and high-spirited character. He would even unconsciously bring a hint of childishness to this character, making it so that when you were angered by him, you would feel that he was cute and couldn't help but want to pat his head and forgive his unreasonable behavior. This was Wei Lan's natural advantage. He couldn't learn it. Similarly, Wei Lan couldn't learn Meng Luo either. Yan Qingqi was talking to Wei Lan when his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Guan Mei. "Hello." Yan Qingqi wasn't surprised by this call at all. In fact, he had expected it. He leaned back in his chair and answered the call calmly, "Hello." As expected, Jiang Machen's next sentence confirmed his suspicions. "Guan Mei said that Yuan Mingxu wants to appear on your variety show. Did you agree?" "Yeah," Yan Qingqi replied. Jiang Machen didn't quite understand. He sat on the sofa and tried hard to organize his words in an attempt to express his thoughts clearly. "Qingqi, I'm not speaking up for him, nor am I disagreeing with or supporting your decision. I just don't understand. I'm no longer in contact with him. We won't have any interactions with him in the future. Why are you willing to agree to appear on the same stage as him? To see him? I'm not blaming you. I just don't know what you're thinking. Do you think that this variety show is your job and that you've just joined, so you're not willing to negotiate with the production team for his sake? Or did you agree because you really want to see him? Can you tell me what you think?" His tone was very gentle. Yan Qingqi could hear that he was trying hard to express that he didn't want Yan Qingqi to misunderstand him. He chuckled softly and said slowly, "Jiang Machen, you don't have to be so nervous. I didn't misunderstand, and I don't mind. I know you're not doing this for him. Even if you didn't call me, I would have waited until tonight to talk to you about this when we were free. We agreed that I wouldn't let you hear about me from anyone else. I remember." Jiang Machen couldn't help but relax when he heard this. So, why are you doing this? Xianxia thought for a moment. How should I put it? It's partly because of what you said. This variety show is my job and I've just taken over. It doesn't make sense for me to negotiate with the production team for his sake. Moreover, the industry is only so big. If I avoid him this time, do I have to go around him every time I do something in the future? Wouldn't that make it seem like I'm afraid of him? To put it bluntly, he doesn't have the right to do so. Jiang Machan listened without saying anything. Xianxia continued, moreover, if he's doing this for the popularity of the variety show, it won't matter even if we're on the same stage. If he's doing this for me, he'll definitely find another way to meet me even if I reject him with the conditions I proposed to the production team. So, if it's mine, I can't avoid it. If it's not mine, I don't have to worry about it. Why should I raise conditions with the production team for him and waste my energy? Jiang Machan was silent for a while before he sighed. Do you feel unhappy? Not really. I just feel that it's a little troublesome. If you're afraid of trouble, I can ask him not to participate in this recording. Even if you don't go this time, you will encounter it in the future. Although this analogy is not very pleasant, you have to remove the gum stuck to the bottom of your shoe. You can't wait for it to fall off by itself, right? There's nothing unpleasant about it, Jiang Machan said. If you're embarrassing yourself, you can't blame others for saying unpleasant things. Xianxia smiled without saying anything. Jiang Machan held his phone and felt a little annoyed. He really didn't expect that Yuan Mingxiu would participate in Xianxia's variety show. There were so many variety shows in the country, and Let's Fight was not the only popular variety show. Yuan Mingxiu's intention for choosing this variety show was simply too obvious. Of course, he knew that Xianxia wouldn't be afraid of Yuan Mingxiu. He also knew that Yuan Mingxiu might not be able to win against Xianxia. However, he was still worried. Even if his rationality told him that Xianxia was never someone who would let himself suffer, he still didn't want Xianxia to face Yuan Mingxiu alone. He hoped that at this time, he could stand in front of him. Jiang Machan couldn't tell what he was feeling right now. It was just like he didn't know when he started to not want them to meet. When he first got married, Jiang Machan had thought that when Yuan Mingxiu came back, he would bring Xianxia to their gathering and introduce him to his friends and Yuan Mingxiu. At that time, he was clearly still willing to let Xianxia meet Yuan Mingxiu. But later, slowly, he didn't know when it started, but he subconsciously started to avoid Xianxia meeting Yuan Mingxiu. So when Yuan Mingxiu asked to meet him, he didn't tell Xianxia. Today, when he heard Guan Mei say that Yuan Mingxiu was going to film Xianxia's variety show, he resisted and was annoyed. He didn't want Xianxia to meet Yuan Mingxiu, and he didn't want Xianxia to talk to Yuan Mingxiu. He was afraid that Yuan Mingxiu would say something unpleasant to Xianxia, and he was also afraid that Yuan Mingxiu would do something unpleasant. He was afraid that Xianxia would be hurt because of Yuan Mingxiu's behavior, and he was even more afraid that he would feel sad. Jiang Machan never thought that he was a person who would regret easily. Since he was a child, his parents had taught him that what you did, what you planted, what you reaped. He had a clear conscience, and nothing had happened that made him regret. But now, he regretted it. He regretted that he used to like Yuan Mingxiu, and he regretted the sacrifices he made back then. He was afraid that his love and sacrifices would become a sharp blade that Yuan Mingxiu used to stab Xianxia. Just like how he was afraid that Yuan Mingxiu would tell Xianxia the truth, you know that he used to like me. Xianxia knew, but it didn't mean that he was willing to hear it from someone else. It didn't mean that he wouldn't feel sad after hearing it. Jiang Machan sighed softly and said, Qingqi, I thought about it and decided that I'll be going for the episode that Yuan Mingxiu is going for. Xianxia didn't expect him to say that and was a little surprised. What are you going to do? I'm not going to do anything. I've already signed a contract with the production team for 2 episodes. Even if I don't go this time, I'll go in the future. But you don't have to come this time. Xianxia felt a little troubled. Wei Lan even said that he's going. When the time comes, the 2 of you can come together. I think this episode is going to be a hit. If it doesn't, it'll be a waste of your popularity. What's Wei Lan going to do? Jiang Machan was curious. He wants to watch the show. He wants to see the exciting moment when I meet you on Mingshu with his own eyes. Jiang Machan facepalmed. I'll call his brother in a while and ask him to discipline his younger brother. Don't think about this nonsense all day. Yan Qingqi laughed. Wei Lan will probably be angered to death by you. If you ask me, Wei San is too lax with him. If he were my younger brother, I would have beaten him up a long time ago. You're the one who can't bear to do it. You're not like that. Jiang Machan didn't continue the topic of Wei Lan. He insisted on his decision to go on the show. Anyway, I'll be there when the time comes. Jiang Machan. Yan Qingqi was about to speak when she was interrupted by Jiang Machan. He asked, what do I call you now? Don't you think you should learn from me? Yan Qingqi couldn't help but laugh. She accepted his advice. Then, Mo Chen? Jiang Machan chuckled. Didn't you hear me? It's fine if you didn't hear me. Yan Qingqi was displeased. Are you not going to repeat yourself if you didn't hear me? Haven't you heard of the saying, good things don't need to be repeated? No, I haven't, Yan Qingqi said matter-of-factly. Then I'll tell you now. You know what I mean. Yan Qingqi snorted coldly. Jiang Machan, I don't think I need to raise any conditions with the production team for this episode when Yuan Mingshu is here. For the 2 episodes when you're here, I need to tell the production team that it's either you or me. Jiang Machan laughed. Who do you think the production team will choose? They'll choose you. When the time comes, you can play with Sun by yourself. Aren't you worried that you'll scare me now? Don't you think that you're being thoughtless now? Jiang Machan held his forehead helplessly and couldn't help but laugh. You're really good at teasing me. Yan Qingqi snorted coldly. After Jiang Machan was done teasing him, he spoke again. I said, I miss you. What did you say? My signal isn't good. I said, I miss you. I miss you. Is the signal good? Can you hear me? Yan Qingqi was satisfied. Looks like you really miss me. Jiang Machan simply couldn't do anything about him. Childish. Yan Qingqi smiled but didn't say anything. Don't you think you should say something now? Jiang Machan reminded him. Like what? For example, how would you answer if I asked you to return the favor? How would I answer? Yan Qingqi pretended to be confused. Jiang Machan was speechless. Yan Qingqi, he called out Yan Qingqi's full name. Yan Qingqi replied with an O, and Jiang Machan calmed down a little. Then he heard Yan Qingqi say in a brisk tone, since you miss me, I hope we'll meet again someday. Yan Qingqi. Jiang Machan was furious. I still have something to do. I'll hang up now. Yan Qingqi hung up the phone quickly. Jiang Machan looked at the phone that had been hung up. He was so angry that he had a headache. Why did he have to marry such a troublemaker? Would it kill him not to court death? Was he a mantis shrimp in his previous life? Can't you live without being naughty for the rest of your life? However, before he could finish complaining, he heard a notification from WeChat. Jiang Machan opened it and saw that Yan Qingqi had sent him a message. He opened it angrily and heard a light and pleasant voice say, I miss you too. Jiang Machan's anger dissipated instantly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he received another WeChat message. This was the text version, I miss you too, Mr. Jiang. At the bottom of the message was a little rabbit looking up with its big eyes. There were 2 big words beside it, miss you. Jiang Machan looked at the emoticon and then looked at the text he had sent. He felt that when Yan Qingqi was being a troublemaker, he could really anger people to death. However, when he was coaxing people, he could really make people happy. Yan Qingqi sent him a WeChat message, shouldn't you reply with a kiss at a time like this? Jiang Machan refused. He didn't want to send such disgusting and girly words. Yan Qingqi was still urging him, aren't you going to send one? Or a kiss is fine too. Jiang Machan. When they arrived at F City, Yan Qingqi was determined not to leave with Wei Lan again. He did not forget the grand scene of sending him off just now and did not want to wait to experience such a scene again. But just as he finished speaking, before Wei Lan could speak, Guan Mei expressed her opinion first. No. Why? Yan Qingqi did not understand. Why? Guanmei looked at him. Why don't you take advantage of the ready-made popularity next to you? Do you think you're too popular? Yan Qingqi was speechless. Zhangqing and I have already arranged to be on the hot search list. If you separate from him now, Yan Qingqi, are you going to pay for the hot search list? Wei Lan held back his laughter. Yan Qingqi was helpless. Okay then. That's right. So many people want to follow me, but I don't care. You're not willing to fly with me for free. Wei Lan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You're really worrisome. Speechless, Zhang Zhenqing looked at his young master who just said the words, make others worry. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror before saying this? What right do you think you have to say this? Who else in this world is more worrisome than you? So, under Guanmei's supervision, Yan Qingqi walked out of the airport with Wei Lan again. It was still a sea of people. The sound of shutters and fans kept reminding them, don't push, don't push. After they left the airport and got into the nanny van, Yan Qingqi turned on his phone and found that it was at the top of the hot search list. He clicked on his alternate account and saw that the production team had announced before they boarded the plane, come fight. Friends. The guests for the 9th episode were Wei Lan, Yuan Mingxiu, Zhou Tong and Lin Ji. The Guardians of the Milky Way under the official Weibo post expressed their anticipation. It took Yan Qingqi a long time to find the comments of Yuan Mingxiu's fans and the fans of the other two people. Because of Wei Lan's fearlessness and powerful background, even though he was ranked first in the Who Do You Want to Be on the reality show poll on major forums all year round, there were still very few reality show variety shows that dared to invite him, for fear that he would expose the inside story if he was unhappy. This time, Wei Lan went to film Come and Fight. Friends. Although he was not a permanent guest and was only a promotional guest, he still attracted a lot of attention. Many marketing accounts posted on Weibo that they were looking forward to the recording of Wei Lan's episode. Wei Lan and Yan Qingqi appeared together at the airport among the pictures in the marketing account. Soon, someone noticed the photo and asked, who is this guy? Wei Lan's fans replied, it's Let's Fight. Friends. Yan Qingqi, the permanent guest, and Wei Lan's brother are filming Mian Mian together. This recording is also to promote this TV series. Wei Lan's fans were the evergreen trees in the fan circle, so they knew the marketing methods on Weibo very well. The marketing accounts posted on Weibo with the same words and the same pictures. Every account had a picture of Yan Qingqi. They would not believe that it was not instructed by their own company. Without Wei Lan's permission, the management company would not dare to do this. So, it could only mean that Wei Lan wanted to bring Yan Qingqi to fame. The Guardians of the Mist sisters had always doted on their brother. Since their brother was willing to bring him to fame, they were willing to help as well, as long as Yan Qingqi did not forget their kindness after he became famous. Therefore, the Guardians of the Mist sisters reposted the post and took the opportunity to recommend Yan Qingqi to others. As they did so, they realized that their brother had posted something on Weibo. Wei Lan, I haven't filmed a variety show in a long time. Yan Qingqi, remember to take care of me. Below the post were pictures of the two of them on set and a selfie. What are you standing there for? Guanmei looked at him. Repost and comment. Yan Qingqi looked at the remember to take care of me line and felt helpless. He switched to his main account and reposted it with a comment, don't worry, leave it to me. Then, the two of them became one of the trending searches. Guanmei bought trending searches. She never liked to jump straight to the top 10. She preferred to buy from the 40s and work her way up. She wanted to create the illusion that the trending searches were really created by someone else, so that the passers-by would not hate marketing. Because Wei Lan's name was on the trending searches, Wei Lan's fans kept posting, reposting, and commenting. With their help, the trending searches quickly rose to 3rd place. Many passers-by expressed their surprise. Who is this Yan Qingqi? How did Wei Lan take a liking to her? Doesn't Wei Lan have his nose in the air and look down on everyone? There were also people who said, this name sounds familiar, and the person looks familiar too. Why can't I remember? What work has she done? Yan Qingqi's fans immediately said, Lost with movie King Jiang, Mian Mian with Wei Lan, and Let's Fight which is currently being recorded. Friends. You can follow all of them. Xianxia saw that the trending searches on Weibo were getting higher and higher. He clicked on the forum to see the reaction. The moment he entered, he saw that the front page was filled with images of him and Wei Lan. Wei Lan went to film a reality show. The production team sure has guts. What the F***ck? Live a long life and you'll see. Someone else's name actually appeared on Wei Lan's Weibo. Li Tao, what kind of magic does Xianxia have? From Jiang Machin to Wei Lan, who's next? Xianxia looked and clicked on a seemingly peaceful title. Wei Lan Xianxia. Are they that close? The comments were all over the place. It's not just there's even a selfie. It's not just a selfie, there's even a beautiful solo photo. It's not just a beautiful solo photo, it's been on the trending searches for so long. It's not just allowed to be on the trending searches for so long, it's even his name that's at the top. The fans think that whoever's at the top will buy the trending searches. Would you believe me if I said that Wei Lan bought the trending searches? Wei Lan didn't say anything else. He lowered his head and typed quickly, this distance is pretty good. What's the problem? I think Wei Lan is handsome and, before he could finish typing, Xianxia reached out and snatched his phone. Xianxia glanced at the words he had typed. You don't feel guilty saying that. He deleted the text and replied to Jiang Machin, dumplings again? Jiang Machin, answer my question directly. Wei Lan came over. Xianxia took the phone aside and pressed the voice message button without batting an eyelid. You have one more chance. Tell your brother Jiang that you don't want to be a mistress. Wei Lan snorted coldly. I won't say anything just because he called my brother and asked me not to appear on this variety show. Didn't your brother ask you to come? Nonsense. That's my brother, not his. Of course he'll listen to me. So do you have feelings for me? Wei Lan looked at him with disdain. Are you crazy? Do you think you're Jack Su? Do you think the whole world likes you? I have morals and aesthetics too. Let's not talk about whether I like you or not. If I become a mistress, my brother will beat me to death. Xianxia released the voice message button and the voice message was sent automatically. He lowered his head and typed, okay, you heard it now. Wei Lan was shocked. What did you send to him? He reacted quickly. You actually pressed the voice message button just now. Xianxia, you're too cunning. Xianxia smiled slightly. This incident taught you to be more careful in the future. Wei Lan was so angry that he pointed a finger at him. You. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't finish his sentence. Xianxia ignored him and looked down at his phone. Jiang Machin replied, I heard it. Tell him to be obedient and don't cause trouble for you. Xianxia smiled. Wei Lan looked down and snorted angrily on the spot. Tell him to be obedient and don't attract any other girls. The three of them chatted back and forth for a while. When they saw that it was about time, they walked to the meeting room. The two of them sat there for more than 10 minutes before everyone else arrived. Qin Xianlang was the last to arrive. He looked a little tired, but he still listened attentively to the director talk about the key points of the recording. The recording this time was different from the previous 2 times. The previous 2 times, Xianxia recorded 1 episode per day, but this time, it took 2 days to record 1 episode. Xianxia did not understand why at first, but after watching the process, he realized that there was more content this time. Other than snatching the wooden token, there were some additional competitions. That was why the recording time was extended. The director gave everyone a simple explanation of the fixed tasks and the punchlines that had to appear in this recording. Then, he said to Xianxia, just record as you were before. Don't change. Xianxia nodded. Okay. The director said a few more words and then dismissed the meeting. Everyone walked back to their rooms one after another. Xianxia and Wei Lan walked together. They had just walked a few steps out of the door when they heard Yuan Mingxiu ask Sun Sun, do you want to go for supper? Sun Sun looked at Yuan Mingxiu, who looked gentle and harmless. He felt a little embarrassed. When he knew that Yuan Mingxiu was coming, his heart skipped a beat. He thought that something was wrong. He thought that Xianxia wouldn't agree, or that Jiang Machin would stop Yuan Mingxiu. He even thought that Jiang Machen might come with him. After all, Jiang Machen had a 2-episode contract with the production team. He thought of everything except for Yuan Mingxiu and Yan Qingqi, but Jiang Machen didn't come. As the only person who knew Yuan Mingxiu and Yan Qingqi at the same time, Sun Sun felt a little stressed. "Let's go," Yuan Mingxiu said with a smile. "We haven't seen each other in a long time." Sun Sun had always been good-tempered. Moreover, because of Jiang Machen, he had a good relationship with Yuan Mingxiu. Therefore, Sun Sun nodded. "Okay." Yuan Mingxiu saw that Sun Sun had agreed. He smiled gently and walked to the restaurant with him. Wei Lan watched them leave together. He put his hand on Yan Qingqi's shoulder. "I thought he would call you, but he didn't." "Didn't he come for you?" Yan Qingqi shrugged. "Who knows? TSK, troublesome." Wei Lan sighed. Yuan Mingxiu sat across from Sun Sun. The two of them ordered some dishes and 2 bottles of wine. They ate quietly. "I thought you wouldn't be back for a while," Sun Sun said. Yuan Mingxiu smiled. "That was my plan. Later, I felt that it wasn't necessary, so I came back early." "Does Zhou Yixing know that you're back?" Yuan Mingxiu paused for a moment. He remembered that Zhou Yixing had sent him a message a few days ago, asking him why he left. Why didn't he tell him? Sun Sun did not say anything. Yuan Mingxiu continued to persuade him, "I don't necessarily want Mo Chen to treat me the way he did in the past. I just feel that it's not appropriate to break up our friendship so easily. You and Mo Chen have known each other for quite some time now. If there's a misunderstanding between the two of you one day, wouldn't you want us to help resolve it?" Sun Sun smiled bitterly. "You know that he and I are different from you and him. There's nothing different about us. Sun Sun, can you help me?" Sun Sun shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I really can't get involved in this kind of thing. I really can't do anything about it." Yuan Mingxiu was a little disappointed at his rejection. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and asked, "Then do you think that if I talk to Yan Qingqi nicely and tell him that there's nothing between Mo Chen and me, and that I won't have anything to do with him, will he be willing to reconcile with Mo Chen?" Sun Sun laughed bitterly. How would I know? I think he will. After all, from what you guys said, he doesn't seem like a petty person. You should be able to understand. Doesn't he look like he's on good terms with Wei Lan? It doesn't make sense that he can be on good terms with others, but Mo Chen can't even have a friend." Sun Sun did not say anything. He did not know what to say. He felt that there was no way he could continue this conversation. "It's late now. I'll talk to him properly tomorrow. Thank you for talking to me and eating with me tonight. You don't know, but I've been in a bad mood for the past few days. Now that I've talked to you for a while, I feel much better. As long as you're in a good mood. Then let's go back. It's time to rest." "Okay," Sun Sun replied. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was finally over. Sun Sun decided that he would never eat alone with Yuan Mingxiu in the future. It was too tiring. In the time it took to have a meal, he had to think about what he could say and what he could not say. On one hand, he had to take into account Yuan Mingxiu's feelings, and on the other hand, he could not agree to his request. It was really too tiring. The next morning, the 14 people gathered at City F's TV station. Because of the time bomb that was Wei Lan, the production team did not dare to leave it up to fate. They were afraid that one of the remaining 13 people would provoke Wei Lan. Or they were afraid that they would be grouped with him. Of which team be? Sun Sun or Chen Xianlang? Wei Lan had never participated in such a variety show before. In fact, he had only watched a few episodes. Now that the director had asked him, he felt that this variety show was quite humane, allowing the contestants to choose their own team. As for why he was allowed to choose first, Wei Lan gave himself a very good reason. He was the most popular among the contestants, so naturally, he was chosen first. This was very normal. Hence, Wei Lan looked at Yuan Mingxiu. "Which team do you choose?" Yuan Mingxiu did not expect Wei Lan to suddenly ask him. He knew that he was not familiar with Wei Lan. The two of them had only met face to face at events. However, he had always felt that Wei Lan was lawless because of his background. He did not like Wei Lan in his heart. Even when Wei Lan and Jiang Machen were exchanging greetings, he just watched from the side without any intention of talking. Now that Wei Lan suddenly asked him, Yuan Mingxiu was a little confused, but he still answered, I choose Sun Sun's team. Okay, then I choose Sun Sun too, Wei Lan said. Seeing this, Yan Qingqi was the first to express his opinion. Then I choose Chen Xianlang. After all, he really did not want to be in the same team as Yuan Mingxiu. Dai Hongzhua, who had suffered under Yan Qingqi before, immediately said, I choose Chen Xianlang too. The promotional guests could not be in the same team at the same time, so Wei Lan and Yuan Mingxiu both chose Sun Sun. This also meant that Lin Ji and Zhou Tong could only choose Chen Xianlang. Then, the remaining two boys, Wan Wenquan and Song Li, naturally belonged to Sun Sun's team. As the first girl to speak, Yang Xiaoxiao did not choose Chen Xianlang, but chose Sun Sun instead. Ding Zinan followed closely behind and chose Sun Sun. Jiang Hanhui and Li Meng automatically went to Chen Xuanlong's team. After the teams were formed, Sun Sun was still in the red team, while Chen Xianlang was in the blue team. Sun Sun looked at Yan Qingqi, who was standing in Chen Xuanlong's team, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried since last night. What if Yan Qingqi and Yuan Mingxiu were in his team? But very quickly, he thought that Yan Qingqi was not in, but Wei Lan was. He started to have a headache again. On the other hand, Chen Xianlang was a little happy. He looked at Yan Qingqi. Every dog has its day. Now you're on my side. Hero Yan, whether our team can win this time depends on you. Yan Qingqi smiled. I'll try my best. Very quickly, the production team brought everyone to the venue of the first game. This game was a pillow fight. The venue was a huge inflatable swimming pool filled with ocean balls. There was a single plank bridge in the middle of the pool. Team Red and Team Blue would each send two contestants to ride on the two ends of the single plank bridge, one at the front and one at the back. The contestant at the back was responsible for stabilizing the body of the contestant in front so that he would not be knocked down. The contestant in front and beside him had an equal number of small balloons in their hands. The contestant in front and beside him had a pillow in their hands. Within a set time, whoever could knock down the most balloons on the other contestant's body would win. After one round, the two contestants would switch places and start the next round. The 3 teams from each team would use these 6 rounds to determine the winner. If there was a tie, the guest who did not participate in the game would go up the bridge alone to compete. Chen Xianlang looked at his team and chose himself and Yan Qingqi as the starting lineup. Yuan Mingxiu had been silently observing Yan Qingqi. When he saw that Yan Qingqi was about to go up, he stood up and said to Sun Sun, then the two of us will go up first. Sun Sun's heart was filled with ellipses. He felt like fainting right now. He knew that Yuan Mingxiu did not come to this variety show simply because of the popularity of the show. As expected, he was going to go up against Yan Qingqi. But why did the red and white roses have to compete with each other? He just wanted to sit quietly. He didn't even want to watch the show. Sun Sun felt a headache coming on. He did not know if it would look too fake if he fainted right now with his skilled acting skills. Just as he was worrying, he heard a voice beside him. But I want to play too. Wei Lan was stunned for a second and almost burst out laughing. Yuan Mingxiu was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why he was suddenly hit. Yan Qingqi quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. It was all Wei Lan's fault. Wei Lan saw this and immediately sat up straight. He glanced at Yuan Mingxiu and said, Are you all right? I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Anyway, he didn't do it on purpose, just like how you didn't do it on purpose just now. You should be able to understand. Before Yuan Mingxiu could say anything, Wei Lan said, Of course I can understand. I understood you just now. You're much gentler and kinder than I am. You must think that this kind of accident is normal, right? Or do you think I dodged wrongly just now? Even if Yuan Mingxiu felt that he was wrong, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only say weakly, No. I think so too. After Wei Lan finished speaking, he raised his pillow and said to Xianxia, "It's fine. Let's continue." "Of course you're fine. I didn't hit you." Xianxia looked at him. He wasn't in the mood to continue. He was afraid that if he dodged again, he would hit Yuan Mingxiu again. He had no choice but to control his strength and go easy on Wei Lan. However, he didn't go easy on him for long. Soon, the staff announced the end of the match and counted the balloons. Wei Lan won this round. Wei Lan was very happy. He directly jumped down from the single plank bridge. Xianxia also jumped down from the single plank bridge. He looked at Yuan Mingxiu, who was walking in front of him. Until now, he was still a little confused. How did he hit Yuan Mingxiu, and on his face? Sigh, this feeling was a little strange. Yuan Mingxiu kept his head down and didn't say anything. He looked pitiful but didn't dare to show it completely. When he returned to the guest seats, the grievance in his heart was like a snowball in winter, rolling bigger and bigger. He had already woken up from the stupor of being suddenly hit by Xianxia just now. He only felt that it was shameful and uncomfortable to be hit by Xianxia in public. Why did Wei Lan just have to dodge? Why did Xianxia just have to hit him? The two of them were so close, and Wei Lan took the initiative to arrange the location of the battle. The two of them had planned this from the beginning, and were just waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Yuan Mingxiu gritted his teeth. He felt that Jiang Machen and Sun Sun kept saying that Xianxia was good-tempered and kind, but what was the result? That was just a facade that Xianxia put on in front of him. When they faced him, he couldn't wait to show his true colors. Well, he was right. How could he be a good person if he could go in and out with someone like Wei Lan, who used his power to bully others? Yuan Mingxiu touched his face, feeling wronged. He heard someone behind him say to Wei Lan, "Ha ha ha, you and Yuan Mingxiu are so funny. And Xianxia as well. The three of you just now were so funny." Wei Lan also smiled and said, "We were just dumbfounded. Wasn't this a joke that the production team arranged for the three of you? I thought that this was something that was discussed in advance. So it turns out that it wasn't?" Wei Lan sighed and said, "It was just a coincidence." "Ha ha ha ha, then it's good that you guys did it by accident. You have some memory." Yuan Mingxiu couldn't bear to listen anymore. He felt that the two people behind him were simply singing the same tune and mocking him. He got up and walked towards Sun Sun. When Sun Sun saw him walking over, he felt like running away. However, since he was the team leader and knew Yuan Mingxiu, he could only sit in the guest area and ask him, "What's the matter?" Yuan Mingxiu showed him the side of his face. He sat down and asked him, "Xianxia suddenly hit me just now. I can't see it myself, so I want you to take a look at it for me. Is it okay?" Sun Sun was speechless. Sun Sun felt really tired. Why didn't he realize that Yuan Mingxiu was so spoiled in the past? He was a soft pillow for gaming. Even if he hit you hard in the face, you would still be fine. Otherwise, Xianxia and Wei Lan, who had been hit hundreds of times by the other party, would have been taken to the hospital by now. "It's okay," Sun Sun said. "That's good," Yuan Mingxiu said softly. "I don't know why he did it. Why did he suddenly hit me? Is it because he doesn't like me? It's just gaming. It's not that he didn't pay attention. He mainly wanted to hit the balloons on Wei Lan's body, but Wei Lan dodged and accidentally hit you." "That's good," Yuan Mingxiu smiled. "I was just afraid that he wouldn't like me because of my relationship with Mo Chen. It's good that it's not like that." Sun Sun laughed awkwardly. "You're thinking too much." Yuan Mingxiu nodded. "Yeah." Very quickly, the rest of the team also had pillow battles. In the end, Team Blue narrowly defeated Team Red by 1 point. Wei Lan was not convinced, so he asked the program team what the next segment was. The second segment was cooking. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the guests present felt hungry. After all, they had just had a big battle and it was still very tiring. For the second segment of the competition, the program team gave each celebrity 10 yuan and asked them to go to the market to buy groceries. During the grocery shopping process, the members of the same team were not allowed to interact with each other. However, they had to buy the groceries and arrive at Huiyan Hotel before midnight to compete in cooking and cleaning at the hotel. The main focus of the cooking competition was the taste and variety of the dishes. For example, if the team members all bought potatoes, even if they made the potatoes into flours and had braised potatoes, steamed potatoes, sweet and sour potatoes, fried potatoes with garlic, and hot and sour shredded potatoes, they would still be the losing team. Wei Lan pursed her lips. Why don't you order your dishes? No. Why are you so mean? This is a competition. If I give it to you, the rules will be messed up. Seeing this, Wei Lan did not say anything. He put his eggs back into his pocket and got into the car carefully. Xianxia looked at him and felt that he was really too worrisome. After a while, the others returned to the car and they went to Huiyan Hotel together. Qin Xianlang looked at Xianxia, Li Meng and Lin Ji in the car and asked them, "What did you buy?" Li Meng bought cucumbers and potatoes, while Lin Ji bought vegetables and cucumbers. Xianxia opened his bag. There were tomatoes, eggplants, beans, potatoes, and broccoli inside. Qin Xianlang was shocked. Li Meng was shocked too. Even Lin Ji was surprised. Why do you have so much? The auntie I met selling vegetables was quite nice. She gave me $2 per kilogram for everything. That's a little too much. She said that her family's scale was broken, so she estimated the price herself. Lin Ji looked at the vegetables in the bag and said enviously, "I'm so jealous." Li Meng sighed. It's probably because of your face. You're handsome. Xianxia smiled. That's good. They arrived at the hotel very quickly and went to the second floor to prepare for the competition according to the program team's guidance. This competition was divided into two parts, cooking and cleaning. The cooking would stay on the second floor and the cleaning would go to the first floor. Sun Sun and Qin Xianlang first investigated who knew how to cook. Sun Sun and Yuan Mingxiu were the only ones in the team who said that they knew how to cook. Sun Sun looked at Yang Xiaoxiao. He had the impression that Yang Xiaoxiao knew how to cook as well, but he did not know why she did not say anything. However, because there had to be 3 people in each team to cook, Sun Sun still asked Yang Xiaoxiao to stay. Yang Xiaoxiao waved her hand. I'll go downstairs to clean. Let Wei Lan stay. Sun Sun raised his eyebrows. Wei Lan was also surprised. Yang Xiaoxiao looked at Wei Lan. Have you swept the floor before? Have you mopped the floor? Have you washed the dishes? Have you cleaned the glass? Wei Lan scratched his head in embarrassment. Sun Sun suddenly felt that the girl was indeed more meticulous. Compared to cleaning, washing the vegetables was obviously easier. Letting a young master like Wei Lan, who had never done any household chores, clean would probably only add to the trouble. Okay, Wei Lan, Yuan Mingxiu and I will stay behind to cook. Xiaoxiao, you go downstairs. Yes. Yang Xiaoxiao nodded, looking very happy. Sun Sun felt that she was a little strange today. Compared to Sun Sun's team, Chen Xuanlang's team was much simpler. Qin Xianlang knew how to cook, so did Xianxia. Jiang Hanhui also volunteered that she knew how to cook a little, so naturally, the 3 of them stayed on the second floor while the rest went to the first floor to clean. After they finished arranging the procedures, they started to work. Jiang Hanhui was in charge of washing the vegetables, Xianxia was in charge of cutting the vegetables, and Qin Xianlang was in charge of stir-frying. Xianxia's knife skills were good. While cutting the vegetables, she could still find time to look at Wei Lan, who was washing the vegetables. She was only relieved when she saw that he was quiet. Soon, Qin Xianlang and Sun Sun started to stir-fry. Wei Lan was a little hungry, so he secretly took a cucumber and started to eat. As he was eating, he saw Sun Sun look up at him leisurely. Wei Lan bit the cucumber and smiled at him. Sun Sun thought that this young master was really worrisome. He pointed at the bench not far away. You, rest over there. Wei Lan sat down obediently. He looked at Yuan Mingxiu, who was lowering his head to cut the vegetables, and bit the cucumber without saying a word. After he finished eating the cucumber, Wei Lan sat obediently for a while. He could not sit still anymore, so he sneaked to Xianxia's side. What are you doing? Xianxia looked at him. Give me something to eat. I'm hungry. You and I are enemies, understand? After 20 minutes, the two teams took turns to shoot. Sun Tzu's red team started first, followed by Qin Xuanlong's blue team. Wei Lan took the lead and shot an arrow. He hit the bullseye and got a good score, which was a good start for the red team. Sun Tzu's score was also good, 7 points. Yuan Mingxiu had played before, so he also got a good score of 7 points. He was very satisfied and smiled unconsciously. When he turned his head, he glanced at Yan Qingqi in a seemingly unintentional and provocative manner. Yuan Mingxiu didn't know much about Yan Qingqi. All he knew was that Yan Qingqi was a good person from Jiangmachen and Sun Tzu, as well as some information about Yan Qingqi's past that he had people investigate. This didn't include the information that Guan Mei had deliberately erased. Therefore, in Yuan Mingxiu's eyes, Yan Qingqi was just an ordinary graduate who had graduated last year. She was lucky. Even though the Yan family was nothing now, she was still able to marry Jiangmachen and enter Nanqing. She had a meteoric rise. Yuan Mingxiu more or less looked down on Yan Qingqi. He felt that everything he had was because of Jiangmachen. If it weren't for Jiangmachen's protection, he wouldn't have been able to join the cast of Lost and get involved in Come Fight Friends, which was a popular variety show. At this time, he had completely forgotten that after he met Jiangmachen, Jiangmachen had also given him advertising resources, magazine resources, and even film resources. According to Yuan Mingxiu's understanding, Yan Qingqi didn't have any outstanding skills or talents. He was just born with a good appearance. Yuan Mingxiu looked at him and wondered how many points he could get in this short 20 minutes of practice. He had learned archery from Jiangmachen when he went out to play. He wondered if Jiangmachen had also taught Yan Qingqi. While he was thinking, he saw that his team had all finished shooting. The staff tallied the scores and it was the blue team's turn. Qin Xuanlong's team's morale plummeted when they saw Wei Lan hit the bullseye. In order to cheer everyone up, Qin Xianlang let Yan Qingqi go first. Yuan Mingxiu looked at him and asked Sun Tzu, "Has Yan Qingqi played this before?" Sun Tzu shook his head. "I don't know. If his results aren't good, won't it affect everyone's morale?" After saying this, Yuan sighed softly. "Let's hope his results are good." Sun Tzu didn't understand the meaning behind his words. He just nodded. "Let's hope so." Then he saw Yan Qingqi pull the bowstring. The moment Wei Lan saw his movement, he knew that Yan Qingqi had played and was good at archery. After all, the layman watched for the show, while the expert watched for the skill. Wei Lan was half an expert. When Yan Qingqi stood there and pulled the bowstring, he could more or less know his results. Sure enough, Yan Qingqi let go of the bowstring and the arrow hit the bullseye. Wei Lan raised his eyebrows. He knew it. On the other hand, Yuan Mingxiu, who was standing next to Sun Tzu, widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that Yan Qingqi could hit the bullseye. The information he had read before didn't say that he was good at archery. If Jiangmachen had taken him to play after they got married, then he shouldn't have been able to learn so much in such a short time. Yuan Mingxiu gritted his teeth. He was puzzled and unwilling to admit defeat. On the other hand, Sun Tzu heaved a sigh of relief and said unconsciously, "He's pretty good. His team looks much more energetic now." Yuan Mingxiu. "Yes, yes." As the team captain, Qin Xianlang was the second to go. Yan Qingqi cheered him on. "Captain, you can do it." Qin Xianlang was fine at first, but he felt awkward and nervous when he heard Sun Tzu's words. In the end, he breathed in and out several times before he finally shot the arrow. 6 points, not bad. After that, Dai Hongzhua, Lin Ji, Jiang Hanhui and the others also finished shooting. The staff counted the scores. Sun Tzu's Team Red had surpassed Qin Xuanlong's Team Blue by 2 points. Team Red had won this round. Qin Xianlang blamed himself a little. Yan Qingqi comforted him. "It's okay. Now that the scores are tied, it'll be fine as long as we win." Qin Xianlang felt that he was quite attentive and hurriedly hid his disappointment. He said to Yan Qingqi, "Although our team lost, you're still very good." Wei Lan heard their conversation and clicked his tongue. "Yan Qingqi, you're quite confident." That's because our team has the ability. Xianxia smiled. Wei Lan hummed. Then we'll wait and see. The afternoon ended with one game after another. After dinner, everyone lay in bed and could not help but sigh that the torturous day had finally come to an end. They hoped that the production team would not cause any more trouble at night. Xianxia waited in the room for a while, but Yuan Mingxiu still did not come to find him. He thought that with Yuan Mingxiu's personality of going to see Jiang Machan as soon as he returned to China, he would come to find him early. However, he did not expect Yuan Mingxiu to be so calm. However, Xianxia did not mind. He did not take Yuan Mingxiu seriously. If Yuan Mingxiu had not come to him this time, he would not have taken the initiative to see Yuan Mingxiu. There was no need for that. He felt that he looked at Yuan Mingxiu like an elephant looking at an ant. Although this statement seemed to be looking down on Yuan Mingxiu, it was the truth. What advantage could Yuan Mingxiu have over him? He could not beat Xianxia in a fight or an argument. He could only look at him with a pair of aggrieved eyes. However, Xianxia felt that a man with a heart of stone like him would not even pass him a tissue. He would only say to him, if you have something to say, say it. If you don't, leave. Why was he acting like a little white rabbit? Did he want him to braise his rabbit head in soy sauce? To put it bluntly, the reason why the two of them did not like each other was because of Jiang Machan. However, Jiang Machan's matters were not something they could control. If Jiang Machan was willing to lead a good life, Xianxia would naturally be happy to be with him. Therefore, he did not care about Yuan Mingxiu. If Jiang Machan did not want to lead a good life and insisted on experiencing the thrill of having an affair, Xianxia would not force him to turn back. He could just leave directly. Similarly, he did not care about Yuan Mingxiu. Therefore, Xianxia did not really understand why Yuan Mingxiu was so persistent. Why? He sighed. He only felt that Yuan Mingxiu's stubbornness and jumping around was really a little vexing. After washing up, Xianxia went to bed. The place they were sleeping in today was a private villa decorated in an ancient style. The structure was similar to a courtyard house. He and Xianxia shared a room. Yuan Mingxiu was afraid that Wei Lan would choose to share a room with him. He was also afraid that if he chose to share a room with Sun Sun, Wei Lan would interfere. Therefore, he told the program crew early that he was a light sleeper and wanted to share a room alone. Although Wei Lan wanted to share a room with Yuan Mingxiu to see if he was going to have a meeting with Xianxia at night, since Yuan Mingxiu said so, he did not force him and chose to share a room with Sun Sun. As a resident of this variety show, Xianxia knew that there would be more activities tonight when he saw this villa. After washing his face, he said to Xianxia, "Don't take off all your clothes. There will probably be more activities later." "There are more?" Xianxia was surprised. "It's already 11 o'clock. It's a variety show. Everything is for the sake of the variety show." After Xianxia finished speaking, he took off his jacket and lay on the bed. Xianxia looked at him and suddenly thought of what Ruan Wenxuan said the other day. Ruan Wenxuan said that he did not like Xianxia. Of course, Ruan Wenxuan did not like him and Sun Sun either. However, after what happened last time, Sun Sun and he could not help but dislike and reject Ruan Wenxuan. Only Xianxia did not know if he knew what Ruan Wenxuan was thinking. "I can't sleep if I don't change into my pajamas." Wei Lan looked at him. "I can't possibly stay up all night just because of an event that I don't know the time of." Sun Sun could only let him be. Wei Lan saw him put on his jacket and asked, "Are you going out?" "What are you doing?" He sat up almost immediately and his eyes lit up. "Yuan Mingxiu is looking for you?" Sun Sun looked at him and felt a little tired. "It's not Yuan Mingxiu. It's something else." "What is it?" "Go to sleep, little master. It has nothing to do with Xianxia or Yuan Mingxiu. You don't have to worry." "Then who are you going to meet in the middle of the night?" Sun Sun said helplessly, "Those who know will know that you're the idol of the entertainment industry. Those who don't know will think that you're a paparazzi." Wei Lan snorted. "Have you ever seen a paparazzi as handsome as me?" He then lay down again. Go, go. I won't stop you from meeting your little lover. Be careful when you come back. Don't disturb my sleep." Sun Sun couldn't do anything about his mouth. He could only change his words and try to clear Chen Xuanlang's name, even though Wei Lan didn't know that he was going to meet Chen Xianlang. It's not a little lover. I don't have a little lover at all. Then why are you being so secretive about meeting under the moon in the middle of the night? It's at the meeting place. Sun Sun had no choice but to tell the truth. It's with Chen Xianlang. The two of us are going to go through the process and see how we can make the show more funny tomorrow. Wei Lan was a little disappointed when he heard that it was with Chen Xianlang. However, he had a good impression of Chen Xianlang, so he didn't stop him. He waved his hand and said, "Hurry up, Captain. Don't let Captain Chen wait. Remember to be careful when you come back." Sun Sun thought. Weren't you the one who kept asking me questions and refusing to let me go? When Sun Sun reached the staircase, Chen Xianlang was already there. Under the dim yellow light, he leaned against the handrail of the staircase. When he saw Sun Sun walking over, he finally stood up straight. The two of them went up the stairs to the second floor. The lights on the second floor lit up, and the surroundings were silent. Chen Xianlang leaned against the handrail of the stairs again. "Let's stay here. No one should be able to hear us." "Yes." Sun Sun leaned back against the wall and asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter? Do you want to discuss tomorrow's procedure with me?" "No." Chen Xianlang looked at him. "I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Chen Xianlang thought for a moment. He still didn't like to lay out a bunch of nonsense, so he asked directly, "Did Yan Qingqi tell you? Ruan Wenxuan doesn't like you." Sun Sun had thought that it was something else, but it turned out to be this. "I did." "What's the matter?" "He told me that Ruan Wenxuan doesn't like me either. I'm afraid that I'll think too much, so I wanted to ask you." Sun Sun was shocked when he heard this. He could guess that Ruan Wenxuan didn't like him. After all, in the few times that they had teamed up freely, Ruan Wenxuan had chosen Chen Xianlang instead of him. He had always thought that Ruan Wenxuan liked Chen Xianlang more or less, but he didn't expect that Chen Xianlang was also an eyesore. "Do you trust Yan Qingqi?" Chen Xianlang asked him. Sun Sun nodded. "He won't lie to you." He thought for a moment and added, "Previously, Ruan Wenxuan and Yan Qingqi had a drinking contest. He got drunk and said some things that he shouldn't have said. He probably said that he doesn't like you after he got drunk. Yan Qingqi should be reminding you because he's in the same team as you this time. He won't lie to you. There's no need for that." Chen Xianlang nodded. "I don't think he's that kind of person either. I'm just asking you to be cautious." "I understand." Chen Xianlang sighed and didn't say anything. Sun Sun guessed that it was probably because of the incident with Ruan Wenxuan, so he advised, "Don't feel bad. There are many people in the industry who say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Anyway, we're only together when we're filming the show. Don't take it to heart." Chen Xianlang nodded. "I know." "All right," he said. "I don't have anything else to ask you. I just wanted to ask you this. Let's go back to sleep. Have you been tired recently?" Sun Sun asked him. "You can tell? It's quite obvious." At 1:30 in the morning, all the crew members were mobilized. Every guest's cameraman sneaked into the room of the artist they were following to wake them up and capture the most realistic moment of waking up. Yan Qingqi and Chen Xianlang were already prepared, so it did not take much effort. In fact, they even had a feeling that this was what they had expected. However, Wei Lan's cameraman was a little pitiful. Wei Lan had always had a bad temper ever since he was young, especially when he was woken up not long after he had fallen asleep. He was on the verge of exploding when he was woken up. "Are you crazy? Get out!" Wei Lan shouted and went back to sleep. Sun Sun, who was in the same room as him, was frightened by him. The cameraman did not dare to wake him up again and looked at Sun Sun for help. Sun Sun said helplessly, "I don't dare either." Just when the two of them were at their wits' end, Yan Qingqi politely knocked on the door and pushed open the door that was left open by the staff. He walked in. Sun Sun was shocked. "What are you doing here?" "I'm waking him up." Yan Qingqi raised his chin. Wei Lan's manager knows the routine of the show, so he sent me a WeChat message the night before yesterday to remind me to help him out if there are any nighttime activities and he doesn't want to wake up. After he finished speaking, he looked at the cameraman. He also told me not to record this part, including the part where Wei Lan woke up. When Wei Lan wakes up, you can ask him if he is willing to reshoot the part where he woke him up. Is that okay? The cameraman immediately turned off the camera. Of course, of course. Xianxia walked over to Wei Lan's bed and saw that Wei Lan had wrapped himself up like a silkworm. His head was against the blanket and only his dark hair was visible. You should be careful, Sun reminded him. Xianxia nodded. He looked at Wei Lan's cell phone beside the pillow and reached out to take it. Then he shook his shoulder. Wei Lan, wake up. Wei Lan frowned. Xianxia called out to him again and shook him a little. Wei Lan's eyes widened in anger as if they were about to spit fire. F***ck. You're so annoying, God. Your brother is calling you, Xianxia immediately interrupted him and handed him the cell phone. Wei Lan's voice immediately. He rubbed his face in annoyance. He took the cell phone impatiently, but there was nothing he could do. Why are you calling me so late at night? Say something? Why aren't you speaking? Wei Lan was a little confused. She removed the phone from her ear and saw that the screen was pitch black. He had just woken up and was still a little dazed. He pressed the lock button slowly and saw his handsome face on the screen. His slowly working brain finally came to a realization. Xianxia quickly stood up and ran out of the door. Wei Lan jumped off the bed to catch him. Who gave you the guts to fake an imperial edict? If you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven? Xianxia reminded him as he ran forward. Why are you running in your pajamas? Don't you care about your image? If you don't change your clothes, your team will lose again. Wei Lan stopped himself immediately. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He cursed, it must be that bastard, Xianxia, who taught Xianxia this dirty trick. No one but Xianxia has ever used this trick. He was also curious about when his agent got together with Xianxia. How come he didn't know about it? The cameraman saw that Wei Lan was angry. He didn't dare to mention anything about a retake. He just reminded him that it was time to go out and gather. Wei Lan changed his clothes hurriedly and went to the courtyard. He saw that there were people who came later than him. He sneaked up to Xianxia and asked him in a low voice, when did you get together with Xianxia? Pay attention to your words. I just accepted his request to take care of you on his behalf. Oh, Xianxia is getting bolder. He even dared to teach you how to fake an imperial edict. It's obvious that you've pushed your agent to a corner. Can't you stop worrying? Do you know how much my brother pays him? Wei Lan glanced at him. It's enough to make Guan Mei cry tears of envy. But it's easy for him to take care of me. I'm so obedient. But I'm famous. I'm so famous. Wei Lan was shocked. How am I not speaking properly? Am I not speaking Chinese? Sun facepalmed. Your parents must have doted on you a lot. That's true. Wei Lan was not modest at all. Sun thought, I can tell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a personality. However, Sun misunderstood. Wei Lan's personality was not because of his parents' doting. It was purely because of his brother's pampering. Wei Lan's parents had been busy with their careers when they were young and rarely stayed at home. Thus, Wei Lan followed Wei Sun around every day. Wei Sun was strict with Wei Lan, but he also spoiled him a lot. As long as Wei Lan did not do anything that Wei Sun explicitly prohibited, Wei Sun would give Wei Lan anything that Wei Sun wanted. Even when they went hiking when they were young, Wei Lan was tired from running up and down and did not want to go up the mountain. He asked Wei Sun to carry him on his back. However, Wei Sun would scold him for being disobedient and carry him up and down the mountain. Wei Lan, on the other hand, would lie comfortably on his brother's back with a clear conscience. He even sang a song for his brother to cheer Wei Sun on. Wei Sun knew that he was different from other children since he was young. He knew that the entire Wei family and the family's business would eventually be handed over to him. Thus, he had been very strict with himself since he was young. He had also lost a lot of childish fun and joy since he was young. Because of this, he placed the joy that he had lost on Wei Lan. He did not want Wei Lan to live with the same responsibilities as him. He did not give Wei Lan any pressure and let Wei Lan do whatever he wanted. Even when Wei Lan entered the entertainment industry without asking for permission, Wei Sin only used his own power to let him have a good time in the industry. Wei Sin did not need Wei Lan to have any big ambitions. He did not even need Wei Lan to work hard to achieve anything. He only hoped that when Wei Lan's life was about to end, he would look back on the past and feel happy. He would not have any regrets or grievances. Everything would be smooth sailing and carefree happiness. That was enough. As for him, he would always stand behind Wei Lan and watch over him. He would not let him go off the rails, nor would he let him stumble. He would shield him from the wind and rain as he moved forward, and he would also sweep away the obstacles in his way. He would always protect him and accompany him. Therefore, Wei Lan did not need to do anything. He only needed to follow his own ideas and enjoy life in this life. In the end, Yuan Mingxiu was the last person left. Everyone else had passed, but he was still practicing. The teacher was a little puzzled and asked him, "Didn't your teammates teach you? Didn't I see that they were teaching each other?" Yuan Mingxiu smiled helplessly. He looked like he was suffering but could not say anything. The guests returned to their rooms one after another. Seeing that he was the only one left, the production team did not want to let him dance alone until dawn. Thus, they informed the teacher and asked her to count Yuan Mingxiu's passing. They just wanted to not cut to his scenes when the television broadcast. When the teacher heard what the production team said, she agreed even though she felt that it was a little disrespectful to her own dance. Yuan Mingxiu felt as if he had been pardoned. He thanked the production team and hurried back to his room. However, he still felt that it was very embarrassing that everyone else had passed except for him. When he returned to his room, he felt a little upset. He felt that the recording this time was much more difficult than he had imagined. However, when he thought about how Xianxia could do it, why couldn't he? He gritted his teeth and decided to continue persevering. Yuan Mingxiu lay on his bed. He could not help but think about the time when Jiang Machan chased after him. Although he did not say it explicitly, his actions had always made him feel very warm. Yuan Mingxiu thought that if he had not left back then, Jiang Machan would still like him now. Then, he might even have been the character in Lost. Let's Fight. Friends. He was also a regular on this variety show. When he thought of this, he felt very regretful and was also a little angry at Jiang Machan. Didn't he like him? Why did he marry someone else so quickly? He even signed him to his own company and gave him so many resources. Yuan Mingxiu felt unreconciled. He could not meet Jiang Machan and could not talk to him. Therefore, he wanted to meet Xianxia. He wanted to see what kind of little vixen this flirtatious B*TCH who had seduced Jiang Machan from his side the moment she appeared. He wanted to see what was so good about Xianxia and talk to him while he was at it. Then, he could meet Jiang Machan through him. When Yuan Mingxiu thought of this, he was still a little nervous. Tomorrow was the last day. He would be looking for Xianxia tomorrow night. He did not know if Xianxia would agree to his request. However, it did not matter. Yuan Mingxiu reckoned that if Xianxia did not agree, he would naturally have a next move. The next day, a new game began. After searching for time in the hourglass and the paint bomb competition, everyone finally entered the Let's Fight. Friends. Representative segment, snatching the wooden tokens. This time, the location was a primary school in F City. As usual, the person who found the golden key could pause time. If neither side found the golden key within the specified time, then they would directly count the number of people. Before the game started, Wei Lan said in front of his teammates, "Give Xianxia's wooden token to me. Except for the captain and me, no one can go near him to snatch his wooden token." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yuan Mingxiu and emphasized, "Everyone." After all, this was the most violent segment in all the games. It was also the segment where injuries were most likely to occur. If Yuan Mingxiu wanted to pretend to be pitiful, then this was the most likely segment he would choose. Yang Xiaoxiao was the first to agree. "Okay, but Wei Lan, you have to be careful. Yan Qingqi's skills are very fast. Wang Wenchuan wanted to take the opportunity to add insult to injury, but he quickly realized that Wei Lan and Yan Qingqi seemed to have a good relationship. If he said anything, Wei Lan would probably dislike him, so he didn't say anything. After Wei Lan emphasized, he heard the sound of the start of the game from the broadcast. He looked at Sun Sun. "Let's go, Captain." Sun Sun had no choice but to continue playing games with the young master in the team. As for Yuan Mingxiu didn't want to be with Wei Lan, so he chose to play with other people, which was rare. When Qin Xianlang, Dai Hongzhua, Li Meng, Jiang Hanhui, and the other permanent players heard that it was time to snatch the wooden token, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. They even put on smiles as if victory was in sight. The two promotional guests were confused. Qin Xianlang looked at Yan Qingqi. "It's time for your show, Hero Yan." Yan Qingqi was a little embarrassed. "It'll be difficult this time," he said honestly. "If Sun Sun and the others specifically asked Wei Lan to keep an eye on me, then I'll probably have to deal with him." When Qin Xianlang heard this, he looked worried. "It wasn't easy for you to come to my side, but our team still can't win?" I'll try my best." A voice urging them to start the game came from the broadcast. Yan Qingqi and the others immediately scattered. Yan Qingqi and Qin Xianlang went up to the second floor to look for the box. As soon as they reached the second floor, they bumped into Wei Lan and Sun Sun. When Wei Lan saw Yan Qingqi, his eyes lit up and he rushed towards him. Yan Qingqi turned around and ran downstairs. By the time Qin Xianlang reacted, Wei Lan had already chased after him. He was stunned for a moment. When he looked up, he saw Sun Sun running towards him. Qin Xianlang was so scared that he immediately ran downstairs. Sun Sun scared him for 2 steps and laughed. He did not chase after him. Instead, he went into the classroom to look for the key. Yan Qingqi ran very fast, but Wei Lan was not slow either. When he saw that Wei Lan was about to catch up with him, he had no choice but to speed up and run forward. Wei Lan immediately followed. The cameraman was so angry that he kept shouting, "Slow down, both of you. Slow down. We can't catch up." Yan Qingqi turned around and shouted at Wei Lan, "Slow down. Can't you hear that the cameraman can't catch up?" Wei Lan said confidently, "Slow down first. If you slow down, I'll slow down." "What if I slow down but you don't? Do I look like someone who goes back on his word?" Yuan Mingxiu came to look for Yan Qingqi at 10 o'clock in the evening. At that time, Wei Lan had just left his room. He reluctantly told Yan Qingqi that if Yuan Mingxiu came to look for him, he had to let him know. At the same time, he made a last-ditch effort to convince Yan Qingqi that he could sleep in the same room as Yan Qingqi so that he could keep an eye on him and prevent him from playing any tricks. Yan Qingqi deeply respected his persistence. "Hurry up and go back. I'm going to sleep." "You really won't consider letting me stay?" "As a married man with a male spouse, it's not appropriate for me to let you stay overnight." "But you were in the same room as Qin Xianlang last night." "How is that the same? Qin Xianlang doesn't know that I'm married." "Don't you know either? Why don't you reconsider? Why don't you give Jiang Machin a call and see if he agrees? If he agrees, I'll make your bed immediately." Wei Lan pursed his lips. "Him? He'll only call my brother to complain about me, okay? He's like a primary school student." "How dare you call him a primary school student? You're the one who's most like a primary school student," Yan Qingqi thought. Seeing that Yan Qingqi had even mentioned Jiang Machin, Wei Lan knew that he couldn't keep him. He could only leave with hatred in his heart. He looked at Yan Qingqi with pity. Yan Qingqi watched him leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the bed and replied to Jiang Machin's WeChat message. Jiang Machin was probably really worried about his meeting with Yuan Mingxiu. Every day, he would ask him, "Did he talk to you about anything?" Yan Qingqi asked him, "What's so shameful about you that I can't know about it and he can't tell me?" Jiang Machin sent him a voice message. Yan Qingqi was about to pick it up when he heard a knock on the door. He hung up the voice message and replied to Jiang Machin, "Someone's looking for me. Talk to you later." Then he stood up and went to open the door. The person standing outside the door was Yuan Mingxiu, whom he had been waiting for a long time. Yan Qingqi thought that it was true. He knew that Yuan Mingxiu would come to find him sooner or later. If it wasn't 2 nights ago, then it could only be tonight. So he turned sideways and opened the door. "Please come in." Yuan Mingxiu came after seeing Wei Lan leave. To him, this was a matter between him and Yan Qingqi. He didn't want others to know about it. After thinking for a long time, he finally prepared an opening speech. After calming himself down, he knocked on Yan Qingqi's door. Yan Qingqi sat down on the sofa and asked, "Do you want some water?" Yuan Mingxiu shook his head and sat down on the small sofa opposite him. He seemed to be a little hesitant. His hands gripped the sofa unnaturally, and he looked at Yan Qingqi without saying anything. "Do you have something to say to me?" Yan Qingqi took the initiative to ask. "I just came to see you. You know that Mo Chen and I are friends. I've always heard about you, but I haven't had the chance to properly greet you, so I came to see you." Yan Qingqi nodded. "You've met me now." Yuan Mingxiu smiled. "Yes." He looked at Yan Qingqi. "You're indeed very good looking. You're very suitable to be a celebrity." "Thank you." Yuan Mingxiu thought for a moment and said slowly, "I've talked to Mo Chen and Sun Sun before. They both said that you're a very nice person and easy to get along with. Now it seems that it's true." Yan Qingqi smiled gently. "I also think that I'm quite easy to get along with." Yuan Mingxiu nodded. "So I think that the two of us can get along very well." "The two of us?" Yuan Mingxiu smiled. "Yes. After all, Mo Chen and I are friends. Since the two of you are together, then logically speaking, the two of us are friends." Yan Qingqi smiled when he heard this. He thought that Yuan Mingxiu was quite interesting. He actually beat around the bush and said this sentence. "But I don't really want to be friends with you." Yan Qingqi leaned back slightly on the sofa. "Because I don't think that the two of us will get along very well." Yuan Mingxiu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Yan Qingqi would say this directly. He had been careful with his words, and careful with his compliments. He thought that even if Yan Qingqi wasn't willing, he would at least agree out of politeness. He didn't expect that Yan Qingqi would directly reject him and say such words. How could that be? He smiled slightly. "I think that you're quite easy to get along with." Yan Qingqi nodded. "I'm indeed quite easy to get along with." However, he raised his eyes and looked at Yuan Mingxiu. "You're not that easy to get along with. You're the mistress." Yuan Mingxiu stood up and said angrily, "You're the one who interfered in our relationship. You're the one who ruined our relationship. He used to like me. It was your appearance that changed everything. You're the mistress between our relationship." Yan Qingqi was stunned. He couldn't help but applaud Yuan Mingxiu and praise him for his passionate speech. It was the first time he had seen someone who could confuse right and wrong in such a righteous manner. Yuan Mingxiu had really opened his eyes. "Amazing, amazing. What you said is really amazing. Yuan Mingxiu, if there's an award for confessing right and wrong in this world, I'll definitely give it to you. What you said is really amazing. Are you touched by it? Do you feel wronged? Do you feel unreconciled? Do you feel regret? Do you feel that I'm not a person and Jiang Machan is not a good person? You're really living in your own imagination. Isn't it good to open your eyes and see the world? We all went through 9 years of compulsory education, but your worldview is so distorted. Aren't you afraid that you'll meet your teachers on the road and beat you up? Let me straighten out this timeline for you and tell you what a mistress is." Yan Qingqi crossed his legs and crossed his arms. "Before you went abroad, Jiang Machan liked you, but you didn't like him. You liked Zhou Yixing, but you and Jiang Machan didn't make this relationship clear. You just got along as friends. At this time, you didn't establish a relationship. On the contrary, almost everyone knew that you liked Zhou Yixing, but Zhou Yixing didn't like you. So, the three of you are 3 one-way arrows in this relationship network. None of you has established a relationship with the other party. The 3 of you are still single. So, you keep saying that you and Jiang Machan are friends. Although this statement is shameless, it's barely valid. Then, you went abroad. Xianxia looked at him and said, Jiang Machan and I got married after you went abroad. After you left, he cut off his one-sided love for you and came to me, wanting to marry me. I agreed and we got married. Hence, a legally protected marriage was established between us. We became a family and the two of us became a pair of arrows. Then, you came back. Even if we ignored you, you still wanted to get close to me. It's fine if you want to, but you want to blame me and say that I'm a mistress? Do you know what a mistress means? Xianxia took out his phone and searched for him on Baidu. Then, he threw it on the coffee table in front of him. Take a look if you don't understand. I'll teach you for free, so that you won't embarrass yourself by misusing words in the future. Yuan Mingxu lowered his head and saw that on the web page that Xianxia had opened, the black font of Baidu Encyclopedia was eye-catching. In China's law, a third party refers to a person who has betrayed morals and values and who wantonly interferes with other people's love life based on his own personal preferences and destroys the relationship between a married couple. He looked at the words relationship between a married couple and felt that it was extremely offensive. He was not a third party. How could he be a third party? What did he mean by destroying the relationship between a married couple? He didn't need Jiang Machan and Xianxia to get a divorce. How could he be a third party? I don't want to destroy the relationship between the two of you. I just want to get along with him like before. He tried hard to explain to Xianxia. I never wanted the two of you to get a divorce or have any relationship problems. How to get along? Protect you? Take care of you? Do you need his help? Do you need his help? Then you don't need Jiang Machan. You need a caring butler who cares for you 24 hours a day. You really don't want us to get a divorce. You just don't want to lose Jiang Machan, this rich, powerful, gentle, and caring spare tire. But you should use your brain and think about it. How can you be the same when you're alone and when you're a family? He's married to me, so naturally, he has to put all his attention on me. Get along with him like before? Then what am I? A decoration that he spent a lot of money to buy at home? Do you think you're talking like a human? Yuan Mingxu looked up at him. His eyes were a little sore. You're so smart, and your words are clear and logical. Why do you have to be so calculated with me on this matter? Even if he gets along with me like before, he won't be a threat to you, right? Weren't you just wondering why Jiang Machan would marry someone like me? Now you think I'm smart? Your attitude has changed too quickly. But it's useless. I've already said that I'm different. Do you think I'll agree? Xianxia said helplessly, I've told you 800 times since you married into the family. It's not that I don't want Jiang Machan to get along with you like before. It's just that he doesn't want to. You don't have to pretend to be wronged and pitiful in front of me. You should go to him. Do you understand? Yuan Mingxu looked at him and didn't say anything. Xianxia leaned against the sofa and said calmly, Don't look at me like that. We're love rivals. If you look at me like that, I'll only take pleasure in your misfortune and think that you'll end up like this. After all, I'm such a cold-hearted person. I don't know how to be gentle to a woman. Yuan Mingxu was still looking at him. The corners of his eyes were a little red. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Yuan Mingxu didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked at him stubbornly. What? What else do you want to say to me? Xianxia asked him. Yuan Mingxu looked at Xianxia's calm and indifferent expression. He only felt that Xianxia was playing with him. Xianxia sat there with his arms crossed in front of his chest and his legs crossed. He had an elegant temperament. But what about him? He was like a clown who had to compromise in front of Xianxia. He was irritable and angry. Xianxia had been looking at him indifferently. He only laughed at him occasionally to show his disdain and contempt for him. The jealousy and resentment in his heart were like flames that were slowly burning, swallowing his reason and emotions little by little. He sneered and looked at Xianxia indifferently. His tone was cold, and there was some viciousness and cruelty that came from the bottom of his heart. Who do you think you are? You're just a casual person who he married in a hurry after I left. Just like you said, he liked me wholeheartedly at that time. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have the right to speak here. Xianxia smiled. But you left. But the person he likes is me. Xianxia sneered. What do you mean by like? Was it just verbal liking? Has he kissed you? Has he hugged you? Has he held hands with you? Has he driven on Mount Akina? Has his parents and family ever seen you? Or has he really said that he likes you? Xianxia smiled contemptuously. How much is your so-called like worth? Yuan Mingxiu said unyieldingly, how do you know that? Oh, Xianxia said. That's good. He raised his chin and pointed to his phone. Didn't I throw my phone in front of you? You can call him and talk about the intimate actions between you two over the years. It'll also stimulate me. Don't worry. If he doesn't answer your call, you can use my phone to call him. He'll definitely answer. Yuan Mingxiu unconsciously looked down at his phone. He clenched his fists, and his heart beat fast. Xianxia saw that his momentum suddenly weakened and sneered. You want to scare me with this little trick? Yuan Mingxiu was provoked by him. He reached out and picked up his phone on the coffee table. He pressed the lock screen, and then realized that he couldn't unlock it. Xianxia stood up and took his phone. He unlocked it with his fingerprint and handed it to him. Do you want to call? Call if you want. After you call, if you don't want to say it, I can say it for you. Let's listen together. Yuan Mingxiu looked at him, and his hands trembled unconsciously. He wanted to take his phone, but he didn't dare to reach out. He was afraid that Jiang Machen would deny it in front of Xianxia. He was afraid that he would be slapped in the face on the spot. If that happened, Xianxia would definitely laugh at him in front of Jiang Machen. It would be too embarrassing. Xianxia saw that he didn't answer the call, so he put down his phone again. Yuan Mingxiu, this is the first time we're talking, and I hope it's also the last time. To be honest, the two of us don't like each other very much. You don't like me and think that I stole Jiang Machen that belongs to you. I also don't like you and think that you always jump around in front of me like this and are an eyesore. You keep saying that my appearance has affected your friendship with Jiang Machen, but Jiang Machen has so many friends. Why are you the only one affected? Don't you have any idea in your heart? You do, right? Because you also know that you're special in his circle of friends. You even enjoy this special treatment. Am I right? Yuan Mingxiu didn't say anything. You tell others that Jiang Machen escorted me all the way and gave me a lot of resources. Of course, I admit that he was indeed my guide in this circle and helped me a lot. But he also helped you before, didn't he? He gave you advertising resources, took you to the cover of magazines, and recommended you to different film and television crews. You maliciously spread rumors about me, saying that I don't need to work hard at all. When you look down on me, why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? What's the difference between you and me? It's just the pot calling the kettle black. In terms of numbers, you're still the same as the kettle black. So you're jealous? Yuan Mingxiu said coldly. Xianxia looked at him. It's because he really doesn't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Even if he wanted to warn and persuade you, he didn't want to see or contact you himself. Instead, he chose me, his legal partner, to convey the message on his behalf. Yuan Mingxiu was stunned and didn't say anything. Similarly, this is what I want to say to you. The reason why I'm willing to stand here and talk to you now is not because I want to see you, but because I know that because of your relationship with Jiang Machen, we will definitely meet again. So I want to settle this once and for all. I'm different from you. I accept your past. I accept the fact that he used to like you. That's why I don't care about his past. Everyone has a past, but the past is just the past. Once it's over, it's really over. So I won't dwell on it and care about it. I like to look forward. I know that he likes me now, and I know that he hasn't done anything to hurt me. That's enough. Yuan Mingxiu, Xianxia said seriously, this is the first time I've said so much to you, and it's also the last time. Next time, I won't say so much to you. Either I'll look down on your departure, or I'll ridicule you, or I'll beat you up when I'm in a bad mood. But I won't waste any more time with you here. Although I don't really like you pretending to be wronged and playing tricks behind my back, if this is your way of survival, I won't persuade you to change. When you were in school, your teacher taught you that paper can't wrap fire. The day it burns is the moment your reputation is ruined. You can spread rumors about me. Who in the entertainment industry doesn't have rumors about them? As for now, Xianxia looked at him. You can leave now. I'm going to sleep. Yuan Mingxiu didn't know how he walked out of Xianxia's room. He stood outside the door, a little confused. He only felt that everything seemed to be under the control of Xianxia. He just went in and was ridiculed by him. After laughing enough, he was kicked out. He went back to his room with a blank mind and sat on his bed blankly. For a moment, he didn't know what to do next. In a daze, he heard a WeChat notification sound from his phone. He opened it blankly and saw that the person who sent the message was Zhou. I'm coming back, Sue. Even if he didn't click on the dialog box, he could see these words. Yuan Mingxiu stared blankly. Then he heard his WeChat notification sound again. The line changed. Are you coming to pick me up? Yuan Mingxiu suddenly laughed. He felt that Xianxia was right about one thing. The white moonlight was white because it could be seen, but it couldn't be touched. Chasing after it would never end well. That was why he didn't care about Xianxia, who was always by his side. Zhou also didn't care about him. But it was different now. He thought that he wouldn't chase after Xianxia anymore. He wanted to let Xianxia feel that he didn't care about him at all. He wanted to let him realize that he didn't care about him at all. Because Zhou was back. He wanted to use Zhou to revive the memory of Xianxia liking him. He wanted to let him know that he was rushing to see him because Zhou wasn't around and he suddenly got married. That was why he did these things that didn't conform to his previous behavior. He wanted to make him regret not cherishing his pursuit during this period of time. As for Zhou, Yuan Mingxiu looked at Zhou, who was asking him can you come, on his phone. He wouldn't go along with Zhou like before and sacrifice everything for him regardless of anything. He wanted to use Xianxia to keep Zhou in suspense. He wanted to tell Zhou that he didn't realize that the person he really liked was Xianxia until Xianxia got married. Then he would pretend to be deeply in love with Xianxia to let Zhou know that he didn't have to be with him. He would also let him have a taste of the feeling of the person he was used to standing behind suddenly leaving him. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly became happy. The show had just begun. Just like how Zhou suddenly changed his plans and returned to China because of him, Xianxia would definitely return to him in the end. At that time, he would return all the humiliation he suffered from Xianxia today. He sneered. Just you wait, Xianxia. After sending Yuan Mingxiu away, Xianxia was in the mood to send a voice call to Xianxia. Are you done with your work? Xianxia asked him. I'm done. So did Yuan Mingxiu look for you and say anything? To be honest, he just left my place, Xianxia said calmly. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and asked him, what did he say to you? Nothing. He felt wronged and asked me to help him. He said that he couldn't lose you as a friend. He asked me to leave you alone. I said that it had nothing to do with me and asked him to look for you. Anything else? Nothing else is important. I advised him to stay away from you so that you can feel that if you ignore me today, I'll make you feel like you can't reach me tomorrow. That way, you might learn from the painful experience and repent. It's better than him jumping around in front of you and rushing to see you. It'll make it easier for you to regain your feelings for him. Xianxia said. You're still hoping that I'll regain my feelings for him? Don't ask me. It's mainly up to you. I just think that he's an eyesore and I don't want him to jump around in front of us all the time. That's why I said that. You can never wake up a person who lives in his own dreams, so you can only hope that his dreams will stay away from you. Xianxia smiled helplessly. You really know how to teach students according to their aptitude and adapt to local conditions. Of course. As for the specific analysis of specific problems, it's taught in high school philosophy textbooks. Your philosophy teacher must be very happy that you remembered it so clearly. Okay, give me the recording. I'll listen to it myself. Don't tell me that you didn't record it. You're someone who wants to record 24 hours a day to keep evidence. How can you not record this kind of thing? Xianxia frowned. Am I a tape recorder in your heart now? You have more functions than a tape recorder. At critical moments, you can even record. Xianxia was speechless. Give up. I won't let you listen to it. Why? Is there anything that I can't listen to? Of course there is. Xianxia didn't hide anything. During our conversation, you fell in love with me at first sight. You loved me so much that you wanted to marry me. You pestered me and finally got me to marry you. Then, in order to control me and not let me see other people, you forced me to sign a contract with Nanching. You even forced me to follow the path you planned for me. When I came out to film a variety show, you missed me so much. Every day, you asked me when I was going to see you and you didn't let me talk to other people. Xianxia was shocked. Is this your ideal me? No, this is the you that I used to suppress you on Mingxiu. So you on Mingxiu believed you? If that was the case, then that would be for the best, and everyone would be happy. But if not, Xianxia thought about it and decided that it didn't matter. Life was full of unknowns, and that was what made it exciting. He chose to marry Xianxia and break the plot of the book. He didn't want to live in someone else's setting, and he wanted to live in this world as if it were real. Therefore, whether it was Yuan Mingxiu or Zhou Yixing, they wouldn't affect him. They were just passers-by in his life. Even if they refused to get off the bus at this stop, they would get off the bus at the next stop. He just wanted to live a good life with Xianxia. The next day, Xianxia and Wei Lan said goodbye to the other permanent cast members and prepared to return to the set. Yang Xiaoxiao inhaled and exhaled for a long time before she finally mentally prepared herself. She walked up to Wei Lan, who was looking down and replying to WeChat messages. She asked shyly in a low voice, "Can I have your autograph?" Wei Lan looked up in surprise and looked at her in confusion. Yang Xiaoxiao smiled embarrassedly and said in a gentle and shy tone, "Little brother, you can do it. There are millions of stars in the sky, and the Milky Way is bright because of you. I'm your fan." Wei Lan almost dropped his phone when he heard Yang Xiaoxiao say, "There are millions of stars in the sky, and the Milky Way is bright because of you." He did feel that Yang Xiaoxiao had been paying attention to him and taking care of him in this episode of the variety show. She was also the first to respond to whatever he said. He thought that Yang Xiaoxiao liked him and wanted to create some kind of scandal with him. He thought that this girl was quite brave. Who would have thought that Yang Xiaoxiao did like him, but it wasn't the kind of like he thought it was, but the kind of like a fan had for an idol. Wei Lan was embarrassed. He put his phone in his pocket, took her pen and paper, and signed his name in her notebook. "Thank you," he whispered. Yang Xiaoxiao was flattered and waved her hands. "No need, no need. I should be the one saying thank you. Little brother, you can do it." Wei Lan nodded. Yang Xiaoxiao felt that he seemed to be a little shy. Ever since she was a fan of Wei Lan, she had always felt that Wei Lan walked the path of youth who did not know what it was like to be worried and dared to ask the sun and moon to change the sky. She did not expect that the real Wei Lan would have such a young and inexperienced side. For a moment, she felt that her motherly love was overflowing. She bit her lip and said, "Then I'll leave first, little brother. Next time you're free to come and play." Wei Lan looked at her reluctant expression, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do you want to take a picture?" Yang Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect there to be such benefits. Wei Lan had already walked to her side. He took out his phone and took a photo of the two of them. Before Yang Xiaoxiao could remind him to turn on the beauty filter, she saw that Wei Lan had already finished filming. He put the phone away and said softly, "You guys should have added each other on WeChat. I'll send it to Xianxia and ask him to send it to you." Yang Xiaoxiao was puzzled. "Little brother, can't you just send it to me directly?" Wei Lan looked at her with a little surprise. "Didn't you guys say that idols can't contact their fans? They can only interact one way. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the other fans who don't contact them." Yang Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. She felt that Wei Lan was unexpectedly cute. She even wanted to pat his head. "You're right. Then I'll wait for Xianxia to send it to me. Okay, you do your best too. Wei Lan encouraged her. I will. Let's try to work together again next time. Okay. After Xianxia finished speaking, she smiled and left. She looked at Wei Lan's signature in her notebook. She felt that Wei Lan was really a little brother who hadn't grown up yet. Therefore, he still had his own way of thinking and didn't care about the formalities in social interactions. Of course, with his status and background, he didn't need to care about it. To Wei Lan, if she stood in front of him and said that she was his fan, Wei Lan would only treat her as a fan. Therefore, he would treat her like a fan. He would sign autographs, take photos with her, and be gentle with her. However, he wouldn't give her his contact details. Even though they were actually artists in the same industry, all that Wei Lan could see was that she was a fan and nothing else. She was a very mature idol and also a very heartwarming idol. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xianxia and Wei Lan took a plane back to the set of Gentle. As the male lead, Wei Lan threw himself into the intense filming as soon as he returned to the set. Xianxia was a little better than him. He even had time to rest for a day. On Saturday, Xianxia filled in for Guanjingshan's Let's Fight. Friends. The first episode was officially broadcast. Wei Lan specially bought potato chips and cola to watch it in his room. Are you nervous? He asked. Xianxia thought for a moment. I'm okay. He reached out and took a handful of potato chips from the packaging that Wei Lan had opened. The main thing is that it's going to be broadcast soon. Even if I'm nervous, it's useless. We can't go back in time and change history. Wei Lan munched on the potato chips. It's okay. If it flops, you still have a TV series and a movie. Don't worry. Xianxia nodded. I understand. In the entertainment industry, small popularity depends on support, big popularity depends on luck. Flopping is all about metaphysics. That's right. Wei Lan agreed wholeheartedly. The two of them comforted each other. They were already prepared for Xianxia to flop in this variety show. However, they didn't expect that the metaphysics of flopping would be so unpredictable. Xianxia appeared on the hot search list almost as soon as the episode where he snatched Li Yuanqing's wooden sign was broadcasted. Then, his popularity shot all the way up until Let's Fight. Friends. After this episode was broadcast, it directly reached the top and became the #1 trending topic. In fact, he had indeed started to take off. In just a week, the netizens had edited the video of him snatching the wooden sign out of curiosity. Some people even spliced the video of him snatching the wooden sign from 3 people together with a picture, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" The comments section was full of, "No, he's still alive and kicking. No, he's still so happy." Some people even took a screenshot of him snatching the wooden sign and made it into an emoji. The caption was, "So fast it's blurry, you caught by the teacher, you rushing to the bus, you fleeing the crime scene, man like the wind." Some people even added, "Yan brand takeout, instant order." Wei Lan sent these emojis to Xianxia and laughed. Xianxia was a little helpless, but he felt that it was a good thing that the netizens were so enthusiastic. Amidst the netizens' enthusiasm, the second episode of Xianxia's Come Fight. Friends. Aired on the first Saturday of November. This time, Xianxia was sent to the hot search list by the netizens before the broadcast. Just as Sun Sun said, his performance in the first episode was very eye-catching. The netizens subconsciously had expectations for him and wanted to see if he would still be so good in the second episode. When Xianxia won the MVP 4 times, the netizens could not help but click 666. They all lamented, "What kind of god is this? Kneeling down to the big boss and singing Conquer to the big boss. Big boss, you're so good. Why did you just debut?" Weibo and the forums were boiling again. Xianxia once again topped the trending searches. Everyone was lamenting, "Is this really happening? He's too handsome." The main point is that he's also handsome. Where did the production team find such a treasure? On the other hand, Xianxia's singing performance when he won the award made him more down-to-earth. Everyone laughed at the contrast between him being tall and handsome but not being able to sing. "I don't feel inferior anymore. At least my rhythm is quite right. Even a person's rhythm can't be so bad. Big Boss Yen is also a talent to be able to sing out of tune in auspicious three treasures. Facts have proven that no one is perfect. Big Boss Yen is already so handsome, but you still laugh at his singing. Seriously, count me in, ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, don't you think that the three of them look like a family of three standing together? Cover my face, I'm guilty. Previous poster, don't say any more. The song is about a family of three. The captains are getting married and have children? Shut up. Daddy can't have a name? Calm of. This episode. Xianxia. When Xianxia saw this comment, his heart sank. He scrolled down and saw the netizens' comments. Yeah. Back then, no one thought he was going to be a replacement. They thought he would be annoying. But Xianxia just had to be Big Brother Yen. He's handsome but doesn't talk much. He's a character that's easy to knock out. Some people are already picking at him. They say he's too competitive and wants to win. Are you joking? Getting the wooden token is a competition. There will be winners and losers in a competition. Otherwise, everyone will be fine. If he doesn't like to show off, why is he a celebrity? Isn't it good to be a bystander like me? Anyway, Guan Jingshan is in trouble this time. He didn't have much of a presence to begin with. Now that Xianxia is suppressing him, he's even less of a presence. Didn't his fans say that they would hate whoever took over Guan Jingshan's position? Are they hating him now? Maybe they're the bystanders that the netizens were talking about. I remember someone saying back then that when the show aired, it would be the day Xianxia took over. At that time, I thought it was a big deal. I didn't expect it to be a slap in the face. It's so powerful. No wonder that person was so confident back then. Xianxia looked at everyone's discussion and sighed. He was actually a little worried. Would Guan Jingshan feel uncomfortable with his sudden appearance and the replacement was Guan Jingshan? But it had already happened. There was no point in thinking about it, so he could only force himself not to care about it. Xianxia tried to divert his attention. He saw that someone was talking about Lang Yan and Sun Yan again. He pressed his temples and felt a slight headache. Xianxia secretly logged into his Weibo account and saw that the ranking of the city in the CP trending thread had dropped. The ones in front were Lang Yan, Sun Yan, and even Lan Yan. Xianxia was stunned. How could there be so many CPs? He scrolled up and saw the CPs that someone had mentioned before. Xianxia guessed that this couple should be Sun Sun and Chen Xianlang. He clicked on it and sure enough, it was the two of them. The name of the couple originated from when Sun Sun used to call Chen Xianlang Little Captain, and Chen Xianlang would reply with Big Captain. However, Chen Xianlang no longer called Sun Sun Big Captain, but fans were still used to using this couple name. Xianxia was looking at it when his WeChat beeped. He opened it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sun Sun had probably seen the video that the netizens had edited about the two of them. He had a strong desire to live and said in the three-person group consisting of himself, and Jiang Machin, I swear on my reputation that there's absolutely nothing going on between sister-in-law and me. The netizens are really editing blindly. Even if there's no love between you, they can still make it seem like your love is as deep as the sea. I definitely have no intention of stealing your love. Jiang Machin actually replied instantly, got it. Leave. I don't think you have the guts. As Xianxia sat on the set's chair for the actors to rest, he read the post and felt that Yuan Mingxiu was beyond saving. He had already reminded him that he couldn't hide the truth, yet he still had to say something else. Moreover, he had already suggested that Yuan Mingxiu should be more aloof so that Jiang Machin wouldn't be able to match him and would start to miss him. Why was Yuan Mingxiu still so stubborn? This kind of person really couldn't be saved. Sooner or later, Yuan Mingxiu would dig his own grave. As he was reading, he heard the director calling his name. Hence, he put down his phone and got up to prepare for the shoot. At this moment, Xianxia had no idea that a new storm was brewing on the internet. What could be done in 6 hours? What was the use of 6 hours? In 6 hours, someone could draw a beautiful picture. In 6 hours, someone could compose a moving melody. In 6 hours, someone could learn a new skill. Similarly, 6 hours was enough to create a storm on the internet. As soon as Yuan Mingshu's interview was released, Yuan Mingshu's fans felt that there was something wrong. Yuan Mingshu didn't expect to be beaten up. Yuan Mingshu said that some people were different from how they appeared on camera, so it was hard to say. There was nothing wrong with these two answers separately, but when they were put together, it was a little strange. Yuan Mingshu's fans immediately went to look back at the Weibo post that Yuan Mingshu posted during the recording of the show. They realized that out of the 14 people who participated in the recording, only 13 of them appeared in his Weibo post. They searched through the list of people who participated in the recording and compared them with the photos on Weibo. They realized that even Wei Lan appeared, but Yan Qingqi didn't. Not even once. When they connected the dots, Yuan Mingshu said that he was in a daze when he was beaten up. It was hard for him to comment on some people. Yuan Mingshu's fans exploded. They bombarded Yan Qingqi, saying that he deliberately humiliated Yuan Mingshu in public. He said one thing in front of the camera and another behind his back. Yan Qingqi relied on "Let's Fight." Friends. These 3 episodes had attracted a lot of fans. The new fans were still in the honeymoon period. How could they tolerate their idol being scolded for no reason? They rolled up their sleeves and started arguing with Yuan Mingshu's fans. Yuan Mingshu's fans claimed that Yan Qingqi hit them on purpose. Yan Qingqi's fans claimed that Yuan Mingshu's fans were paranoid. Yuan Mingshu's fans pointed out, "Why don't you guys explain why there are so many pictures attached to your Weibo, except for Yan Qingqi?" Yan Qingqi's fans said righteously, "Why don't you ask your boss?" The two clans fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. They were in full swing and even dragged out the matters of the past. Who doesn't know that Yan Qingqi is backed by Nanqing and has been relying on Jiang Machen's resources to rise to the top? Friends. Now that it's his turn, I don't know who snatched this resource from him. Didn't they say that Yuan Mingshu returned to the country because a variety show invited him? Combined with Guan Jingshan's departure, could it be F***CK, above, don't say any more. It's scary to think about it. Sister Sunshine, can you be more shameless? Don't you know how good your boss is at sports? Even if you're blind, we're not blind. How can he be the star of Let's Fight? Friends. Dear resident, please wake up. Yan Qingqi is Nanqing's artist. He saved Jiang Machen's life. So what if Jiang Machen is willing to take him on and Nanqing is willing to support him? Yuan Mingshu, on the other hand, has been relying on Jiang Machen's resources. If he's not Nanqing's artist, then it doesn't make sense. The most important thing is that he hasn't caused any trouble after taking so many resources. This is what it means to be capable, ha 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 ha. Yuan Mingshu's and Yan Qingqi's fans are shameless. If you don't drag the third party into a quarrel, why are you dragging Jiang Machen's father into this? Why are you dragging him into this? If you drag Jiang Machen's father into this again, I'll destroy this thread. Yuan Mingshu's and Yan Qingqi's fans didn't dare to provoke Jiang Machen's fans, so they could only give up and tear each other apart in anger. As they continued to tear each other apart, they returned to the pillow fight. Yuan Mingshu's fans said that Yan Qingqi was scheming, while Yan Qingqi's fans said that Yuan Mingshu was an idiot. Yan Qingqi's fans said, "Our brother hit your idiot because your idiot didn't hold on to Wei Lan properly. Otherwise, when Wei Lan dodged, he would have also dodged due to the inertia of the force." What happened in the end? He let go of Wei Lan long ago. He didn't notice when Wei Lan dodged. He didn't dodge because he wasn't serious about the game. Who else can he blame? Sister Yin, he exploded. You don't want to live if you don't mention Wei Lan, right? Yuan Mingshu deserves to be torn apart. You're not having fun playing games, yet you're sitting there like an idiot. It's only because my brother is skilled that he's fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if something happened. But if he wants to tear each other apart, she should do it herself. So please, Sister Yan Mai, focus on your own team. Don't involve my brother in your battle. However, although the Guardians of the Milky Way said that, they were already tearing into Yuan Mingshu's fans. How could they not notice what Yan Qingqi's fans noticed? They didn't mention it before because everyone else was friendly. When they saw it, they turned a blind eye and pretended not to care. But now that Yan Qingqi's fans had brought it up, If they still turned a blind eye and pretended to be friendly, then wouldn't people think that Wei Lan was easy to bully? Hence, the guardians of the Milky Way started tearing into Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu's fans were still tearing into Yan Qingqi's fans. Now that they saw Wei Lan's fans attacking them, they almost vomited blood. Wei Lan's fans started out as talent show fans. When Wei Lan debuted, they were tearing into other contestants every day. Later, Wei Lan's shady dealings were exposed and she announced her withdrawal from the competition. Then, they started tearing into the show's crew. When Wei Lan participated in another music show to challenge them, they started tearing into the show's guests. It could be said that they had overcome all obstacles to get to where they were today. Tearing into each other was a common occurrence for them. Sister Yin he didn't even need the main fans to deal with Yuan Mingxiu's fans. She only needed to send out 1 or 2 small teams to deal with them. The passers-by were watching the drama unfold. They all said, "Good tearing. Tear it up louder." Yan Qingqi and Wei Lan had just finished filming the day's scenes and were happily eating and chatting. Yan Qingqi casually opened the forum and saw that Sister Yin he had already pressed Yuan Mingxiu's fans to the ground and started tearing into them. Everyone sighed that indeed, a mother's fan was more powerful than a girlfriend's fan. Yan Qingqi understood what had happened and clicked his tongue a few times. He lamented to Wei Lan, "The tearing into each other online is like a war without smoke. It's too scary." Wei Lan took his phone and looked at it. After understanding what had happened, he was so angry that he threw his chopsticks on the floor. How dare he cause trouble right under my nose? He really thinks that his path to stardom is too smooth. Yan Qingqi's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with you? Wei Lan was so irritable that he was like a balloon that was about to explode. He ignored him, took out his phone, and directly posted on Weibo. Wei Lan, Yuan Mingxiu, let's be clear. Who's doing one thing in front of the camera and another behind your back? You don't like it? We're in the same variety show, right? We're in the same team, right? How come I don't know? Stop insinuating things. Just say it. If you can't say it, I'll say it. I'll help you. When Yan Qingqi walked around the table to Wei Lan's side, he saw that Wei Lan had already pressed the send button. He was so scared that he hurriedly pressed down on Wei Lan's shoulder. My young master, hurry up and delete it. As he spoke, he wanted to snatch Wei Lan's phone. However, Wei Lan wouldn't let him do as he wished. The two of them fought for a long time, but Yan Qingqi still couldn't snatch Wei Lan's phone. Aren't you afraid that your manager will scold you? Yan Qingqi said helplessly. Why would they scold me? What did I do wrong? It's Yuan Mingxiu who's challenging my authority. He's playing tricks right under my nose. Does he really think that I'm dead? I'm very grateful for your concern, but if you do this, your manager will hate me. With the two captains, Chen Xianlang and Sun Sun taking the lead, the rest of the contestants followed suit. Yan Qingqi asked Guan Mei what he should do, but Guan Mei told him not to worry about it. She then wrote a Weibo post and posted it. Very quickly, out of the 14 contestants, 13 of them took the stage to express their opinions. Even the choreographer for the dance segment posted on Weibo, Wei Lan is very good. He's serious and smart. He was the first person to pass, and he even took the initiative to guide the other contestants. He's my favorite among all the contestants in this episode. When the netizens saw this, they tagged Yuan Mingxiu and asked him, so who are you talking about? Why is it that everyone thinks that they're good, but you think that someone's bad? Who is it? Say it. Yuan Mingxiu's manager angrily pointed at him and scolded, are you an idiot? Didn't you see who's in the same team as you? You've been in the industry for so many years. Don't you know who Wei Lan is? Don't you know what kind of personality he has? Is that little devil someone you can afford to offend? You're still trying to scheme in front of him. Don't you know that Wei Lan hates it when people play dirty with him? He hates these kinds of messy things the most. He's a thorn in the side. He's not afraid even if the sky falls. What about you? Aren't you afraid too? Look at what you're doing now. Look at the direction of public opinion. Post on Weibo right now and say that you didn't mean it that way. Say that you just thought that everyone's personalities were very interesting and that you were afraid that you'd say something wrong. Say that you didn't think that anyone was bad, and that you were stunned because it was your first time playing this game. Tell everyone not to misunderstand, and then apologize to Wei Lan. I'm warning you. Choose your words carefully and apologize seriously. Don't provoke this little devil anymore. Otherwise, your path to stardom will end here. Yuan Mingxiu gritted his teeth and refused, but his agent looked even worse. Apologize seriously. If you don't, you can go home and rest. Yuan Mingxiu was shocked. His manager sneered and turned to leave. As he walked away, he sent a WeChat message to Xianxia to explain that he didn't keep an eye on his artist. However, he really didn't know that it was all Yuan Mingxiu's fault. He said that he would discipline him well and tell Wei Lan not to be angry. He also didn't want the person behind Wei Lan to know that something like this would never happen again. On the other side, Jiang Machan watched the drama unfold and called both Wu Yuan and Guan Mei. From today onwards, Yan Qingqi and I will never be on the same stage as Yuan Mingxiu. No matter what, no matter what. Remember this. Wu Yuan was speechless. He thought to himself, never be on the same stage. To put it bluntly, it's either you or me. Yan Qingqi was fine, but with Jiang Machan's status, they would never be on the same stage. This was simply cutting off some of Yuan Mingxiu's resources and activities. Wu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. This was really like forgetting the old love after having a new one. It was hard to guess the thoughts of an emperor. In the end, Yuan Mingxiu made a public apology. Yuan Mingxiu expressed that he didn't mean to insinuate anyone. He also said that the filming had been very enjoyable and everyone got along well. It was his first time participating in Let's Fight Friends. Therefore, he was a little nervous and was stunned for a moment. It was also because he didn't know how to speak that there was ambiguity. He hoped that the netizens wouldn't misunderstand. He also apologized for the trouble that this misunderstanding had caused Wei Lan. Wei Lan was a very nice person. He hoped that everyone wouldn't misunderstand. Wei Lan reposted a comment, if you don't know how to speak, then speak less in the future. Otherwise, you'll say something that you shouldn't. Yuan Mingxiu originally wanted to repost and act pitiful. However, his manager stared at him and forced him to type the 3 words "I'm sorry" one letter at a time. Thus, the curtain fell on a big show. Yan Qingqi successfully disappeared in the subsequent catfight because of Wei Lan's actions. Although Yuan Mingxiu's fans still remembered that Yan Qingqi was the only one who didn't appear in Yuan Mingxiu's Weibo photos, which was very subtle, they didn't dare to mention it at this time. They were afraid that they would ignite the bomb again and their brother would have to come out and apologize again. Among them, some fans were indignant. They angrily tore into the management company and manager. How could their brother apologize so humbly? The manager was so angry that he suspended his activities for a month and told him to go home and reflect on his mistakes. Yuan Mingxiu was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. He saw Zhou Yixing continuously asking him, "Are you coming to pick me up?" "Xiao Su," he snorted and coldly replied, "I'm busy." Yuan Mingxiu looked at his WeChat friend list. His finger scrolled up and down, and then he saw Sun Sun's name. He actually didn't quite understand why Sun Sun would post such a Weibo post. He was already very puzzled that Sun Sun would side with Wei Lan between him and Wei Lan. That Weibo post was even more surprising. Why did Sun Sun post exactly according to the questions that the reporters asked him? Why did you side with Wei Lan? Why did you post such a Weibo post? Yuan Mingxiu asked. Sun Sun replied after a while, "I didn't post it. Emochen asked me to post it. I just followed his request." Yuan Mingxiu was shocked. "Emochen asked you to post it?" Sun Sun replied, "Yes." Yuan Mingxiu was stunned for a moment. He didn't know how to reply to Sun Sun for a long time. Sun Sun saw that he didn't say anything, so he ignored him. In fact, he had always treated Yuan Mingxiu quite well. He also took into account their previous friendship. Even if he didn't agree with Yuan Mingxiu's way of doing things, he just pretended not to see it. However, what Qin Xianlang said to him had exhausted the last bit of patience he had for Yuan Mingxiu. It wasn't scary to be bossy and domineering when you knew that he didn't like you. You just had to avoid him. However, it was scary to be smiling at you on the surface and spreading rumors behind your back. Sun Sun didn't like this kind of person. He couldn't understand it. They were all men. Couldn't they just say whatever they wanted to say on the table? If you didn't like it, you could scold him or even fight him. What was the point of slandering someone behind their back? Therefore, he didn't really want to pay attention to Yuan Mingxiu. Who knew what he said about him behind his back? It was also because of this that when he saw Yuan Mingxiu insinuating about Yan Qingqi and Wei Lan scolding him, Sun Sun felt that Yuan Mingxiu looked like a decent person but didn't do anything about it. On the other hand, he felt that no matter what, Yan Qingqi was still Jiang Machen's friend. Since Wei Lan had directly brought the conflict to him, as Jiang Machen's friend, he couldn't just sit back and watch the show. Therefore, he prepared to post on Weibo to support Wei Lan. However, just as he typed 2 words, Jiang Machen contacted him and gave him a template and main idea. He told him to organize it into his own style and post it. Sun Sun looked at the template and main idea. He felt that this was really a direct slap in the face. However, with Sun Sun's current status, he was no longer under the control of his manager. What he wanted to post or not depended on his mood. Therefore, for the sake of his wife-protecting friend, he still followed Jiang Machen's request and sent a screenshot to Jiang Machen. Treat me to a meal next time. When Yuan Mingxiu saw that he said that Jiang Machen had asked him to post this, he was stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. He edited a few words and then quickly deleted them. He edited a new paragraph and then deleted it. Again. It's useless, Yuan Mingxiu thought. Sun Sun's relationship with him was ordinary. Their only interaction was with Jiang Machen. As long as Jiang Machen expressed his dislike for him, Sun Sun wouldn't believe him no matter what he said. He quickly thought of someone. Therefore, he scrolled through the chat history and found Liao Sibo. He sent a WeChat message. Are you free recently? Let's go on a date? Liao Sibo was eating with Rensu. He was listening to Rensu complain about how busy he had been recently. Suddenly, he heard his phone ring. He opened it and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yuan Mingxiu. He looked at his WeChat message and felt a little conflicted. Rensu saw the conflicted look on his face and naturally reached out to take his phone. He asked him, "What's wrong?" as he lowered his head to look at his phone. When he saw it, he was so angry that he kicked Liao Sibo under the table. Liao Sibo more or less knew what Yuan Mingxiu had done, but when he saw Jiang Machen's words, he couldn't help but knock on Sun Sun's head and ask him what was going on. As outsiders, they certainly didn't know as much as Sun Sun, who was in the industry, so Sun Sun gave them a simple explanation. After Sun Sun finished speaking, Liao Sibo was stunned. How was this the sensible, well-behaved, and needy Yuan Mingxiu that he knew? This was simply a two-faced little spinning top that could talk to anyone he saw. Liao Sibo was a little hurt by this and felt that he had been deceived. He struggled to think if they had misunderstood, but very quickly, the brain on his neck that didn't have much use for it suddenly turned around. He grew up with Jiang Machen, so he knew very well what kind of person Jiang Machen was. Even when he made a fool of himself in front of Jiang Machen didn't make things difficult for him. He only scolded him, reasoned with him, made him apologize, and turned the page. If Yuan Mingxiu could make him so angry, then he must have really done something overboard. Thinking of this, Liao Sibo sighed. Why do you think this person suddenly became like this? He wasn't like this before. Who knows? Maybe he lost his mind, or maybe he was always like this and didn't expose himself before. After all, he had a pretty good life before. Even though Zhou Yixing didn't respond to him, Mo Chen treated him well. Is Zhou Yixing coming back soon? Yes. Rensu nodded. Didn't he post it on his WeChat moments ago? Do you think it has something to do with Yuan Mingxiu? Liao Sibo thought for a moment, then Yuan Mingxiu should be very happy. He likes Zhou Yixing so much. Who knows? But whether he's happy or not has nothing to do with us. After he finished speaking, he looked at Liao Sibo with a smile. Am I right? Liao Sibo. Eat your food. You worry too much. It's all because you're stupid. Rensu, if you keep talking about me, I'll really hit you. You? It's more likely that I'll hit you. Yan Qingqi knew nothing about the attitude of the small group centered around Jiang Machen towards Yuan Mingxiu. He didn't even know what Jiang Machen said and did behind his back. He just felt that Wei Lan had done too much for him this time, so he unknowingly treated him like a younger brother and tolerated his occasional whims and mischief on the set. He cooperated with his performance and passionately cheered for him. In addition, Yan Qingqi looked at the date displayed on his phone. It was finally time for him to meet Jiang Machen. Jiang Machen was the guest for the last 2 episodes of the show. His promotion had already begun before he officially recorded the show. The program team gave out the key to his identity, and the netizens quickly guessed that he was Jiang Machen. They all spread the news, and Jiang Machen was going to film Let's Fight. Friends. The news became a hot topic. No way, director Jiang is really going to film Let's Fight. Friends. Director Jiang doesn't like variety shows, right? Why is he doing it this time? Didn't Yuan Mingxiu say that he hoped that director Jiang would come to film? Could it be because of this? Forget it, Sister Sunshine's face is so thick that it can circle the earth twice. Sun, as the host of Let's Fight. Friends. Also said that he hoped that director Jiang would come. Why can't it be because of Sun? There were different answers to this question, but in the end, they were more inclined to believe that it was because of Sun. At this time, the program team officially announced Jiang Machen and said Let's Fight. Friends. Was a welcome for him. On the 14th, Yan Qingqi took the earliest flight to H City. It was different from the first time he walked into the airport. This time, he was greeted by a sea of people. Yan Qingqi was a little surprised. He Fei and Guanmei looked at the crowd that surged up like a tide and quickly stood by his side to protect him. Yan Qingqi heard the fans who were far away shouting his name. The fans who were close to him were clicking the shutter. Some of them even held handheld camcorders to take pictures non-stop. Some fans gave him gifts. Guanmei said that she didn't accept any gifts, so some fans immediately handed him a letter. Brother is going to film Let's Fight. Friends. Really? Yes. Brother, you're so good. Have you practiced before? Yan Qingqi smiled and didn't answer. Brother, you can do it, the fans shouted. Thank you. The fans didn't stop until they reached the security check. Yan Qingqi looked at these girls who came specially for him and bowed. The fans immediately screamed. He waved his hand as a goodbye. Do you feel your popularity? Guanmei asked him. Yan Qingqi nodded. I'm not used to it. Then you'd better get used to it as soon as possible. Your popularity will only increase in the future. Yan Qingqi looked at her. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. When you become famous, I'll also earn money. Guanmei smiled and was very honest. For the last 2 episodes, the program team specially changed the location to H City, which had a warm climate and pleasant scenery, to give the guests a better recording environment. When Yan Qingqi saw the hotel that the program team had chosen, he was a little surprised. They actually chose a hotel under the Jiang Corporation. The program team had spent a lot of money this time. Jiang Machen arrived a little later than him because of filming. Yan Qingqi received a WeChat message and went directly to the VIP elevator to wait for him. After eating hot pot, Jiang Machen posted on Weibo. It was very simple. Jiang Machen, Yan Qingqi Sun, let's fight. Friends. Picture. The picture was a selfie of the 3 of them eating hot pot. As soon as the Weibo was posted, it was moved to the forum and the CP group. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machen are close? Jiang Machen and Sun have a meal together? They're from the same company and have acted together before. It's normal for them to be close. And didn't they say that Jiang Machen went to Let's Fight? Friends. To promote Lost? It's normal to bring Yan Qingqi along. Am I the only one who noticed that the first person Jiang Machen tagged was Yan Qingqi? Why was he tagged before Sun? It's convenient, someone guessed. It's for the promotion of Lost. Of course he tagged Yan Qingqi first. Did they really think that it was because Sun went to Let's Fight? Friends. However, the CP group didn't think so. It must be because President Jiang likes and values Xianxia more. Our group has been silent for so long. Finally, we've come back to life. Sob sob sob, it's not easy. We were the first to have a name, but now we've been overshadowed by the other couples. It can't be helped. President Jiang and Xianxia haven't seen each other in a long time. Xianxia is also close to other people. That's different. With other people, it's pure friendship. With President Jiang, it's love. Yes. I think President Jiang went to let's fight. Friends. Maybe it's for the sake of the Clear Lake. It must be. Xianxia has been having too many couples recently. President Jiang must feel that he needs to come out and tell everyone who Xianxia's true love is. 1551, what kind of immortal couple am I cute for? The city is real. Sisters, wait for me. When this episode comes out, I'll edit The Truth is Real for the city. The city is real. Wait for your sister. Come on, sister. Go for the city. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So you guys moved yourselves first? Convinced? He felt that CP fans were really easy to satisfy and self-sufficient fans. Every day, they would find all kinds of sweets that they didn't even pay attention to, and through this and that, they would prove that they were really a couple. It's not easy, Xianxia thought. When they returned to the hotel, Jiang Machan asked him about his plans. Xianxia looked at him and asked, "What plans do you have? Didn't the production crew say that there will be an aquatic event the day after tomorrow? I plan to swim a few laps in a while. I haven't been in the water for a long time. Then I'll go with you." All right. The hotel owned by the Jiang Group had its own indoor swimming pool. Jiang Machan showed his gold card and told the staff of the swimming pool that they wanted to book the whole place. The staff respectfully invited them into the lounge and said that the swimming pool needed to be cleared. They asked Jiang Machan and Xianxia to take a seat. After the area was cleared, another staff member came to the lounge to inform them that the swimming pool was ready for use. The two of them changed into their swimsuits and went to the pool. Xianxia teased him, "Are you planning to do something shameful? You want to book the whole place?" Jiang Machan turned to look at him. "What do you want me to do?" Xianxia looked innocent. "Nothing." Jiang Machan looked at him meaningfully. Xianxia looked back at him innocently and even blinked. Jiang Machan clicked his tongue twice, shook his head, and turned to go into the water. "Come down. Let's race one round." When the meeting was about to end, Xianxia sent a WeChat message to Jiang Machan, telling him that he would not be going to his place tonight and would be staying in the room arranged by the production crew. Jiang Machan knew that he was trying to avoid arousing suspicion, so he did not make things difficult for him and replied, "Okay." The two of them said goodbye in the corridor. When they parted, Jiang Machan rummaged in his pocket and took out a bunch of candies and placed them in his hand. "I told you to eat sparingly, but you still ate them so quickly. Including the 2 times I sent you, this is the 3rd time." Xianxia thought to himself, "That's because you only gave me 1 each time. You should be more generous and give me more each time." Sun Sun stood beside them and looked at Jiang Machan's haggard look. He said helplessly, "Isn't it just a bunch of candies? 1 for 998 yuan. It's worth it to eat sparingly." As he spoke, he reached out to take one. However, before he could touch it, Jiang Machan raised his hand and knocked it. Sun Sun looked at him in disbelief. "Damn, do you have to be like this? Is the candies gilded? You won't even let me eat one." Jiang Machan looked at him speechlessly. "Is it appropriate for you to eat candies at your age? Why is it inappropriate? A 60-year-old grandpa still eats candies." "It's late, Grandpa Sunday. You should go back to sleep." After Jiang Machan finished speaking, he directly closed Xianxia's hand that was holding the candies. "Eat it yourself. Don't give it to anyone else." Xianxia smiled and replied, "Okay." Sun Sun. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. There was no way to record this show. The next morning, let's fight. Friends. Recording of the second last episode officially began. The production crew followed the procedure that they had agreed upon the day before and divided the contestants into teams. As usual, Sun Tsun's team was the red team, while Chen Xuanlong's team was the blue team. Within the allotted time, whichever team found the golden key first and called for a pause would be able to count the number of contestants. If neither team found the golden key by the allotted time, they would count the number of contestants. The team with more contestants would win, and the team with the most wooden tokens would be the MVP. With a command, the competition officially began. This time, the filming location was at H University in H City. Sun Tsun and Jiang Machan walked slowly into the teaching building and said, "I thought Yan Qingqi would be in the same team as you." In the end, he chose Chen Xianlang. He's such an opinionated person. He must have his own ideas. Then you can't be merciful when you see him later. Jiang Machan thought for a moment. Maybe I have to count on him to be merciful. Sun Tsun laughed out loud. You're right. With his speed, your wooden token might have been snatched away before you could even react. Sai, you're smart. If you really can't do it, you can play the emotional card. Sun Tsun, as the captain, shouldn't you say, "Don't worry, I'll protect you when the time comes"? Sun Tsun looked at him coldly. Then you really think too highly of me. Do you know what people call Yan Qingqi on the internet? A humanoid cheat, a bug swallow, a cheat swallow. They even said that Yan Qingqi would win. Our team is already on the verge of defeat. You should have some ambition at this time, Captain. Stop it. I'll let you be the captain. Come, Captain Jiang, lead us to charge. As the two of them were talking, they bumped into Yan Qingqi and Chen Xianlang. F***ck, Sun Tsun exclaimed. Run. Before Jiang Machan could react, Sun Tsun had already run to the other side. As he ran, he called out to him, "Hurry up, why are you still standing there? Are you waiting to be killed?" While Sun Tsun was talking, Chen Xianlang and Yan Qingqi had already run towards Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan simply flashed into a nearby classroom and closed the door. Seeing him hide in the classroom, Chen Xianlang said to Yan Qingqi, "Go after Sun Tsun first." Okay. After Yan Qingqi finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Machan through the small window on the door, who was staring at the door. When he saw that Jiang Machan had seen him, he waved at him as a way of saying goodbye. When Jiang Machan saw him waving and leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief and rummaged through the classroom for the box with the key. Sun Tsun, on the other hand, managed to escape with his good luck and extreme speed. He patted his chest and thought to himself, it really wasn't easy. Not long after, when Jiang Machan was still rummaging through the classroom for the box with the key, he heard the broadcast that Ruan Wenxuan and Songli had been eliminated. Jiang Machan was a little surprised. He thought to himself, how did they get eliminated so quickly? Now, only 4 people were left in their team, him, Sun Tsun, Jiang Hanhui, and Ding Zinan. As Jiang Machan was thinking, he looked up and saw Chen Xianlang standing not far away from him, tiptoeing towards him. Their eyes met, and both of them were stunned for a moment. Chen Xianlang suddenly rushed towards him, and Jiang Machan turned around and ran. The second episode was recorded at the indoor water park in F City. In this episode, Jiang Machan chose Sun Tsun's team, and so did Yan Qingqi. Chen Xianlang looked at the 3 of them standing there and turned to ask the director, "Is it too late for me to quit now?" The director smiled. "Xianlang, you have to have the spirit of a challenge." Chen Xianlang felt that he didn't have the spirit of a challenge at all. When he saw such a lineup, he just wanted to quit and leave the stage to Sun Tsun's team. However, no matter whether he was willing to face difficulties or not, as the team leader, he still needed to cheer his team members on. Come on. We can do it. Team members. No, we can't. Everyone changed into their swimsuits, and after the staff gave the order, they collectively jumped into the water and began the warm-up game before the wooden token fight, water volleyball. The rules of water volleyball were very simple. The red and blue teams stood on the left and right sides of the net, and the players used their hands to hit the ball back and forth in the air. The team that the ball fell into the water first would be judged as the loser. Jiang Machan, as the best swimmer, made an outstanding contribution to his team in this segment and successfully helped his team win. After the water volleyball event, everyone entered the stage of grabbing wooden tokens. Because of the limitations of the venue, there were not many places for them to hide this time. However, because of the uniqueness of the water park, it added some unexpected fun to grab wooden tokens. For example, Ding Zinan finally caught up with Yang Xiaoxiao, and Yang Xiaoxiao slid down the slide. She thought she had escaped and waved goodbye to Ding Zinan. However, in the next second, Ding Zinan also slid down and fell into the water at the bottom of the slide with Yang Xiaoxiao. Ding Zinan directly snatched her wooden token while she was still in a daze. Jiang Machan fully took advantage of being a dragon on the water. He was extremely fast when he chased people. He and Yan Qingqi were responsible for chasing people, and the other was responsible for retrieving the tokens. They cooperated well and quickly killed many members of Chen Xuanlong's team. Chen Xianlang looked at Zhao Chong, who was still struggling in his team, and thought about his own miserable situation. He had a look that said, "I knew this would happen." However, in order to carry out his sportsmanship, he still had to make a meaningless last-ditch effort. The final victory belonged to Sun Sun's Team Red, and Yan Qingqi was once again the MVP. Even though Yan Qingqi felt that he was only responsible for collecting kills and gaining experience points, it was actually Jiang Machan who really played a role. However, the program team still awarded him the MVP award. The production team knew that the netizens were very interested in the contrast between Yan Qingqi's good fighting skills and good looks, but his bad music. Therefore, they deliberately made some changes so that the condition for him to receive the prize after the lucky draw was still to sing. Yan Qingqi had already experienced solo singing and singing with a family of 3. She was already a mature singer. This time, in order to perfect his growth trajectory, the award requirement was that he had to choose a guest on the spot to sing a love song duet. He looked at the note that said, "Choose a partner and sing You're Written in My Song with You." Yan Qingqi was dumbfounded. "I've never heard of this song before. I don't know how to sing it." "It's okay, you just have to sing the chorus. We've prepared the lyrics and music for you. You have half an hour to learn it. The learning part will not be broadcast," the staff member said. Yan Qingqi felt that the production team probably had a grudge against him. Otherwise, why would they choose such a song for him? "I don't dare to sing it. It's a love song duet. After I sing it, I probably won't be able to make it to the next episode's recording alive. The fans of whoever my partner is going to tear me apart. Don't worry, this episode is the last episode of the season. There's no next episode." Yan Qingqi's heart was like dead ashes. "Really, let me go." The director smiled. "Qingqi, hurry up and choose a partner. Didn't you just say that your team won because of emotion? Why don't you choose him?" Yan Qingqi. "I think Sister Little House is really going to tear me apart." At the end of the recording, Yan Qingqi still sang You're Written in My Song with Jiang Machan. However, because he refused to choose a partner and insisted on singing the love song duet alone, the production team decided to let the remaining guests play a rock-paper-scissors game. The winner would sing with Yan Qingqi. Sun Sun laughed. "Singing with a musical killer like Qingqi, how is this a reward for winning? It's clearly a punishment for losing." Jiang Machan did not say anything. He just calmly watched everyone play a rock-paper-scissors game. When Sun Sun won against Chen Xianlang and played with Jiang Machan, he saw Jiang Machan give him a slight signal. Sun Sun was smart and thought that it made sense. Chen Xuanlong's official partner was here. How could anyone else have a chance to sing with Yan Qingqi? Thus, he gave Jiang Machan a signal that he would play a rock-paper-scissors game. Jiang Machan received the signal and easily won this round. "So, I'm going to sing with Qingqi?" He looked at the staff. The director originally wanted him. After all, he was the most popular person in the studio. Thus, he quickly nodded. Yan Qingqi saw that it was still him in the end. She gave up and said, "Come on." Jiang Machan had not heard this song before. Thus, when Yan Qingqi was learning, he also listened and learned with her. Very quickly, Jiang Machan expressed that he knew the song. Yan Qingqi felt that she was about to know it too. Then, the two of them started singing. In the end, as they sang, Jiang Machan could not help but laugh. When the chorus ended, Jiang Machan looked at Yan Qingqi. "Don't worry. My fans will definitely not criticize you." "Why?" Jiang Machan said helplessly, "Because after listening to our song, others will not feel that this is a love song duet. Those who don't know will probably think that you were just beating the beat for me. Yan Qingqi was speechless. Jiang Machan sighed. Qingqi, it's a good thing that you are an actor. If you were a singer, only a tuner with an annual salary of tens of millions would be able to fix your voice. The candies this time are so sweet that I can eat 2 bowls of rice with it. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I want to run 2 laps. I don't feel good now. My face is red and my heart is racing. It doesn't feel like they're in love. It feels like I'm in love. I've said it before. Qingqi definitely wouldn't snatch Director Jiang's wooden token. He saved Director Jiang, how could he bear to eliminate Director Jiang? Sisters. I've watched the part where he threw himself into Jiang Chen's arms 5 times. I'm sure that Qingqi kissed Director Jiang's chin. Otherwise, I'll be stuck wherever I go in the future. Nothing will go well. Where did he throw himself into Jiang Chen's arms? I'm dying. Director Jiang's voice is so sexy. More importantly, he even flirted with Qingqi. I thought that Director Jiang wouldn't flirt with others. I was wrong. Then, Qingqi grabbed his wrist. Ha 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 ha. Director Jiang was stunned. This episode's candies are so sweet. When I saw that Qingqi and Director Jiang weren't in the same team, I thought that there wouldn't be any candies in this episode. Luckily, they weren't in the same team. As long as you're in the right couple, it doesn't matter if you're in the same team or not. Valentine's Day is celebrated every day. As Yan Qingqi was watching, someone sent him a link. After working hard for an entire night, it's finally done. The truth is real. Sigh, Qingqi still hasn't filmed enough scenes. There's too little material. Yan Qingqi clicked on the link and watched the clip of him and Jiang Machan. For some reason, he felt extremely ashamed. Just as he was about to exit the clip, he saw that the soundtrack was already singing, "The world is guessing whether it's real or fake. They don't believe in fate, but I've already arranged for him to be in the rest of his life." In the video, he bumped into Jiang Machan's arms. Jiang Machan unconsciously reached out to protect him. Yan Qingqi suddenly felt his face burning. He quickly closed the video and took a deep breath to hide his guilt. However, this line was quite appropriate. He thought that he and Jiang Machan, no matter what the CP fans guessed, had already arranged for each other to be together for the rest of their lives. Yan Qingqi looked at the date on her phone. There were still 6 days until Jiang Machan's birthday. Ever since Jiang Machan had entered the entertainment industry, he had spent most of his birthdays on set. Sometimes, if she was on break and wasn't filming, she would spend time with Yuxi and the others. When he was young, Jiang Machan's parents always liked to throw a big party. As a result, when Jiang Machan grew up, he was somewhat repulsed by birthday parties, which were used as a way to celebrate one's birthday. Instead, he preferred to celebrate a simple birthday with his relatives and friends. Yan Qingqi had thought about how to celebrate Jiang Machan's birthday a long time ago. In order to complete his idea, he specifically asked the director if he could film his scenes on the 5th and 6th of December in advance. He wanted to take 2 days off on the 5th and 6th of December. If that wasn't possible, he could take 1.5 days off. Yan Qingqi had always been very obedient on set. Furthermore, he was close to Wei Lan. Therefore, the director had a good impression of him. Therefore, the director didn't make things difficult for him. He allowed him to take 1.5 days off. He said that he could leave after filming the scenes on the morning of the 5th of December. Yan Qingqi hurriedly thanked the director and said that he would definitely rush back on the afternoon of the 6th of December. He definitely wouldn't delay the filming of the scenes. He asked for leave from the set and bought a gift for Jiang Machan. Only then did he feel at ease to wait for Jiang Machan's birthday. The filming of Lost had already entered the final stages. As the male lead, Jiang Machan's scenes were getting more and more important. When he heard Rensu ask him what he wanted for his birthday, Jiang Machan finally realized that his birthday was approaching. He thought for a moment and said, "Anything is fine." Rensu wasn't surprised by this answer at all. "It's the same answer every year." "Then I'll just buy anything." "Okay." Jiang Machan responded. To be honest, he really didn't want anything. When he was young, he was controlled by his parents. Whatever he wanted, he couldn't have it because of his parents. Now that he had grown up and had independent financial ability, he was never someone who would let himself be wronged. Therefore, he bought whatever he wanted on a normal day. On the contrary, he didn't want anything for his birthday. However, Jiang Machan looked at his phone. This was his and Yan Qingqi's first birthday after their marriage. Unexpectedly, they were separated from each other. Jiang Machan felt a little regretful. He sent a WeChat message to Yan Qingqi to ask if he had any plans for the 5th of December. Did he want to celebrate his birthday with him? After pondering for a while, he deleted the words that he had edited one by one. It wasn't that Jiang Machan was pretentious. He felt that Yan Qingqi should take the initiative to remember his birthday instead of needing him to remind him. After all, an actor's schedule was very chaotic. It was normal for him to forget the date. He was just afraid that his words would put Yan Qingqi in a difficult position. Yan Qingqi was different from him. It was very easy for him to ask the director for a leave of absence. Because of his good reputation in the industry, the director wouldn't be dissatisfied with him for taking a leave of absence. However, Yan Qingqi was different. He was still a newcomer and had just become popular. If he asked for a leave of absence at this time, it would be best if the director didn't mind and was willing to approve it. However, if the director minded or was unwilling to approve it, with Yan Qingqi's meticulous mind, he would probably feel very sorry for himself. After all, this was something related to his birthday. Therefore, Jiang Machan didn't ask him this question. He didn't even send him a WeChat message. Instead, he made a video call to Qi and chatted with Qi for a while. Qi had recently fallen in love with making plasticine. He would play with it for a while every day when he went home. When Jiang Machan made the video call to him, he had already finished playing and was about to go to bed. Now that he saw Jiang Machan, he became happy again and took out the plasticine he had made. "I made this," he said proudly. "This is a turtle, this is a bird, and this is a cat. Aren't they cute?" Jiang Machan looked at the small toys in his hand and nodded. "Qi is very good. But I don't know how to make people yet." Qi was a little worried. "I want to make little people too." "Don't worry. Take your time. Qi is so smart. He will definitely learn soon." Qi was encouraged and nodded. "When I learn, I will be able to make you, father, and me." "Yes." Qi was instantly happy. "When I'm done, I will show you, father." "Okay," Jiang Machan said gently. At that moment, Jiang Machan only felt that the whole world was silent. He looked at Yan Qingqi and saw him standing quietly under the light with a smile on his face. He was wearing a white hoodie and black jeans. Under the light, the sharpness of his overly gorgeous facial features was reduced. It was enshrouded in a hazy warmth, like a meticulously drawn oil painting. It was touching. Jiang Machan looked at him and walked toward him step by step. He heard a thumping sound coming from his chest and felt himself trembling unconsciously. He desperately tried to suppress the emotions that were surging up in his heart, but he could clearly feel the waves that he could not suppress coming from all directions and fiercely hitting his heart. It was a feeling he had never felt before. It was calm but turbulent, like a river with hidden undercurrents. It rushed all the way but met reefs along the way, making loud sounds as the waves hit the shore. He walked closer to Yan Qingqi and stood in front of him. He looked at him and asked with a smile, "Are you surprised?" At that moment, he saw himself in Yan Qingqi's eyes. He reached out and hugged Yan Qingqi. He felt his heartbeat slowly calm down. Everything was still again. There were no turbulent waves, no thunder, only peace and blooming flowers. The flowers that had been hidden in the dark finally emerged at this moment and filled his heart with a strong fragrance. Jiang Machan said softly, "There's only surprise, no joy." Yan Qingqi pushed him and put some distance between them. Then he looked up and kissed him. He smiled and said, "What about now?" "A little." Yan Qingqi laughed. "You're really hard to please. So you packed yourself up and sent it to me to serve me? You think too much." Yan Qingqi patted his backpack. "The gift for you is in the bag. I'm just a delivery boy." What time are you going back to the company? Tomorrow at 12 noon. Jiang Machan nodded. Then we still have one night. It's mainly up to you. Let's go. Jiang Machan pulled him to the underground garage. What are you doing? Aren't you having dinner to celebrate your birthday? I've had dinner with them, cut the cake, and talked with them. Now, it's time for me to celebrate my birthday. Yan Qingqi smiled. Is it okay if you don't go back? I'll explain it to the director. What do you mean? Tell him that you value your friends and family? Jiang Machan stopped and turned to look at him. Tell him that my family is here. Yan Qingqi liked the word family very much, so he smiled. Jiang Machan looked at him, but his heart ached. If he could, he wanted to tell him that his lover was here, but he couldn't. They couldn't announce their relationship yet. It wasn't only because of him, but also because Yan Qingqi's career had just started. If they announced their relationship now, Yan Qingqi would forever live in his own shadow. People would only think of him as Jiang Machan's other half. No matter how much progress he made, no matter what achievements he achieved, he would never have his own name. He would only exist as Jiang Machan's subordinate. This was not what Jiang Machan wanted to see. He signed Yan Qingqi to Nanqing, assigned him the best agent, recommended him for auditions, and watched as Guanmei fought for suitable resources for him. He watched as Yan Qingqi got on the right track step by step. He also watched as Yan Qingqi took every step seriously. He knew that Yan Qingqi was ambitious and had his own ideas. Therefore, he couldn't announce their relationship at this time. Not only would the fans not accept it, but Yan Qingqi probably wouldn't want to either. And he didn't want to either. Jiang Machan felt a little sorry for him. He wanted to apologize, but he felt that this apology would sound strange to Yan Qingqi, so he reached out and hugged him. He said softly, Director Wang will understand. Yan Qingqi didn't know that he was thinking, so he just replied, that's good. Jiang Machan got into the car and sent a WeChat message to Director Wang. He said that his family was here, so he had to go and accompany them. He hoped that Director Wang would forgive him. Director Wang saw this and thought that Xingchen was here, so he replied, it's okay. Go and accompany your family. Happy birthday. Jiang Machan then sent a WeChat message to Wang Shanghai. He said that he was going back to the Jiang Group Hotel and asked him to call him if anything happened. Yan Qingqi woke up very early the next morning. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 7:30. The biological clock that he developed before he came to this world was still running regularly. He turned his head and saw that Jiang Machan was still asleep, so he didn't hurry to get up. He picked up his phone and browsed Weibo for a while. Last night, Jiang Machan's agent had helped him post a unified thank you on Weibo. Yan Qingqi was the only person who had been reposted by Jiang Machan alone. Naturally, the forum was discussing why Jiang Machan had reposted Yan Qingqi's Weibo alone. However, the post was quickly taken over by fans with only one explanation, because Yan Qingqi was the first person to send his blessings. Although this explanation was a bit forced, because the crowd didn't have a better explanation, it was accepted. Of course, except for the Qingqing couple fans. The city-based CP fans once again screamed and sighed with emotion in the group that this was love. So you were the first person to send your blessings, but I only reposted it to you. Just like how I was the first person to receive your wooden plaque, but you only gave me such gentleness. It was all because of love. Yan Qingqi felt that they were quite close to the truth, although the evidence they gave was not enough. He was browsing Weibo when Jiang Machan woke up. He reached out and hugged him. Good morning. Yan Qingqi turned to look at him. Have we not said good morning for a long time? Because we have been separated for too long. Jiang Machan was a little helpless. This is the normal state of actors. It's okay. We still have a long time anyway. That's true. Jiang Machan thought that they still had the next half of their lives to be together. What time is your flight? He asked. 12:45. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you. Yan Qingqi got out of bed and washed up. Then he looked in his backpack and found a delicate box. Here you are. He reached out and handed it to him. Jiang Machan reached out to take the box. As soon as his fingers touched the box, his eyes unconsciously fell on Xianxia's ring finger. His ring finger was very beautiful. It was white and slender with delicate skin. Such a finger was very suitable for wearing a ring. However, his finger was bare without any ornaments. Jiang Machan suddenly remembered that he had realized this problem a long time ago. At that time, Xianxia was playing with Qi. He looked at Xianxia and thought that even if they did not hold a wedding ceremony, they should buy a pair of rings since they had gotten their marriage certificate. However, due to the busy filming later on, he forgot about this matter. Therefore, until now, Xianxia still had nothing in his hands. Jiang Machan took Xianxia's gift and thought that Xianxia was really the most casual person he had ever met. They had been married for so long, but he did not mention it, so he did not want it. It was as if he did not care about it at all. As Jiang Machan thought about this, he suddenly felt that perhaps it was not as if, but that he really did not care about it. So, was Xianxia really so considerate and good to him purely because they were married and were his partner? Jiang Machan thought about what Xianxia had said last night. He had thought that Xianxia was just bickering with him on purpose. Could it really be that he was imagining things? Xianxia saw that he had taken the gift and his expression became serious. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Jiang Machan looked at him and felt that this person in front of him was really unpredictable. If you said that he liked you, that seemed to be the case. If you said that he did not like you, that seemed to be the case. If you said that he did not like you, that seemed to be the case. However, when you asked him, he would only say that you were imagining things. Jiang Machan was really worried. Last night, he thought that Xianxia was the best version of love. Now, he felt that compared to the best version, Xianxia was the most unpredictable version of love. Xianxia certainly did not know that Jiang Machan, a novice in love, was in a dilemma at this time. If he knew, he would probably only sigh and think that such an obvious thing was really the psychology of a person who was in love. However, he did not know that at this time, so he thought that Jiang Machan did not like his gift. He thought for a moment and asked, "Then I'll give you another one? What do you want?" Only then did Jiang Machan pull himself out of his wild thoughts. He hurriedly said, "No, it's just that I'm a little worried that you'll probably leave after giving me the gift. Naturally, I'll like whatever you give me." As he spoke, he opened the gift box in front of Xianxia. Inside the box was a very stylish and simple watch. Xianxia explained, "I don't know what you like, so I bought this watch. It can be used as a decoration. It's more practical. I thought that you bought me a watch so that I can think of you every time I look at the time." Xianxia smiled. "That's fine too." Jiang Machan looked at him and smiled. He felt that he should still like him. Otherwise, he would not say that. At this moment, he was like a young boy who had just fallen in love. He could interpret the other party's casual words in 8 different ways and feel that each of them was reasonable. Xianxia reached out and put the watch on his wrist. "Wear it first. You can take it off when you're filming." Jiang Machan looked at his well-defined fingers and thought of the pair of rings. He suddenly felt that maybe all of this was fate. That was why he did not go to the mall to casually pick a pair of rings that he liked, because he did not have time when he first realized it. When he was young, he had thought that if one day he fell in love with someone and married her, he would seriously communicate with the designer and personally design a pair of rings for himself and his lover. In a person's life, marriage was only once. He hoped to give his marriage the best and the most unique one. He had the ability and was willing to do so. And now, Jiang Machan felt that it was time. Xianxia and Jiang Machan had breakfast together, and then Jiang Machan drove him to the airport. Jiang Machan was a little reluctant to part with him. He leaned over and hugged him. "Have a good film. Have a good rest. Don't be too tired. I'll visit you after filming." "Okay." Xianxia agreed. Xianxia thought it was a harassing call, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the call came again very quickly. After Xianxia hung up, he continued to call. He was very persistent. Xianxia was a little curious about who it was, so he picked it up. "Hello." An unfamiliar voice came from the other side of the phone. He said, Xianxia, you are really heartless. Xianxia said, huh? Why? Have you forgotten about me now that you are famous? Huh? Xianxia was a little confused. You are? Huh. The other party sneered. As expected, you turn your back on me after becoming famous. Back then, when you were with me, you said that you loved me so much. Now, you are asking me who I am? Who am I? Tell me who I am. Xianxia listened to his words and quickly thought for a while. He asked uncertainly, Li Xinran? After all, he had been together with Jiang Machan since he transmigrated. Then, the only person he could think of who had emotional entanglements with the original owner of this body was Li Xinran, the scumbag who he had caught in bed with in the beginning. Li Xinran chuckled. Oh, you remember now. Xianxia was a little speechless. Why are you looking for me now? Why? Now that you are rich, I can't even look for you? If you have something to say, say it. If not, I am hanging up. Wait a minute. Li Xinran hurriedly stopped him. He was quiet for a while, and changed his previous style into a gentle and helpless tone. Qingqi, I know I was wrong. Let's make up. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Xinran, how many months has it been since I caught you in bed? How many months has it been since then? You finally realized you were wrong after such a long time. Your reaction arc is too long. Li Xinran was speechless. He thought to himself, you are the one who hid it well. You changed your WeChat account and didn't even return to the house you lived in. Li Xinran and the original Xianxia had been together for some time, but because Xianxia didn't come out to her family and friends, he had never met Xianxia's friends and manager. Li Xinran knew that he had signed with an agency and was a small celebrity, but seeing that he didn't seem to earn much money and complained every day about the unfairness of the company and that his colleagues were stupid, so he didn't care. To him, Xianxia was just a rest stop. He knew that Xianxia liked him, and he was willing to enjoy Xianxia's love for him. He kept asking from Xianxia and relied on Xianxia to live a better life. If there was anything he was dissatisfied with about Xianxia, it was that Xianxia refused to drive with him. Li Xinran asked several times, but Xianxia refused. Li Xinran even provoked him and asked, are you impotent? Xianxia just looked at him pitifully and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Xinran didn't know why Xianxia was unwilling. Seeing such a beauty in front of him but not being able to have her, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Therefore, he started to cheat on her for excitement and let others satisfy him. Then, he was caught in bed by Xianxia, who had transmigrated into this book. She beat him on the head and told him to get lost. Because he didn't know Xianxia's family and friends well, Xianxia directly married Jiang Machan after beating him up and moved to Jiang Machan's place. Therefore, after Xianxia changed his phone and WeChat ID, Li Xinran couldn't find him. He had already thought of giving up, but in the end, in the fight. Friends. Video, he saw Xianxia's popularity soaring. Only then did Li Xinran know that Xianxia had hugged the big tree of Nanqing and become a temporary permanent guest on the most popular variety show. One time, when he was having dinner with his friends, he was watching the popular show Come and Fight. Friends. Snorted coldly. His friend followed his gaze and sighed. Sigh, the celebrities on the show probably earn more in a day than we do in a year. It's a pity that I don't have a celebrity friend. Otherwise, I'd be happy. Don't look. Even if you look, you don't know him. What's there to look at? Li Xinran was dissatisfied. Who says I don't know him? That Xianxia is my ex-boyfriend. His friend laughed heartily. Jiang Machan is my older brother. Li Xinran was helpless. He could only think of a way to contact Xianxia. The small broken bowl of the past had now become a treasure bowl. He couldn't lose it just like that. He had to think of a way to contact him, make him forgive him, and continue to be with him. If he was unwilling to forgive him, that was fine too. He had taken a photo of the two of them holding hands that hadn't been deleted yet. He believed that the current Xianxia would definitely be willing to spend money to buy it. It wouldn't be a loss for him to extort a sum of money from him. Li Xinran thought very well, but there was nothing he could do. However, just as he was frowning, someone sent him a text message. The content of the text message was very simple. Do you still like Yan Qingqi? Do you want to contact him? Call this number. Li Xinran was a little confused. What was this? He had searched high and low for it in vain, only to find it by chance. Although he felt that this text message came out of nowhere, he still couldn't resist the temptation and dialed it. At first, the other party didn't pick up. Li Xinran continued to call, and then the other party hung up. Li Xinran's originally hesitant heart became determined. He kept dialing the phone. Then, he heard a familiar voice. Hello. Li Xinran instantly smiled. He knew that his good days were coming. He held the phone and replied, Qingqi, I've already reflected. I won't mess around anymore. Trust me. Leave that to your little mistress. I still have something to do, so I won't talk nonsense with you. Yan Qingqi smiled and picked up the apple that she had just washed to eat. You don't think that I only have these still photos, do you? I still have GIF and videos. Li Xinran gripped his phone tightly and was speechless for a long time. Yan Qingqi sneered. Li Xinran, have you ever heard of the saying that we should part on good terms? Between the two of us, I haven't done anything wrong to you, have I? Even if I found out that you cheated and caught you in bed, I only beat you up and told you not to appear in front of me again. I didn't say anything about the money I spent on you, the gifts I bought for you, and the fact that you haven't paid rent for living in my house for so long. If you're willing to listen to me, stay away from me, and never appear in front of me again, then only the heavens and earth will know about these things. You see, for so long, I've never spread these things, nor have I used them to threaten you. This proves that I don't intend to ruin your reputation. However, if you insist on going against me, then I'll definitely let you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Yan Qingqi put down the apple and leaned back. You don't want these things to spread and let your parents, friends, and colleagues see them, right? You don't want to become the male lead of all the major web portals, right? At most, you'll tell the public that we were together, and I'll tell the public. Then why didn't we get together? Because you cheated and found a mistress. What do you think the public's attention will be on? Will you still be able to flirt with this and play with that every day like you are now? You know how everyone treats scumbags and mistresses, right? Li Xinran held the phone and didn't say anything. Moreover, Yan Qingqi said softly, when I found out that you cheated, I could have beaten you up. What makes you think that I, who don't have any feelings for you now, will allow you to do such a thing and live happily after it? I'm a celebrity now and have some connections. If I want to find you, I'll definitely be able to find you if I spend some time. Ruining a person's future is equivalent to ruining a person's life. This time, do you think you can still leave in one piece? Yan Qingqi snorted. Don't do anything you'll regret. All you want is money. Since you're so smart, you should use your brain and think about it. Is it worth it to sacrifice your reputation and half your life for an unknown amount of money? Li Xinran was silent. Yan Qingqi chuckled. Alright, now tell me, how did you get my number? Tell me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. I'll even transfer you some money. This is a good deal for you, right? Li Xinran was stunned for a moment. He thought for a while and asked, did you offend someone? So, the other party knows that I'm your ex-boyfriend and wants me to mess with you. You don't need to know this. You should be able to imagine that in my current circle, the people I come into contact with are either rich or noble. In the game between the rich, ordinary people like you will only be a sacrifice if you are caught in the middle. Now, tell me, how did you get my number? Then, pretend that nothing happened today. You can continue to live a peaceful life. Ignore him and don't provoke me. This is your best choice. How do I know that the person you offended won't take revenge on me after I tell you? You don't have to tell me. Anyway, he already knows about your existence. You're in the light, he's in the dark, and I'm also in the dark. If something happens to you in the future, then no one can help you. F***ck, Li Xinran cursed angrily. Who exactly did you offend? Don't worry, this is the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, nothing will happen to you. Xianxia, if something happens to me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. I know, so you're still not going to tell me? Even if you want to keep your mouth shut, the other party has to really think that you're keeping your mouth shut. Li Xinran scratched his head in annoyance. I'll give you a phone number. This number sent me a text message. What's the content of the text message? It asked me, do you still like Xianxia? Do you want to contact him? Call this number. Xianxia frowned. This message didn't even mean to let Li Xinran expose it. It just hoped that Li Xinran would contact him. Xianxia thought about the question. Do you still like Xianxia? Do you want to contact him? If he was really the original owner, then what would happen if he received the call? The original owner used to like this scumbag so much. If Li Xinran coaxed him with a few words and moved him emotionally, then the original owner would probably forgive him. Or maybe the original owner didn't forgive him. Li Xinran threatened him with the photo. Based on the original owner's attitude towards Li Xinran, he would probably feel uncomfortable, question him, and become his ATM machine. Xianxia didn't know if the person who sent this message to Li Xinran was targeting the original owner or the current him. If it was the original owner, then he wouldn't even have a suspect. If it was targeting the current him, then he could only think of one person who wanted to make him unhappy and only asked the other party to contact him in the text message without any other hints, Yuan Mingxiu. It couldn't be Songli or Wan Wenchuan. Both of them knew that he had something on her. So it wouldn't be as simple as asking her ex-boyfriend if he still liked her and asking him to contact her. That wouldn't do them any good. It would be better to ask Li Xinran if he had a private photo of her and use it to exchange with him. Yuan Mingxiu was different. The conflict between him and Yuan Mingxiu was because of Jiang Machin. If Li Xinran appeared now, he would reconcile with Li Xinran, or waver between Li Xinran and Jiang Machin. On one hand, he would involve Jiang Machin, and on the other hand, he would meet Li Xinran in private. Then, this would be a very happy thing for Yuan Mingxiu. Xianxia said to Li Xinran, okay, I got it. Give me your card number, and I will transfer the money to you. I don't want your money, and I don't want to get involved in this mess. Just tell me, do you have any clues? Will anything happen to me? If I'm not wrong, your life is safe for the time being. However, you have to know your place and stop thinking about me all day. Li Xinran sneered. I'm thinking about you? You're really flattering yourself. Don't you know whether I like you or not? If you weren't famous now and I didn't want to make a fortune, why would I contact you? You'd better promise that you won't involve me in your affairs. Otherwise, I'll drag you down with me. When Xianxia heard this, he only felt that the original owner of this body actually liked such a scumbag and was beaten to death by him in the original book. It was really too tragic. Thinking of this, he wanted to beat Li Xinran up again and teach him how to be a good person. However, Li Xinran was not in front of him now, so he could only say, I don't think the King of Hell wants to take your life, so I advise you to be a good person. If you do too much evil, you will die. With your style of doing things, one day, you will send yourself to hell. After Xianxia finished speaking, he hung up the voice call. He did not have any feelings for Li Xinran. Because he took over the body of the original owner of this body, he sympathized with the original owner of this body, so he hated this scumbag very much. If one day, Li Xinran really shed tears behind bars, Xianxia felt that he would probably gloat and even run to Li Xinran and laugh out loud, saying that he would also have such a day. Therefore, he could not be bothered to say more. He looked at the phone number that Li Xinran sent him and directly called it. As expected, an elegant female voice came from the other side. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Xianxia hung up the phone and felt a little strange. Guan Mei and Jiang Machin had erased some traces of him in order to make his resume look good, including the information that he used to be an artist of Xingyu and the information that he had dated Li Xinran. On December 11th, Jiang Machin finally finished filming and ended the filming of Lost. He was not in a hurry to visit Xianxia. Instead, he went home to see Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was surprised to see him. He rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was still there. He took off his shoes and ran towards him without even putting his school bag away. He hugged his waist and looked up at him with a smile. Jiang Machan touched his head and bent down to pick him up. Did you miss me? Yes. How much did you miss me? Chi stretched out his hands and gestured a distance that was already very long for him. He replied softly, I think so. Jiang Machan was amused by him and kissed him. Chi was a little embarrassed and quietly withdrew his hands. What do you want to eat tonight? Jiang Machan asked him. Chi tilted his head and thought for a while. He could not think of anything he wanted to eat, so he said honestly, I'm fine with anything. Jiang Machan looked at Aunt Zhang, who was standing not far away. What do you want to eat for dinner? I didn't know that you were coming back, so I was going to make pork ribs for little master. He liked sweet and sour pork ribs a while ago. Then let's eat this. I'll cook some other dishes. Okay. Auntie Zhang responded and went to prepare the dishes. Jiang Machan went upstairs with Chi in his arms. Chi was in his arms. He grabbed the buttons on his clothes and asked, Father, are you done with your work? I'm done. I'm not going to leave this time. I can stay at home with Chi. What about Dad? Is Dad still busy? Chi, do you miss Daddy? Jiang Machan asked. Chi blinked, his long eyelashes covering his eyes. His voice was very soft, with the unique tenderness of a child. Daddy has to work. Adults have to work, so Daddy has to work too. Just like Chi has to go to school. However, Chi goes home after school and stays home on weekends, but Daddy isn't home. Jiang Machan looked at him, his heart aching. When he was alone, he felt that he spent quite a lot of time at home. He was not considered a model worker, and he only took on 1 or 2 scripts every year. The rest of his time, other than shooting magazines, advertisements, attending events, and attending award ceremonies, he spent most of his time managing Nanqing or helping Xingchen with some of his work. At that time, he felt that he had plenty of time. Even if he wanted to adopt a child, it would be fine. However, when he really adopted Chi, he realized that adults were different from children. Children always needed more time to accompany, protect, and watch them grow up step by step. Jiang Machan had once reflected on his decision. Was his decision too hasty? Was it wrong of him to adopt Chi? However, he quickly overturned this thought. It was better for Chi to stay with him than in the orphanage. Children should have their own home. In another 2 years, he thought, the A-listers in Nanqing would have a firm foothold in the industry. Yan Qingqi would also become an independent artist. Then, he would be able to reduce his appearances on camera and work like a normal office worker. He would go to the office in the morning and go home after work at night. Then, he would be able to accompany Chi. So Chi misses Daddy? He asked. Chi pinched his buttons and nodded gently. Jiang Machan kissed him. Chi looked up at him. Jiang Machan smiled and said, Shall we go and visit him? Chi was very smart. As soon as he said this, Chi remembered the last time he went to visit them with his aunt. Is it like the last time I went with my aunt? Yes. This time, your aunt won't be around. Daddy will go with you. Okay. Chi eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. When are we going? Jiang Machan asked him, Chi, when do you want to go? Chi puffed up his cheeks and thought for a moment. Can I go tomorrow afternoon after school? This way, I can stay with Daddy for the weekend and then come back to school. Jiang Machan did not expect him to still be thinking about school. He could not help but smile and praise him. Chi is really a good student. You still remember to come back to school. Let's go. Wei Lan thought for a while and said, Yu Nanfeng is nominated for Best Actor and Zhao Amin is nominated for Best Supporting Actor. Although there is no news on whether they will win or not, they have 2 nominations after all. Let's go. Let's get in line first. I'll check the time. Okay. At the end of the year, the entire entertainment industry was lively again. The fashion industry began to hold fashion nights, charity parties, web portals held website ceremonies, and major award ceremonies. They also counted the works that emerged in the entertainment industry this year and gave out awards to outstanding works as a form of encouragement. Yan Qingqi was nominated for Let's Fight. Friends. on Pineapple TV station and Seal Video channel. She also filmed the inside pages and covers of several magazines. Therefore, she also received invitations to the Seal surprise ceremony and fashion night. Xianxia sent Jiang Machan a WeChat message and asked him, "Are you going to the Seal surprise ceremony and fashion night this year?" However, to his surprise, Jiang Machan never replied to him. Wei Lan saw Xianxia staring at her phone and leaned over to take a look. He saw that the WeChat interface was still stuck on Xianxia's question 5 minutes ago. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. Sigh, it hasn't even been 7 years. It hasn't even been 7 months and you're already itching. Xianxia turned to look at him. Can't you say something nice? Wei Lan thought for a while and coughed. He slowed down his tone. It's only been 5 minutes. He's probably busy with other things. Is that so? That's how a normal person talks. Wei Lan sighed. It's so tiring to be alive. You're still tired? Xianxia was almost amused by him. What's so tiring about you? You're so cool. Not many people in the world can live like you. So you keep winking at me. Are you envious of me? It's because my eyelid keeps twitching. Left or right eye? Left eye. Left eye twitches for fortune, right eye twitches for disaster. Wei Lan muttered, it's a good thing that your left eye is twitching. He looked at Xianxia and said, be careful when you walk. Maybe you'll find some money tonight. That's really not easy. Nowadays, fewer and fewer people use cash. Maybe you can pick up some gold? Thank you for your kind words. If I really find it, I'll share half of it with you. Alright then. However, until Xianxia finished filming that night, he still didn't find any gold. Not to mention gold, he didn't even find a coin. Superstition was really bad. Xianxia had just returned to her room and ordered takeout. She was browsing Weibo while eating when she received a call from Jiang Machan. Are you done? Yes, what's wrong? I sent you a gift. Go to the back door of the hotel and sign for it. Xianxia's chopsticks paused. Don't tell me you sent yourself here? Jiang Machan laughed. What are you thinking? Xianxia was very suspicious of the authenticity of his words. After all, she had just used this trick. Jiang Machan had also said that he would visit her on set, so it was not impossible for him to suddenly appear in front of her. She put down her chopsticks. Okay, I'll go downstairs now. Okay, hurry up. Xianxia put on her coat and walked out of the door. She got off the elevator and walked towards the back door of the hotel. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Machan in a black coat. Xianxia smiled almost unconsciously and walked up to him. Who told me you didn't send yourself here? Of course I didn't send myself here. I'm just a delivery boy. Oh? Then where's your delivery? Xianxia asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a small head poke out from behind Jiang Machan's legs and call him softly, Daddy. After Chi finished the dumplings, Xianxia took him to the bathroom to take a shower. While taking a shower, she asked, Chi, when are you going back this time? I'm going back on Sunday afternoon. Xianxia thought, Chi, remember to miss me when you go back. Okay. Chi nodded. I'll wait for Chi-Chi's performance on Christmas Day. Dad, you must remember to watch it. Okay, don't worry. Although I can't go to the scene, I'll still see you. Chi thought for a while and asked, like yesterday? Yes. Xianxia applied shower gel on him. Chi is so smart. Chuckling, Chi lowered her head and blew the bubbles on her hand. After all, Chi was still young, so she fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed after a long struggle. Jiang Machan watched him fall asleep and then looked at Xianxia. Do you have a scene tomorrow morning? I have a scene at around 10 o'clock. I don't have any scenes in the afternoon. I'll go back to work tomorrow morning. You can play with Chi for a while. I'll come and find you after the scene. Okay. You came here without saying anything. Are you learning from me? Xianxia looked at him. Jiang Machan smiled. So are you surprised? I'm quite surprised to see Chi. Aren't you surprised to see me? What's there to be surprised about? We meet every day on the internet. Jiang Machin was speechless. Is there something wrong with the way I met you today? I haven't seen you for a few days and you've turned from a sweet candy to a popping candy. Yan Qingqi was amused by his description. Popping candy? Ha ha ha, that's a cute metaphor. What's the use of being cute? It's not sweet at all. Yan Qingqi didn't know what to do with him. You look more like a kid than Qi. You're really flattering me. You're actually comparing me to your little baby. I'm flattered. Hearing this, Yan Qingqi couldn't help but laugh again. Then he coughed and said seriously, of course you can compare with my little baby, because you are my big baby. Oh? Jiang Machin said. Why don't I sign for you too? How do you sign for it? The same way as Qi? Qi is a small item, so I just need to stamp it. You're such a big item, so I don't think it's that simple. Jiang Machin looked like he was waiting to see what tricks he was going to play. Yan Qingqi hugged him and kissed him directly. Jiang Machin chuckled, hugged him and kissed him slowly. After the kiss, Yan Qingqi asked him, does this count as a success? Jiang Machin looked at him with a smile and said, yes. It was getting late. The two of them took a quick shower and lay down on the bed. Qi slept between them. Yan Qingqi helped Qi adjust the blanket and asked Jiang Machin, so you're only going to attend the fashion night and not the seal's surprise ceremony? Yes. Yan Qingqi nodded. Wei Lan is going to attend the Golden Camel Awards ceremony this year. Are you going? Jiang Machin didn't expect Yan Qingqi to be so naive and pure. He found it strange. Given Yan Qingqi's intelligence and his personality of always keeping a secret, how could Li Xinran have deceived him to such an extent? How could he have been taken advantage of by Li Xinran? Was it really because Li Xinran was Yan Qingqi's first love? Was that why Yan Qingqi was willing to be so humble? Jiang Machin felt that if that was really the case, he also wanted to beat Li Xinran up right now. What right did he have? What was so good about this scumbag? Yan Qingqi looked at Jiang Machin's cold expression and was a little confused. What's wrong with you? Jiang Machin looked up at him. He felt sorry for him and was a little angry. In the end, he could only say, the next time this scumbag calls you, just transfer it to me. I'll deal with it. Yan Qingqi nodded. But I don't think so. He now thinks that I offended some big shot and that someone is using him to deal with me. He's afraid that he'll become a sacrifice, so he wishes he had never met me. Ha, trash, Jiang Machin scolded. Yan Qingqi agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, and the kind that can't be recycled. After the two of them finished talking about Li Xinran and Yuan Mingxiu, Yan Qingqi took a shower and prepared to go to bed. However, when he came out of the bathroom and asked Jiang Machin to take a shower, he realized that Jiang Machin was writing and drawing something. What are you doing? He walked over and leaned over to look at Jiang Machin. When Jiang Machin saw him coming out, he naturally handed him a pen. Qi asked me to draw with him. You know that I'm not good at drawing, so I said that when you came back, the three of us would draw together. He said to draw a swallow. As Jiang Machin spoke, he took out a piece of paper. This was drawn by Qi. I was afraid that if I didn't draw it well, it would affect my father's image in his heart, so I found an excuse to divert his attention. I thought that when I saw you, you could help me cheat a little, okay? Yan Qingqi smiled and sat down on the sofa. He looked at Qi Swallow and then at Jiang Machin's and said softly, if you didn't tell me, I would have thought that this was drawn by Qi. Jiang Machin was helpless. What can I do? I'm also in despair. Student Jiang, do you need me to teach you one-on-one? Yan Qingqi looked at him. Jiang Machin was very willing, but he said, Teacher, you don't seem to have time. Wait until next month. I'll finish filming next month. I'll teach you properly. Teacher, you have to finish filming as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it's not up to you to decide. Jiang Machin sighed. You can draw first. Draw as many movements and styles as you like. When I get back, I'll say that I drew it and show it to Qi. Got it. Go take a shower. Jiang Machin stood up. Seeing Jiang Machin staring at the drawing paper in front of him with a pen in his hand, his heart skipped a beat. He bent over and kissed Jiang Machan on the cheek. Xianxia was a little surprised. He looked up at him reflexively. "What are you doing?" Jiang Machan pinched the spot he kissed and said gently, "You're knowledgeable." Xianxia was amused by these words. "Me? Knowledgeable? Can't I be?" Xianxia sighed and shook his head. "I didn't expect to be called knowledgeable." "It's not easy." Jiang Machan smiled. "Focus on your drawing." He walked to the bathroom as he spoke. The moment he closed the door, Jiang Machan looked at Xianxia, who was drawing with her head lowered. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Xianxia left on his birthday, he had been thinking about their rings. Jiang Machan had a preliminary idea. After communicating with the designer, he got the designer's approval. The only problem was that he didn't know how to draw. He didn't want anyone else to draw his and Xianxia's rings. Therefore, he could only ask Xianxia to help him complete it. However, Jiang Machan gently closed the door. After all, this was a surprise that he had prepared for his proposal. He couldn't let Xianxia know about it now. As for proposing after getting married, who said that he couldn't propose after getting married? He would make up for everything that he owed Xianxia. Confession, proposal, wedding, and publicity. One day, he would make up for all of these. Their relationship was like a backward train. It was different from other people whose destination was marriage. They had already reached the destination, but they weren't in a hurry to get off. Instead, they slowly retreated along the train tracks, enjoying the scenery that they had missed along the way. When Jiang Machan came out of the shower, Xianxia had already drawn several swallows for him. Some were simple, some were complicated, some were standing, and some were flying. "Is it okay?" he asked Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan nodded. "Yes, it's pretty good." "Then you should learn to draw. If you can't, you can give this to Chi-Chi." Xianxia stood up and stretched. "Oh, I'm tired. Let's go to sleep." "Okay." Jiang Machan carefully put away the painting and put it back into his bag. "It's candy," said Xianxia when she heard Jiang Machan say. Chi-Chi acknowledged him and said, "Daddy, it's candy." "Uh-huh. Candy is good too." Chi-Chi put the candy back and continued searching. "There's another one." He took it out. "It's a Christmas tree." There was a 20 centimeters tall Christmas tree in the exquisite transparent box. It was decorated with delicate gift boxes, bells, and snowflakes. "It's so cute. I'll put it on your little table when we get home." Chi-Chi looked at him. She suddenly bent down and tried hard to take out the little deer and the candy box that she had put in the box. She held them in her arms and asked him, "Daddy, which one do you like?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I like them all. If Chi-Chi likes them, I like them too." "Which one do you like the most?" asked Chi-Chi as she blinked. Xianxia saw that he was still wearing the reindeer outfit and said, "Uh-huh. You like the little deer the most. Chi-Chi is the little deer." Chi-Chi was a little shy. She looked at him and said earnestly, "I'll leave the little deer with you. Daddy, come back soon, okay?" In the end, he pursed his lips and stared at Xianxia on the phone. His cat eyes were glistening with tears. Xianxia suddenly felt sad. She felt a pang in her heart and nodded instinctively. "Uh-huh. Daddy will be back soon after filming. I'll be back in January." Chi-Chi nodded. "Uh-huh. I'll wait for Daddy to come back." Jiang Machan noticed that both of them were on the verge of tears. He was afraid that they would cry into the phone if they continued talking, so he smiled and asked, "Is Daddy the only one who has a present? Don't I have a present?" Chi-Chi looked up at him and said softly, "Yes, Daddy." "Which one do you like?" "I like candy." Chi-Chi generously handed the square box over. "Here you go." Chi-Chi likes Christmas trees. Jiang Machan felt that he was really very warm. He reached out to touch his head and took the box. He handed the phone to Chi-Chi and asked Chi-Chi to hold it. Chi-Chi took it, and Xianxia couldn't help laughing when she saw that his face had become bigger. Chi-Chi was puzzled and asked, "Daddy, what are you laughing at?" "Daddy is happy to see you." Then Chi-Chi is happy too, Chi-Chi said and smiled. As he was laughing, he heard Jiang Machan call him, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi looked up and saw Jiang Machan holding a piece of candy between his fingers. Open your mouth. Chi-Chi shook her head. The candy belongs to father. Yes, it's mine. Since you gave it to me, it's mine. Now, I'll give you a piece. Okay. Chi-Chi opened his mouth and Jiang Machan fed him the candy and asked, is it good? Chi-Chi nodded. It's good. Then tell your daddy to give him a piece when he comes back. Wei Lan left in the end because Wei Sun had arrived. Before he left, Wei Lan pulled Yan Qingqi and said, go and ask which orphanage they adopted this child from. It's so heartwarming. This is what a child should be like. He's not like those naughty children I met before. Sigh, I want to raise one too. Do you think raising a child is like raising a cat or a puppy? Do you think you can raise one just like that? Besides, you're still a child yourself. Don't even think about raising a child, Yan Qingqi said helplessly. Wei Lan was still a little unconvinced. Just then, Wei Sun called. Just as he was about to tell his brother that he had arrived, he heard Wei Lan ask him, brother, do you think the two of us can raise a child? Wei Sun was about to say that he had arrived when he was stopped by this question. He was a little confused. Raise a child? Yes, I saw a child in the video just now. He's super cute. I want one too. Wei Sun felt a headache coming on. Be good. You're still a child yourself. Take care of yourself first. Yan Qingqi felt that the upcoming new year was not very comfortable. This was not psychological. After all, Chi-Chi was very obedient, and Jiang Machan was very nice to him. His so-called discomfort was purely physical. Yan Qingqi didn't know if it was because he didn't have time to exercise when he was filming, but he felt that he got tired more easily than before. He also felt more sleepy than before. Not only that, but he also started to be picky about his food. He did not like the taste of chicken soup and thought it was too fishy. However, he liked Aunt Jang's pickled fish very much. For this reason, they had been eating pickled fish, beef in golden soup, and pickled cabbage rice noodles for 3 days in a row. When Jiang Machan asked him what he wanted to eat tonight, hot and sour noodles, Yan Qingqi felt that he could not go on like this. Who would eat the same main dish for a few days in a row? Only Jiang Machan and Chi-Chi gave in to him. Otherwise, other naughty kids would have cried a long time ago. Besides, Chi-Chi was still growing, so he should eat different kinds of food every day. How could he eat so many different kinds of food every day? So he replied, let's not eat this. Ask Chi-Chi what he wants to eat and let him decide. Chi-Chi was on vacation and had been playing with Yan Qingqi at home for the past few days. He did not like to take a nap, but he liked to take a nap after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When he heard Yan Qingqi ask him what he wanted to eat, he thought for a while. Chi-Chi thought carefully for a long time and asked him, can I have hamburgers and fries? Chi-Chi hasn't eaten them in a long time. Sure. Yan Qingqi said softly. After coaxing him to sleep, he discussed with Aunt Zhang about buying some ingredients to cook at home. Aunt Zhang naturally agreed. After talking to Yan Qingqi, she went out to buy ingredients. When she came back, Yan Qingqi wanted to help her, but he felt a little disgusted. Aunt Zhang noticed that he was not feeling well, so she told him not to worry about it and that she would do it herself. Yan Qingqi didn't insist. She returned to the sofa and chatted with Wei Lan on WeChat. He felt that he had been too strange recently. Could it be that he was not used to being idle because he had been busy before? While he was thinking, Chi-Chi woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she went downstairs and walked to him. Yan Qingqi pulled Chi-Chi into his arms and asked, did you sleep well? Yes. Chi-Chi nodded. Daddy, I had a dream. I dreamt that I had a lot of little rabbits. They are all so small. He gestured with his hand and said softly, they are so cute. Chi-Chi, do you want to have a pet? Yan Qingqi asked him. A kitten, a dog, or a rabbit? Chi-Chi thought for a while and couldn't decide which one to raise. She said hesitantly, well, I don't know. Chi-Chi needs to think about it. Okay. Chi-Chi, think about it carefully. Are you hungry? A little. Chi-Chi rubbed her belly. Do you want to eat? No hurry. Aunt Zhang is making you a burger and fries. You can eat them in a while, Xianxia said. When Chi-Chi heard about the burger and fries, she immediately became happy. She said, I'll go take a look. Then she jumped off the sofa and went into the kitchen. Aunt Zhang saw her and smiled. Chi-Chi, are you hungry? Not yet, Chi-Chi replied in a crisp voice. I'm just going to take a look. I won't eat. You can fry the fries when the oil is hot. Chi-Chi, go out first. I'll bring the fries out for you when they are ready, okay? Chi-Chi nodded. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. You're welcome, Aunt Zhang said with a smile. Chi-Chi went out again and continued to play with Xianxia. After a while, Aunt Zhang came out with a plate of freshly fried fries. She also thoughtfully prepared ketchup for the two of them. Xianxia fed Chi-Chi a few fries and started to eat. However, compared to the fries, he was obviously more interested in ketchup. Before he knew it, he had already finished the plate of fries. When Jiang Machen returned home, he found that Chi-Chi was already eating a burger. Xianxia was sitting next to him and eating fries dipped in ketchup. Jiang Machen changed his shoes, washed his hands, and sat next to them. He asked, Why aren't you eating? I don't feel like eating. It's a little disgusting, Xianxia said as he fed Jiang Machen a fry. After Jiang Machen finished eating, he was a little worried. You don't seem to have much of an appetite these days. You're always feeling nauseous. It's too dry at home. That's why I'm bored here. I'll take Chi-Chi out to play tomorrow. Jiang Machen did not feel that the house was too dry. Moreover, even if the air was dry, it should not affect one's appetite. He was a little worried that Xianxia had some health problems recently. I've made an appointment with the family doctor. He'll take a look at you later, Jiang Machen said. Xianxia was shocked. You made an appointment with the family doctor? When did you make an appointment? This afternoon. Don't worry. The family doctor was originally hired to prevent any health problems in the family, so they will come for regular checkups. It's just that we were busy filming and were not at home, so they didn't come. This time, they also came to see Chi-Chi and me to see if there's anything we need to pay attention to. It's not just because of you. Jiang Machen smiled, but Xianxia's smile was even prettier than his. Let's go. I'll accompany you upstairs. He stood up and walked closer to Jiang Machen. He lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, How can you tell me that you're fine? Jiang Machen. Sometimes, it's not a good thing for a wife to be too smart and sensitive. Xianxia felt that he was probably really sick. Otherwise, Jiang Machen wouldn't have skipped work so early in the morning and asked him to accompany him to the hospital for a checkup. Xianxia was a little helpless. He pointed at himself and asked, Am I an idiot? If you were an idiot, most people in the world would be idiots, Jiang Machen said sincerely. Xianxia nodded. So you don't have to ask me to accompany you to the checkup just to take care of my feelings. You can just tell me what's wrong with me. Don't worry, I can handle it. It's not a big deal. You're fine. If I'm fine, why did you have to find an excuse to ask me to go to the hospital? Jiang Machen, Xianxia saw that he was speechless for a moment and sighed. He thought that he was doing it for his own good, so he would just go along with him and pretend that he didn't know anything. He got up and took his jacket. Okay, you're doing it for my sake anyway. I'll listen to you. Let's go, Mr. Jiang. I'll accompany you for the checkup. Jiang Machen rubbed his brow. Qingqi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know either. Oh? Dr. Li only suggested that I accompany you to the hospital for a checkup, but he didn't say what's wrong with you. Xianxia felt his heart skip a beat when he heard this. Usually, when the patient's family said that they would take him to a big hospital for a checkup, wasn't this the prelude to a serious illness? Could it be that he also had an incurable disease? Xianxia carefully recalled the original novel. He didn't remember the original Jiang Machen being sick. Before she was beaten to death by that scumbag, the original owner was full of vigor and energy. She didn't even get sick. She only wanted to cause trouble for others every day. Why did he have to go to the hospital for a checkup when it was his turn? Xianxia felt a headache coming on. What was going on? Could it be that because the original owner of the book died in the end, he had to die too? Even if he wasn't beaten to death by Li Xinran, he would still die of illness? Xianxia only felt that if this was really the case, then he would really be angry online. Why? He had already tried so hard to change the plot. Now that the characters in the original book were already in such a mess, why did he still have to die? Did supporting characters have no human rights? Couldn't the supporting characters save themselves? Besides, if he really died, what would happen to his family? What would happen to Jiang Machan and Qi? What would happen to his fans who cheered for him every day? Xianxia only felt that his head was about to explode. Let's go now, he urged. If he stuck his head out, he would be stabbed. If he retracted his head, he would also be stabbed. He wanted to see if he was really that pitiful. Not only did he inexplicably transmigrate into a book, he was also going to die inexplicably. What sins did he commit in his previous life? Let's go, I want to see what's wrong with me. However, even though the two of them were mentally prepared, they were still stunned when they heard the doctor's words. Xianxia and Jiang Machan looked at each other for a long time. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Wait, did I hear wrongly? Xianxia looked at the male doctor in front of him. What did you just say? I know it's hard to believe. I don't dare to believe it myself, but trust me, you are indeed pregnant. Xianxia tried hard to calm himself down, but it didn't work at all. Did you check wrongly? Me? Pregnant? I'm a man. I know. Then why are you saying that I'm pregnant now? Sister-in-law, you don't have to believe me, but you have to believe in modern medicine. Xianxia thought for a moment. Are you sure it's a child? Is it because I have a tumor? When Jiang Machan heard this, he looked at him helplessly. Then it's better to have a child. A child is better than a tumor. Xianxia looked at him. Don't worry, if it's benign, it can still be saved. Jiang Machan, the doctor, it's really a child. It's been 2 months. Sister-in-law, did you and Brother Chen have sex 2 months ago? Xianxia thought for a moment. It was February 6th now. 2 months ago, Xianxia immediately thought of Jiang Machan's birthday. That night, Jiang Machan asked Aunt Zhang to make boiled fish with pickled cabbage. When Qi saw the boiled fish with pickled cabbage, he asked in surprise, "Are we eating this again?" Jiang Machan patted his head. Qi doesn't eat this. Qi can eat something else, he said as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib with his chopsticks. Qi chewed on the pork rib and asked, if Qi doesn't eat it, who will? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Machan. Jiang Machan readily agreed. I'll eat it. I love boiled fish with pickled cabbage the most. Qi nodded. Okay. After dinner, Xianxia played jigsaw puzzles with Qi in his room. Qi's jigsaw puzzle was very big and laid out on the bay window. This bay window was not used for storage, so it was not high. He and Qi sat on the ground, and it was just enough for them to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Their waists would not be tired. The two of them chatted as they jigsaw puzzles. Xianxia suddenly asked, Qi, do you feel lonely when you're alone? Qi shook his head. No, I have Dad and Dad with me. Then when Dad and Dad go to work, do you feel lonely when Auntie and Qi are alone? Qi's hand paused. He looked up at him and asked softly, does Dad have to go to work? Xianxia reached out and hugged him. He kissed him and said, Dad doesn't have to go to work. I'm just asking. After all, Dad hasn't been with you for a long time. Qi leaned against him and thought for a moment. He lowered his head and squeezed his fingers. Sometimes I feel lonely. But it's okay. I have friends with me at school. After school, I video call Dad and go to bed. Xianxia pinched his face and said softly, then, can you find a friend for Qi? Qi looked up at him in confusion. Xianxia smiled and said, does Qi want a younger brother or sister? Just like your father. Your father is your aunt's brother. Oh, right. Qi, Do you still remember Aunt Xianxia? She's Dad's little sister. Chi-Chi was confused. He frowned and asked, what do you mean? Look. Yan Xianxia picked up his hand and counted for him. Dad's family. Grandpa and Grandma have 2 children, Dad and Aunt Xianxia, right? Chi-Chi nodded. What about your father's family? It's Xing Chen's aunt and father's 2 children, right? Chi-Chi nodded again. So, Chi-Chi, do you want to have a sibling like Dad and Dad? Chi-Chi finally reacted. He was a little surprised and looked at Yan Xianxia, speechless. Yan Xianxia saw him like this and asked, don't you want one? Chi-Chi pursed his lips. Yan Xianxia hugged him and shook him. He asked gently, what's wrong, baby? Do you not like it? Chi-Chi lowered his head. He did not speak or look at him. Yan Xianxia was a little anxious. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Chi-Chi's. He said softly, can't you tell Dad secretly? Chi-Chi hugged him and pressed his face against his clothes. He did not speak or make a fuss. Yan Xianxia patted him gently and asked, Chi-Chi, do you not like it? Then don't. Chi-Chi is the only child in the family. Chi-Chi was embarrassed when he heard this. He felt that he was a little selfish, but that was clearly not the case. On the day he was taken away by his father, he said goodbye to his friends and saw their envious gazes. At that time, he thought that if his father treated him well, then he would ask him if he could take the other children out as well. It was very pitiful to not have parents. Chi-Chi did not want them to be so pitiful. However, now that his father said that he would take another child home to keep him company, he did not want to. This was not right. Chi-Chi thought that it was not right for him to be like this. It was not right at all. Chi-Chi looked up from Yan Xianxia's arms and said softly, no. Then what is it? Yan Xianxia asked gently. Chi-Chi looked at him. He bit his lip and said softly, if I take another child home, will he still like me? Yan Xianxia looked at him. He could not help but feel pity for him. He pinched Chi-Chi's face and said gently, of course. He will always like Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is my little baby. Yan Xianxia felt that Jiang Machen had probably entered the legendary stupid dad syndrome phase. Otherwise, Jiang Machen wouldn't have become so fussy after he said that he had decided to give birth to the child. Not only did he treat himself like a national protected animal, but he also thought about all kinds of random things all day long. For example, Xianxia, what do you think about moving to another house? Jiang Machen showed him the new house he was looking at on his tablet. Look, this house is where I used to live when I was alone. Later, I adopted Chi-Chi. After we got married, we didn't move. Now that we have a baby, it's actually a little small for a family of 4, isn't it? Yan Xianxia was speechless. Of course not. How is it small? Look at how many rooms are still empty on the 2nd floor. Unless I give birth to 7 Calabash brothers, it's more than enough. Don't you want to change? Yan Xianxia nodded. Don't make a fuss, Mr. Jiang. Okay then. Jiang Machen thought for a while and called Guanmei. From tomorrow onwards, Yan Xianxia's activities will be suspended for a year. Guanmei was reading the script for Yan Xianxia when she heard this. For a moment, she wondered if she was hallucinating because she didn't sleep well last night. What did you say? I said, he won't accept any activities for a year. No activities, scripts, variety shows, appearances, and so on. President Jiang, Guanmei said helplessly. Although I don't know what happened between the 2 of you, let me remind you that Yan Xianxia's career is now on the rise. The manpower, material, energy, and financial resources we invested in him are just starting to recover. If you want to freeze him at this time, forgive me for being blunt, but it's not worth it. Who said I'm going to freeze him? Then you should suspend all his activities. Jiang Machen smiled when he heard this. However, he wouldn't tell anyone about Yan Xianxia's pregnancy, so he just smiled and said, I'm just letting him rest. Don't think too much. You suddenly said that. How can I not think about it? Anyway, I've already informed you about this matter. Don't accept any activities for him this year. But, I know what to do. Jiang Machin knew what she was worried about and explained, he has a movie and a TV series that will be broadcast this year. Even if he doesn't accept other activities now, with the movie and TV series, he will make his presence known. Now, Lost was scheduled to air in July during the summer break, while Mian Mian was scheduled to air in August. After airing, it would be September or October. At the beginning of next year, you can get him another variety show. Variety shows are short, and he can broadcast them the second month after he finishes recording. Moreover, at that time, with these two works, his popularity should still be there. You can also adjust the price appropriately. There's nothing to worry about at all. Guan Mei. That's really thoughtful. May I ask? Why do you suddenly want him to rest for a year? Guan Mei was puzzled. Jiang Machin smiled. That's not something you should know. Then Jiang Machin hung up the phone. Guan Mei. Unscrupulous profiteer, how infuriating. Guan Mei couldn't get an answer from Jiang Machin, so she had to ask Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi thought of an excuse and said that he wanted to accompany Qi at home. Moreover, he had enough works in stock, so he didn't want to tire himself out. To outsiders, he could say that he wasn't in good health, so he needed to rest for a while. Guan Mei felt that Yan Qingqi didn't seem like someone who was content with his job and didn't have the spirit to fight, so she was suspicious of his explanation. However, since the boss and the person involved said so, it meant that he was going to rest for a year. Guan Mei was a little depressed, but she could only accept it. After dealing with Guan Mei, Jiang Machin pondered again. Qingqi, you should let my family and your family know about your pregnancy. Yan Qingqi had a headache just thinking about this. Of course, being pregnant was a good thing, but the premise was that he was a woman. Now that he was a man, he had to tell his parents that he was pregnant. Yan Qingqi was very worried that the four elders wouldn't be able to catch their breath and faint. Let's wait, he said. There's no rush. Are you afraid that my parents and your parents won't be able to accept it? Jiang Machin asked him. Yan Qingqi asked back, why don't we test them first? Okay. Then I'll go home tomorrow. Okay, I'll go home with you. You can come to my house the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is the new year. What did you say? Mother Yan couldn't believe it. You're already so old, why are you still making such jokes? As she spoke, she bent down to pick up the spatula. Father Yan also nodded in a daze. Qingqi, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm not talking nonsense. Yan Qingqi knew this would happen. It's true. I was just diagnosed yesterday. If you don't believe me, I'll go and get the test report for you. After he finished speaking, he was about to walk out, but Mother Yan stopped him. Mother Yan looked at him and rubbed her hands on her apron unnaturally. Is what you said true? Yan Qingqi nodded. Really? She still couldn't believe it. Yan Qingqi was helpless. It's very strange, isn't it? I think it's very strange too, but it's really true. Why? Mother Yan didn't understand. Why would a boy like you get pregnant? She thought in surprise and even boldly asked, could it be that when I was pregnant with you, I was pregnant with a pair of twins? Then you two fought in my stomach, and you won and digested part of your sister's organs? Yan Qingqi was shocked by his mother's rich imagination. It was such a scary story. His mother must have been watching that Deciphered in the Human World again recently. Otherwise, how could she even say something like digesting his sister's organs? Moreover, Mom, Yan Qingqi looked at her. Don't you know if you were pregnant with 1 or 2 twins back then? Where would I have digested such a non-existent twin sister? Mother Yan thought about it and realized that it was true. She was indeed only pregnant with Yan Qingqi at that time. Then what's going on? She was a little worried. How did you get pregnant all of a sudden? Was the diagnosis wrong? Did you grow another one in your stomach? After she said that, she quickly spat 3 times. Father Yan also said, is there a mother like you? Saying that there's another one in the child's stomach all of a sudden? It might as well be a child. The child will even call me Grandpa. It's not a slip of the tongue. I said it wrong. Mother Yan blamed herself. She looked at Yan Qingqi. Xianxia, do you feel like vomiting or tired recently? Do you like sour or spicy food recently? Have you changed your taste in food? There have been some changes. I can eat anything sour or spicy, but I can't eat anything with a strong fishy smell. It's okay to vomit, but I haven't vomited much. It seems like she's really pregnant, Mother Yan muttered. Does Emochan know about this? He knows. What did he say? He said to listen to me. If I want it, we'll give birth to it. If I don't want it, we don't have it. Anyway, we have Chi. But I think he probably wants it, but he's afraid of pressuring me, so he hasn't shown it and let me decide for myself. That's good. I was worried that Emochan would find this strange and estranged you. Xianxia glanced out of the kitchen. Their kitchen was not completely open, so naturally, they could not see Xianxia. Xianxia turned back to look at his mother. He accepted it much faster than I did. These 2 days, he's been thinking about changing our house. If it weren't for me, we would have moved after the new year. So, do you plan to have this child? Xianxia sighed. Yes, it's fate for father and son. I'm a man, and I'm pregnant with him. I guess I'm the only one who has this kind of fate. Mother Yan heard this and nodded. That's true. After all, it's a little life. It's good to have a child. The two of you will have a blood tie. Also, you're both busy. If you have a child, you can play with Chi at home. 2 children won't be so lonely. Xianxia nodded in agreement. You have to pay attention to balance the relationship between Chi and him. Don't let Chi feel that she's not your biological child. It's not good if you like younger siblings more, Mother Yan advised. Xianxia nodded. I know, I'll be careful. Sigh. Mother Yan turned around to wash the spatula in her hand. Sigh, how can boys get pregnant now? Xiaoqi, you're a boy, right? Xianxia, Father Yan. After raising him for so many years, you gave birth to a son and a daughter. 2 daughters. Don't you know? I just don't understand now. Mother Yan washed the spatula clean and wiped it. Can boys get pregnant now? Xiaoqi, don't tell anyone about this. Let's just keep it a secret. Don't make it public. After she finished speaking, she looked at Father Yan. Don't tell anyone at home. Don't let Xiaoxi know. Xiaoxi is so noisy. She might tell someone. She continued, if Emochan is busy, there will be no one at home to take care of you. Why don't I move in with you for a few days so that I can help take care of you? Oh, by the way, Chi is still young and doesn't know any better. Be careful not to let him offend you. When Xianxia heard that she wanted to move in, he felt that he was probably really the pea prince now, the kind that needed to be covered with glass. Otherwise, he would die from the slightest breeze or rain. There's no need for that. I can take care of myself. Mom, don't worry. How can I not worry? Pregnancy is a big deal and you're a boy. I'm really worried about you. Can you really do it? Xianxia nodded. Yes. Emochan already took me to the doctor. The doctor will definitely be more professional than you. Don't worry. When they left the Yan family's house, the sky was already dark. Mother Yan put up a pair of couplets and the word fu for him. Did you buy them? I was afraid that you wouldn't have time to buy them, so I bought you a pair in advance. Take them home and paste them on the door. Okay. Remember to take good care of yourself. Okay. These are the buns I made yesterday. I knew that you were coming today, so I made some buns that you like. Heat them up and you can eat them. I packed a few for you. Go home and eat them. Xianxia was a little touched. Okay. Thank you, Mom. They chatted for a while before finally entering the elevator. Chi waved at them. Goodbye, Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie. Goodbye, Chi. Remember to come over often. Chi smiled and nodded. Okay. On the day of the new year, Xianxia, Jiangmachan, and Chi all woke up very early. After breakfast, they thought about how to paste the couplets and the word fu together. Chi-Chi held the word fu and looked at it seriously. Yan Qingqi asked him, Chi-Chi, do you understand? Chi-Chi showed the word fu to him. I know how to paste this. Our teacher said that we have to paste it upside down. That's when the fu arrives. Wow, Chi-Chi is so smart. Yan Qingqi said and was about to hug him. Jiang Machan was so scared that he immediately put down the couplet in his hand and hugged Chi-Chi. What do you want? Tell me, don't move. Yan Qingqi said helplessly, I just want to hug Chi-Chi and paste the word fu on the door. Then let me do it. After Jiang Machan finished speaking, he turned to Chi-Chi and said, come on, stick the character fu on the door. Stick it upside down like you said. Where should I stick it on the door? Chi-Chi gestured with the fu character. Jiang Machan smiled. Just stick it in the middle. Here? Chi-Chi moved to the center. A little higher, Yan Qingqi said. Chi-Chi raised her arm. Is this how it should be? A little closer to your father. Like this? Yes, Yan Qingqi said, don't move. Daddy will tear the tape off the fu character for you. Then you can paste it. Chi-Chi nodded and obediently stayed still. Yan Qingqi walked over and tore off the tape on the back of the fu character. Okay, you can paste it now. Chi-Chi said, hey, and pasted it hard. It was still a little crooked. Yan Qingqi looked at the fu character that he had pasted on the door. But it didn't matter. After all, they were a family. It didn't matter who the fu character was. Yes, Jiang Machan said. Is it confirmed? I'll show you the test report later. Mrs. Jiang nodded. She felt that this matter was really strange, but on second thought, it was fine. Although it was strange, it was always a good thing to have a child. Besides, with a child, their marriage would be stronger. She wouldn't have to worry that her son would take things too hard one day and get involved with that little white lotus again. For a strong woman like Mrs. Jiang who had worked hard all her life and guarded the Jiang group side by side with Mr. Jiang, don't be fooled by her current aloof and gentle appearance. When she was young, she was also a woman of her word and resolute. She had seen too many people, so when she knew that Jiang Machan liked Yuan Mingxiu, she sent someone to secretly observe Yuan Mingxiu. After this observation, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Wasn't he just a little white lotus who ate from the bowl and looked at the pot while treating her son as a spare tire? With Yuan Mingxiu as a comparison, Mrs. Jiang was very satisfied with Yan Qingqi after marriage. Naturally, she hoped that the two of them would always be harmonious and beautiful. From this point of view, she had to thank Yuan Mingxiu. Although she still had doubts in her heart, in order not to be inferior to the Yan parents, Mrs. Jiang temporarily suppressed her doubts and said with concern, Xiaoqi is pregnant. He needs someone to take care of him, right? Or I'll stay at your house for a while and help you take care of him. Forget it. His mother wanted to come, but he rejected her. Qingqi doesn't like it when others treat him carefully and take care of him like a porcelain doll. How can that be? Pregnancy is a big deal, especially when Qingqi is a boy. You two don't know anything about this. What if something happens? It's okay. I've already contacted the doctor. He'll come for regular checkups. Oh right, after a while, Mom, tell Aunt Zhang to come back to your place. Only his parents and you know about Qingqi's pregnancy. We don't want too many people to know. Okay. Indeed, we can't let too many people know. But if you let Xiaozhang come back to our place, what about your side? Who will cook for you? We'll cook for ourselves. You or Pool? Xiaoqi is pregnant, so don't let him do this. As for you, Mrs. Jiang looked at him, have you been in the kitchen for so many years? Cook? Jiang Machan was a little embarrassed. I can learn. Mrs. Jiang glanced at Mr. Jiang when she heard this. Mr. Jiang chuckled. Mrs. Jiang exclaimed, I didn't expect our little Mo to be someone who dotes on his wife. In the past, he didn't even touch pots and pans. Now, he's learning how to cook. When Jiang Xingchen heard this, he could not help but laugh. Jiang Machan felt a little embarrassed. Mom, we went off topic. What's wrong? You're already 28 years old. Are you still shy? Jiang Machin was speechless. If there's nothing else, then the meeting is over. I'll head downstairs first. Are you going to accompany Pool and Chi-Chi? We haven't seen each other for a while, and you're already thinking about them? Jiang Machin never thought that his mother had such a sharp tongue. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. He could only turn around helplessly and go downstairs silently. His parents were amused, and they laughed for a long time after he left. After he left, the three Jiang family members looked at each other. The laughter in their eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by worry. Jiang Xingchen comforted them. It's good. It's always a good thing to have children. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang nodded. Yes, it's always a good thing. The two elders sighed and silently comforted themselves. It was always a good thing, and it was worth being happy about. At midnight, the New Year's bell rang during the countdown of the Spring Festival Gala host. Because Mr. and Mrs. Jiang lived in a private villa, they didn't prohibit fireworks and firecrackers. Jiang Machin picked up Chi-Chi and said to Yan Qingqi, "Let's go down and set off fireworks." Chi-Chi was already a little sleepy, but when she heard the fireworks, she woke up again. Fireworks? Yes. Jiang Machin carried her out of the door. Mr. Jiang took out the fireworks he bought. As soon as he went out, he saw that someone had already started to set off fireworks. Chi-Chi saw the fireworks, and her eyes widened. She pointed to the sky and said to Jiang Machin, "Fireworks." Okay. Jiang Machin kissed her. Chi-Chi was busy looking at the fireworks and didn't notice it for a moment. Mr. Jiang put the fireworks he bought on the ground, lit it, and stepped back. Soon, the firework burned. With a whoosh, the fiery red fireworks with a dazzling tail rushed into the sky like a comet. Chi-Chi let out a wow and was very surprised. A little girl with 2 ponytails and a red cloak saw them and walked over. She didn't like snowball fights, but she wanted to build a snowman with others. So she went up and asked, "Are you building a snowman?" Yan Qingqi nodded. The little girl asked timidly, "Can I play with you?" Yan Qingqi looked at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi pouted unwillingly. Yan Qingqi smiled and said to the little girl, "No, we want to build a snowman with our own efforts. Thank you for your help, but we have to do it ourselves. So we'll build it ourselves first." "You're such a kind girl." The little girl pursed her lips into a smile and said gently, "Then call me if you need help. I'll go and make one myself first." Okay. After she left, Yan Qingqi looked back at Chi-Chi and winked at him. Chi-Chi pursed his lips and said embarrassedly, "Dad, is it okay for me to do this?" His little hands were wearing gloves. He patted the snowball and lowered his head, somewhat blaming himself. Yan Qingqi said softly, "No, everyone has their own thoughts. It's normal that Chi-Chi doesn't want her to play with us. As long as Chi-Chi is happy, it's fine." Chi-Chi was relieved to hear this. He explained, "Chi-Chi hasn't built a snowman with Dad before, so she wants to build one with Dad. Next time, Chi-Chi can build one with the other kids." Yan Qingqi hummed. "Daddy has never built a snowman with Chi-Chi before, so Daddy wants to build one with Chi-Chi and make a snowman that belongs to the two of us." Chi-Chi smiled and didn't say anything. He continued to build the snowman. After a long time, they finally finished building the snowman. Yan Qingqi asked Chi-Chi to stand on the other side and took a selfie with him, Chi-Chi, and the snowman. He also took a few pictures of the snowman before he put away his phone. He thought that if he didn't go back now, Jiang Machin would be worried again. So he held Chi-Chi's hand and went home. Chi-Chi was still reluctant to leave the snowman. He asked, "Can't we bring it home?" "No, the snowman will melt if we bring it home." Chi-Chi looked back at the snowman behind him every 3 steps. He asked reluctantly, "Can I come down and see it later?" "Sure. We'll come down later." "Okay." Chi said happily. From the window upstairs, Jiang Machin saw that the two of them had had enough fun and were finally ready to go back to the house. He heaved a sigh of relief and went to the kitchen to continue learning how to cook. It was really too worrisome. He thought that in the past, he only had to worry about 1. Now, he had to worry about 2, no, 3. What a sweet burden. Jiang Machin cooked dinner that night. It was very simple. Xianxia's mother made porridge with lean meat and steamed buns. In the kitchen, Jiang Machan called Xianxia in to try the food. He said guiltily, "This is my first time cooking, so it's a little simple. The taste is average. Please bear with it." Xianxia looked at him and scooped up a spoonful of porridge. "Let me try it first." Jiang Machan was a little nervous. He kept staring at Xianxia. "Is it okay?" Xianxia looked at his nervous face and shook his head with emotion. Sigh. "I still remember the first time I came to this house. Aunt Zhang was cooking. You said you didn't know how to cook. At that time, I thought that you were really like a young master. I didn't expect that one day I would actually be able to eat your cooking in this house." Xianxia clicked his tongue. "You're really a father because of your son," he teased. Jiang Machan's expression slowly changed when he heard this. He looked at Xianxia and asked in confusion, "Do you think that I'm learning how to cook because of my son? That's why I'm treating you well?" Xianxia did not expect him to ask this. She was a little confused and said, "Ah." Jiang Machan recalled their interactions. Indeed, it was always Aunt Zhang who cooked in the past. Xianxia would occasionally cook a few dishes for them to change their tastes. However, he had never cooked before. He had never even shown any intention of cooking. He had only started to learn how to cook after Xianxia got pregnant. He had a child and it was inconvenient for him. They did not intend to let Aunt Zhang continue to stay at home, so he suggested that he cook for them. However, this was not because of the child in Xianxia's stomach. It was because he felt sorry for him. He looked at Xianxia and said seriously, "Qingqi, I think you misunderstood something." "Huh?" Xianxia was puzzled. "I didn't want to learn how to cook because you were pregnant and had a child. Of course, the trigger was after you got pregnant. However, in the final analysis, it was because you were the one who got pregnant. Although it's a little shameless to say this, there have been many people who want to have children with me ever since I became an adult. If I wanted children, then even if I liked boys, I would still have my own children now." Xianxia did not expect Jiang Machan to give such a serious explanation. She hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant." "I know, but I want to make it clear. The reason why I'm worried about you and learning how to take care of you is not because I care about the child in your stomach. Of course, I care about the child very much. However, I'm more worried that you won't be feeling well during your pregnancy, so I want you to be as comfortable as possible. If one day, something really happens to you and the child, and I have to choose between the two of you, I will choose you without hesitation. Do you understand?" Zhou Yixing pushed through the crowd and ran all the way out of the bar. He looked around and soon saw Yuan Mingxiu. He immediately chased after him and grabbed Yuan Mingxiu's hand. "Xiaosu, don't be angry. Listen to my explanation." Yuan Mingxiu shook him off. Zhou Yixing hurriedly grabbed his wrist again. Yuan Mingxiu saw that although there were few passers-by on the street, there were still passers-by. He didn't want to argue with him on the road, so he turned around and walked forward. Zhou Yixing immediately went to stop him. Yuan Mingxiu said coldly, "Get out of the way. Xiaosu, I'm innocent with them. I didn't do anything." "You didn't do anything? Then where are your hands? Do you think I'm blind?" Xiaosu, seeing him like this, Yuan Mingxiu knew that there was no hope for him to leave easily. He simply dragged Zhou Yixing into a side alley so that he wouldn't be recognized. Seeing that he didn't insist on leaving, Zhou Yixing thought that he was willing to listen to his explanation. As he walked, he said, "I didn't want to do anything with them. I just came here to have fun. Who doesn't call a few girls when they come here to have fun?" "Then why did you come here?" "Because my friend asked me out." "He asked you out, so you came. Now that you're here, you're hugging other women. At this time, you don't remember me, do you? You've forgotten what you said to me before, haven't you?" Yuan Mingxiu looked at him, his heart full of disappointment. In November, Zhou Yixing returned to China and launched a fierce pursuit of him. He told her over and over again that it was only after she left that he came to his senses and realized that the one he loved was her. He hoped that she could give him a chance. Yuan Mingxiu didn't want to give him this chance. He wanted to keep Zhou Yixing and Jiang Machen hanging so that they could pursue him. However, Zhou Yixing chased him too hard. From the company to home, he was like a fly that couldn't be shaken off. Yuan Mingxiu couldn't wait for Jiang Machen to turn back to him. In a daze, the balance in his heart unconsciously leaned towards Zhou Yixing again. At the beginning of January, Zhou Yixing invited him to watch a movie. He purposely agreed but did not go. As a result, Zhou Yixing had been waiting for him at the entrance of the theater. He was wearing a black windbreaker. The wind was so strong that he was shivering. He didn't enter the mall or the car. He just stood at the door deliberately, as if he was angry. At first, Zhou Yixing sent a few WeChat messages to Yuan Mingxiu, but Yuan Mingxiu did not reply. Later, Zhou Yixing called a few more times, but Yuan Mingxiu did not pick up. He just let the screen flash. After failing to contact him several times, Zhou Yixing seemed to have realized something. He stopped contacting him and stood quietly at the entrance of the theater. Yuan Mingxiu's car was parked not far away. He looked at Zhou Yixing, as if he saw himself in the past. He tried so hard to chase after Zhou Yixing, only hoping that Zhou Yixing would turn back and look at him. He hoped that Zhou Yixing would give him a chance to be with him. Now, he had this chance. Zhou Yixing was just like him in the past. He was persistent and persistent. He kept giving, just so that he could change his mind. Yuan Mingxiu looked at his Weibo. This account hadn't interacted with Jiang Machen for a long time. He didn't even send Jiang Machen blessings on Jiang Machen's birthday. Jiang Machen also didn't say anything. He probably didn't care about him anymore. Yuan Mingxiu thought, if that's the case, should I continue to waste time with Jiang Machen? He originally liked Zhou Yixing. He was just used to Jiang Machen treating him well, so he was unwilling to accept that Jiang Machen left him for someone else. But now, Jiang Machen was ignoring him, but Zhou Yixing was chasing him crazily. Everything had been reversed. What exactly did he want? Yuan Mingxiu thought for a long time in the car. Finally, 2 hours after the agreed time, he walked in front of Zhou Yixing. The wind was strong. Zhou Yixing looked at him and said, I thought you wouldn't come. Yuan Mingxiu asked him, then why are you still standing here? I thought that if you came and saw that I'd been waiting for you, you might soften a little. Yuan Mingxiu was stunned. He lowered his eyes. I used to wait for you like this in the past. I know. But I'm tired. I don't want to wait for someone like this anymore. So now, it's my turn to wait for you, Zhou Yixing said gently. Yuan Mingxiu didn't really believe him. Are you really starting to like me? You're willing to give up your beautiful world for me? Of course I can. Little Sue, I can't live without you. All this time, I've been too used to your existence. That's why I thought that you would always be here. It was only when you left that I regretted it. Little Sue, can you give me another chance? He looked at Yuan Mingxiu and spoke with sincerity. Yuan Mingxiu's heart softened. He nodded in agreement and received a sincere smile from Zhou Yixing. They started to date and became a couple. But now, Yuan Mingxiu looked at him and felt that everything was so laughable. Zhou Yixing's so-called love was nothing more than this. I actually thought that you were willing to give up a forest for me. I'm actually so stupid. Zhou Yixing, I've really seen through you. You're a prodigal son, the kind that will never turn back. I thought that I was special and was your final stop. But in reality? I'm just a small leaf that a butterfly like you used to stay on. You stayed with me for a while, and in the blink of an eye, you flew into someone else's arms. You really disappoint me. Hearing him say this, Zhou Yixing was a little angry. I'm not turning back? I'm not turning back. I've chased you for so long. I've sacrificed so much for you. I'm just out for a drink with my friends. I'm just playing along with them. Which of these women in the bar can get into my bed? They're just here to help out in the bar and put on a show. Yan Qingqi felt that he was being treated like an emperor. He had only casually mentioned that he wanted to eat an apple, but Jiang Machen had already left his desk and went downstairs. When he came back up, he was holding a plate of peeled apples. Yan Qingqi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're so considerate. Jiang Machen placed the plate on the table in front of him. You eat first. If you don't want to eat, give it to me. Xianxia picked up a toothpick and fed it to him. Jiang Machan smiled and was about to return to his desk to continue working when his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a text message from an unknown number. I might be in trouble. Help me, Yuan. Jiang Machan was stunned. It was Yuan Mingxiu. He thought of the phone call he had just picked up and hung up. For a moment, he was confused. Did Yuan Mingxiu really meet with some trouble? Xianxia saw him staring at the phone in a daze and asked, What's wrong? Jiang Machan walked back and handed the phone to him. When I was downstairs just now, I received a call from an unknown number. It was Yuan Mingxiu who called from someone else's landline. Then, I received this message. Xianxia looked at the message. You want to help him? He hasn't looked for me for a long time. Now that he suddenly sent me this message, I find it a little strange. Xianxia took a bite of the apple. If you're not worried, you can leave this matter to me. How can I not be worried? Jiang Machan looked at him. You have to be in a good mood now. How can I leave this matter to you? Are you going to save the damsel and distress yourself? Of course not. Jiang Machan said, I definitely can't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, he will think that I still have feelings for him. If you don't interfere and don't let me interfere, then what should I do? Xianxia looked at him. If something really happens to him, believe it or not, it will definitely become a thorn in our hearts. Why don't I get Liao Sibo to ask around? They have a good relationship, Jiang Machan said. Forgive me for being blunt. Xianxia looked at him. What if Yuan Mingxiu is really in trouble and Liao Sibo saves him from the fire pit? Yuan Mingxiu will be excited and fall in love with Liao Sibo. Then, in the future, your friends' gatherings will also be a large-scale Azure battlefield. Then who should we choose? This kind of thing isn't worth troubling big sister. I thought of someone. Xianxia said, even if Yuan Mingxiu was really in a fire pit and was rescued by him, he would definitely not like him. Of course, he would not like Yuan Mingxiu either. Who? Wei Lan. Xianxia smiled and said, if something really happened to Yuan Mingxiu, Wei Lan is capable enough. If not, Wei Lan can also find out. The point is, Yuan Mingxiu would definitely not like Wei Lan, and he would not dare to like Wei Lan. Jiang Machan smiled. That's true. So, you go do your work. I'll tell Wei Lan about this. Okay, after you tell Wei Lan, don't worry about it. Just pretend that you don't know about this. I know. Don't worry. After Xianxia finished speaking, he took out his phone and called Wei Lan. Wei Lan was a little surprised when he heard what he said. Hasn't he been with Zhou recently? He's fine. Nothing happened. Nothing happened? No. A few days ago, I heard someone say that they saw him and Zhou Yixing watching a movie together. Why? Did he quarrel with Zhou Yixing? Did they break up? Okay, I'll check for you. I'll call you back when I find out. Okay. After Yuan Mingxiu sent the text message, he returned to the car and waited for Jiang Machan to call him back. However, as time passed, his phone still did not ring. He seemed to be in disbelief. Did Jiang Machan really not care about him anymore? Even though he knew that something had happened to him, he still did not care about him. He did not dare to believe it, nor did he have the heart to believe it. It must be Xianxia. It must be because of Xianxia's interference. It was all because of him. If only he did not exist. If only he did not exist, Jiang Machan would still treat him gently and would not ignore him. It was all because of him. Why did he appear? Why did he marry Jiang Machan? If only he did not exist in this world, Yuan Mingxiu suddenly thought of something. His fingers trembled as he dialed a number. His heart was beating rapidly. The moment the call connected, he almost hung up. Xianxia paid close attention to him. He walked at a steady pace, just like before. Chi held his bag and pointed to the front. That's our car. He turned around to look at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and replied, yes, Chi is so smart. You saw it right away. Then let's walk faster, Chi said. He took Xianxia's hand and ran with his short legs. The moment he moved, the people behind him moved as well. Xianxia threw away the bag in his hand almost instantly. He picked up Chi and said gently, Chi, Daddy will play a game with you. Close your eyes and count from 1 to 100. If you encounter something you don't know or can't count anymore, go back and count from 1. Open your eyes when Daddy tells you to. Is that okay? Chi immediately closed his eyes. He covered his eyes with his small hands and said softly, okay. Xianxia praised him. Good boy. He was talking to Chi, but his eyes were fixed on the people in front of him. There were 8 of them. It was almost as he had guessed. You're quite calm in the face of danger, little brother. The leader of the group, a man with a scar on the corner of his mouth, could not help but laugh when he saw that Xianxia was still in the mood to coax the child. Xianxia listened to Chi count softly. 6, 7, 8, he raised a hand and covered Chi's ear. Although Chi was a little confused, he was still focused on counting and did not ask why. Xianxia smiled and said, You're targeting me. It has nothing to do with the child. Let me carry him into the car first, okay? That won't do. Who knows what you have in the car? What if you take out a knife? Don't worry, we won't touch the child in your arms. He's such a cute child. I can't bear to do that. Just put him on the ground. Xianxia did not believe his nonsense. Who knew if they would threaten him with Chi? He did not want to fight with anyone at this time. Firstly, Chi was still here. He did not want Chi to see these bad things. Secondly, he had a baby in his belly. The doctor, his 2 mothers, and Jiang Machan had all told him to be careful in the first trimester. Yan heard so many times that he could not help but worry about whether the baby would be affected if he got into a fight with others at this time. He thought about it and asked, Do you know Jiang Machan? Jiang Machan? That big star. Wei. The leader slowly chewed on these 2 words. In the end, he sneered. Don't talk nonsense. You offended my big brother's friend. It doesn't matter who you bring up. If his big brother, Zhou Qiang, was here now, he would have realized that something was wrong when he heard about Wei Lan. None of this would have happened. However, Zhou Qiang believed Yuan Mingshu's nonsense and did not investigate Xianxia. He only thought of him as a small-time celebrity. He even thought that it was not worth his time to deal with Xianxia. That was why he sent his underlings over. Xianxia heard his words and knew that this person was probably just a low-level hooligan. He did not know much about the Wei family, so he had not even heard of Wei Lan. He did not know what to do. It seemed that this fight was inevitable. Just as he had this thought, the leader gave his underlings a look. The underlings beside him suddenly pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia was holding Chi with both hands. It was not convenient for him to attack, so he could only dodge. He had done this kind of training before. He knew how to protect himself to the greatest extent when his hands were tied. He looked for the right opportunity to attack with his legs. However, he could not use some of his moves now because he had Chi in his arms. However, these hooligans who came to surround him did not have the skills of those who were in charge of sparring with him. Therefore, Xianxia was able to handle them with ease. He even kicked down a few people in a row. The leader was a little surprised. He cursed and hated himself for underestimating his enemy. He did not bring any weapons with him. However, he did not believe that they could not defeat a man with a child. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Then, he pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia dodged him directly. After fighting with him for a while, he kicked between his legs. The man's expression changed immediately. He looked like he was in pain. He even reached out to cover his private parts. He gasped and did not dare to move again. Xianxia was basically relieved now. Firstly, he had figured out the strength of these people, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Secondly, he had been in the underground parking lot for a while. Although there were not many people in the supermarket because it was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, there was still a shopping mall here. Wherever there was a shopping mall, there would be a lot of customers, and the parking lot would not be empty all the time. After a while, there should be people coming in. He held Chi-Chi and calmly dodged the attacks coming from beside him. As soon as he dodged, he heard someone say, "What are you doing? Are you fighting?" Xianxia did not get distracted. He looked at the person in front of him vigilantly. However, the person who surrounded him was a little angry. He turned around and shouted, "It's none of your business. Get lost. Then I will do something about it," the man said. He walked over and punched the man who shouted at him. With his help, Xianxia found that he could stand still. After all, there weren't many people left in this group of people, and this new enthusiastic citizen friend seemed to be very powerful. Not long after, the remaining 3 or 4 people were also defeated. "Get lost," the man said. Chi-Chi nodded obediently. She took out a chip from the bag and handed it to him. "Daddy, have some." "Okay." Xianxia obediently let him feed him a chip. He got out of the back seat, opened the door of the driver's seat, and got in. When Xianxia heard that Xianxia was coming for a checkup, he immediately made all the necessary arrangements and made some time for himself to wait for the arrival of this distinguished guest. However, he was a little curious. Why did Xianxia suddenly come for a checkup? It was not time for the next checkup yet. However, he was still a distinguished guest. Even if Xianxia came for a checkup at 2 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia would have to get out of bed and contact other people to make arrangements for him. Xianxia parked the car outside the hospital and walked in with Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi saw the hospital, she was instinctively afraid. She asked him, "Daddy, are you sick?" "No." "Then is Chi-Chi sick?" Xianxia was amused. "You don't know whether you are sick or not." "You are not sick either." "Then why did we come to the hospital?" "The teacher said that the hospital is for patients." Xianxia answered him patiently, "Daddy is here to meet a friend. Daddy's friend is a doctor." "Do you know Dr. Chi-Chi?" "It's to treat patients." Chi-Chi was relieved. "Uncle Doctor is very good. The teacher said that if you are sick, you can go to the doctor and you will get better." "Yes, so let's go see Uncle Doctor." When the elevator reached the floor where Zhang Zhao's office was located, Xianxia led Chi-Chi out of the elevator. They came to the door of the familiar office, knocked on the door, and walked in. They saw Zhang Zhao sitting in front of the computer, watching a TV series out of boredom. A woman's heart-wrenching voice came from the speaker. "No, Your Majesty, please listen to me. I am innocent. It was that B*TCH, concubine Shu, who wanted to hurt me." Zhang Zhao, who was sitting in front of the computer, was expressionless. She even looked a little tired. Zhang Zhao did not expect him to come so quickly. She immediately turned off the video and asked him, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly come to check on me?" As soon as he finished asking, his gaze shifted slightly and he saw Chi-Chi, who was standing beside Xianxia. "Who is this kid?" Chi-Chi greeted him obediently. "Hello, uncle. I'm Chi-Chi." "He's Jiang Machen's child," Xianxia said. Zhang Zhao was shocked. So the baby in her stomach was a second child? Didn't she already give birth to one? Why was she so surprised at that time? But Zhang Zhao soon realized that something was wrong. Jiang Machen said that they got married this year, but looking at the child's age, Zhang Zhao suddenly felt that his senior was quite a playboy. Even though he wasn't married before, it didn't prevent him from having a child. Xianxia had just gotten married, but she had already become a stepmother. Sigh, it was really not easy. However, no matter how emotional he was in his heart, he maintained a calm and indifferent expression. "Then let Chi-Chi stay here first. I'll accompany you to the checkup." "Come, Chi-Chi, sit here and eat something first. Let's watch cartoons for a while." As Zhang Zhao spoke, she opened the drawer and took out some biscuits and bread. She also found a cartoon for him to play. Chi-Chi looked up at Xianxia. She was a little reluctant to stay here alone. Xianxia patted her head and said to Zhang Zhao, "You stay here and accompany Chi-Chi. I'll go by myself. I'm familiar with the procedures anyway." "How can I do that?" "That's all." Xianxia made the final decision. Then she looked down at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, stay here and watch cartoons with Uncle. Dad is going to meet a friend. He'll be back soon. Dad, come back soon. Okay. Xianxia pinched his face and pulled him over to Xianxia. I'll leave it to you. Take good care of my son. Xianxia. Thank you for your kindness. Xianxia. She suddenly felt uneasy. What should she do? Xianxia's checkup was very fast. After all, because of Jiang Machin, she had a special team to take care of her health during her pregnancy. The doctors in this team were all carefully selected by Xianxia and Jiang Machin. Not only were they very tight-lipped, but they were also very skilled. They treated Xianxia and her child very carefully and did not dare to be negligent at all. As Xianxia expected, there was nothing wrong with the child. Not only was there nothing wrong with it, but it was also very healthy. Only then was Xianxia relieved. She went back to Xiangxiao's office to find Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was still watching cartoons with Xiangxiao. Xiangxiao must have asked him something. He was whispering to Xiangxiao in a very serious manner. After he finished speaking, he even asked him, "Uncle, do you understand?" Xiangxiao made a rare expression of sudden realization. Now that you mention it, I understand. So that's how it is. Seeing that he understood, Chi-Chi continued watching cartoons with him. I know. I know Yuan Mingxiu, that little bastard, through young Master Zhou. That young Master Zhou is not as noble as Yuan Mingxiu. So, when Yuan Mingxiu asks me to do something, I have to inform young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou will know. Okay, I'm done asking. You can go do your thing. Xianxia hung up after he finished speaking. As soon as he hung up, Wei Lan called. Xianxia even wondered if he had made an agreement with Zhou Qiang. The timing was just right. What's wrong? Did Zhou Qiang call you? What did he say? Wei Lan asked curiously. He called. You're so powerful, how could he dare not call you? He's afraid that you'll get angry and kill them all. Bah, what kind of Lan Yan are you? Tell me honestly, did you peek at our CP story? Xianxia. You're the one who confessed to peeking at our CP story. You know that Yuan Mingxiu asked him to do it, right? Yes, I got the answer as soon as I asked. I also know that Zhou Yixing knew about it in advance, so he put on a show to save the damsel in distress. But he's lucky that Zhou Qiang didn't go today. His subordinates haven't seen Zhou Yixing before. Otherwise, they would have been exposed long ago. Then what do you want to know? Xianxia asked him. I want to know how you're going to repay Yuan Mingxiu. How? Of course, I'm going to give him a taste of his own medicine. I guessed so. It's your style. Is it? Then guess what I'm going to do next. You have a next step? Wei Lan was surprised. Xianxia sneered. He's so eager to get close to me. If I just let someone beat him up, wouldn't it make me seem passive? Then how do you want to take the initiative? It's simple. Why is he targeting me? It was all because of Jiang Machin. Since he cared so much about Jiang Machin, I would let him see clearly what he was to Jiang Machin. Did you learn Sun Tzu's art of war when you were in school? Attacking the city was inferior, attacking the heart was superior. What was the big deal about beating him up? However, there is nothing sadder than a dead heart. This time, I will let him die a proper death. Wei Lan felt that this Xianxia was a little strange. In his impression, Xianxia was a flamboyant person who spoke and did things without thinking. After he got married, he became much gentler and smarter. But at this moment, he had shed his familiar gentleness and revealed a face that felt unfamiliar to her. What do you want Jiang Machin to do? Wei Lan, I may sound a little arrogant when I say this, but to be honest, I've never taken Yuan Mingxiu seriously. When I look at him, it's like looking at a clown. The higher he jumps, the more ridiculous I find him. So I've never argued with him. Would you argue with an ant? You wouldn't, because you know that he's not a threat to you. If I want Yuan Mingxiu to not appear in front of me, I have 1,000 ways. Threats, intimidation, force, I can always make him not dare to appear in front of me. But I'm too lazy to argue with him. I don't think it's necessary. But today, he really made me angry. Do you know who was standing beside me when the accident happened? You had someone beside you? Yes, it was Chi-Chi. At this point, Xianxia couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. I don't care if he's targeting me, but he shouldn't have chosen this time. He shouldn't have involved Chi-Chi. If it wasn't me who married Xianxia, but an ordinary man or woman, can you imagine the consequences today? Whether it was Chi-Chi who was beaten up together with him, or those people who let him off because he was young and let him stand aside and watch his parents get beaten up, this is an indelible shadow for him. I don't care if he touches me, but whoever touches my family must pay the price. I want Yuan Mingxu to never appear in front of me again in this life. Wei Lan was shocked. He didn't expect Chi-Chi to be involved in this matter. He remembered the child with 2 antlers he saw in Xianxingqi's mobile phone video at the hotel. He was very young, cute, and naive. He could suppress his longing and only said softly, "Chi-Chi, give the deer to Daddy. Daddy, come back soon." Wei Lan couldn't help but feel afraid when he thought about what he had faced today and how he might have almost gotten into trouble, let alone his father, Xianxingqi. He almost immediately understood why Xianxingqi was acting so strangely today. Wei Lan had always been a smart person, so he had always lived a carefree life. After interacting with Xianxingqi for so long, he could more or less see the pride in Xianxingqi's bones. He could see that he really didn't take Yuan Mingxu seriously. He treated Yuan Mingxu like an annoying mouse. If the mouse moved, he would move. If the mouse didn't move, he couldn't be bothered to deal with it. He never spent any extra time on Yuan Mingxu. Even when he participated in the recording of the show and said that he wanted to watch the show, he only stopped him verbally. He didn't really do anything. Because he really didn't care. But today, he took the initiative. After Yuan Mingxu made a move, he retaliated as usual. But after he retaliated, he prepared to give him a fatal blow. Just as Xianxingqi said, he had 1,000 ways to prevent Yuan Mingxu from appearing in front of him. But he chose none of them. He chose Jiang Machan to step in. Didn't Xianxingqi have the ability to do that himself? Wei Lan didn't believe that. What he did was to hurt Yuan Mingxu's heart after hurting his body. He wanted to make him unable to rest in peace and suffer unbearable pain. But did Xianxingqi do anything wrong? Not at all. He gave Yuan Mingxu so many chances. He allowed him to appear in front of him again and again. He allowed him to provoke him and play tricks. But now, he really made a move. Wei Lan felt that if he were in Yuan Mingxu's shoes, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. But it was precisely because he didn't care for so long that his move this time seemed a little cold and unfamiliar. But it couldn't be helped. No parent could stay calm when it came to their children. Wei Lan even put herself in his shoes. Thinking about it, although he didn't have any children, he still had a family. If one day, someone tried to go against him and caused Wei's son or his parents to get into trouble, Wei Lan guessed that she would cripple that person so that he wouldn't be able to do anything for the rest of his life. In comparison, Wei Lan felt that Xianxingqi was quite gentle. He didn't cripple Yuan Mingxu, of course, Zhou Qiang himself didn't count. So you plan to tell Jiang Machan about this? Do you think I can hide it from him? I think you don't want to hide it from him. Xianxingqi smiled. Yes. Chi-Chi suddenly laughed. She tugged at his hand and whispered, "Daddy, Chi-Chi feels like Alu." Alu was the main character in a cartoon that Chi-Chi had been watching recently. Alu was a rabbit. Every time he planted carrots, someone would come to steal them. However, Alu was very smart and always managed to catch the person who stole his carrots. Xianxingqi knew that Chi-Chi had misunderstood and thought that those people were the ones who stole their carrots. However, this was not a bad thing. At least, in his memory, today's encounter was just a live-action cartoon. Cartoons were always beautiful. Then what is Daddy? Chi-Chi is Alu, so Daddy is Ali's daddy. However, Daddy is more powerful than Ali's daddy. Daddy is super powerful. Xianxingqi could not help ruffling his hair again. My little Chi-Chi is probably a little saccharine. Her words are always so sweet. Chi-Chi reached out to hold his hand. She hugged the bag and hummed a song from the cartoon. She happily walked forward with Yan Qingqi. When Jiang Machen returned home, Qi was sleeping and Yan Qingqi was reading at the desk in the bedroom. Jiang Machen took off his jacket and walked up to him. What happened? Why did you go for a prenatal checkup today? Is something wrong? Are you not feeling well? He reached out to help Yan Qingqi up and looked him up and down. Seeing that he seemed to be fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and asked him, what happened? Yan Qingqi put the book in his hand on the desk and comforted him. It's okay. Although something happened, it has been resolved. The baby is fine. Why are you back so early? You didn't say anything on the phone. How could I be in the mood to do anything else? What's going on? Yan Qingqi looked at him. I told you not to get agitated and not to worry. Jiang Machen heard this and instantly felt that this was not a small matter. Tell me. I'll try my best. Then I'll say it. Yan Qingqi said calmly, when Qi and I went to the supermarket downstairs at noon, we found that it was not open, so we drove to the supermarket in front of us near Flourish and Prosper Square. After buying some things, we were stopped when we were about to go back to our car. The other party wanted to teach me a lesson, but you know that people who want to teach me a lesson will only end up being taught a lesson by me. So Qi and I didn't get hurt. It's just that I think my fetus might be affected, so to be safe, I went to Xianxia's place. No matter how Jiang Machen thought about it, he would never have thought that this was what Yan Qingqi meant when she said she had encountered a small problem. Was this a small problem? Jiang Machen only felt that his heart was a little bad. His wife was too capable. Such a big thing, but when it came out of her mouth, she downplayed it as if it was just a small matter. Jiang Machen felt that he needed to calm down. He reached out and spun Yan Qingqi around. Are you really okay? Not injured? They didn't hurt you? What about Qi? Is Qi also okay? It's okay, it's okay. I'm here. How could anything happen to Qi? The baby and I are also. Before Yan Qingqi could finish her words, Jiang Machen hugged her. She heard Jiang Machen's frightened voice with some lingering fear. You scared me to death. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yan Qingqi patted his back. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Your fetus was affected. How can you still know what you're doing? Jiang Machen held her shoulder and looked at her. Yan Qingqi, you're amazing. You're still as elegant as before even though you're pregnant. You can still fight against 100 people by yourself. Yan Qingqi blinked obediently and said innocently, I can't do anything about it. I didn't provoke them first. Jiang Machen looked at her and could only pull her back into his arms. He comforted her. It's not your fault. It's good that you're okay. He slowly calmed himself down. After a while, he finally calmed himself down. Have you found out who did it? Jiang Machen asked. He knew Yan Qingqi too well. An afternoon had passed since the incident happened. According to Yan Qingqi's character, he wouldn't sit still and wait for Jiang Machen to come back and stand up for him. Although Jiang Machen felt that he was very willing to do so. Yan Qingqi was never someone who depended on him. He always had his own principles. When faced with other people's provocations, he would directly fight back. He would use his own way to make the other party not dare to be presumptuous in front of him anymore. I found out. I asked Wei Lan to help me. You know that the Wei family definitely has more connections than you, so I asked Wei Lan to help me investigate first. Yan Qingqi was afraid that Jiang Machen would be jealous if she went to Wei Lan first instead of him, so she explained why she went to Wei Lan first. Then she said, Yuan Mingxiu asked someone to do it. Jiang Machen was a little shocked. Yuan Mingxiu? He simply couldn't understand. Where did he get the guts to do it? Doesn't he know that it's illegal? Yan Qingqi shrugged. Who knows? Jiang Machen frowned and looked at Yan Qingqi. I know. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of the rest. Okay, but there's something I need to confess to you first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Machen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that his heart wouldn't be able to recover today. Go ahead. Zhou Qiang. Oh, he's the person that Yuan Mingshu asked to teach me a lesson. He called me and cried and begged me to forgive him and give him a chance to redeem himself, so I gave him a chance. I asked him to give him a taste of his own medicine. Whoever gave him the order, he had to return it to them. So Yuan Mingshu is probably going to suffer. I'm telling you in advance. Jiang Machan nodded. Whenever he thought of Yan Qingqi encountering such a thing at this time and even having a miscarriage, and Qi by his side at that time, he felt that his heart would stop beating. Fortunately, Yan Qingqi didn't tell him on the phone. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to drive home in peace. This was so terrible that Jiang Machan couldn't understand it. What kind of deep hatred did Yuan Mingshu have for him that made him so ruthless? This time, if Yan Qingqi hadn't been good at fighting, he couldn't imagine what he would have faced if he had been an ordinary person. His wife was seriously injured and lying on the ground, his baby died in the womb, and his other child who had witnessed all this and had been traumatized. Although these scenes only existed in his imagination, he still silently spat a few times in his heart to drive away the bad luck. Jiang Machan felt that he had never been so angry and hated someone so much. I didn't. He muttered. Whether you did or not has nothing to do with me anymore, because you have nothing to do with me anymore. Yuan Mingshu, I'm here today to tell you to leave City X. I remember you saying that your hometown isn't here, but in L City. Then go back there and never appear in front of us again. I don't agree. Why should I leave? My career is here, my friends are here, I don't want to leave. Your career? Jiang Machan laughed. You might be starting a new career. Didn't your manager tell you that you've been frozen? As far as I know, you still have a 5-year contract with your management company, right? In these 5 years, they won't give you any resources, and you won't attend any events. You can't even do the most common things like posting on Weibo or doing live broadcasts because the contract doesn't allow it. As for 5 years later, there will be new talents in every generation, and the new generation will replace the old. Who knows if everyone will still remember you? But it doesn't matter, even if they do, because no company will dare to sign you. I promise you, no management company will dare to sign you. You want to ban me? What right do you have to ban me? What right do you have to ban me? You know that my surname is Jiang, and you know what this Jiang represents, don't you? No entertainment company will go against the Jiang group for an artist who can be easily replaced, right? Or do you think that you're more valuable than the entire Jiang group? Yuan Mingshu couldn't believe it. He looked at the person in front of him and felt that he was a stranger. How can you do this? How can you do this? You don't like me anymore, so why do you still want to take away my career? Why do you still want to force me? I forced you? Jiang Machan chuckled. When did I force you? When you didn't like me, I didn't force you to like me. When you came back to China, you kept pestering me, but I didn't do anything to you, right? Even your so-called career is only what it is today because of my support, isn't it? Whether it's me or Yan Qingqi, haven't we tolerated you enough? A few days before you hired someone to beat him up, he saw your message and thought that something had really happened to you, so he specifically asked Wei Lan to check it out. But what about you? How did you do it? You're the one who forced yourself to this point, aren't you? Yuan Mingshu didn't expect this. He thought that Jiang Machan would turn a blind eye to his message, but he didn't expect that they would take it seriously and even ask Wei Lan to help investigate it. I don't know, but I was just angry. I thought you didn't care about me. I quarreled with Zhou Yixing, and I was afraid that he would do something. I wanted you to help me. I know that if it was in the past, you would have helped me. It was all because of him that you became like this to me. That's why I hate him and want to teach him a lesson. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I won't do it again. Your apology is really worth a lot of money. Can everything be written off just by saying that you're wrong? But he's fine, isn't he? I'm the one lying in the hospital, not him. Jiang Machan's expression turned cold. You should be glad that you're the one in the hospital and not him. You should be glad that nothing happened to him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the hospital right now, but in prison. Yuan Mingshu, how could you have the face to say such a thing? How could you be so bold? I was so careful and worried about him, afraid that something would happen to him, but you directly called people to beat him up. You're really good. I can still stand here and talk to you now. That's because the education I've received since I was young is restraining my anger. Otherwise, do you think you can still stay here peacefully? You would have been in prison a long time ago. Yuan Mingxiu was stunned when he heard this. Jiang Machan looked directly at him. You don't want to leave X City, right? Fine, we'll go through the legal process. I'll call the police and we'll do it according to the law. Jiang Machan, you're crazy. Even if I ordered Zhou Qiang and the others to beat him up, intentional injury isn't a capital offense. Even if he killed someone, he would only be sentenced to a few years or more. Yan Qingqi is fine now. He's not injured at all. You're going to call the police? How long will I be sentenced to if you call the police? A few days or a few months? Jiang Machan looked at him. He felt that he must have been blind to have fallen in love with such a person. Have you forgotten that I said that my surname is Jiang? As long as I want to, you can stay in prison for the rest of your life. Yuan Mingxiu, I don't like to use my family's power to oppress others, but that doesn't mean that I don't have such power. It also doesn't mean that I won't use it. Yuan Mingxiu was instantly scared. He saw Jiang Machan take out his phone and lost all his rationality. I'll leave. I'll leave here, I'll leave here. Are you satisfied now? Yuan Mingxiu looked at him with tears in his eyes. Rich people like you are all like this. When you love someone, you treat them like a treasure. When you don't love them, they're not even grass. They're just ants that you can trample on as you please. If you want to ruin my career, then I'll ruin it. If you want me to leave, then I'll leave. But Jiang Machan, you also liked me. You also cherished me as much as you cherished him. And then? Yuan Mingxiu smiled. Tears flowed down his cheeks. And then when you fell in love with someone else, I was nothing. If you can treat me like this now, you can treat him like this one day. The 7-year itch. I'm waiting to see your future. I'm waiting to see if you can love him for 7 years. Jiang Machan put his phone away. Then you really think too highly of yourself, he said coldly. You're not qualified to be compared to him. Yuan Mingxiu smiled. Of course I don't now, because you don't love me anymore. But one day, he won't have the right to be compared to another person, because you'll do the same to me. After you don't love him anymore, you'll deny him. You think too much. Jiang Machan looked at the disdainful smile on his face. I've never denied the fact that I liked you. Even if I don't want to admit it now, even if I regret liking you, I've never denied it. That's why I'm even more aware of the differences between you and him. Yuan Mingxiu, you're wrong about one thing. Do you think that I like the two of you the same? He shook his head. No, it's never been like that. I've never liked you as much as I like him, and I've never cherished you as much as I cherished him. When you left me on a plane to chase after Zhou Yixing, I only told myself that I should give up on you and not chase after you. But if he leaves me one day, I'll chase after him. I'll chase after him regardless of everything, because I can't allow him to be with someone else. If a person's feelings can be divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, then you're the 3rd, because you make me feel moved. He's the 10th, because he gives me everything that makes me feel moved. So, you can wait for us. Whether it's 7 years or 70 years, I won't treat him like I treat you. Because I love him, I'll always give in to him. Yuan Mingxiu didn't say anything. He looked at Jiang Machan. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe Jiang Machan's nonsense. But he couldn't stop feeling sad. He only felt that there was nothing sadder than a dead heart. I've left 2 people to take care of you. When you can get out of bed, leave here. Don't appear in front of us again. You know that you're nothing in my eyes now, so don't think that I'm just saying this for fun. If you think that it doesn't matter even if you spend the rest of your life in prison, then come back. If you don't care, I naturally don't care either. You want to spy on me? Illegally detain me? I've said that you think too much. You're not worthy of me wandering on the edge of the law. It's just convenient for me to help you when you leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to recover in 3 to 5 months. Are you going to stay here forever? Yuan Mingxiu laughed. He only felt that his whole body was soaked in cold water. It was bone-chilling and cold. What else could he say? What else could he do? He just smiled at Jiang Machin. He felt that people's hearts were really terrible. When he loved you, everything about you was good. When he didn't love you, even if you died, it had nothing to do with him. After Jiang Machin said what he wanted to say, he was not in the mood to talk to him anymore. He directly turned around and left the ward. He said to the two people outside the door, "Watch him carefully." "Yes, young master," the two people said respectfully. Yuan Mingxiu sat on the hospital bed. After a long time, he slowly started to laugh. The more he laughed, the louder his laughter became. In the end, he started to cry. He covered his face with his hands and buried his face in his palms. He started to sob. His voice became louder and louder, more and more heart-wrenching, mixed with unwillingness and pain. It made people feel sad, but it didn't help. Yuan Mingxiu left 2 weeks later. The weather was still very cold, and the temperature had not risen yet. Only the dedicated sunlight brought a trace of warmth to the cold. His leg was not yet fully recovered. With a cast, many parts of his body would still hurt when touched. However, he could already walk with crutches, so Jiang Machin's subordinates took him out of the hospital. They returned to El City, Yuan Mingxiu's former hometown. Yuan Mingxiu looked at the familiar yet strange city in front of him. He didn't have a sense of belonging at all. He really hadn't been back for too long. He hadn't been back since he went to university. He didn't have any rich feelings for this place. Even because he was forced to return here, he unconsciously felt some disgust for this place. Jiang Machin's subordinates sent him back to his former home here. But now, he was the only one left in this home. "Young Master Yuan, then we'll leave. I hope you remember what young master said and live a good life here." Yan Qingqi felt like his head was about to explode. Ever since the incident in Yuan Mingxiu, Jiang Machin's concern for him had increased by 8 times. He even assigned a chauffeur to him and told him to bring the chauffeur with him no matter where he went in the future. However, when Yan Qingqi saw the chauffeur's muscles, he knew that the chauffeur was not a chauffeur, but a bodyguard. What could Yan Qingqi do? When Yan Qingqi heard Jiang Machin's careful wording, he wanted to change his words 8 times before he said them. He could only nod and say, "Okay, okay, 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 I'll be the chauffeur. As long as you're happy." Then, he received a call from his mother, saying that she wanted to come and see him. Yan Qingqi naturally did not refuse. However, Yan Qingqi's mother did not just look at him. She took care of him for 3 whole days. While telling him that eating these was good for the baby, she also told him not to touch these things, to sleep more, and not to surf the internet. After saying that, she cut off the internet for Yan Qingqi. Yan Qingqi thought, "Even pregnant girls are not as delicate as me, right?" As soon as Yan Qingqi's mother left, Jiang Machin's mother heard the news and rushed over. She even said with conviction, "Xiaoqi, we're all mothers. You can't just let your mother go and not let me go. Otherwise, your family will think that our family doesn't value you." Yan Qingqi said in his heart, "No, our family thinks that your family is very good." However, he only said that in his heart. He still had to smile and ask her, "Mom, when are you coming?" Jiang Machin's mother hung up the phone and came over. While asking about his recent situation, she asked the chauffeur to carry a lot of supplements that were given by others and bought by herself into the house for Yan Qingqi. After the chauffeur finished moving, Yan Qingqi looked at the bird's nest, abalone, and ginseng in front of him and had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Machin's mother's words confirmed his thoughts. "Xiaoqi, this bird's nest was given to me by others. It's very nutritious and good for the baby. Eat more." Yan Qingqi nodded. "I heard from my friend that his son's wife ate abalone during the early stages of her pregnancy. The baby was smart and cute, so I bought some for you. But you can't eat too much of it. Eat according to the list I'll give you later." Yan Qingqi continued to nod. "Ginseng is also a good thing. My friend is a doctor. He said that if a pregnant woman eats ginseng in the early stages of pregnancy, it can improve her immune system and prevent her from catching a cold. The weather has been so dry recently. It's not raining or snowing. If you catch a cold, you can't take medicine. It's better to eat ginseng in advance to prevent it. Xianxia thought to himself, I think I have a good physique, so I won't catch a cold so easily. However, he could only nod mechanically. Just like that, Mother Jiang introduced the other things that she had brought. After listening for a while, Xianxia felt that Mother Jiang should be quite popular. She had quite a lot of friends, and each of them recommended something to her. He had been clearly arranged for this month. That night, when Jiang Machan returned home, he saw his mother making soup and cooking. His wife was listening to music in the bedroom and resting with her eyes closed. Jiang Machan was a little surprised. When his mother was young, she was busy with her career. She thought that women in the new era should not be restrained by the stove, so she basically did not cook. Later on, when his sister took over the company, his mother felt that at her age, she needed to take care of her face and hands. In addition, there was a maid at home who specialized in cooking, so she did not cook. At this moment, she was actually cooking for Xianxia in their house. Jiang Machan felt that this was really amazing. I haven't seen my mother cook for many years. This time, I'm really basking in your glory. Jiang Machan sighed deeply as he listened to the melodious piano music. By the way, why are you listening to the piano music? Xianxia turned to look at him. His expression was calm, and his tone was helpless. Mom said that this is called prenatal education. It's to cultivate the child's love for music in advance and stimulate his musical potential. Jiang Machan was amused by his helpless but resigned look. He lifted the quilt and sat down. He reached out and hugged his waist. He asked him, Can you play the piano? Yes. Xianxia nodded. His adoptive mother liked to play the piano very much. For this reason, there was a piano room at home. However, although she liked it, she did not play very well. Every time she lamented this, the young Xianxia would refute, No, Mom plays very well. She smiled gently at Xianxia and rubbed his head. She smiled and said, As long as Xiaoqi likes it. Xianxia wanted to be close to her, so he asked her to teach him the piano. He was talented and smart. After a few years of learning, he surpassed her and played much better than his adoptive mother. His adoptive mother was very happy because of this. She felt that her son had done what she could not do. It could be said that she had fulfilled one of her wishes. But now, all of this was in the past. Xianxia did not stay in his memories for long. He had always been a rational and forward-looking person. Those days of the past were gone. No matter how much he missed them, they could not be returned. Therefore, instead of being sad in his memories, it was better to cherish the present. After all, he was very happy now. Jiang Machan was a little frustrated that he seemed to know everything. He refused to admit defeat and said, I know how to play too. Then you should be better than me. I'm just playing casually. Jiang Machan looked at him. So, what can't you do? Doesn't the whole country know this? What? Singing. Xianxia was helpless. Ever since I participated in Let's Fight Friends. This attribute of mine has been completely exposed, hasn't it? Jiang Machan almost forgot about his magical rhythm. When he said this, he remembered the time when they sang a love song duet. He actually thought that Xianxia's inability to sing was a little cute. After all, he was already good at singing. This little shortcoming made him seem more real. Jiang Machan teased him. Say, what if the baby inherits this characteristic of yours? What will you do? In March, Chi started school. Xianxia had nothing to do, so he was responsible for sending him to school. Chi was rarely sent to school by him and Jiang Machan, so she was very curious. She took his hand and asked, Daddy, aren't you going to work? Not for now, Xianxia said gently. When are you going? Wait until next year. Chi stopped in her tracks and looked at him. She was so excited that her eyes lit up. Then Daddy can accompany me for a long, long time. Xianxia smiled and pinched his face. Yes. Chi opened her arms happily. Daddy, hug me. As soon as he said this, he realized something and put his hands down. Oh, I forgot. Father said that I can't let Daddy hug Chi-Chi. Then Chi-Chi hugged Daddy. After he finished speaking, he opened his arms and hugged Yan Qingqi. He rubbed his waist and looked up at him with a smile. Yan Qingqi was amused by his series of actions. He ruffled his hair. Chi-Chi is so cute. The chauffeur that Jiang Machan assigned to Yan Qingqi was called Zhang Quan. He was about 30 years old and looked very capable. He had been in contact with Yan Qingqi and Chi-Chi for a while. Chi-Chi was not unfamiliar with him. When she saw him, she greeted him politely. "Good morning, uncle." "Good morning, Chi-Chi," Zhang Quan replied very cooperatively. Then he turned to look at Yan Qingqi. "Are you sending young master to school today?" "Yes," Yan Qingqi said. "Thank you for your hard work. It's just my job." "You're welcome, sir." Yan Qingqi heard him call him sir and heaved a sigh of relief. After all, at the very beginning, Zhang Quan had directly called her madam. Although Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machan usually joked around and called each other Mr. and Mrs., this was just for the fun between husband and wife. Now that someone else called him that, he still felt a little awkward, so he said on the spot, "Change the way you address me. I feel a little awkward when you call me that." Zhang Quan said worriedly, "What should I call her if not madam?" "You can call me Quan, but can I call you Qi?" Yan Qingqi didn't have a problem with Zhang Quan calling him that. However, that didn't mean that Jiang Machan didn't have a problem with it. Yan Qingqi didn't even need to think about it to know that Jiang Machan's face would be very ugly if he heard Zhang Quan calling him that. Thus, he shook his head. "This won't do." "Then how should I address you?" Zhang Quan asked. Yan Qingqi thought about it. Sometimes, calling him by his full name would feel a little commanding. However, if he just called him Qingqi, which was what Jiang Machan called him himself, he would probably be jealous. If he couldn't call him Qingqi, he definitely couldn't call him Xiaoqi in the end, he could only call him sir. Zhang Quan didn't have a problem with this address, so the two of them came to an agreement. After sending Chi-Chi off, Yan Qingqi asked Zhang Quan to go back to the neighborhood. The two of them agreed on a time to pick up Chi-Chi in the afternoon, and Zhang Quan left. Yan Qingqi had nothing to do recently, so he went home and listened to music. According to Jiang Machan's mother, he was cultivating his baby's taste for music. At the same time, he was drawing. The drawing was very simple. It was a children's story for Chi-Chi. Each page was drawn into 4 squares, and each story had about 10 pages. Chi-Chi was very supportive. Every time she finished reading, she would shake his hand and ask him where the rest of the story was. Yan Qingqi asked him to wait and said that he would give it to him the next day. Jiang Machan felt that it was a pity that he only drew for Chi-Chi, so he asked him if he wanted to publish it or post it online. Yan Qingqi didn't think it was necessary. He didn't draw these to make money. He was just bored and Chi-Chi liked them. If Chi-Chi didn't like them one day, he might stop drawing. Besides, he didn't have the energy to care about these things. You don't have to care. You haven't accepted any activities for a while. Although Guan Mei brought someone else, she has more time. She can take care of it. Yan Qingqi was speechless for a while. Tell me the truth. Do you feel indignant about leaving these golden eggs at home and not taking them out to give birth to chickens? Jiang Machan rubbed his eyebrows. He couldn't deny that he did have such thoughts. Yan Qingqi felt that he had seen through Jiang Machan. He narrowed his eyes. Jiang Machan was very sensible. Of course, it's mainly up to you. If you don't want to, then forget it. Yan Qingqi thought about his little savings. We'll split it 40-60. I'll take 60 and you'll take 40. Jiang Machan laughed. There's no need to split it 40-60. You take 10 and I take 0. That's fine. Yan Qingqi didn't hesitate. Guan Mei originally thought that she wouldn't have to deal with anything related to Yan Qingqi for a year. After all, her boss had personally said that Yan Qingqi would be taking a break from activities for a year. Unexpectedly, not long after the new year, she received a new mission. Guan Mei looked at the drawing on the computer and was secretly surprised. I didn't expect this to be a talent. She sent Yan Qingqi a WeChat message and told him her plan. She said directly, so you should give yourself a Weibo username first. Bo Yan didn't know either. He saw on TV that some people slept at the train station during the Spring Festival, so he told Chi-Chi that he was going to sleep at the train station. Chi-Chi was worried that he would run into bad guys, so he invited him to stay at his house first. Will your father agree to it? Bo Yan asked him. Chi-Chi nodded. Of course he will. My father is very nice and loves me the most. He will agree. Bo Yan nodded when he realized that he didn't even know where the train station was. Yan Qingqi sent the message he got to Jiang Machin and asked him if he knew Bo Yan. He also told him that he was going to have a baby today. While he was sending the message, the driver who came to pick up Bo Yan was also reporting to his boss in the car not far behind him. Young Master had gotten into the Jiang family's car. What should he do? When Jiang Machin got home in the afternoon, he saw Yan Qingqi sitting in Chi-Chi's room and playing with building blocks with Chi-Chi and Bo Yan. He was very patient and was very supportive when he played with the children. The two children were very obedient under his control and were happily playing with their own parts. Yan Qingqi saw him come back. He stood up and left the children to play by themselves. Then he walked out of Chi-Chi's room and closed the door. Bo Yan saw Yan Qingqi leave and said to Chi-Chi while playing with the building blocks, "Your father is very nice." Chi-Chi nodded and agreed with him. Yes, my father is very nice. Bo Yan looked at Chi-Chi. He was more mature and open-minded than Chi-Chi. Of course, he knew that men couldn't have children with other men. Chi-Chi had two fathers. At most, one of them was his biological father. Maybe neither of them was his biological father. Does your other father treat you well? He asked. Okay. Chi-Chi put down the building blocks in her hand. My father and father are very good to me. Isn't your father good to you? After he said that, he remembered what happened today and puffed his cheeks. It's not good. Fathers who don't want children are all bad. Bo Yan wanted to defend his father, but when he thought about how his father hadn't come looking for him even after he ran away from home, he didn't want to defend his father. He continued to build blocks with Chi-Chi. Yan Qingqi and Jiang Machin went down the stairs together and entered the kitchen. Jiang Machin washed his hands and prepared to cook. Yan Qingqi leaned against the doorframe and chatted with Jiang Machin. Who is Master of Arts? Bo Feng and Fu Mingji's son. Do you know Bo Feng? You should know about Fu Mingji. Yan Qingqi nodded. I know about Director Fu. She's a famous female director in the industry. She's known for her exquisite images and delicate emotions. Her last film was Bloom's Not Late 3 years ago. She won the Best Film Award and the female lead of that film also won the Best Actress Award. But who is Bo Feng? Yan Qingqi thought for a while. The real estate tycoon? Yes. Bo Feng and Fu Mingji are divorced. Bo Feng's son is with him. But Bo Feng got a new girlfriend last year. If nothing goes wrong, they'll get married this year. Oh, so Bo Yan might have quarreled with him because of this and ran away from home. Jiang Machin couldn't help but laugh. Ran away from home? Children nowadays are so interesting. If I dared to run away like this when I was young, my parents would have beaten me. Yan Qingqi knew that his parents were strict with him. When she heard what he said, she couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Chi-Chi is a good boy. She didn't run away from home. That's true. But I'm quite surprised that they're deskmates. Didn't Chi-Chi say that his deskmate didn't have any toys, so she picked some for him? I was wondering why there were children who didn't have any toys in a private school like theirs. Only the rich and powerful can attend. I didn't expect him to be Bo Feng's son. Have you told his father? I don't need to tell him. Bo Feng contacted me first. He said that he's a little busy right now and will pick him up tonight. He asked me not to mind. It's okay. Chi-Chi is usually alone at home. Now that Bo Yan is here, I can play with him. Oh yes, I saw Zhouixing again today. Jiang Machin's hand that was holding the kitchen knife paused. What does he want? Yan Qingqi thought for a while. He probably wants to be friends with me? Jiang Machin smiled. Then he probably wants to be your boyfriend. Yan Qingqi smiled when he heard this. Jiang Machen waved for him to come over. Yan Qingqi walked over and Jiang Machen handed him a slice of tomato that he had just cut. Yan Qingqi took it and took a bite. It's not bad. Your knife skills are not bad and the taste is not bad. What do you want to make? Stewed beef brisket with tomatoes? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Jiang Machen said helplessly. Give the beef brisket some time. Give me some time too. Yan Qingqi nodded. Anyway, you still have a long time. Take your time to learn. Fu Mingji frowned unhappily when she saw Bo Feng. Bo Feng sneered when he saw her frown. What are you doing here? I'm here to bring Yan Yan home. I don't need you to bring him home. I'll bring Yan Yan home. You? Fu Mingji looked at him. You let him run away with his suitcase and you're still going to bring him home? This is between me and Yan Yan. What does it have to do with you? Yan Yan is my son. If you don't care about him, I'll care about him. Bo Feng sneered. Care about him? How many days have you cared about him since he was born? Aren't you going to talk about your career and your goals now? If you're talking about you caring about him now, why didn't you do it earlier? When Bo Yan and Chi Chi came out with their suitcases and fish tanks, they heard an intense argument coming from downstairs. Bo Yan's grip on his suitcase tightened as he listened. Chi Chi looked at him instinctively. He saw Bo Yan pursing his lips and frowning slightly. He listened for a while. They were all very familiar words, so he turned and went back into Chi Chi's room. Chi Chi quickly followed him and asked, "What's wrong?" Bo Yan sat on his bed with his head lowered. He looked a little sad. Chi Chi put the fish tank back on his table and sat next to him. He asked, "Are you unhappy?" Bo Yan looked up at him. "Are your parents fighting?" Chi Chi shook his head. "My parents are fighting." "Why?" "I don't know." Bo Yan said, "Sometimes it's because of me. Sometimes it's because of work. Sometimes it's because they don't know why they're fighting. So they've been fighting ever since." Chi Chi pitied him and wanted to comfort him. He looked around and put the little lion cub on his lap. "This is for you." "Why are you giving me a lion cub?" Bo Yan tugged at the lion's mane. "It's for you. Don't be unhappy." Bo Yan turned to look at him. Chi Chi smiled at him. Bo Yan asked him, "Do you know what divorce is?" Chi Chi shook his head. "Divorce means that your father and mother are separated. The two of them can no longer accompany you together. You can only choose one. Isn't that pitiful?" Chi Chi pursed her lips. "I don't want to be separated from my father and father." Chi Chi doesn't like divorce. Your father and father are not divorced. What are you afraid of? My parents are divorced. I can only be with my father. Why? Chi Chi did not understand. Bo Yan also shook his head. I don't know either, but they said that they are divorced. They said that I can only follow my father. But Mom will come to visit me, too. It's just that we can't see each other often. Chi Chi felt even more sorry for him. He looked at the fire truck on the table and placed it on Little Lion. This is for you too. Bo Yan smiled. Are you planning to give me all your toys? No, I have a lot of toys. Bo Yan reached out and pinched his face. Why are you so silly? Chi Chi was not convinced. He pinched his face too. You're the silly one. Bo Yan looked at his angry face and envied him. However, he also felt that he was silly. If his two fathers quarreled every day and got divorced, he would probably be very sad. Fortunately, his two fathers did not quarrel, Bo Yan thought. Chi Chi, can you tell my parents that I'm not going back? I want to sleep with you tonight, okay? When they were done playing, Jiang Machen washed off the foam on their bodies with clean water. He wiped off the water droplets on their bodies with a towel and helped them put on their pajamas. Chi Chi took a shower and was about to go to bed. Bo Yan wanted to drink some water, but there was no water in Chi Chi's room, so he went downstairs. Yan Qingqi wanted to eat oranges before going to bed. There were only some apples left in the small fridge in the bedroom. Jiang Machen was still cleaning the bathroom. The two little guys had splashed water all over the bathroom. It would be bad if they slipped and fell tomorrow. Xianxia went downstairs and sat on the sofa in the living room, peeling oranges and eating them. Seeing Bo Yan come downstairs, he handed him a few oranges and asked, "Do you want some?" Bo Yan shook his head. "I'm brushing my teeth." Xianxia did not want to teach the child bad things, so he took his hand back. "Then I'll decorate some for you and Chi tomorrow. You guys can eat at school." Bo Yan knew that Chi's parents often brought him food, either fruits or snacks. Chi was very generous and would always share the food with him and the other classmates. Sometimes, when he looked at the food, he would think that it would be great if his father could also pack some snacks for him. He looked at Xianxia and walked over. He stopped in front of him and asked softly, "Uncle, are you Chi's biological father?" Xianxia did not expect him to ask him this. He sat down beside him and patted the seat next to him for him to sit down. Bo Yan sat down and looked up at him. "Why do you ask?" Xianxia asked gently. Bo Yan thought for a moment and pursed his lips. He did not know if he should say it. He actually wanted to ask Xianxia if he would always treat Chi well even if he was not his biological father. He knew that his father was getting married to an aunt that he was not familiar with. Every time the aunt saw him, she would smile, talk to him, and stroke his hair. However, Bo Yan did not like her very much. Therefore, Bo Yan wanted to ask Xianxia if she would treat her well even if she was not her child. Would he always treat her well? However, he was not familiar with Xianxia, so he was too embarrassed to ask, so he could only lower his head. Seeing him lower his head, Xianxia leaned over and tilted her head to look at him. "What's wrong? If there's anything, you can tell me. I'm an adult. Maybe I can help you solve it." Bo Yan looked up. Xianxia smiled at him gently. Bo Yan thought for a moment and said softly, "Uncle, can you and Uncle Jiang not quarrel and not divorce?" Xianxia was stunned by this question. She didn't understand why Bo Yan would suddenly ask such a question. Bo Yan did not wait for him to answer and continued quietly, "Chi doesn't like divorce. He doesn't want to be separated from you. Can you two stay together?" Xianxia suddenly felt sorry for him. He looked at the little boy in front of him, who lowered his head. Bo Yan was young, but he was obviously more thoughtful than Chi. His parents were always quarreling and divorced. He and Chi were good friends, so he was afraid that Chi would experience the same thing. He didn't want Chi to experience the same thing as him, so he said these words to Xianxia. Xianxia reached out and hugged him. "Don't worry. I won't quarrel with Uncle Jiang, and I won't divorce him. We'll watch Chi grow up." Bo Yan felt that this was good. He also felt a little envious, so he nodded and said thank you. Xianxia looked at him and rubbed his head. "Yan is so sensible and cute. Your parents will like you very much even if they get divorced. They will watch you grow up." "Really?" Xianxia nodded and comforted him. "Yes, really. Their divorce is between the two of them. It has nothing to do with you. You're still their favorite baby." "Then why did they quarrel and divorce?" Bo Yan asked. Xianxia couldn't answer this question. There were many reasons for a couple's quarrel and divorce. He was not Bo Feng, nor was he Fu Mingji. He didn't know why, but he knew that Bo Yan was innocent. But Bo Yan was the one who was hurt the most. "I don't know," Xianxia said honestly, "but I think you're very good, so I think your parents must like you very much." Bo Yan didn't say anything. He looked at his knees. After a while, he stood up. "Uncle, don't tell anyone about what we said today, including Chi, okay?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Okay." Bo Yan stretched out his finger and Xianxia hooked it with him. Bo Yan let go of his hand and drank half the glass of water. He said goodnight to Xianxia and went upstairs. Xianxia sighed. He felt that Bo Yan still had some questions to ask him, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He only felt that this child didn't have it easy. He couldn't help but look down at his belly. Every child was born with love and gentleness. They were full of expectations and should be the happiest beings in the world. However, their growth was different. He hoped that all the children could be treated warmly, but he could only protect his own children. Jiang Machan watched Chi-Chi lie down on the bed and talked to him for a while before leaving. He went back to his bedroom and saw that Yan Qingqi wasn't there. He went down to the living room to look for him. He saw him sitting on the sofa and eating oranges when he came down the stairs. Seeing him come down, Yan Qingqi took the initiative to ask, "Do you want some?" Jiang Machan thought that he looked like he was caught stealing food. He found it funny, but he didn't laugh out loud. He went over to peel 2 oranges and put the rest away. "You'll get heaty if you eat too much of this. Don't eat too much." End of chapter 116. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.